Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 58, Chapter 55, Potions of Power. The laboratory was enveloped in a hushed silence, the soft purr of enchantment-sealed runes and the serene gurgling of concoctions simmering at low heat being the only sound to disturb the tranquility. Through the shadows, Severus Snape moved with a grace and purpose that belied his environment's stillness. Each step, each movement, was a calculated dance of intention. The flickering candlelight cast an ethereal glow over the ordered chaos of arcane paraphernalia, vials brimming with mysterious liquids, scrolls of parchment in with meticulous notes, and an array of tools, each inscribed with intricate runes. This night marked the zenith of countless weeks dedicated to painstaking research and relentless experimentation. At the center of this tempest of creation lay the fruits of his labor, a pair of remarkable inventions waiting to be unveiled. One shimmered with a silvery luminescence, contained within a crystal-clear vial that seemed to capture the very essence of light within its glass confines. Its counterpart was an utter contrast, an unassuming, matte-black entity ensely ensconced within a lead-lined receptacle, its concealment charms a barely perceptible whisper in the background. These two creations, stark in their differences, served as twin emblems of his ingenuity, the light and dark of his inventive prowess. Each represented not just the culmination of his work, but also the divergent paths that lay ahead. They were more than mere objects, they were the embodiment of decisions yet to be made, of futures yet to be written. They were the twin possibilities of what could be. Two potential outcomes. Two paths. The first concoction was a masterpiece of alchemical artistry. Its surface glimmered with a silver sheen, capturing and reflecting light in a manner reminiscent of the twinkling of distant stars. Each molecule seemed to dance with potential, alchemically harmonized to perfection, magically anchored to ensure stability, and soul-forged through intense trials to guarantee reliability. The journey to its creation was arduous, spanning 31 exhaustive attempts and consuming nearly 100 hours of meticulous study of ancient soul-forged texts. The alchemist's dedication was unwavering, his focus singular, to craft a potion that would grant an extraordinary 60-minute surge in magical stamina, enhance reaction times to a razor-sharp acuity, and elevate the drinker's aura to a level that could briefly contest with the formidable prowess of seasoned aurors. Yet, such potent augmentation came with a price, albeit a calculated one. The aftermath, known as the crash, manifested as a 2-hour period characterized by a fatigue that was palpable yet entirely manageable. A slight pulsing in the temples hinted at the mild headache that accompanied the spell, alongside a modest decline into magical sluggishness. These effects were well known, anticipated, and far from perilous. They were the telltale signs of a body and mind that had been pushed to their limits and were now in the process of recalibrating to their base state. This potion was not designed for reckless abuse, it was not a weapon to be wielded carelessly in the heat of battle. Instead, it was a sophisticated instrument, a tool for the discerning practitioner who understood the delicate balance between power and responsibility. Its effects, though potent, were temporary and controllable, allowing the user to retreat from the precipice of exertion without plunging into danger. Severus scrutinized the luminous liquid in the vial, admiring the dance of magic within. This concoction represented the culmination of his vast knowledge and experience in potion-making, a testament to his unparalleled skills. Despite his familiarity with more complex potions, this particular brew bore immense significance. It was imbued with the potential to revolutionize the realm of magical professionals. With a steady hand, he sealed the vial, ensuring its contents were secure. He then reached for his quill, its tip meticulously prepared with the finest blend of ink. With precision, he inscribed the label, his handwriting embodying the elegance and clarity of his work. Vigorum Draft. This was no ordinary potion. It was the epitome of potency, reliability, and utility, truly a groundbreaking contribution to the field. With uncharacteristic sentimentality, Severus acknowledged that this potion was more than just a product of his alchemical prowess, it was a symbol of his undying commitment to the craft. The decision to submit this particular version to the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, for their esteemed review was not made lightly. It was a declaration of his continued relevance in the world of potion research and development. Severus Snape, a name once associated with a singular, monument potion, was about to unveil his second original creation. This innovation was poised to affirm his status, not merely as a potion master but as a visionary shaping the future of magic. With the completion of the Vigorum Draft, Severus felt a renewed sense of purpose. His work was not just a continuation of his potion-making legacy, it was a beacon of innovation and a clear message to his peers. Severus Snape was a force to be reckoned with, a name that would be etched in the annals of magical history as a legacy of unparalleled excellence. The tablet emerged as if conjured from thin air, encased within a magically shielded black tin that was cool to the touch. This device was devoid of the usual telltale signs of enchantment, it didn't shimmer or emit any mystical scent. Instead, it waited silently, its potential cloaked in deceptive simplicity. Surge Noir. A potent concoction, promised to elevate one's magical abilities to unprecedented heights. For 2 hours, spells would be cast with remarkable speed and strength, yielding explosive results that were ideal for a duelist looking to gain an edge or for someone fighting for survival. However, this power boost came with a significant price. Users could expect a 5-hour period of complete magical depletion following the high, a temporary aura collapse that left them vulnerable. Some individuals experienced hallucinations, a side effect that, while rare, was not unheard of. Moreover, with repeated use, Surge Noir revealed its dangerously addictive nature. With each dose, the propensity for dependency increased, making the stakes ever higher for those who dared to dabble in its potent effects. Severus was well aware that the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, would never sanction the concoction he was crafting in the depths of his laboratory. The potion's very essence defied the conventional norms and stringent regulations upheld by the ICW. However, the intended recipients of his brew were not the bureaucratic members of any wizarding council. Instead, Severus was meticulously blending the rare and potent ingredients for a purpose that was far more strategic and personal. He sought to create a form of leverage, a commodity of such immense influence that it could sway the machinations of even the most formidable players in the wizarding world. This leverage was not meant for the faint-hearted or the rule-abiders. It was destined for an alliance with an entity that operated in the shadows, an empire built on whispered deals and veiled threats, the Zabini family. The Zabinis were not bound by the same ethical constraints that limited others. Their currency was not gold but secrets, not wealth but wielding control in its most unadulterated form. Severus knew that to engage with the Zabini family, he needed something extraordinary, something that resonated with their unique appreciation for the darkly powerful. And so, he toiled, pouring his darkest knowledge and skill into the cauldron, creating a potion that embodied exclusivity and raw power. This was no ordinary potion, it was a distillation of ambition, a liquid testament to the pursuit of influence beyond measure, the kind of power that one couldn't simply purchase off the shelves of Diagon Alley or any apothecary's shop. It was a power that had to be earned, a power that could alter the balance of magic itself. The breakthrough had come almost by chance. During the course of Trial 73, an unexpected anomaly had been detected within the intricate tapestry of magical energies emanating from the Soul Forge. It was not a wild or unruly disturbance, but rather a subtle aberration that whispered of something amiss. Not erratic or chaotic. Just, inherently wrong. After 3 consecutive nights without sleep, fueled by an unyielding drive to comprehend the anomaly, the potion master had finally pinpointed the source of the disturbance, malacrit resin. This was an extract derived from a rare and obscure plant, one that was seldom considered in conventional potioneering recipes and was widely regarded as safe in measured doses. In fact, it was typically categorized as harmless, until it wasn't. Severus, with his keen intuition and relentless pursuit of understanding, had unearthed the resin's darker truth. Continuous contact with malacrit resin led to an insidious form of magical addiction. The revelation was both startling and unsettling. Compelled by this discovery, he embarked on a series of meticulous comparison tests. The findings were clear and undeniable. When the resin was absent from the potion's composition, the resulting concoction remained pure and untainted. However, when the resin was introduced, even in trace amounts, a pattern of addictive behavior emerged consistently across 10 separate trials involving laboratory rats. Armed with this new knowledge, he made a decisive choice regarding the formulation of Vigorum Draft. The resin was promptly excised from the potion's ingredients. The outcome of this alteration was nothing short of remarkable. Vigorum Draft retained its potency and its ability to invigorate and sharpen the senses, but it no longer carried the shadow of compulsion. Conversely, the resin's presence was deliberately maintained within the formula for Surge Noir. This decision was intentional and strategic. Surge Noir was never intended to be pure or benign. It was crafted with a different purpose in mind, to beguile, to lure, to ensnare the senses with its alluring promise of power and euphoria. Once he had successfully isolated the resin, a new and unsettling inquiry presented itself to Severus. Could the phenomenon of addiction be harnessed and weaponized? Could the ethereal realm of magic be manipulated to give rise to the next clandestine empire, casting its shadow over the black market? Severus was well aware that mundane narcotics, derived from the Muggle world, combusted far too rapidly within the crucible of a magical person's aura. The inherent purifying nature of a wizard's or witch's essence would swiftly obliterate the intoxicating effects, rendering such substances virtually ineffective. Yet, a tantalizing question lingered in his mind: what if the substance in question was imbued with magic itself? What if it were meticulously crafted to circumvent the natural cleansing properties of a magical aura, adhering to it like a shadow to its form? With a methodical precision that was characteristic of his work, Severus embarked on a series of alchemical endeavors. He began by infusing the resin with minute threads of magic, drawing upon dormant enchantments extracted from stabilizer spells and the intricate latticework of elixir binders. These became the dormant carriers, vessels for his grand design. The initial attempts were less than fruitful, a series of disappointments that would have deterred a lesser mind. Yet, perseverance was etched into Severus's very core. It was this unwavering resolve that carried him through to trial 12. On that particular occasion, as he observed the subject, a rat, there was an unexpected manifestation. The creature, in a state of unprecedented repose, began to emit a low, contented purr. This was no mere surge of magic, but rather, a profound state of enchantment. The rat had succumbed to what could only be described as magical bliss, a euphoria born of the very essence that coursed through the veins of the magical world. Severus stood back, his eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions, triumph, trepidation, and a grim acknowledgement of the Pandora's box he had just opened. The creature's aura undulated with a serene rhythm, each pulse a testament to its profound contentment. There were no erratic bursts of energy, no uncontrolled twitching, only a smooth, steady emanation of pure euphoria. This sight filled Severus with a cautious optimism. As Severus proceeded to carefully dilute the substance, his hands steady and precise, he watched with bated breath. The results were nothing short of miraculous. The squib-born mice, typically impervious to most magical treatments, responded with a surprising vitality. Their little bodies, often unyielding to the charms and potions that worked on their fully magical counterparts, now thrived under the influence of the diluted elixir. But the true test came with the magically resistant ones, those mice whose lineage had rendered them all but impervious to enchantment. Even these stubborn subjects succumbed to the potion's effects, their health and vigor undeniably improved. It was unmistakable, the concoction was working, and with an efficacy that far exceeded Severus's expectations. Yet, as the realization dawned upon him, a cold tendril of dread coiled in his gut. The potion's reach extended beyond the realm of magic. It had shown an alarming capability to influence non-magical systems as well. In minuscule doses, it had the potential to be subtly integrated into mundane medicine, offering solutions to problems that had long plagued the Muggle world. The implications of this discovery were staggering. Such a substance, in the wrong hands, could blur the lines between the magical and non-magical realms in ways that were unprecedented and, perhaps, dangerous. It could be sold to Muggles, marketed as a panacea for all manner of ailments. The thought sent a shiver down Severus's spine. It was a breakthrough, yes, but one that carried with it the weight of untold consequences. Severus gazed intently at the parchment before him, his eyes tracing over the meticulous notes that charted his recent scientific triumphs. A sense of profound gravity settled upon him as he considered the magnitude of his discoveries. The Vigorum Draught, a potion of unparalleled restorative power, was ready for the world's stage. Its potential to revolutionize healing was matched only by its capacity to disrupt the delicate balance of power that had long governed magical societies. Concealed within the shadows, the Surge Noir awaited. Its potency was reserved for those who prowled the night, the clandestine operatives who thrived in darkness. The very mention of its name would soon send ripples of fear through the ranks of the uninitiated. Yet, there remained the enigmatic third creation, a magical narcotic of untold strength, unnamed and brimming with the promise of either transcendence or damnation. Its secrets beckoned, a silent siren call that seemed to echo from the very parchment on which its properties were inscribed. With the utmost care, Severus etched blood-locked runes beside each entry, a testament to the gravitas of his work. The arcane symbols shimmered briefly before sinking into the paper, leaving behind an invisible seal that would deter all but the most determined, or the most deserving. This was no mere academic pursuit. The research that had consumed him for countless hours had metamorphosed into something far more intricate and perilous. It was a high-stakes venture, a covert enterprise that threaded the needle between alchemy and arms dealing. As he stood, Severus Shafik understood that he was no longer merely a potion master or a scholar. He had become a key player in a burgeoning conflict, a clandestine war waged in the shadows of the magical world. And at the heart of this maelstrom, Severus alone held the reins to three of the most potent weapons ever conceived. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 59, Chapter 56, Veins of Influence. The cauldron in the corner, once a bubbling vat of alchemical transformation, now stood silent and cold. Its precious contents had been carefully transferred into an array of crystal vials, each stoppered with a tight cork, and labeled with a flourish of elegant script that spoke of the meticulous precision involved in the process. The true labor of Severus's endeavor, however, was not the brewing of the potion, that was merely the beginning, it was the thorough and exhaustive documentation that followed. Severus found himself ensconced in the dim glow of a single candle, seated at the imposing oak desk in Professor Langford's private sanctum of magical creation. His quill danced across the parchment, the black ink leaving a trail of crisp, meticulous notes that would form the final draft of his Vigorum Draught dossier. Not a single word was misplaced, each sentence was crafted with the same care and attention that he had devoted to the potion itself. Every assertion about the Vigorum Draught's efficacy was substantiated with irrefutable evidence, reams of data from the Soul Forge's arcane energy readings, precise mana fluctuation charts, and detailed analyses of resilience and reflex response times, all meticulously gathered during rigorous trials with primate subjects. In his commitment to thoroughness, Snape had even included exhaustive comparative data, pitting the Vigorum Draught against the standard stimulant potions of the day. The results were clear and undeniable. The Vigorum Draught surpassed its predecessors in every conceivable metric: potency, stability, and crucially, safety, making it a superior option for those in need of its restorative properties. In his detailed proposal, Severus meticulously delineated the potion's myriad of practical applications. He envisioned it as a tool for aurors and hit wizards, those valiant protectors of the magical world who frequently found themselves in perilous confrontations. For these brave souls, the potion offered a much-needed advantage in brief but intense skirmishes, where the slightest edge could mean the difference between victory and defeat, or even life and death. Moreover, the document highlighted the potion's relevance to the realm of competitive dueling. In the high-stakes arena where dueling professionals hone their craft, the potion's ability to enhance magical precision during crucial moments could be the deciding factor in a match's outcome. It was not merely about power, it was about the precise control and execution of spells under pressure. The potion's appeal extended to the world of magical sports, where athletes sought to push the boundaries of physical and magical prowess. In regulated athletic competitions, participants were constantly in search of legal methods to improve their performance without risking disqualification for using corrupting substances. The Vigorum draft promised to be a beacon of hope for these sportsmen, offering an edge that was both effective and permissible under the strict guidelines of the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW. The entire document was a testament to the potion's legitimacy, composed with a clinical tone that conveyed elegance and legal soundness. It was clear that the author had gone to great lengths to ensure that every aspect of the potion's use was beyond reproach. Notably absent from the document was any mention of the infamous Surge Noir. There was no allusion to the specter of dependency that loomed over many performance-enhancing concoctions. The omission was deliberate, for the Vigorum draft was presented as a paragon of purity, meticulously refined to meet the rigorous standards of the ICW. It was portrayed as an exemplar of magical innovation. The Vigorum draft was, in essence, the gold standard. Langford stood silently behind Severus, her arms crossed in a posture of assessment, her gaze intense as she read over his shoulder. The faint glow of the room's magical lamps cast a warm light on the parchment, illuminating the tightly packed rows of text that represented hours of Severus's meticulous work. As she perused his writing, a subtle smile of approval played upon her lips, hinting at a sense of quiet pride in his accomplishments. When Severus completed his review and slid the heavy parchment toward Langford, she took a moment to nod slowly, her eyes never leaving the page. "This reads," she finally said, her voice carrying an undertone of genuine admiration, like it came from someone with a potion's mastery, not a mere school laboratory. She reviewed the document once more, her eyes scanning each line with the precision of a master reader. No questions passed her lips, none were necessary. The quality of the work spoke for itself. Finally, with a ceremonial air, Langford raised her wand and pressed its tip to the scroll's header. A brilliant blue flame, the official seal of the International Confederation of Wizards, flared once before dying down, leaving behind an intricate sigil that pulsed with magic. Severus, who had been holding his breath in anticipation, felt a wave of relief wash over him as the seal set. "It will be sent out within the hour," Langford confirmed, her tone carrying the weight of the occasion. "If all goes smoothly, your certification will be finalized just in time for the Vienna Potions and Alchemy Summit." Severus responded with a slight, but meaningful nod, acknowledging the significance of her words. The summit was a prestigious event, and to have his certification confirmed before such a gathering would be a remarkable achievement, a testament to his skill and dedication to the art of potion making. Severus stood motionless, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and plans. It was not pride that swelled within his chest, but an unwavering sense of purpose. His focus was sharp, as keen as the edge of a finely honed blade, for he had set the first piece of a grand and intricate puzzle into play. This was the piece that the world would marvel at, a spectacle destined to capture attention and awe in equal measure. Yet, as the first piece danced in the limelight, Severus was acutely aware of the second piece, a shadowy counterpart yet to be revealed. This second element remained shrouded in secrecy, concealed within the enveloping darkness, waiting for its moment to emerge. It was this piece that held the true power, the silent sentinel that would shape the outcome of Severus's grand design. The contrast between the two pieces was striking. One basked in the glow of public admiration, while the other lay hidden, its potential untapped. Severus knew that the success of his elaborate scheme hinged on the careful orchestration of both the seen and the unseen. As he stood there, the silence of the room was a testament to the quiet before the storm, a calm that belied the tempest of change he was about to unleash. The second piece would not remain buried forever, its time would come, and with it, the world as they knew it would alter irrevocably. The lead-lined box, an unassuming receptacle of dark potential, rested squarely on the polished mahogany surface of his desk. It was engraved with an intricate array of runes, each one carefully carved and imbued with protective enchantments. Around it flickered a constellation of misdirection charms, so dense and potent that even a seasoned Gringotts cursebreaker would hesitate to tamper with its contents. Within this fortified container lay Surge Noir, a substance so potent and volatile that it was known only to a select few. The tablet form of Surge Noir was particularly pure, a distillation of its raw power into a compact and deceptively innocuous form. It was dangerous, capable of unimaginable destruction, and yet, paradoxically, it was untraceable, leaving no signature or trail for those who might seek to track its use or origins. He had kept its existence a closely guarded secret, a burden he bore alone. Not even his most trusted confidants, Langford with his keen intellect, Aurora with her piercing intuition, or Arcturus with his unyielding loyalty, had been made aware of the tablet's presence in his possession. The weight of this secret was heavy, yet he knew the risks of sharing such knowledge. Despite his precautions and the elaborate security measures he had employed, he was not blinded by hubris. He understood all too well that the path he had chosen was fraught with peril, and that the best-laid plans could unravel in the face of the unexpected. And so, driven by a prudence born of experience and foresight, he had prepared a failsafe. This contingency was his final line of defense, a mechanism designed to neutralize the threat of surge noir, should it ever slip the bonds of his control. It was a precaution that afforded him a measure of comfort, a silent sentinel standing watch against the darkness that lay, quiescent for now, within the lead-line box. Severus, with a furrowed brow and a set jaw, retrieved a pristine parchment from his desk drawer. His hands moved with a deliberate precision as he unscrewed the cap of his inkwell and dipped the sharpened tip of his quill into the dark, viscous fluid. With a deep breath, he began to etch out not just the intricate formula he had so painstakingly developed, but also the underlying theory that supported it. He chronicled the results of his extensive testing, enumerating each warning sign and detailing the addictive profiles he had identified. He did not shy away from exposing the disturbing potential for the substance's refinement into a potent narcotic. Each word was penned in a complex coded shorthand, a language that intertwined the esoteric strands of alchemical Latin with ciphered Aramaic. Into this linguistic tapestry, he wove personal sigils known only to his uncle, Arcturus Prince. His handwriting was meticulous, each character a cryptic piece of a puzzle only the intended recipient could solve. Upon completion, Severus meticulously folded the parchment into precise thirds, sealing it with a spell that would ensure its contents remained hidden from prying eyes. He then slipped the scroll into a sleek black envelope, its interior adorned with a series of blood-ink sigils that pulsed with a silent, arcane energy. But his task was not yet done. Severus reached for another piece of parchment, his expression hardening. With brisk strokes, he composed a second letter. This one was stark in its brevity and maddeningly ambiguous. Should I meet an untimely end or be unnaturally silenced, you must seek out the Shafik vault, he wrote with urgency. Navigate to subsection 9, and proceed beyond the second auric rune. It is there, in the concealing darkness, that the true nature of the weapon lies concealed. He had taken every precaution, and now it was time to ensure the package's safe delivery. With a sense of finality, he handed the envelope to a delivery elf known for her discretion and impartiality, an elf who, unbeknownst to many, was indebted to Arcturus for a past deed. The envelope bore no return address, and its origin was obscured, leaving no traceable path back to its sender. These measures were not born of paranoia but of a keen understanding of the stakes involved. Should the contents of that envelope, codenamed Surge Noir, ever come to light, it would be no mere twist of fate. The revelation would be catastrophic, and so, every possible safeguard had been meticulously employed. The nights extended, casting longer shadows, while the days became increasingly constricted. Amid the flurry of preparations for his upcoming time in Vienna and the pressures of his final academic evaluations, Severus found solace in the familiar confines of his laboratory. Here, he dedicated himself to the refinement of a magical narcotic variant, a potion that promised both ecstasy and enhanced power without the perilous consequence of total magical depletion. In the quietude of his workspace, Severus meticulously calibrated the core stabilizers, striving to mitigate the potion's debilitating aftereffects. His aim was to craft a formula that would grant the user an elevated state of euphoria and strength without the inevitable crash that left one's magical reserves drained. His experimental subjects were the magically attuned squib mice, which proved invaluable in gauging the potency of his diluted concoctions. In a groundbreaking move, Severus expanded his research to include tests on tissue samples derived from muggles. This was uncharted territory, and yet, the results were undeniable. The potion, even in minute quantities, persisted within the non-magical subjects for prolonged periods. While a wizard's inherent magic would metabolize the substance more swiftly, Severus had devised methods to retard this process. Perfection of the potion was still on the horizon, requiring meticulous adjustments and further experimentation over the coming months. Nonetheless, Severus stood on the precipice of a monumental discovery. The proximity to success was palpable, and the prospect of halting his research was unthinkable. He was on the cusp of a breakthrough, and nothing would deter him from his path. Severus received a quiet letter from his uncle Arcturus, confirming that the Zabinis were sending a representative to Vienna, Lord Zabini's younger brother. Although known publicly as an investor in cosmetics, he was privately recognized as a skilled negotiator. This news significantly altered Severus's situation. Severus contemplated the letter for an extended period, his gaze eventually shifting to his reflection in the warded mirror. He possessed the elixir, the drug, and the tangible evidence of his genius. However, what he lacked was an opportunity to act, a crucial opening. Severus contemplated approaching Alessandro, considering the leverage their connection might provide. Yet, the very notion gnawed at him, for Alessandro was more than a mere acquaintance, he was a true friend. The idea of exploiting their bond felt like a betrayal, a manipulation of trust that left Severus with a sense of guilt. He couldn't shake the fear that Alessandro might interpret his actions as a long-standing scheme, a fear that gave Severus momentary hesitation. The possibility that his friend might suspect an ulterior motive from the outset was too much for Severus to bear. This concern caused him to deliberate far longer than he intended. Ultimately, Severus resolved to refrain from reaching out for the time being. He would instead travel to Vienna with all his preparations in order. If fate presented an opportunity to involve Alessandro, he would be poised to act. However, until such a moment arose, Alessandro would remain beyond the reach of Severus's current predicament, unapproached, unsullied, and, most importantly, still a friend. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 60, Chapter 57, Echoes and Algorithms. The silver ink had barely had time to set on Severus's latest set of notes for the Serge Noir when a realization hit him with an unexpected subtlety. It was as if a quiet whisper had passed through the room, carrying with it a sense of urgency that was at odds with the tranquil setting of his workspace. 3 original potions, he murmured to himself, the words punctuating the silence of the room. One certified by the International Confederation of Wizards. Another is already submitted for the ICW review, another illegal potion is completed and ready. And then there's the magical narcotic, still in the early stages of development. His hand, accustomed to the fluid dance of his quill, halted abruptly, the tip of the feather suspended just above the parchment. A flicker of unease crossed his features as he tried to grasp at the elusive thought that seemed to flit just beyond his mental reach. Then, with a clarity that was as startling as it was abrupt, a single word echoed in his mind: wait. He blinked, the action serving to underscore the stillness that had enveloped him. Gently, he lowered the quill, setting it down with deliberate precision. There was something he was overlooking, a detail of significance that lay hidden beneath the layers of his recent endeavors. It wasn't about the potions. It transcended the meticulous craft he had honed over the years. It was about him. The realization dawned on him that he had not been in contact with the system. The damned system, the intricate network of information and protocol that had once been a cornerstone of his existence, for months. Since his arrival at Ilvermorny, the renowned North American school of witchcraft and wizardry, his life had been a whirlwind of activity. So much had transpired, so many challenges had been faced and overcome, that he had neglected to maintain his connection to that which had once been so integral to his identity. His thoughts, once tethered to the expectations and demands of others, had finally become his own. His goals, ambitions, and methods were now deeply rooted in who he was at this moment, a man transformed, not who he had been in the past. Eva, he murmured, his voice resonating in the stillness of his workspace, his eyes narrowing in concentration. For a moment, the room remained silent, as if the very air were holding its breath. Then. System online. About damn time, boss. A sudden pulse of bright, electric blue glyphs flared into existence before his eyes, dancing and flickering as if projected from the ether itself. 3 potions, huh? You forget about me for 4 months, then come crawling back like a toxic ex-bold of you, I must say. Severus rolled his eyes, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth despite himself. You could have said something, he chided, his tone carrying a note of mock severity. Oh, I don't initiate conversation. You talk, I answer. This is a reactive AI, not your personal magical secretary. You want a notification system? That's a paid DLC, love. He nearly succumbed to the urge to snort at the AI's cheeky retort. The sarcasm was almost endearing, a reminder of the unique bond they shared. There it was, the sass, the impertinence, the subtle humor that he hadn't realized he'd missed during their time apart. It was as if an old friend had returned, banter and all. The AI's personality, so meticulously crafted, was a stark contrast to the cold, impersonal assistants he had interacted with in the past. It was this connection, this familiarity, that made the AI not just a tool, but a companion in his solitary endeavors. How long have you been listening? Since you began the intricate process of fermenting dragon fern during the 3rd week of the rejuvenation trials, I have been attentively observing. Your dedication to the craft is commendable, truly impressive work. I must confess, I was inclined to offer my insights earlier, yet it seemed you had relegated me to the realm of fantasy rather than recognizing my potential as a valuable ally. Severus, feeling the weight of his oversight, sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose in a gesture that betrayed his frustration. Fine. I acknowledge your usefulness, he conceded, the words laced with a hint of begrudging respect. Retroactively, if that satisfies your protocol. A digital whisper, almost playful, echoed in the space between them. Wow. Be still, my synthetic heart. Now then, let's discuss the matter of rewards. As if on cue, bright, luminescent text began to scroll before Severus's eyes, detailing potential compensations for the AI's proven contributions. System reward summary, milestone unlocked. Congratulations on reaching a significant milestone in your alchemical endeavors. Your contributions to the arcane community are notable. 1. The successful submission of your first original potion to the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, the Rejuvenation Elixir. This potion is known for its restorative properties, and your formulation has been recognized as a valuable addition to the realm of healing magic. 2. Your pioneering spirit has led to the creation of a legal advanced stimulant, the Vigorum Draft. Currently under review by the ICW, this concoction promises to enhance physical prowess and mental acuity. Its potential to benefit the magical populace is vast, and the anticipation for its approval is high. 3. In the realm of shadow and innovation, you have crafted an experimental black market formula known as Surge Noir. While its effects are shrouded in mystery, the power it holds is undeniable. This draft represents the cutting edge of magical experimentation, and its creation speaks to your boldness and creativity. Rewards issued. 1. Skill Boost, Silver Tongue, Negotiation plus 10%. This enhancement is a game changer for those who find themselves in high-stakes negotiations with the affluent. With Silver Tongue, you'll be able to maintain a gracious demeanor while deftly maneuvering conversations to your advantage. The result? A charming smile as you secure wealth that might otherwise have slipped through your fingers. 2. Inventory Expansion, Rare Alchemical Set, Dark Market Edition. This exclusive collection is a treasure trove for the alchemist seeking to delve into the realm of narcotic concoctions. It contains a variety of exotic components, such as crystallized marrow root, known for its potent properties in sustaining mana levels. This ingredient is a staple for any serious practitioner. Dream Vine Resin, a key element for amplifying the euphoric sensations of any potion, ensuring the desired effects are not only felt but remembered. Black Phoenix Ash, as a premium stabilizing agent, this rare ash is essential for crafting potions with extended durations, maintaining the peak of their potency for hours on end. 3. Knowledge Boost, Illicit Brewing, Theory Only. The acquisition of this forbidden knowledge grants you an insider's view into the clandestine techniques employed by the most elusive brewers across the mystical landscapes of Europe and Asia. The information contained within this unlocked access point isn't just about the creation of these illicit brews, it also encompasses sophisticated methods to evade detection by the most arcane of magical wards, ensuring your activities remain covert. Additionally, you'll learn the intricacies of aura decay mitigation, preserving both the potency and secrecy of your creations over time. Severus released a long, measured breath, his gaze fixed on the luminous runes as they danced before his eyes, eventually sinking into the depths of his mind. The familiar symbol swirled and mingled with his thoughts, becoming one with his understanding. His fingers, initially betraying a hint of impatience with a solitary twitch, now rested motionless against the cool surface of the table. This was indeed useful. Each reward seemed meticulously crafted to facilitate his subsequent actions, as if the very fabric of the system was woven in anticipation of his needs. You always this helpful. Severus grumbled under his breath, the words carrying a trace of begrudging acknowledgement. Only when you're not being a sulky genius with control issues. You might be a prodigy, but I'm the reason you're not still crying over garlic and bone slung. I don't cry, Severus retorted, the denial automatic, almost reflexive. Sure. And Murtlap doesn't sting. A wry smile tugged at the corners of Severus's mouth, though he fought to suppress it. You're sassier than I remember, he conceded, his voice laced with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. Maybe you're just less uptight than you used to be. The system responded with a brief flicker, a subtle dimming that hinted at a momentary disruption, a hiccup in its steady rhythm. It was an anomaly that did not escape Severus's notice, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly as he contemplated the implications of this unexpected behavior. Then, speaking of which, his attention was drawn by the echo of a familiar voice. Your memory decay has begun. The words were icy fingers trailing down his spine. What? Severus's voice was a mere whisper, his mind racing to compare the weight of the situation. Don't panic. This was always going to happen. You've been here too long. Who am I kidding? He muttered under his breath, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. The reality was sinking in, and with it came a tidal wave of apprehension. You're Severus Shafik now. Your soul, your core, your aura, they're adapting to this world. George's memories weren't permanent, they were layered into your consciousness during rebirth. Useful, but not meant to last forever. The revelation hit Severus like a sledgehammer. George's memories, once crisp and defining, were fading like the last rays of a setting sun. His identity was a palimpsest, overwritten by time and circumstance. Severus's stomach twisted into knots. He raked through the recesses of his mind, searching for the familiar, the comforting vision of his parents' house in London, the bitter taste of burnt instant coffee, the satisfaction derived from his work as a content creator. Yet, these once clear images were now shrouded in mist, their outlines barely discernible, racing at the edge of his consciousness like an elusive dream. The transformation was undeniable. His very essence was slipping into something new, something peculiar to this world that had, until now, been a silent observer to his internal odyssey. Severus Shafik, once a vessel of layered realities, was now adrift in a sea of uncertainty, his anchor lines to the past slowly being severed by the relentless tides of this new world. He remembered being George, but the recollection was vague, more a silhouette than a portrait. The specifics eluded him, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. He was left with mere impressions, a fleeting sense of what George was like, the essence of his character, but not the intricate tapestry of his experiences. Not the fine details that gave his life its unique texture and color. I didn't notice, he whispered to himself, a soft acknowledgement of his own inattention. The truth was, he hadn't needed to notice. That was the nature of memory, it faded silently, steadily, much like the way fog dissipates from a windowpane, gradually revealing the clear glass beneath. It was a quiet departure, one that often went unnoticed until the clarity of what once was had vanished completely. Because you didn't need to. That's how memory fades. Quietly. Like fog leaving glass. Severus found his gaze drawn to his hands, which rested quietly in his lap. They were still, devoid of any tremor that might betray fear or uncertainty. He felt neither of those emotions. Yet, as he studied the lines and contours of his palms, he couldn't shake a peculiar emptiness, a sense of absence. It was as if he had been holding onto something unawares, an unseen weight, and only now did he recognize its presence by its sudden absence. He was haunted by the realization that he had let go of something that was once a part of him, something that belonged to George, and it left him with a newfound hollowness, an unexpected void in his soul. "Will I forget everything?" he asked, a tremor of uncertainty in his voice. "The essence of what you've learned, the core of your being, that will not vanish. The knowledge you've gained, the instincts you've honed, they are etched into the very fabric of your soul. Yet, the specifics of the men you once were, the vivid recollections that dance through your mind, they will gently recede, like the tide withdrawing from the shore. They will become the stuff of legends, tales told by firesides, a guiding dream that once offered wisdom, but no longer tethers you to the past." He fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze fixed on a spot only he could see. The minutes stretched out, as if reluctant to intrude upon his reverie. Then, with a quiet acquiescence, he nodded, a decision settling within him. "Good," he uttered, the single word carrying the weight of resolution. George served his purpose. His eyes lifted to meet the gaze of his reflection in the mirror across from him. There, he saw not the face of the man he had been, but the visage of a boy imbued with the wisdom of ages. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 61, Chapter 58, A Seal of Power. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the stillness of the morning was broken by the soft whoosh of wings. An owl, dignified and bearing the insignia of the International Confederation of Wizards, alighted with practiced precision on the balcony perch outside Severus Snape's quarters. With a single, authoritative tap of its beak against the glass, it announced its presence and the importance of its mission. Severus, clad in his customary dark robe, approached the balcony doors with an air of resigned anticipation. He had been waiting for this moment, bracing himself for the inevitability of the message the owl carried. Without uttering a sound, he reached out and accepted the scroll, his fingers briefly brushing against the bird's feathers in a silent acknowledgement of its service. The ICW seal, a mark of formidable significance, seemed to stare back at him, its intricate design a testament to the weight of the words it guarded. Severus's keen eyes noted the seal's unbroken surface, a thin layer of wax that promised news of consequence. With a deliberate motion, he broke the seal, the sound a soft crack in the quiet room. The parchment unfurled before him, revealing rows of carefully scripted text. His gaze moved over the words, each one carrying the gravity of impending change. Though he had anticipated the message, seeing it in black and white lent a stark reality to the situation. Severus stood there for a moment, allowing the information to settle in his mind. The news was as he had expected, but reading it confirmed in a way that mere anticipation could not. With the scroll still in hand, he turned from the balcony, the dawnlight casting long shadows across the room, an apt reflection of the challenges that lay ahead. Final review, completed. Potion classification, combat grade magical stimulant. Proprietary formula, registered under Severus Snape, Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. ICW code reference, V014/DS, Vicarum Draft. Severus remained motionless, the nascent rays of the sun casting a luminous sheen upon the parchment's edge. The revelation of a second potion, another triumph of his alchemical prowess, hung in the air. This was no mere stroke of luck, no random spark of brilliance. It was the product of meticulous planning, precision, and a mastery of arcane arts that few could claim. The success was undeniable, a tangible affirmation of his skill. It was a testament to his dedication, a clear demonstration that his previous accomplishment was no anomaly. This was the result of intent, craftsmanship, and strategic foresight. The potion had not been offered for the mere accolades or the glory of recognition. Its submission to the International Confederation of Wizards was a calculated move, a play for something far more valuable, influence. And with the receipt of this confirmation, Severus had indeed secured the leverage he desired. With a sense of satisfaction, he carefully rolled the parchment into a tight cylinder, then placed it within a scroll tube engraved with protective runes. He sealed the tube with his personal sigil, a series of complex, interwoven symbols that represented his identity and authority as a master potioneer. The timing could not have been more fortuitous. The upcoming conference in Vienna was but a week away. This development was not just opportune, it was perfect. With this new potion in his arsenal, Severus was poised to navigate the intricate political landscape that awaited him, ready to exert his newfound power at the most advantageous moment. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, reaching its zenith and casting a brilliant light over the land, the bustling city awoke to a revelation that sent ripples through the wizarding world. Newsrooms buzzed with frenetic energy, reporters tripping over themselves to break the story that was about to redefine the landscape of magical innovation. The Daily Prophet, the preeminent source of news for the British wizarding community, was no exception to the fervor. The editor-in-chief, with a shrewd eye for impactful headlines, had no doubt about the significance of the morning's events. With a flourish of his quill, he inscribed a headline that was both laudatory and provocative, designed to capture the attention of every reader. Severus Snape earned second ICW patent, youngest dual inventor in a century. The words leapt from the page, resonating with a mix of admiration and bitter envy. For the success of Severus Snape, an alumnus of Ilvermorny and a potioneer who had not been groomed within the storied halls of Hogwarts or inducted into the ranks of the Potioneers' Guild, was a narrative that challenged the established order. Beneath the bold-faced type, the article unfolded, its prose laden with a subtext that was as sharp as it was insidious. The author, a seasoned journalist with a penchant for political intrigue, wove a tale that was ostensibly one of triumph but hinted at the undercurrents of change that threatened the status quo. What does it mean for Britain when a Snape heir, untrained by Hogwarts and unaffiliated with the Potioneers' Guild, secures not one but two international patents under ICW review? The article mused. The question hung in the air, a silent challenge to the traditional bastions of magical education and innovation. The implications were clear, with Severus Snape's latest achievement, Ilvermorny, the North American school of witchcraft and wizardry, was being cast in a new light. Was it possible that this institution, long seen as the Plumbler of the wizarding world, was now outshining the venerable Hogwarts in the realm of potioneering? The very notion seemed to unravel the tightly woven tapestry of tradition that had long defined magical hierarchy. Across the Atlantic, the news of Severus Snape's latest achievement was met with a mix of intrigue and blatant admiration by the international press. European publications, in particular, showcased a keen interest in the young potioneer's groundbreaking work. La Gazette Magique, the authoritative voice of the French magical community, heralded Severus as a rising alchemical strategist, a title that spoke of his cunning and forward-thinking approach to the art of potion-making. The French, renowned for their own contributions to magical theory and practice, seldom bestowed such a title without considerable deliberation. Meanwhile, the Moscow Arcanum, with its reputation for no-nonsense reporting on magical advancements, described the Vigorum draft as the most combat-ready stimulant of the decade. This accolade was not given lightly. The Russians were known for their rigorous standards and pragmatic assessment of a potion's practical applications in the field. The recognition underscored the tactical edge that Severus's potion could provide in dueling situations, elevating its status among the global wizarding community. From the sun-drenched shores of Brazil came the curious and probing question from Fidacero Journal: who is Severus Snape, and why is everyone trying to court him? This direct inquiry reflected the broader sentiment that was beginning to take root across the world. The mysterious potioneer, who had emerged from the relative obscurity of Ilvermorny, was now at the center of a whirlwind of attention, his talents and innovations stirring the waters of traditional power structures within the wizarding world. The question on everyone's lips was not just about his inventions but also about the man himself, as magical societies and institutions vied to align with his burgeoning influence and potential. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the room, Severus Snape sat in quiet contemplation before the enchanted mirror in his private chamber. His posture was composed, his hands folded neatly in his lap, a picture of serenity belying the intensity of his thoughts. With a gentle flick of his wand, the glass surface began to shimmer and shift, its enchantments activating to reveal the image of Arcturus Prince. The wizard appeared as poised as ever, his gaze sharp, his demeanor one of mild amusement. "I take it the paperwork was satisfactory," Arcturus began, foregoing the pleasantries in favor of getting straight to the heart of the matter. Severus met his gaze with an unflinching stare. "The ICW made it official this morning. The Vigorum draft has been recognized." Arcturus's lips curled into a thin, knowing smile. "And just in time for Vienna. How very characteristic of you, Severus." Their conversation, conducted in hushed tones, was shielded by the robust wards Severus had cast around the mirror. These were no ordinary protections, they were reinforced with multiple layers of rune-anchored spells, ensuring their discussion remained confidential. Severus, ever direct, steered the conversation toward his true intent. "Zabini's representative, his younger brother, will be attending the summit. I plan to extend an offer to him." Arcturus raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "And what might that be?" With a calm and steady voice, Severus articulated his strategy. "To discuss the terms of a potential sale of the Vigorum draft. With the ICW's endorsement, the value of the potion is undeniable. It's time to leverage that value to its fullest extent. Arcturus nodded, understanding the implications of such a move. Indeed, the summit will be a most interesting event. I want to offer exclusivity, Severus elaborated, his voice steady and resolute. A comprehensive manufacturing and distribution contract. We're talking about legal sales of the Vigorum draft on a scale that could reshape the market. And that's just the beginning. I'm proposing optional research extensions, which could lead to further breakthroughs in the field of potioneering. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle in the air. Arcturus's eyes, sharp and discerning, narrowed further, a glint of intrigue flickering within their depths. And what of the other? He inquired cautiously, the implication hanging unspoken between them. Severus met his gaze unwaveringly, a hint of a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Surge Noir, he confirmed with a slight, affirmative nod. A controlled-use version, far more potent than its counterpart. It's black market ready, undocumented, and crafted for the most discerning of clientele. They'll recognize its value immediately. A protracted silence enveloped the room as the gravity of the proposal took hold. The implications were vast, the potential for both profit and peril abundantly clear. Finally, Arcturus broke the silence, his tone measured and thoughtful. Do you plan to approach them directly at the summit? He asked, the question carrying layers of strategic contemplation. Severus paused, his brow furrowed in thought as he considered his options. I'm leaning towards using Alessandro as a means to open negotiations, he said, his voice carrying a weight of contemplation. Yet, he's more than a mere acquaintance. He's a friend. I wouldn't want him to harbor suspicions that I've been manipulating him. Arcturus, with his signature air of stoicism, offered a measured response. In that case, it would be prudent to delineate the personal from the professional. Tend to the business aspects independently. It's far more strategic to keep business transactions unclouded by personal feelings. Severus acknowledged the wisdom in Arcturus's words with a slow, deliberate nod. And in the event they entertain our proposition, should they express interest, we'll proceed to the bargaining table. I've taken the initiative to outline a set of provisional patents and clauses ensuring exclusivity. The Zabinis are pragmatic, they don't indulge in emotional considerations, but they do hold boldness in high regard. Present them with an enticing offer, but ensure they're acutely aware of who holds the upper hand. A ghost of a smile played on Severus's lips. You've always had a penchant for colorful language. Arcturus's expression remained impassive, save for the slight arch of an eyebrow. Colorful or not, the language of power is one that demands clarity. Particularly when one is dealing with those who can sense weakness like predators scenting blood. As their conversation reached its crescendo, the surface of the mirror in the room rippled once, then plunged into an abyss of darkness, signaling the end of their visible exchange. Severus leaned back in his chair, his eyes surveying the dimly lit room where the light of runes glinted off the sealed vials of Vigorum draft. Each container was a testament to alchemical precision and power, and the rune light lent them an ethereal glow. The Surge Noir tablets, locked safely away in a reinforced case, held the essence of potent energy and healing, a stark contrast to the rugged nature of the Vigorum draft. In this moment of reflection, two potions vied for dominance in his lab. Offered the fortifying strength of Vigorum draft, promising resilience and vigor. The other, Surge Noir tablets, potentialized quick at its peak primal, uncaring, but bursting with untapped potency. The vials held more than just liquid, they were a testament to potentiality, each potion carrying within it a unique path and destination. The summit would indeed be akin to a chessboard. A game of strategy and intrigue, position and foresight. However, Severus was no mere pawn. He had no intention of being traded, sacrificed, or tucked away into obscurity. Instead, he planned to rewrite the game in his own cursive, a participant by default but a maestro at heart. Unlike the traditionalists, he understood that some rules were mere suggestions. He was here to play by a different set of regulations, his own. The Zabinis, the architects and purveyors of so many intricate bonzings, were about to be educated in the school of unorthodox instruction. There was an unspoken understanding within the community that contracts and allegiances were the gears turning the world around, but Severus was about to introduce a wild card into their equation. It wasn't just about the pieces at play, it was about the hand guiding them, and Severus planned the cunning and tenacity to steer the tide his way. In this grand stage full of crowns and contracts, Severus was the enigma. As shadows moved and conversations shifted the world's trajectory, Severus entered each scenario not merely as an outsider but as a creature shaped by more than the conventional edicts. There were crowns and there were fangs. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 62, Chapter 59, Shadows in Transit. The mirror flickered to life with a soft pulse of blue light, casting a faint glow across the room. Arcturus Prince appeared within the frame, his features revealing little, though a glimmer of approval danced in his piercing gaze. You're cutting it close, Arcturus said bluntly, his voice steady and unyielding. The summit is just days away, and every moment counts. Seated in his private study, surrounded by the rich scent of old books and parchment, Severus tapped a thick folder marked with bold letters, Zabini proposal, confidential. Closer than I'd like, but the numbers are finalized. So is the language, he replied, his brow furrowed in concentration. You've drafted a devil's bargain, Arcturus remarked, his tone tight with a mix of admiration and concern. Now let's ensure you don't end up paying for it. They spent the next hour meticulously refining the details of their agreement. Offer, the exclusive distribution rights for the Vigarum draft, available only in its legal form, for a substantial term of 10 years across both European and American markets. The Zabini family would fully provide the investment and create the necessary production infrastructure to support this venture. Clauses, the agreement stipulates strict regional exclusivity to protect their interests. A pricing model approved by the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, ensures compliance and market stability. Additionally, distribution will be overseen by an independent auditor, a suggestion made by Severus to mitigate potential concerns regarding transparency and accountability. Subtext, there lies a subtle implication of Severus's ongoing research, an enigmatic endeavor that remains ambiguous but hints at future offerings aimed at a more exclusive clientele, possibly enhancing their portfolio even further. Arcturus flicked his wand, making a subtle adjustment to a clause. We want to offer them a taste of what's possible, not a leash to bind them. The Zabinis are unresponsive to restrictions, unless, of course, they're the ones building the cages, reveling in their own control. Severus nodded in agreement, understanding the delicate nature of their negotiations. They'll inevitably try to leverage for more than what we're willing to offer. They always do, Arcturus replied, his tone laced with experience. He then reached for a separate sheet of parchment from a stack by his side, the crisp sound breaking the momentary silence. This is your target, he said, passing the intel dossier to Severus. Lorenzo Zabini, the younger brother of Lord Zabini, was the subject of their discussion. Although he held no official political title, he cleverly managed 4 of their international front companies, navigating the complexities of the market with ease. Charismatic and deeply ruthless, he had built a reputation for skillfully amassing leverage, much like avid collectors would seek out rare, prized books for their shelves. Smile when you speak to him, Arcturus advised, his tone measured and steady. But don't smile too broadly, he might interpret it as deceit. Severus took in the words, mentally cataloging every nuance, habits, affiliations, and hidden fears that could be exploited. Then he gathered his courage and asked the question that gnawed at him, do you think they suspect anything? Arcturus answered without a moment's pause, his voice low and resolute. They don't need proof, just the slightest suggestion of potential. Leaning in closer, the mirror flickered faintly, casting a ghostly light across their faces. They'll put you to the test, Arcturus continued, his gaze sharp. They'll dangle bait before you and offer gold-linked chains to entice you. Stay resolute and do not waver. Severus couldn't help but smirk, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. They're not the only predators in Vienna, you know. Arcturus grunted in approval, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards in satisfaction. Good. That means you're prepared. The homunculus lay motionless in the enchanted isolation ward, its humanoid form faintly pulsing with a semblance of artificial life. Constructed from a blend of stone, sinew, and intricate blood-imbued runes, it wasn't truly alive in the organic sense, but it radiated a potent magic. Sustained by a carefully calibrated core and an intricate network of simple sentient enchantments, it represented the closest Severus could come to a human test subject without stepping over ethical lines he wasn't yet prepared to blur. He had meticulously prepared the dose, ensuring every component was precisely measured. No aura boosters to amplify its effects. No spell enhancers to alter its potency. Just the pure essence of what he had painstakingly crafted, the first magical narcotic conceived not to empower the user, but to introduce them to a state of intoxicating euphoria. The moment the diluted vapor form of the drug infiltrated the homunculus's pseudo-respiratory system, a remarkable transformation took place. Its aura did not surge or expand but instead, almost imperceptibly, softened. The magical presence that typically manifested as mechanical and reactive began to smooth out, evolving into a sensation reminiscent of flowing liquid. For the first time, the homunculus experienced a sense of relaxation, its shoulders slumped in a release of tension, the intricate pulse glyphs adorning its frame slowed their frantic cadence, and its normally vigilant eyes, usually sharp and alert, fell into a dreamy half-lid, as if embracing a profound internal bliss that it had never known before. Severus activated the soul forge, its intricate mechanisms whirring to life as the ancient magic enveloped the chamber. The readings that emerged were extraordinary, far beyond what he had anticipated. The magical flow seemed to decelerate, but it did so in an even, rhythmic manner, creating a harmony that vibrated through the air. Emotional markers, which were typically flat and lifeless in constructs, exhibited a gentle spike, an indication of simulated euphoria that was both surprising and intriguing. Importantly, there was no spike in aggression, no unwanted power enhancements, and most reassuringly, no signs of instability in the system. It was clear, this was not a performance booster. Rather, it was something entirely different, a pleasure drug, promising an indulgent escape from the bleakness of reality. Designed for wizards, werewolves, and vampires, any magical being whose metabolism incinerated muggle narcotics like sugar and dragon fire. They burned through highs 5 times faster than muggles, leaving their bodies in a desperate search for stimulation, rejecting anything that numbed their senses. It was a relentless quest, and little in the muggle world ever satisfied their cravings. But this lingered like a whisper in the dark. A euphoric pulse threaded its way through the magical circuits of the homunculus, enveloping him with an intoxicating embrace, as soothing as a lullaby sung by the stars themselves. Severus leaned in closer to the soul-forged screen, a blend of excitement and trepidation coursing through him. His heart was quiet, steady, but his mind was razor-sharp, dissecting every detail in front of him. This works. It was no longer just a theory swirling in the chambers of his imagination. It was tangible, a real magical high, something unprecedented in the annals of potion-making and spellcraft, a groundbreaking discovery, the first of its kind. He stepped back, meticulously recording the dosage breakdown, noting the intricate patterns of the aura that shimmered like a mirage around the subjects, and tracking the duration. 15 minutes had passed before the inevitable decline set in. He observed mild shaking, the aura contracting slightly, but nothing life-threatening. Yet, lurking beneath the surface, a troubling question began to gnaw at him. Would this remain so pristine and controlled? He couldn't shake the memories of the rats in his lab, their small bodies trembling with anticipation. The monkeys were even more striking, their once lively antics devolved into frantic craving. It wasn't merely the strength the drug offered that captivated them, it was the soothing embrace of peace that drew them in like moths to a flame. He imagined the wizards, those powerful beings steeped in ancient knowledge, would likely succumb to a similar fate. Their motivations wouldn't stem from a thirst for dominion or strength. No, it would be for an escape, a desperate longing to break free from the burdens of their chaotic lives. That thought sent a chill down his spine, a visceral fear that caught him off guard. Because he understood temptation all too well. How many sleepless nights had he spent staring at the ceiling, longing for the silence to drown out his chaotic thoughts? Yearning for an unbroken stillness behind his weary eyes. And now, he had conjured the very thing that could deliver that peace. He turned away from the homunculus, which lay dozing against its restraints, its form seemingly at ease in the dim light of the laboratory. Severus's fingers clenched tightly at his side, the tension rippling through him like an electrical current. He couldn't allow this creation to exist in its current state. Not without the risk of unleashing a calamity upon the world. But he couldn't bury it either. The potential was staggering, a vast expanse of possibilities unfurling before him. A diluted version, tightly controlled and meticulously tested, could act as a magical sedative, a balm for the troubled minds and restless spirits. Sold legally, this formulation might have the capacity to replace the traditional calming drafts in trauma wards, offering a much-needed reprieve to those suffering from magical chaos. It could even provide vampires and werewolves a non-lethal method to regulate their volatile magical aggression, a compromise that allowed them to coexist with the rest of society. As for the full-strength version, that one belonged to the shadows, an illicit black market narcotic unlike anything ever conceived. It wouldn't kill, not immediately, it was crafted to ensnare the mind and bind the user in a web of dependency. With determined resolve, he picked up his quill and began writing 2 separate headers in his notebook. Magisensia, for the controlled, therapeutic version that whispered promises of healing and relief. Surge Noir X, WIP name, for the underground one, the real drug that thrived in the darkness. He would complete both. Because someone would undertake the task if he did not. Only he possessed the skill to construct them securely, to ensure that every element was meticulously crafted. He alone could transform compassion and ruthlessness into powerful tools, finding a delicate balance between the two. If the Zabinus were to witness his creations, they would not interpret it as a mere boy dabbling in alchemy. No, they would recognize the emergence of a formidable force, a new pillar rising within their vast empire. But that moment was not yet ripe. Perfection must be achieved first, it must blossom into something that radiated danger and intrigue. And it would be on his terms, dictated by his vision and intent. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 63, Chapter 60, Into the Lion's Den. The lab was enveloped in eerie stillness, the only sound echoing through the space was the low thrumming of enchanted containment runes humming along the walls, like the heartbeat of some ancient, mystical entity, pulsating with power and life. Severus Snape stood at the very center of this charged atmosphere, his gaze drifting over the meticulously arranged rows of labeled samples, sealed scrolls, and carefully warded cases that surrounded him. This moment represented the culmination of months spent in a self-imposed cocoon of solitude, months steeped in obsession, fervent research, and the heavy silence of focus. For projects lay before him. For weapons, each a manifestation of his tireless dedication. 3 stood firmly rooted in undeniable truths, while the last concealed an enigmatic secret. His first movement was toward the polished case, stamped with the insignia of the International Confederation of Wizards, which housed his rejuvenation elixir, his inaugural triumph. The case gleamed under the soft light of the lab, its elegance lay in its unpretentious simplicity, yet within its confines resided a potent blend of medical and aesthetic innovations. The elixir promised not only rejuvenation in a medical sense but also enhanced beauty, a duality now approved, legal, and poised for market entry. Then, to the second. Vigorum Draft. The silver-toned tonic shimmered faintly within its crystal phial, catching the light in a way that made it appear almost ethereal. It was his most precise creation to date, meticulously balanced, rigorously clinically tested, and officially certified just a week ago by the International Confederation of Wizards. 1 hour of heightened magical stamina. A controlled 2-hour crash, characterized by fatigue, manageable magical drain, and mild neurological dulling. Tailored specifically for aurors, hit wizards, and other combat-focused professionals. This was the kind of potion that would certainly make headlines. He adjusted the phial slightly, taking a moment to inspect the seals with a discerning eye. This creation was poised to be his second public legacy. But not everything he created was intended for the public eye. Severus turned his gaze to the reinforced steel case nestled beneath a complex web of concealment charms, each layer whispering of secrets long kept hidden. Inside lay Serge Noir. The black tablet gleamed ominously, its surface hinting at the potent magic it contained. More potent. More dangerous. More valuable. While Vigorum Draft provided a semblance of control, Serge Noir beckoned with the allure of raw, unfettered power. It promised an electrifying 2 full hours of accelerated magical casting speed, an explosive surge in output, and an acute sharpening of the senses. However, the enticing effects came with a dark price, a harrowing 5-hour crash that could plunge its user into profound magical exhaustion, suppress their aura, and, if consumed excessively, induce terrifying hallucinatory side effects. Addiction did not strike swiftly, it was a cunning hunter that crept in slowly and insidiously. According to his latest tests involving magically sustained golems, signs of addiction emerged after as few as 70 doses, a threshold that, while still manageable for short-term military missions or black market transactions, teetered precariously close to the brink of irreversible dependency. That's why Severus had never intended to sell it openly. This was no ordinary potion to grace the shelves of any apothecary. Rather, it served as a bargaining chip, a strategic tool in the intricate game of negotiation with those who navigated the treacherous world of shadows. These individuals, driven by ambition and desire for power, cared little for the consequences or side effects of the substances they sought. All that mattered to them was the promise of strength and advantage, no matter the cost. Yet, even the potent Serge Noir paled in comparison to the true horrors lurking beneath the surface, waiting to emerge. With a deft flick of his wand, Severus deftly deactivated a series of intricate blood-locked runes cleverly concealed within the stone floor. As the last rune flickered out, the heavy vault door swung open with a low creak, revealing the secrets it had guarded for so long. Inside, suspended within a shimmering levitating stasis dome, glimmered a vial filled with iridescent violet gold powder. This was no ordinary substance. It was Valaris dust. Inspired by the stars. Elegant. Dangerous. Addictive. The magical version of cocaine. Not a simple enhancer. Not a mere tonic. No, this was a narcotic, a groundbreaking creation crafted specifically for magical beings. Wizards, werewolves, vampires, and even Vila, all creatures whose very unique anatomies metabolized mundane muggle drugs in mere moments, finding them entirely ineffective. Valaris dust was not about enhancing strength or prowess, it was about achieving an unparalleled state of euphoria. A single dose promised an intoxicating magical ecstasy that could last anywhere from 1 hour to 2. The subsequent crash. Subtle enough, tolerable, provided it was used with discretion. But the long-term effects. Those remained shrouded in uncertainty. They were dangerously unknown, potentially catastrophic in their implications. What was even more astonishing, however, was that when diluted appropriately, Valaris dust exhibited effects on non-magical test subjects as well. Muggles could indeed handle it, albeit only in low doses. This revelation meant that, with the right hands orchestrating its distribution, Valaris dust could seamlessly bridge the gap between both worlds, a cross-market drug devoid of any magical detection signature, lacking an existing counteragent, and in a glaring absence of regulation. But Severus was far from naive. He fully understood the ramifications and complexities involved. He was determined not to unleash it upon the world without carefully considered limits and safeguards in place. That's why Severus had no intention of showcasing either Serge Noir or Valaris dust at the prestigious Vienna summit. His objectives were distinctly defined: to secure the rights for the manufacturing and distribution of the Rejuvenation Elixir and Vigorum Draft, 2 esteemed potions, fully approved by the International Confederation of Wizards, with staggering commercial prospects. He hoped that the Zabini family would prove to be reasonable negotiators. If the terms offered were genuinely mutually advantageous, then his darker creations would remain safely concealed, locked away from prying eyes. However, if they sought to tip the scales excessively in their own favor, misjudging him as just another overly ambitious child ripe for manipulation, then he would be forced to demonstrate what it truly meant to partner with Severus Shafik. He would unveil his most formidable strategies, his trump cards, revealing the true cost of underestimating him and ignoring the seriousness of their negotiations. Both Serge Noir and Valaris Dust would be offered, but only under stringent and clearly defined conditions. He would maintain exclusive proprietary control over their development and retain access to the formulas. The distribution of these drugs would be postponed until comprehensive testing had been conducted, specifically on human magical criminals, and only under regulated and closely supervised conditions. He needed to investigate how different types of magical biology interacted with the prolonged exposure to these substances. Wizards, werewolves, and vampires, all would be meticulously studied. Valaris Dust, in particular, required careful mapping and analysis. It was a recent innovation, untested and highly unpredictable. A magical narcotic capable of affecting both magical and non-magical bodies. That transcended the realm of mere potions. It represented a potential paradigm shift in magical pharmacology. However, with such promise came the risk of it transforming into a dire curse. Severus was resolute. He would not allow himself to be caught off guard by unforeseen consequences. If the Zabinis wished to be involved, they needed to grasp that this was far more than a mere business transaction. It marked the inception of something grander than they could imagine. They weren't merely purchasing a potion, they were investing in a destiny. Severus intended to wield full control over that future. With a deliberate motion, he sealed the vault once more, casting a potent final protective hex that shimmered brilliantly for a fleeting moment before fading into the stone floor. The cool, reassuring hum of layered wards enveloped him, creating a sense of security in the subterranean silence. Vienna was calling, its allure impossible to ignore. And Severus Shafik would not step into that pivotal summit empty-handed, not when his kingdom awaited construction, just beyond the horizon of possibility. Professor Langford met him at the Ilvermorny portkey gates. She was dressed in formal travel robes, the crest of Ilvermorny subtly stitched into the sleeve, adding an air of authority to her appearance. As she approached, she gave Severus a brief nod, her eyes scanning him appraisingly. "You're not bringing a suitcase?" she asked dryly, raising an eyebrow. Severus tapped the reinforced briefcase that was securely strapped across his chest, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Everything I need is inside this," he replied confidently. Langford gave him a once-over, her gaze lingering on his attire before she remarked, "You look more like a diplomat than a student." "That's the point," he replied, a hint of determination in his voice. With that, they activated the portkey. The world around them twisted and shimmered for a brief moment, the air crackling with magic, and then, with a sudden jolt, they dropped into the unknown. The moment they stepped into the Grand Vienna Summit staging hall, Severus felt an undeniable shift in the atmosphere. This was not Ilvermorny, with its familiar, rustic charm. This was not Hogwarts, where the echo of laughter and the warmth of camaraderie enveloped him. No, this was the world stage, a realm far beyond his previous experiences. The lofty marble arches loomed overhead, glowing with a radiant spelllight that danced across their surfaces. Delegates moved gracefully like celestial bodies in orbit, draped in robes of shimmering silver-threaded silk. Their voices created a symphony of whispers in a dozen different languages, each nameplate they bore carrying an air of authority that spanned continents and cultures. Severus stood his ground, unwavering as he absorbed the scene before him. He stood tall and composed, an enigmatic presence that was impossible to decipher. And then, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. At the edge of the summit wing, leaning casually against a pillar, was Lord Arcturus Prince, a striking figure with a silver-headed cane resting lightly in one hand. "Uncle," Severus greeted, his voice steady yet warm. "Severus," Arcturus replied, acknowledging him with a polite nod that also indicated respect toward Langford, who stood nearby. "Good of you to arrive early." With a brief smile, Langford excused himself to handle the delegate registration, recognizing the weight of the conversation about to unfold. Now alone, Arcturus lowered his voice, creating an atmosphere of secrecy. "You brought everything?" he asked, eyes locking on Severus with an intensity that demanded honesty. "Everything," Severus confirmed, the gravity of the moment settling around them. "Then let's review," Arcturus replied, signaling the importance of their mission. The suite Arcturus had secured for them was fortified with layered silencing charms, discreetly integrated defensive wards, and an intricately detailed private map of the summit layout. It was clear that meticulous thought had gone into their protection and navigation. "Lord Lorenzo Zabini will be attending on behalf of the family," Arcturus announced, expertly unfurling a file that contained critical details. "You'll find yourselves seated 3 rows across during the potioneering trade sessions. I highly recommend that you make your presence known during the gala. It's an excellent opportunity to establish connections." Severus nodded in acknowledgement, his fingers deftly flipping through the documents, absorbing the information. "The offer stands. The Zabinis will receive exclusive European distribution rights for the Vigorum draft, provided they can furnish the necessary production scale, source raw ingredients, and offer licensing assistance," Arcturus laid out, his tone measured and professional. "And what about Valaris Dust?" Arcturus inquired, the caution in his voice evident as he gauged Severus's response. Only if they agree to the testing protocols, Severus asserted firmly. I won't release it blindly, especially on innocent lives. Testing must be conducted on convicted magical criminals. Arcturus tapped his cane firmly against the polished marble floor once, the sound echoing softly in the expansive hall. Good. If you wish to engage in business with wolves, make sure you're not the one offering your blood first, he cautioned, his gaze intense. Severus smirked, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. And what if I want them to savor it just enough to ignite their hunger? Arcturus's expression shifted to one of pride, a knowing smile creeping across his face. Then you'd better ensure they understand precisely who holds the leash. They both recognized the underlying truth of their situation. This summit was far deeper than mere potions and the intricacies of politics. It was a dance of power woven into every breath they took, a palpable tension hanging in the air. And now, Severus found himself breathing in the same atmosphere as the giants, ready to play his part in this intricate game. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 64, Chapter 61, Masks and Moves. The sun sank low over Vienna, casting a warm amber glow across the towering spires of the summit hall. The city's enchanting district had been meticulously sealed and secured in anticipation of the forthcoming conference, but tonight, the evening before the official orientation, was far removed from formal speeches or grand declarations. This evening was dedicated to impressions and connection. Dinner was the centerpiece, hosted in a stately courtyard nestled behind one of the summit's private wings. While the gathering was intended to be informal in nature, nothing was ever truly casual when it came to the world's most influential potioneers and their intricate webs of alliances and rivalries. Severus entered the space with a measured stride, his tailored black robes accentuated by subtle crimson piping, an understated homage to Ilvermorny, visible only to those who looked closely. Beside him, Professor Langford moved like a tempest wrapped in silk, her keen eyes scanning the courtyard with an air of quiet calculation, absorbing every detail, every nuance, with the precision of a seasoned strategist. There's no formal program tonight, she murmured, her voice low and conspiratorial. But that doesn't mean you're not being watched. Keep your wits about you. Understood, Severus replied, his tone cool and measured, a contrast to the flutter of excitement in the room around him. A handful of other young attendees had already arrived, potioneering prodigies from prestigious schools like Mahudakoro, Wagada, Bosbatons, Castellobruxo, and even Durmstrang. The air buzzed with anticipation as most stood in clusters near the refreshment tables, their laughter ringing lightly in the air, though their eyes constantly flicked toward newcomers, brimming with curiosity and intrigue. With an air of practiced precision, Langford introduced Severus to the gathering. Ilvermorny's youngest dual inventor, she announced crisply, her voice carrying just enough to draw attention. Creator of the rejuvenation elixir, ICW certified. And now, the Vigorum draft, approved just last week. Her words hung in the air, amplifying the quiet admiration that rippled through the crowd. Heads turned in the crowded room. He wasn't the only prodigy present, but he stood out as one of the select few who had managed to produce 2 original, certified creations before reaching 18. Severus Shafik, a girl from Bosbatons, inquired, tilting her head with curious interest. I read your abstract on core recovery stability. It was quite impressive. He nodded slightly, a hint of pride in his expression. It's a narrow field, to be honest. Most people tend to skip over the details. Only if they're lazy, she shot back playfully, a cheeky wink accompanying her words. As the conversation unfolded, others chimed in, their questions wrapped in layers of compliments and veiled challenges. Each remark seemed to dance with curiosity, eager to probe deeper into his work. So your draft enhances magical stamina. How exactly did you manage to solve the crash curve? One voice asked, genuine admiration evident. Do you incorporate soul forge diagnostics, or do you prefer the traditional method of aura layering? Another added, leaning in as if trying to catch every nuance of his explanation. And tell us, a third questioner interjected, did Ilvermorny fund your trials, or are you proudly self-backed? Severus navigated the gathering with an effortless grace, his responses always a step ahead of the dialogue, revealing just enough without overexposing himself. He observed the ebb and flow of conversations, keenly attuned to their subtle body language and nuanced word choices. Who deferred and who displayed bravado, who was eager to impart knowledge and who listened with intent. It wasn't a show of bravado, it was an intricate mapping of the social landscape before him. Langford weaved through the throngs of conversing guests like a predatory hawk clutching a wineglass, occasionally leaning closer to murmur names or gently beckoning Severus toward introductions that could prove advantageous. Master Chen from the ICW research arm. A name you should commit to memory. That's Saito, he reverse-engineered a binding salve specifically for blood magic. A mind that treads dangerously close to brilliance. And the one dressed in red. Best to steer clear. Her formulas are laced not just with ingredients, but with malice. Eventually, Severus excused himself, making his way to the refreshment table to refill his drink, water, naturally, and it was at that moment that his gaze fell upon them. The British Potioneers Guild delegation arrived fashionably late, as was to be expected. They formed a tight cluster, their robes adorned with the guild's crest, an emblem of their esteemed status. Surrounding them were their favored apprentices, eager yet nervous, and a handful of scowling elders whose faces had remained set in grim lines for decades, betraying little emotion. Severus caught snippets of their whispered conversation drifting toward him. Inflated by foreign praise, no doubt. He's still untested. Let's see how he holds under pressure. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, he turned his head slowly, meeting their gaze with unwavering intensity, refusing to blink. Lord Arcturus Prince materialized beside him, as if summoned by the very essence of bloodlines that intertwined their fates. "Gentlemen," Arcturus said with an air of cool elegance, his voice smooth like fine silk. "Has the atmosphere shifted, or is that the unmistakable scent of British entitlement drifting over the wine?" A few members of the gathering chuckled softly, in acknowledgement of his pointed remark. Others, however, stiffened in response, the tension palpable. Severus remained silent, feeling no need to respond. He stood erect, his hands meticulously folded behind his back, his expression an inscrutable mask that revealed nothing. One of the guild representatives, a stout man with thinning hair that reflected his waning influence, offered a thin, humorless smile. "Prince. We hadn't realized your ward was mingling." Arcturus's brow arched slightly in response, both amused and dismissive. "He isn't mingling. He's observing. That's precisely what inventors do, they listen and learn from the world around them." Severus inclined his head ever so slightly. "And I find silence far more revealing than most monologues," he added, his voice steady. The men blinked, taken aback by the unexpected retort. With that, the guild moved on, their attention shifting to the next topic, leaving the air thick with unresolved tension. Arcturus let out a soft, almost imperceptible chuckle. "Not bad," he murmured, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "But don't waste sharp words on dull knives." The air between them crackled with an unspoken understanding. They stood together in the grand hall, their gazes sweeping over the bustling courtyard as delegates from around the world mingled, the atmosphere alive with excitement and energy. Severus's eyes landed on the French delegation, engaged in animated conversation with a group from South Korea. The world of potions was vast, rich with history and innovation, constantly evolving before his very eyes. And he found himself standing right in the eye of this swirling storm of progress. Later that night, Severus embarked on a quiet walk, treading softly along the polished marble corridors that wound toward the eastern terrace of the summit hall. Each step resonated with a subtle echo, a reminder of the weight of history surrounding him. Overhead, the stars glittered against the dark canvas of the Viennese sky, sharp and unfamiliar, as if he had traveled to another realm entirely. He wasn't overwhelmed by the experience, the beauty, while striking, felt distant. But he wasn't settled, either, a restlessness flickered within him, an anticipation that coursed through his veins like an electric current. And perhaps that sense of unease was a good thing. It was a reminder that when you were in the process of carving your name into the fabric of the world's memory, comfort was a luxury one could scarcely afford. Not yet. Tomorrow marked the beginning of orientation, the starting line of a new chapter. The game would commence, intricate and demanding, and Severus Snape had always played to win, driven by an unyielding ambition and a fierce desire to leave an indelible mark on this ever-shifting landscape. As the evening drew to a close, the atmosphere was filled with the sound of polite farewells as guests began to filter out of the hall, trading contact parchments like tokens of friendship and connection. However, the British Potioneers Guild delegation lingered behind, retreating into one of the reserved strategy chambers located at the far end of the summit hall, away from the dwindling crowd. The room was cloaked in a subdued glow, the air thick with the hushed murmurs of privacy runes that ensured their conversation would remain confidential. A long, imposing table dominated the center of the space, its surface enchanted to showcase an array of moving dossiers and updates on international patents, the flickering runes casting a dance of light and shadow across the focused faces gathered around it. Eustace Greaves, a squat and balding member of the guild, let out a weary grunt as he removed his guild pin and tossed it onto the table, the metallic clink echoing slightly in the stillness of the room. "Well," he muttered, his brow furrowed in thought, "he's more composed than I expected." Across the table, senior guild officer Morwenna Bletchley, her piercing gaze framed by wisps of silver hair, interlaced her fingers atop a sealed folder emblazoned with the name Shafik. "He's not just composed," she replied, her voice steady and low, laced with a sense of urgency. "He's dangerous. And we let him slip right through our fingers." "Don't be dramatic," someone in the shadows murmured, their tone dismissive. But Morwenna remained unfazed, her focus unwavering. "This summit represents our opportunity to reclaim our significance. Britain hasn't produced a new certified potion in over 6 years," she asserted, her eyes narrowing. "We are perceived as nothing more than traditionalists, safe, predictable, and dull. The International Confederation of Wizards views us as a relic of the past, rather than a beacon of innovation." With a deliberate motion, she tapped the folder, emphasizing the weight of their situation. "If Shafik signs with a foreign entity, if he continues to align himself with Prince Langford, or even worse, the Zabinis or the Delacours, we will lose any claim to him. And that sets a dangerous precedent for us. Eustace's brows furrowed in concern. So, you want us to bring him back? Bletchley shook his head slightly. We want to bring him back under British influence, he clarified, his tone firm. Even if he doesn't physically return to Britain, it's crucial that his patents and production lines must go through our approval. Everything he creates must be routed through us. Eustace leaned forward, skepticism etched across his face. And what if he resists such measures? A thin smile crept onto Bletchley's lips, a hint of calculation behind it. Everyone resists, until the right incentives are offered, of course. With that, she closed the folder decisively, the sound echoing in the quiet room. Tomorrow, she stated, her voice resolute, we begin laying the groundwork to ensure our influence remains strong. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 65, Chapter 62, The Weight of Names. Author's Note. Dear readers. Thank you so much for your continued support and for following the journey of this story so far. Your comments, insights, and encouragement truly mean the world to me and have helped shape the narrative in ways I deeply appreciate. As the story begins to move into its next arc, I'd love to hear your thoughts and suggestions. What are you most curious about? Are there any character dynamics, plot threads, or themes you'd like to see explored further? Your feedback helps me see things from new perspectives and often inspires ideas I hadn't considered before. Please feel free to share your thoughts, big or small, in the comments. I can't promise every idea will make it into the final draft, but I do promise to read and consider each one with care. Thank you again for being part of this journey with me. Warmly. Maggie. The hall shimmered with an air of grandeur and anticipation. Vaulted ceilings arched majestically overhead, adorned with ancient alchemical runes that pulsed gently with a soft, ambient magic, casting a warm, ethereal glow. Candles floated effortlessly in graceful formations, their flickering flames casting golden reflections that danced across the polished marble floor, and the rich, deep hues of velvet banners emblazoned with the intricate crest of the ICW Potioneering Division. Severus sat among the North American delegation, enveloped in dark robes meticulously tailored to allow him to meld seamlessly into the shadows, a choice made to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Beside him, Professor Langford maintained an impressive composure, her expression inscrutable, an impenetrable mask of professionalism. Further down the row, a few representatives from Ilvermorny exchanged whispers, their excitement barely contained as they marveled at the spectacle around them. Yet Severus remained silent. His gaze was focused, keenly observant as the opening ceremony of the Vienna summit unfolded with precise elegance. Nations were introduced in thoughtful clusters, Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Americas, each announcement followed by brief, polite introductions and the gracious applause of the assembled crowd. Some inventors offered humble nods of acknowledgement, their faces reflecting the weight of their accomplishments. Others, however, exhibited a more fervent enthusiasm, waving with an eagerness that bordered on desperation. Severus noted with interest that the veterans, the true pioneers of their craft, were rarely ostentatious, they bore an innate confidence that rendered extravagance unnecessary. As he surveyed the room, a few stark realities emerged, legacy names occupied the spotlight, their significance emphasized in every corner. Lesser-known delegates were tactfully pushed to the periphery, their presence barely acknowledged. In this gathering, prestige, rather than actual innovation, dictated where the attention fell. The ICW Potioneering Council's representative, a thin, sharp-featured man wearing obsidian spectacles, ascended the central podium and initiated the customary address with practiced ease. Today, we convene not as rivals, but as collaborators. Innovation must walk hand in hand with integrity. The future of our world hinges on the potioneers who mold it. Severus's expression remained stoic, betraying no emotion. Empty words, devoid of true substance. His gaze drifted toward Arcturus, who was seated a few rows back amid the independent delegates. The old man revealed nothing, merely the slightest flicker of light in his eyes, reminiscent of a hawk perched quietly on a branch, observing the chaos of a battlefield below. It was all a meticulously choreographed dance. Ritual masquerading as significance. And Severus had mastered the steps of this intricate dance well. Later, the great doors to the portfolio hall swung open, unveiling a vast chamber brimming with soft, ambient lights and intricate arcane enchantments. Booths sparkled with a myriad of magical sigils, each one telling its own story. Cauldrons, seemingly animated by their own will, stirred gently behind protective glass, while holographic chains of ingredients floated ethereally in midair, vividly displaying the brewing processes in mesmerizing 3 dimensions. As Langford and Severus traversed the hall, they took in the wonders around them at a leisurely pace. "I want you to see everything," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Especially what isn't being said." They approached a booth showcasing the talents of a silver-haired alchemist from Kyoto, who passionately detailed a potion designed to suppress werewolf symptoms during the full moons. However, he cautioned about the trade-off, a cost of temporary emotional numbness, a plight that accompanied the relief. Next, a duo from South Africa enthusiastically demonstrated their creation, a vibrant emerald solution known for its ability to accelerate magical plant growth, even in soil tainted by curses. Perfect for restoring war-ravaged lands, the girl remarked, her eyes sparkling with hope and determination. Their journey continued as they came upon a Brazilian student, proudly presenting a set of ancient runes meticulously etched into a floating obsidian circle. No cauldron required, he announced, his chest swelling with pride. All heat is controlled through resonance charms. The innovation shimmered in the air, a testament to the transformative power of magic. Severus observed intently, his eyes scanning the room as he absorbed every detail. He listened closely to the conversation swirling around him, nodding occasionally as he pieced together the intricate dynamics at play. He meticulously catalogued the information that unfolded before him. Who among them were the genuine prodigies, their brilliance shining through like stars in the night sky? Who were the ones receiving backing from powerful institutions, driven by a relentless desire for recognition and credit? And who, he mused, were the truly dangerous individuals, those who thrived in obscurity, untouched by the need for validation? As he contemplated these questions, the world around him expanded beyond the boundaries of his initial perceptions. It was vast and complex, filled with a myriad of players, each as driven and ambitious as he was, all vying for their own form of greatness. Near a glass-encased potion display from Mongolia, Langford paused, her presence a silent anchor beside Severus. The air around them buzzed with the whispers of delegates, a heady mix of ambition and intrigue. "Watch who speaks too much," she murmured, leaning slightly closer so only he could hear, "and who says nothing at all." Her gaze scanned the room, taking in faces both familiar and foreign, each one cloaked in its own agenda. Severus didn't need to reply, her words resonated with his own suspicions, already swirling in his mind. He understood the layers of conversation that lay beneath the polite smiles and casual nods. "Some of these delegates are here for politics, not potions," she continued, her tone low yet urgent. "Some will pretend not to know you. Others will know far too much." A flicker of concern shadowed her eyes, causing her to give him a long, searching look. "I won't hover." "You're ready," she assured him, though the worry lingered in her expression. "But don't let anyone box you into being the boy genius. They'll call you that to disarm you." Her warning hung in the air, a reminder of the delicate dance of perception and expectation that they both understood all too well. He smirked faintly, confidence igniting within him. "They can try." The hint of defiance in his voice belied the tension around them. Langford smiled, the corners of her lips lifting slightly, a flicker of pride in her expression. Then, with a subtle nod, she left him to navigate the crowd alone, weaving through the throng of delegates as the weight of the evening settled firmly upon his shoulders. It was later in the afternoon, nearing the conclusion of the open session, that Severus sensed it. A shift. Not within the confines of the room, but rather in the very air surrounding them. It felt like a ripple coursing through the atmosphere, as if an unseen storm had just stepped across the threshold. He turned his head slightly, his curiosity piqued. Across the expansive chamber, close to where the Italian delegation sat, a figure had emerged. Tall and commanding, he was impeccably dressed in tailored attire that bespoke both elegance and authority. In his mid-30s, he bore sculpted features and possessed eyes that gleamed like polished marble, cold and captivating. Lord Lorenzo Zabini. He didn't announce himself with fanfare, he didn't need to. The aura surrounding him was magnetic enough that those in close proximity instinctively parted without any spoken command. Aides fell in behind him like shadows, ever dutiful, moving in synchronization with their master. For a fleeting heartbeat, Lorenzo's penetrating gaze swept across the room and then settled, unwavering, right on Severus. It wasn't a hostile look. Nor was it welcoming. It was, measured, as if weighing the very essence of Severus in that moment. A flick of attention, sharp and fleeting. And then, just as swiftly, he moved on, leaving an electric tension in the air. Severus remained perfectly still, his body tense as he concentrated on the scene unfolding around him. He then heard a quiet, almost ghostly whisper beside him. Arcturus had approached without making a sound. "Careful," his uncle cautioned, his voice as dry and crackly as aged parchment, carrying a weight of experience. "That man seals deals with a handshake, yet he buries his rivals with a deceptive smile." Severus didn't flinch, his gaze unwavering. "He saw me," he stated with a steady resolve. "Good," Arcturus replied, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "That means the game has begun." As the hall gradually emptied, Severus observed the British contingent clustered near the exit, comprising several senior guild members along with a handful of apprentices. They remained stationary, seemingly waiting for something, yet they did not approach him. Their furtive glances were unmistakable, laden with curiosity and perhaps judgment. Among them, one person leaned closer to another, stealing discreet looks between Severus and Arcturus. Severus sensed the whispered disdain, as if the silence was thick with unspoken words. Ilvermorny's prodigy. The one that slipped through their fingers. Resolutely, he turned to meet their gaze directly. With deliberate calmness, he offered a polite nod, neutral and poised, the very picture of composure. Yet they did not reciprocate the gesture. Instead, they maintained their stares, unwilling to look away, their intrigue palpable in the air. That night, as the summit ground settled into an almost palpable stillness, Severus meticulously reviewed his notes under the flickering light of an enchanted lamp. The air was thick with unspoken tensions, and the shadows danced around him, echoing the complexities of the gathering. So many names floated through his mind, each representing a web of alliances and rivalries that pulsed beneath the surface like a restless sea. But he didn't feel overwhelmed, rather, he felt an exhilarating clarity. He was calculating, analyzing every piece of information with the precision of a chess master anticipating his opponent's moves. Because in every room, there were predators, lurking and waiting for the opportune moment to pounce. And Severus Snape had entered Vienna fully aware of the stakes, armed not just with knowledge, but with his own fierce determination and sharp intellect. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 66, Chapter 63, The First Move. The Vienna Summit, Day 1. The common gathering hall buzzed with an undercurrent of subtle tension, infused with the vibrancy of youthful brilliance. It was in this charged atmosphere that Severus first encountered his companions that evening. Luca, the enigmatic Russian, preferred the art of brewing spells to engaging in idle conversation, his silence often speaking volumes. Émile, the charming French heir, exuded an air of sophistication, his presence punctuated by a hint of perfumed smoke and an insatiable ambition that clung to him like a cloak. Then there was Mira, the spirited Indian iconoclast, whose irreverent humor had her poking fun at every ICW rule in sight. She had even crafted her own unique brewing method, employing volcanic pressure stones, leaving many in the room in awe of her ingenuity. All of them were sharp, quick-minded, and undeniably dangerous. And despite their intense scrutiny, Severus stood firm in the eye of their collective gaze. Severus listened intently, eager to absorb every fragment of their conversations. He challenged their ideas, feeling the thrill of intellectual sparring, and even allowed himself a moment of laughter, as rare as it was genuine. When he finally departed from the room, he walked away not just with fleeting memories but with new names imprinted in his mind. New players introduced into the intricate game unfolding around them. Each one a potential piece on a much larger strategic board, one that promised both peril and opportunity. The air in the refreshment chamber shimmered with a delicate blend of soft spells that cast an aura of silence and scent, meticulously designed to foster private conversations and soothe frayed nerves. Yet, despite these enchantments, the atmosphere was thick with tension. People smiled with their mouths while their eyes betrayed unease, revealing emotions that simmered just beneath the polished surface. All around, power coursed like an intangible vapor, palpable and electric. Severus found himself positioned near a long glass table, which gleamed under the soft lighting. It was lined with crystal tumblers and silver-trimmed decanters filled with vibrant fruit water, but he stood flanked by emptiness, both physically and emotionally. Yet, despite his solitude, they came to him. Mr. Shafik. The voice that reached him was smooth and composed, carrying an even tone that seemed to slice through the ambient tension. The speaker displayed impeccable timing. Severus turned to face the men identified in Arcturus's dossier. Matteo Ricci. The right hand of Lorenzo Zabini stood before him, a figure seasoned in the art of negotiation and persuasion. He was the kind of man who never repeated himself, his words carefully chosen, each syllable loaded with intent. Congratulations, Matteo said, offering a polite nod that did little to mask the keen interest in his eyes. The Vigorum draft dossier circulated among the trade delegates this morning. The numbers are impressive. I prefer results over performance, Severus replied, his tone steady. A flicker of amusement danced across Matteo's features, betraying a hint of respect. Spoken like someone who understands both. They exchanged a few more sentences, carefully measured pleasantries veiled in a layer of technical admiration. Matteo offered a compliment on the potion's exquisite restraint, a subtle nod to its complex formulation. Severus responded with calm insight, his words chosen with the precision of a skilled practitioner. Neither man yielded an inch, nor did they pose questions that pierced too deeply, maintaining an air of calculated formality. As the conversation began to wane, the room's tension palpable, Severus reached into the depths of his inner pocket, his movements smooth and unhurried. He produced a tiny silver capsule box, its elegance apparent in its sleek design. Discreet and unmarked, the box seemed to shimmer under the dim light. Since you're already familiarizing yourself with my dossiers, he said quietly, his voice dipping to a barely there whisper meant for Matteo alone, perhaps you'd find interest in something the International Confederation of Wizards has yet to encounter. Matteo's gaze darted momentarily to the box before locking back onto Severus's face, curiosity flashing in his eyes. And what might that be, he inquired, his tone a mix of intrigue and caution. A taste, Severus replied, his expression unwavering. Something still, private. Off the record. Just one dose. You can use it on a controlled magical subject, or not, it's entirely up to you. Either way, you'll grasp the magnitude of what I'm offering when the moment is right. With careful deliberation, Matteo accepted the box, cradling it with gloved fingers without opening it. He merely nodded once, a silent acknowledgement of the weight of what was being presented to him. Then, a faint smile crept onto his lips. We should converse further in private, Mr. Shafik. Some topics are far too intriguing for the scrutiny of public discussion. Back on the summit floor, Severus was immersed in reviewing a series of enchanted herb stabilization techniques at a side exhibit. The air was thick with the scent of various magical plants and the chatter of numerous attendees, but he was only half aware of his surroundings when 3 members of the French Trade Consortium approached him. Mr. Shafik, said the woman at the forefront, her dark eyes glinting with confidence and her elegant attire adding an air of authority. May we have a word? Their approach was assertive. They were impeccably dressed and emanated an eagerness that felt almost predatory, as if they were accustomed to getting what they wanted. They laid out their proposition with precision: joint production rights to the highly coveted Vigrum draft, full access privileges to an extensive pan-European logistics network, and a partnership with 3 reputable export firms known for their reliability and influence in the market. The pitch was rapid-fire, slick, and enticing. Too fast, Severus thought, feeling a slight tug of wariness settle in his gut. He listened with an outward calm, nodding occasionally and maintaining a polite smile. Inside, however, he was cautious, refusing to reveal any of his thoughts. Thank you, he finally said, his voice steady. I'll review your materials. He tucked the offer folder beneath his arm, fully aware that he wouldn't even glance at it tonight. The consortium's eagerness was transparent. They were not here to extend a helping hand. No, they were positioned to leap ahead of the Zabinas, intent on securing their stake in the lucrative deal that was clearly in play. And that realization set his mind racing. The clock had already begun to tick. That evening, in one of the private villas nestled within the upper tiers of the Vienna Summit complex, Lorenzo Zabini stood by the tall, elegantly framed windows, gazing out over the sprawling cityscape awash with twinkling lights. He held a glass of warm spiced wine, the fragrant aroma wafting up to meet his senses. His expression remained inscrutable, a mask of measured contemplation cloaked in distance. Behind him, Matteo quietly closed the door with a soft click, the sound barely disturbing the serene atmosphere. He placed the silver capsule box with a faint metallic glint on the polished table between them, its presence stirring an undercurrent of tension in the air. He handed it to me without ceremony, Matteo began, his voice steady yet laced with gravity. Didn't name it. Just said it wasn't for public discussion. Lorenzo turned to face him, his brows lifting slightly in surprise. He gave you something unmarked? He asked, curiosity stirring within him. Matteo nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering. Unmarked, but not insignificant. I believe it holds more weight than it appears. You trust the boy? Lorenzo inquired, studying Matteo's expression for any signs of doubt. I trust what I saw, Matteo replied earnestly. And I trust that Severus Shafik is no fool. The prince family wouldn't provoke the Zabinas lightly. His words echoed softly in the room, the implication hanging heavily between them. Lorenzo opened the capsule, silently considering the lone tablet inside. He lifted it between his thumb and forefinger, holding it to the light. Just a simple tablet. And yet, he didn't dismiss its significance. Instead, he summoned one of his enforcers, a battle-hardened duelist named Vico, a man infamous for surviving 3 assassination attempts and for shattering a werewolf's spine in a fierce street duel. Take this, Lorenzo commanded, his voice steady and authoritative. Without hesitation, Vico accepted the tablet and swallowed it dry, as if it were an everyday task. For several seconds, an anxious stillness enveloped the room, nothing seemed to happen. Then, subtle, yet unmistakable shifts began to occur. His posture straightened, muscles tightening with newfound energy. His breath slowed, each inhalation deliberate and measured. And then, his aura began to swell. It didn't flare with wild abandon. It didn't explode with chaos. No, it swelled, controlled, precise, and terrifyingly consistent. Matteo took a step back, his eyes widening as he observed the air shift subtly around Vico, reminiscent of heat rippling off a sun-baked stone. That aura wasn't there before, Lorenzo murmured, a hint of awe breaking through his usually unflappable demeanor. I know, Matteo replied, his voice laced with surprise. Good, Lorenzo replied, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes as he snapped his fingers sharply. At that signal, 4 more men entered the room. Each was a trained fighter, their bodies coiled like springs, armed and ready, wands at the ready in swift, practiced motions. Without warning, Lorenzo turned to face them, his expression unwavering. You 4. Try to put him down, he commanded. His words hung in the air, not as a request, but as an undeniable directive. Vico turned, his wand raised before his opponents had even taken a step. The duel unfolded with a raw intensity. It was anything but elegant, every movement was infused with a savage ferocity. Vico didn't just keep pace, he utterly overwhelmed them. His shield work was a blur, faster than the eye could follow. His reflexes were honed to a razor's edge. Every stunning hex he cast struck with a concussive force that echoed through the air. The fierce confrontation dragged on for nearly 30 minutes. Blood seeped from a cut on his temple, and rivulets of sweat coursed down his back, yet he remained resolute, refusing to show any signs of weakness. Then, as the 2-hour mark approached, Vico suddenly ceased his movements, collapsing to his knees as if a puppet had been severed from its strings. He gasped for breath, his eyes glassy and unfocused, utterly drained of energy. Lorenzo watched in silence for what felt like an eternity. He poured himself another glass of wine, taking a slow, deliberate sip as he settled back into his chair, his gaze steady but distant. Finally, without turning to Matteo, he spoke softly, "Request my father and my brother to join us for the remainder of the summit." Matteo straightened, acknowledging the order with a slight inclination of his head. Immediately, he asked, eager to comply. "Now," Lorenzo replied curtly. His attention drifted back to the tablet's box, small, silver, and disarmingly plain. It was the kind of item that would escape the notice of an untrained eye, yet it held an air of ominous promise. It was the sort of object only a prince would dare to present in silence, carrying implications too vast for mere words. Lorenzo Zabini had just come to understand the depth of Severus Shafik's true capabilities. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 67, Chapter 64, Whispers in Marble. The halls of the Zabini estate were steeped in an imposing silence. It was not merely the absence of sound but a profound tranquility born from power, a cultivated stillness where each echo was meticulously accounted for, and every footfall resonated with intent. Lord Vittorio Zabini, the formidable patriarch of the House of Zabini, stood poised before a grand arched window that framed a breathtaking view of the mist-drenched cliffs of the Amalfi coast. Below, the sea churned with an elegant ferocity, its rhythmic undulations hidden behind a veil of fog. A soft, melodic chime broke the serene ambience, emanating from the enchanted communication mirror perched on a nearby table. The sound was almost ethereal, yet resonated with urgency. Vittorio turned to witness the entrance of his eldest son, Salvatore Zabini, the heir to the family legacy. Salvatore was tall and sharply featured, his striking presence amplified by a gaze that could halt a conversation in its tracks. They shared no idle pleasantries, their interaction was stripped down to its essence, focused solely on their purpose. With a deliberate motion, Vittorio touched the surface of the mirror. Instantly, Matteo's voice resonated through the stillness, low, calm, and composed as ever. "Lord Lorenzo has requested your presence at the Vienna Potioneers Summit," Matteo announced without hesitation. "He believes he's uncovered something worthy of your direct attention." Salvatore raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Lorenzo doesn't yield easily to anyone," he remarked, his tone hinting at the weight of that fact. "That's why we're paying close attention," Vittorio replied, his expression calm and composed. With his arms crossed defiantly, Salvatore contemplated the implications. If he's reaching out for reinforcements, it signals either a political move or something far more volatile. Furthermore, if he hasn't already staked his claim, it means he's biding his time, waiting for permission. Vittorio arched an eyebrow, his voice sharp and precise. "Who exactly are we talking about?" Without missing a beat, Matteo provided the answer. "A boy named Severus Shafik. He's a dual-certified prodigy from Ilvermorny, comes from a prestigious alchemical lineage connected to the Prince family." Salvatore leaned forward slightly, intrigued further. "The one certified by the ICW." "Precisely," Matteo confirmed. "But this isn't merely about public potions, is it?" Salvatore pressed on, sensing the deeper implications. "Lorenzo believes there's something more lurking beneath the surface." "Correct," Matteo replied with a nod. In a calculated manner, Vittorio began to tap the silver cane he held at his side, each tap resonating with purpose. "Coordinate with Ricci Sr. and Benedetta, select 2 members from the blood circle. I want eyes on this Severus Shafik, and on any proposals he might present." Salvatore nodded, his mind already whirling with possibilities and strategies. "I'll depart within the hour. Keep me informed," the elder Zabini instructed, his gaze still fixed on the distant horizon, as if peering into a future laden with potential challenges. "Use the mirror for updates." "And Salvatore?" "Yes, father." Salvatore replied, turning his full attention to Vittorio. "If my instincts are correct, do not let the boy out of your sight." The second day of the summit dawned with a low sun casting long shadows and bringing subtle changes to the atmosphere. Severus sensed it immediately as he stepped into the upper gallery, heads turned more swiftly in his direction, and conversations hushed just a moment too abruptly, as if everyone had suddenly become aware of his presence. As he moved through the crowd, 3 delegates he didn't recognize offered him crisp, polite nods, their expressions hinting at newfound respect or curiosity. By the time he arrived at the main hall, he found a neatly sealed envelope waiting for him at the Ilvermorny desk, the parchment crisp and inviting. "To Mr. Severus Shafik," the hostess said, her voice smooth and professional. "You've been invited to a private networking brunch for select innovators. This event is hosted by the ICW's International Youth Initiative and is sponsored by several industry representatives. Severus didn't need to read between the lines to understand the implications. Someone had rearranged the guest list overnight, shifting the dynamics of his standing among the participants. Not long after, Professor Langford approached him, her expression thoughtful yet pleased. "Good. They're noticing," she murmured, a knowing smile playing on her lips before she excused herself to attend to her next meeting, leaving Severus contemplating the unexpected turn of events. Back in their private suite, Arcturus Prince meticulously arranged the morning's intelligence on an enchanted board, the soft glow of the magical glow illuminating the intricate details laid out before him. 3 guilds have inquired about the formulation of the rejuvenation elixir, none have made formal requests, of course, he remarked, gesturing to a collection of sigil-marked folders neatly organized by priority. The French consortium sent a discreet inquiry to test the waters. Meanwhile, the Bulgarians have been probing about the timelines for trademark registrations. Severus leaned closer to examine the sprawling map of the European patent network that sprawled across the board, his brows furrowing in concentration. "They're trying to assess how secure my position is in this matter." "Precisely," Arcturus replied with a nod, his expression serious. "This suggests that the Zabinus might attempt to corner you sooner rather than later. They may even try to eliminate these lesser players, thereby trapping you in a more confined position." With a swift movement, he produced a small scroll from within his robe, its surface inscribed with fine, elegant text. "Now, let's discuss our adjusted terms." In addition, a formal closed-door session is to be convened to deliberate on the intricacies of Serge Noirin Valaris dust. However, this discussion will proceed solely under a testing contract, specifically for the application on magical criminal subjects. Such a contract must be authenticated through the signatures and seals of impartial third-party observers to ensure integrity. "You've made your first move," Arcturus said, his voice steady as he folded his hands thoughtfully. "But don't be mistaken, you haven't won anything just yet." His gaze locked onto Severus's, unwavering and intense. "The true trap," he continued, a knowing gleam in his eyes, "lies in convincing them that they've already secured your allegiance." Later that evening, Severus granted himself a rare moment of normalcy. In the cozy lounge of the East Wing, a lively group of young potioneers had gathered, their laughter intertwining with the clinking of glass as they sipped on various concoctions. The air buzzed with animated conversation punctuated by playful ego clashes, creating a warm, competitive atmosphere. Emil, with a mischievous glint in his eye, challenged Severus to a brewing riddle, which root binds a curse and heals a hex, but only under moonlight. His grin widened as he eagerly awaited Severus's answer. Mira, ever the pragmatist, rolled her eyes in mock exasperation. "It's always moonlight with you people. Can't we discuss something other than nocturnal ingredients for once?" With a playful flourish, she passed around a sparkling vial of her latest invention, an intriguing elixir that temporarily transformed the drinkers' voices into a different language. Moments later, Alessandro, caught mid-sentence, suddenly erupted into a loud stream of fluent Swahili, shocking everyone into laughter. Meanwhile, Luca remained his usual quiet self, an ever-watchful presence in the corner. He didn't engage in the banter, content to observe the dynamic interactions around him. Instead, he approached Severus quietly, his demeanor serious as he pressed a small, folded piece of parchment into Severus's palm. It contained handwritten formulas, meticulously detailed notes on potion stabilization, a treatise of knowledge exchanged without a single word spoken. Severus accepted the parchment with a faint smile of appreciation, grateful for the unexpected gesture. Whatever happened next, he realized he wasn't alone in his pursuit of brilliance. And perhaps some of these rivals might just become his allies in the intricate dance of potion mastery. In the night, back in his dimly lit room, the night began to settle into a hushed calm, until a flicker of movement outside caught Severus's eye, drawing him to the window. Perched silently on the sill was a small shadowed owl, its feathers blending with the darkness as it held a jet-black envelope gripped tightly in its talons. The wax seal was devoid of any insignia or crest, and it bore only his name, inscribed in elegant silver ink that shimmered faintly in the low light. With a steady hand, he took the envelope, feeling a strange mixture of curiosity and anticipation. As he opened it, the contents were revealed, a single line, succinct but laden with meaning. Midnight. Villa 9. Come alone. There was no signature, no indication of the sender, just this directive. Severus folded the note with care, his fingers moving delicately as if he were handling something fragile, and placed it neatly beside his wand on the table. A sense of calm washed over him. There was no alarm in his heart, no trace of fear, only a resolute sense of purpose. He had initiated the first step in this intricate dance of shadows. Now, he awaited their response. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 68, Chapter 65, The Game Behind the Wine. Light skin tone person bowing deeply female sign, sorry for the delay in posting the chapter. The path leading to Villa 9 was meticulously paved with polished black stone, each tile embedded with subtle anti-eavesdropping enchantments that shimmered faintly in the dim light. Severus walked it alone, enveloped in a cloak of charcoal gray that blended seamlessly with the shadows around him. His wand rested lightly at his wrist, and his eyes, sharp and alert, scanned the surroundings for any signs of disturbance. The night air in Vienna was cool and enveloping, carrying an almost palpable silence. Above him, the sky was devoid of stars, obscured by an intricate canopy of enchanted illusion, carefully crafted to conceal secrets from prying eyes and to safeguard whispering ambitions that thrummed beneath the surface. As he approached the villa, its grandeur became evident, a sophisticated expanse adorned with dark wood shutters and luxurious green-veined marble that glimmered under the soft glow of nearby lanterns. Dim lights flickered tantalizingly behind the warded windows, casting fleeting shadows that danced across the stones. When Severus reached the heavy door, it responded to his presence, swinging open without the need for a knock. Inside, Matteo awaited him, an enigmatic figure whose demeanor held a blend of formality and familiarity. "Mr. Shafik," he greeted with a slight inclination of his head, stepping aside to allow Severus entry. Severus stepped inside without a moment's hesitation, his senses immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of cedarwood mingling with the scent of aged parchment. The villa's interior was a masterpiece of calculated elegance. Soft candlelight flickered across shelves brimming with leather-bound tomes on potion-making and a collection of rare magical relics that spoke of power wielded with an artist's touch. Every detail, from the intricate carvings on the furniture to the soft rustle of a nearby curtain, whispered of secrets and restraint, embodying a space where ambition and decorum coexisted in perfect harmony. Inside the main salon, Lorenzo Zabini stood casually beside a glimmering decanter of aged fire brandy, the amber liquid catching the light as it swirled within. Next to him, seated with an air of deliberate poise, was a figure Severus recognized only from Arcturus's meticulously compiled dossiers, Salvatore Zabini. The heir to the Zabini legacy radiated a chill that seemed to permeate the air around him, starkly contrasting his brother's charismatic aura. His sharp features, with angles that could slice through tension, were framed by dark, tailored clothing, attire chosen not for fashion but designed to impose a sense of quiet intimidation upon those who dared to glance his way. His eyes, polished onyx orbs, traversed the room with an unsettling intensity, landing on Severus with the weight of profound, silent scrutiny. Flanking the room's perimeter were two imposing figures, each embodying a different form of authority. To Lorenzo's right stood Ricci Sr., an older iteration of Matteo, gaunt, with silver-streaked hair that seemed to highlight the years etched upon his face. His deep-set, darker eyes conveyed a stoicism that required no wand or smile. The only adornment on his hand was a ring emblazoned with the Zabini family seal, a symbol of power that afforded him the gravitas of someone who could end discussions with just a single, weighted word. To Salvatore's left was Benedetta, her robes impeccably tailored and pristine, hands encased in elegant gloves, with a thin quill cleverly tucked behind her ear. She appeared more like a scribe meticulously recording events than a formidable warrior. However, Severus's keen eye caught the subtle, yet telling, glint of defensive wards artfully layered into the fabric of her robes, not to mention the wand secured within a holster intricately stitched with alchemical sigils, heralding her readiness for any altercation that might arise. Severus stepped into the room, offering a brief but meaningful bow, not one of subservience or challenge, but rather an acknowledgement of the gravity of their meeting. "Thank you for coming," Lorenzo said, deftly pouring 3 glasses of a rich, dark liquid that shimmered subtly in the dim light. "No names, no papers," Salvatore added, his voice low and serious. "This meeting didn't happen." "Then we'll speak freely," Severus replied, settling into the offered seat with an air of quiet confidence. They sipped their drinks, allowing the warmth to spread as they observed one another, the tension palpable as each man tested the silences between them. Lorenzo started the delicate dance of conversation. "You've made quite the stir," he remarked casually, his gaze steady. "Your ICW dossier was mentioned 3 times at the recent regional briefing. And not just for your work with the rejuvenation elixir." Severus chose not to respond, his expression revealing nothing. Salvatore pressed on, leaning slightly forward. "We've had our team analyze the potential of the Vigorum draft. Its performance metrics speak for themselves, impressively solid. But what captured our attention most was the method of delivery. Crystalline binding, layered absorption. Efficient and adaptable, indeed." Severus observed him intently. "You're not interested in the potion," he remarked, his tone flat and steady. "No," Salvatore replied. "Our focus lies on the mind that created it." There was a brief silence in the room, charged with unspoken tension. Lorenzo then leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees, fingers interlaced in a steeple formation that suggested both contemplation and authority. "You handed Matteo something without providing an explanation," he stated smoothly, his voice steady as he assessed the implications. "It transformed a man we once deemed elite into something far different, something faster, meaner. Brief but unforgettable in its impact." "Serge Noir," Severus replied with an air of gravity. "It is unregistered, unpublished, and highly restricted." "Unstable," Ricci Sr. interjected, his voice cutting through the air like a drawn blade, sharp and low. "Addictive, to boot." Eventually, Severus conceded, nodding slightly. "After 70 doses, based on the limited prototype data. Perhaps even fewer if misused. However, if applied with care." It revolutionizes combat strategy entirely, Benedetta interjected, her eyes narrowed in intense calculation. It offers 2 hours of peak casting velocity. 1 spell every 3 seconds. The average duel time reduced by half. Silence enveloped the room, thick and heavy. The wine sat in its glass, untouched, as if time had come to a standstill. Salvatore intertwined his fingers, a gesture of contemplation. You gave us something powerful. Why? He inquired, his voice steady and probing. Severus remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering. To illuminate the question, he replied, each word deliberate and loaded with meaning. And what question is that? Lorenzo interjected, curiosity piqued. Severus leaned slightly forward, intensity radiating from him. What could I offer, if I weren't restricted? The atmosphere shifted palpably, tension humming in the air. Lorenzo's lips curled into a sly smile, his intrigue deepening. And what is it you want? He asked, his tone a mix of skepticism and interest. Severus leaned forward slightly, his voice low yet imbued with a sharp clarity that commanded attention. I'm not here to sell a product. I'm here to propose a partnership. His words prompted a palpable silence in the room, a rare moment when even Benedetta paused her meticulous scribbling with her enchanted quill, her attention fully captured. I'm offering you full-scale rights, manufacturing, distribution, lobbying, and expansion. This isn't limited to just Vigorum Draft and the Rejuvenation Elixir, it encompasses future ventures as well. We're looking at a global scale. Salvatore raised an eyebrow, his expression a mixture of surprise and intrigue. That's quite generous of you. It's calculated, Severus replied, his tone firm and unwavering. The market is shifting rapidly. If we don't seize the opportunity first, someone else undoubtedly will. He opened a folder from his briefcase and slid a piece of parchment forward, devoid of signatures, yet rich in possibility. It was a map of potential, drawn with utmost precision. Zabini International and House Shafik would each command 49% of this ambitious umbrella venture, while House Prince, which had always maintained a negotiation of trust, would possess the remaining 2%. This is allocated out of personal loyalty, Severus remarked in a flat tone, coupled with a commitment to long-term legal oversight. The expression on Ricci Sr.'s face darkened, not with disapproval, but rather with a burgeoning interest that sparked in his eyes. Benedetta leaned forward slightly, her voice low as she observed the document. A mirrored shareholding model. Designed for equilibrium. Crafted for leverage. Severus nodded, his eyes glinting with a mixture of ambition and confidence. And built to endure, he asserted. You bring infrastructure. I bring invention. Together, we stand to profit. Yet, crucially, no single entity holds dominion over the others. He allowed a brief pause, letting the implications of the numbers resonate within the room, the weight of the proposal settling in the air like a charged atmosphere. In exchange, I expect 3 things: full access to the expansive Zabini manufacturing scale and its intricate international logistics, political protection against interference from lesser guilds, and strategic lobbying support as we venture into both emerging and elite markets, magical and muggle alike. He let the weight of his demand settle in the moment, then interlaced his fingers, a gesture of calm control. Benedetta tilted her head slightly, curiosity flickering in her eyes. And so, Serge Noir is the first in this arrangement? No, Severus replied, his voice a sharp contrast, akin to steel drawn across smooth silk. The atmosphere shifted, the silence thickening with palpable tension. Ricci Sr.'s fingers tightened around the armrest, betraying his unease. Lorenzo leaned forward slightly, curiosity piqued. Then what is, he inquired, searching Severus's intense gaze for a deeper meaning. Severus's tone dropped, low and magnetic, drawing Lorenzo in. You've seen what I can do with power, he replied with a hint of pride. With a precise motion, he tapped his wand lightly against the briefcase resting on the table. A rune glowed ominously, pulsing with energy. Then, with a practiced flick of his wrist, he reached into the depths of his coat and produced a second capsule box, sleek and elegant, adorned with obsidian trim. This box was not just an ordinary container, it bore the weight of secrecy, sealed 3 times over with intricate protection glyphs and formidable arcane wards. He set it down on the table with a sense of quiet finality, the sound echoing softly in the dim room. I want you to see what I can do with pleasure, he declared, his voice steady and compelling. Both men's eyes were riveted on the enigmatic box, anticipation thick in the air. Valaris dust, Severus said, his voice taking on an enigmatic quality, revealing the significance of what lay within as he spoke. Not a booster. Not a tonic. A narcotic. For magical beings, wizards, vampires, werewolves. Crafted with precision to endure, to seduce. In its diluted form. It proves effective on muggles as well. Benedetta straightened, her expression a mix of intrigue and apprehension as she absorbed the implications of the words. Ricci Sr.'s eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering behind them like a shadow, calculating the potential consequences. Even Salvatore's posture shifted ever so slightly, a barely noticeable tension tightening his frame, but it was there, unmistakable. Severus, however, remained impassive. He didn't smile, nor did he offer any explanation. There was no need to clarify what was already understood. He allowed the silence between them to stretch, letting it build and expand, its weight settling deeply within their minds, like an incantation cast without a counterhex. Then, as if the meeting were merely a footnote in the narrative of his day, he rose to his feet. Calm. Collected. Each movement exuded a quiet confidence that filled the room. "I'll leave you to ponder your terms," he declared, his voice steady and unwavering. With that, he turned, his cloak sweeping elegantly across the polished marble floor, reminiscent of a curtain falling at the end of a grand performance. He exited the room, not once casting a glance back over his shoulder. Behind him, the four Zabinists remained frozen in place, their gazes fixed on the obsidian box resting ominously on the table. They stared at the swirling dust inside, a swirling metaphor for the uncertainty that now loomed over them. Thoughts of a future they had never anticipated ran through their minds, casting a shadow over their carefully devised plans. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 69, Chapter 66, The Hand Beneath the Table. Lord Vittorio Zabini's POV. Zabini Manor, 11 p.m. The old manor exuded an air of solemnity and profound silence. Lord Vittorio Zabini stood solitary in the circular chamber beneath the estate, an ancient space hewn from volcanic stone many centuries prior, where generations of his lineage had gathered to whisper dark secrets, conspire, and subtly mold their destinies in the shadows. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of aged parchment, rich black cedarwood, and a faint metallic undertone of ancient enchantment still infusing the very walls with their lingering power. His fingers rested lightly on the serpent-headed cane that was as much a part of him as his own flesh, a cherished heirloom that had belonged to his grandfather. As his fingertips traced the intricate gold coil of the cane absent-mindedly, his gaze remained fixated on an expanse of unadorned marble wall, its surface cool and impassive. To anyone else, it would merely appear as a solid piece of stone, nothing more than an artifact of the manor's long history. To Vittorio, however, it was a dramatic stage set for an unfolding scene yet to come. Something was stirring, he could sense it. Not within the confines of the manor, but in the vast, throbbing world outside. He felt its presence, not through the clarity of reasoned thought, nor through the balance sheets of ledgers or the bindings of blood contracts, but through a deeper, more primal intuition. It was the unsettling chill that crept beneath his collar whenever fate chose to pivot upon its axis, heralding change that was both inevitable and ominous. Lorenzo had sent the message, a simple act that, on the surface, seemed unremarkable. However, the tone was urgent, infused with a sense of unease that was palpable even through the written words. Lorenzo was his second son, charismatic and sharp-minded, a young man known for his eloquence and quick wit. Yet, he was not one to jump to conclusions or to react impulsively. The fact that he had summoned both his elder brother and their father indicated that he had witnessed something significant, an event or revelation that caused him to pause and seek counsel. Lorenzo did not hesitate lightly. If he was reaching out in such a manner, it meant that whatever he had encountered was a challenge too substantial for him to confront alone. This realization struck Vittorio with clarity. He understood instantly that the situation was serious. He stepped forward, the base of his cane tapping softly against the cool stone floor of the dimly lit hallway, a sound that echoed his rising determination. This meeting was going to be unlike any other, filled with weighty implications and urgent questions. He would not leave any stone unturned nor depend on the flawed retellings of others to grasp the full gravity of the situation. "Benedetta," he said, his voice as smooth and rich as poured oil, filling the space around them with a sense of calm authority. The poised woman stepped gracefully from the shadows of the alcove housing the communication mirror, her posture impeccable, always attuned to his needs. "Yes, my lord," she replied, her tone both respectful and attentive. "I want a full view of tonight's meeting." "Live," he commanded, his eyes narrowing slightly as he considered the importance of the gathering. Benedetta tilted her head, a subtle gesture of inquiry. "Do you wish to use the oath mirror, or—" "No." His voice sliced through the air, both firm and serene. "Not overtly. We'll observe without being observed." A flicker of understanding ignited in her eyes, brightening her expression. "The wall, then." He gave a single, deliberate nod, the weight of his decision settling in the air between them. "Layer it well. Hidden behind the marble. Untraceable. No echoes. No aura trails. I want full visual and sound. Make it appear to be just another wall in that villa, one even a prince wouldn't think twice about." Benedetta bowed her head once in acknowledgement, her focus sharpening as she turned briskly on her heel to execute his orders, her mind already crafting the intricate spells needed for their covert surveillance. Vittorio, now alone with his thoughts, returned his gaze to the smooth surface of the marble, contemplating the events that would soon unfold behind its facade. He was nearly 120 years old, a living testament to the passage of time. To the outside world, he was the esteemed patriarch of the Zabini Empire, calculating, composed, and seemingly untouchable. Yet, beneath that polished exterior, a primal instinct still thrummed within him. It was the instinct that detected the scent of blood in water long before the events unfolded. Tonight, something was destined to change in the complex tapestry of his life. He could sense it in the air, a palpable shift that stirred the atmosphere around him. And he would be watching closely, his keen eyes ready to decipher the ripples of fate as they began to unfold. He turned toward one of the guards stationed at the door, his gaze piercing through the dim light of the chamber. "Fetch Isadora," he commanded, his voice low and firm. "Tell her I want her in the chamber before midnight." The guard hesitated for a fleeting moment, just a blink that hinted at uncertainty, then bowed his head and swiftly departed, the soft clatter of his armor echoing down the hallway. Vittorio remained rooted in place, his thoughts swirling like shadows around him. He wasn't standing as a patriarch, carrying the weight of family legacy on his shoulders. Nor was he merely a father, filled with protective instincts. Instead, he felt more like a specter, lingering at the edge of an unknown precipice, a boundary between the past he knew and an uncertain future. He had no clear understanding of the kind of boy Lorenzo had brought into that villa, nor did he grasp the deeper game lurking beneath the surface of the wine they would soon share. But one thing was certain, answers would come, whether he was ready or not. And if the Shafiq heir truly possessed the fierce ambition and cunning his reputation suggested, then the horizon of his family's future might appear vastly different by the time the sun rose, casting its light on the unfolding possibilities. Zabini Manor, the observation chamber, 11:30 p.m. The chamber doors parted soundlessly, creating an almost reverent atmosphere. Vittorio Zabini remained unmoving, his focus unwavering. He sensed the faint click of polished heels on the stone floor, accompanied by the almost imperceptible inhale of a sharp, calculating breath. His fingers tightened around the head of his cane, feeling the cool gold serpent beneath his touch, which seemed to pulse with warmth as a subtle shift in the air signaled her presence. Power entered the room, not with a loud entrance or a brash display, but with an unmistakable aura of patience, poise, and a legacy that was undeniable. Isadora Zabini was always precise. She was exactly on time. She glided into the room with the elegance of a future meticulously crafted by his own hands, not like Salvatore, who thrived on raw ambition and ruthlessness, not like Lorenzo, who charmed with silver-tongued ease. Isadora embodied something altogether different, something transcendent. At just 15, she bore herself with the composed restraint of a woman twice her age, possessing the instincts of someone 3 times as lethal. Tonight, her robes were a rich midnight blue, adorned with nearly invisible silver thread that traced the seams, strikingly elegant yet resolutely strong. Her dark hair was coiled neatly back into an obsidian clasp, a stark contrast to her fair complexion. Her wand, conveniently holstered at her wrist, subtly shifted with each step she took, always alert, always ready, embodying an acute awareness of her surroundings. Vittorio allowed himself a moment of quiet pride. Though he would never voice it aloud, the sentiment lingered in the unspoken air between them. "You called for me, Nonno?" she asked, her voice steady and calm, reflecting the stillness of a winter's mirror. She dipped her head in a gesture of respect, strong and poised, yet never diminished. Vittorio turned to her at last, fully confronting her presence. His gaze swept over her, taking in every detail, measuring her demeanor and character with an approving eye. "You're here to observe," he stated, his tone carrying the weight of significance. "There's a meeting, a gathering of minds and intentions. One I believe will prove instructive." He gestured toward the distant wall, where the enchanted marble now pulsed softly, its faint glow illuminating the edges in a mystical aura. The surface of the mirror shimmered to life, silent, yet exuding an air of perfect clarity. Within its depths lay a grand chamber, hidden away deep in the villa district at the summit. A single table stood at the center, surrounded by 5 chairs arranged around it. Strikingly absent was any crest on the wall, a conspicuous lack of visible allegiance marked by the emptiness that surrounded the scene. In stark contrast to the grandeur of the room, a lone boy dressed in black sat, isolated yet seemingly at ease, flanked only by 4 members of Vittorio's bloodline. "Severus Shafiq," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as she stepped forward, drawn in by an invisible force. She didn't seek permission to intrude upon this private gathering. She never needed to. Vittorio, seated nearby, offered no response. His silence spoke volumes, an understanding that neither of them needed to voice. Isadora Zabini's POV. She had heard whispers about the Shafiq boy, the youngest dual inventor whose talents had already gained him ICW certification at such a tender age. His lineage tied intricately to the illustrious Prince family, he wore the Shafiq name as if it were a crown, untouched by the shadows of old blood and quiet infamy that often marred a family's reputation. Yet, whispers were merely fleeting breezes, lacking substance. Now, here was her first opportunity to truly see him. To her surprise, he appeared younger than she had anticipated. Slim and composed, he carried an air of stillness that was almost palpable, like smoke contained delicately within a crystal vial. His gaze didn't flit about the room, instead, it pierced through the distractions, keenly observant of the world around him. Sitting across from her father, Salvatore, he held himself with an ease that suggested a sense of parity between them, as if he were not outnumbered 4-1 by the adults around him. Interesting, she thought. With a deliberate motion, she folded her arms, opting to stand rather than take the chair nearby. Standing felt more empowering, allowing her to command her space while the conversation unfolded. The meeting commenced in the typical fashion of influential gatherings, with an array of small talk, polished glasses of wine, and a veneer of perfumed civility. Uncle Lorenzo took the lead, weaving through conversations with the grace of a seasoned dancer, effortlessly charming those around him. In contrast, Father remained silent, a vigilant observer, his demeanor predatory as he lurked behind a towering bookcase, eyes fixed on the interactions like a hawk surveying its domain. And the boy. He played the game, yet he was far from submissive. When he presented his terms, there was no trace of apology or hesitation in his demeanor. Instead, he exuded an air of unwavering confidence, his resolve sharp and gleaming like obsidian. "He's negotiating from ground he hasn't even claimed yet," Benedetta whispered, a thought that slipped from her lips more to herself than to anyone else in the room. It was a bold maneuver, or perhaps reckless. Then came the pivotal moment. The atmosphere shifted unexpectedly as the topic arose. Surge noir. He did not need to label it as a weapon, its implications were clear enough. Benedetta noticed the subtle change in her father's posture, a near imperceptible stiffening at the mere mention of it. Her fingers, poised over her parchment, tensed involuntarily, and even Ricci Sr.'s eyes, usually hidden behind thick spectacles, lifted with curiosity and concern. The air grew thick with tension, marking a turning point in their negotiations. And still, the boy did not boast. He simply extended an invitation. A challenge. A sample. Like a serpent revealing its glistening fang for just a fleeting moment. Then, he placed the second box on the table, its surface gleaming, trimmed with obsidian and secured with intricate rune locks that glimmered faintly in the light. With a voice so calm it sliced through the tension in the air, he declared, "Valaris dust." She inhaled sharply, the sound cutting through the silence, not merely at the mention of the name, but at what he revealed next. It was a substance unlike any other, a narcotic designed specifically for magical beings, yet it held the ability to affect muggles too, a groundbreaking creation, the very first of its kind. Her heartbeat gradually slowed, settling into a steady rhythm. She prided herself on her composure, surprises rarely rattled her. But this was different. It wasn't just another tactic or ploy. No, this was something far grander, a vast market filled with untapped potential. A sprawling kingdom devoid of a ruler. And there, amidst the chaos of opportunities, Severus Snape had just extended an astonishing offer, a chance for a family to seize the throne. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 70, Chapter 67, Terms of the Game. The morning sun cast a gentle glow over the Vienna skyline, its light soft and unpretentious, quite unlike the ominous scroll that had just arrived at Severus Snape's doorstep. An envoy, adorned with the distinctive Zabini crest, one of the enigmatic members of the Blood Circle, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings with palpable intensity, delivered the sealed letter into Severus's waiting hand. The gesture was accompanied by a respectful bow, but no additional words needed to pass between them. Severus understood that the message was unmistakably clear. You've entered the lion's den. Now it's time to see if you'll feast, or be torn apart. With a practiced flick, Severus broke the wax seal and unfolded the parchment, absorbing its contents in silence. The words promised intrigue and danger, and his mind raced with possibilities. Behind him, Lord Arcturus Prince stood poised at the window, cradling a steaming cup of spiced black tea, the fragrant steam curling into the air. When Severus turned to face him, scroll in hand, Arcturus merely lifted an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. They've seen the bait, Arcturus remarked, his voice calm yet laced with an edge. He folded his hands behind his back, a subtle indication of his own anticipation. Now they want to know if it has a spine behind it. A sly smile curled on Severus's lips. They'll find bone. And blades. The chamber of negotiation. The meeting room was not part of the official summit space, a fact that added an air of secrecy to its existence. It was an older chamber, seamlessly integrated into the heart of a Zabini-owned wing of the sprawling summit estate. The dark stone walls whispered of age and craftsmanship, while the air within was expertly enchanted to maintain a cool, dry atmosphere that provided relief from the outside world. Intricate magical inscriptions, etched into the walls, shimmered faintly beneath layers of protective wards, hinting at the powerful legacy woven into this space. Severus stepped inside with Arcturus at his side, both men draped in rich, understated robes that spoke of elegance without ostentation. No jewelry adorned their collars, nor were any titles visibly proclaimed. Their worth was signified solely by their presence, which commanded attention and respect as they entered the room. Already gathered at the obsidian-carved negotiation table were 4 figures, each embodying a distinct presence. Lorenzo Zabini sat with an air of calm, his demeanor deceptively relaxed as he steeped his fingers in front of him, exuding a sense of control and careful consideration. Beside him, Salvatore Zabini, the heir to the storied Zabini legacy, radiated a sharper intensity. His gaze, colder and more calculating, suggested a man far less swayed by the niceties of polite conversation and far more intrigued by the dynamics of power and influence. At the far end of the table sat Ricci Sr., his posture utterly still, reminiscent of a statue. Yet his keen eyes tracked Severus with the precision of a tactician meticulously analyzing a battlefield, assessing every potential move. Finally, there was Benedetta, who perched elegantly on her chair. A quill hovered in her hand above an unfurled scroll, her expression serious and concentrated. She held her pose without so much as a smile, underscoring the gravity of the meeting at hand. Politeness circulated around the table like chilled wine, carefully measured, routine, yet devoid of any real warmth. They all engaged in superficial conversation, their smiles tight and rehearsed. None of them noticed the smooth marble wall behind Benedetta, which shimmered ever so faintly. It was enchanted and warded, a silent guardian cloaked in magic, serving as a mirror that revealed all truths hidden beneath the surface. Elsewhere, the hidden view. Within a hidden Zabini chamber deep within the sprawling villa, Lord Vittorio Zabini stood tall and unyielding, his hand resting lightly on the back of Isidora's intricately designed chair. The mirror embedded into the cold stone wall gleamed with ethereal light, capturing the meeting beyond in exquisite detail. Isidora Zabini, every inch the picture of regal elegance in her flowing black silk gown, leaned forward slightly, her keen eyes dissecting every twitch, every utterance. Her hands were carefully folded in her lap, and her expression remained inscrutable, betraying nothing of her thoughts. "He's younger than I expected," she remarked softly, her voice almost a whisper that barely broke the silence of the chamber. "And sharper than most, 3 times his age," Vittorio replied, his tone low yet threaded with an undercurrent of admiration. "Watch how he speaks. He doesn't carry himself like a mere boy." "And not like a servant," Isidora added, the hint of intrigue lacing her words. Vittorio's lips curved into a faint smile, one that reflected both appreciation and respect. "No. He's come prepared to negotiate." Back in the meeting room. The initial pleasantries dissipated quickly, leaving a palpable tension in the air. The atmosphere of the room shifted dramatically at the moment the first crystal glass was placed down, the soft chime echoing like a herald of what was to come. Salvatore Zabini's voice pierced the polished silence, cool and precise, cutting through the quiet with the sharp clarity of a scalpel. "The offer is as follows," he declared, his index finger tapping once against the obsidian table, drawing attention to the gravity of his words. "A trifold partnership. Shafik Holdings and Zabini Enterprises will each retain 49% equity. The remaining 2% shall be held in trust by the Prince family, symbolizing both stability and legacy." Arcturus remained inscrutable, not revealing a hint of his thoughts, but Severus could sense a subtle, approving nod of agreement emanating from him, a barely perceptible acknowledgement of the unfolding proposal. "Zabini Infrastructure," Salvatore elaborated, "will oversee all production, manage physical security, and facilitate cross-continental distribution." His tone was firm, underscoring the meticulous planning behind the venture. At that moment, Benedetta's quill sprang to life, moving gracefully across the paper as if guided by an unseen hand. It inscribed the details of the offer onto a floating contract scroll before her, each word a testament to the seriousness of the agreement. Lorenzo then took the baton seamlessly, picking up where his brother had paused. "We also extend political cover, discreet shielding from the pressures exerted by international guilds. This is especially crucial in regions where the International Confederation of Wizards' approval can be sluggish, often failing to translate into immediate practical protection." His words reinforced the strategic advantage they aimed to provide, setting the stage for a successful partnership. "Useful," Arcturus remarked in a measured tone. "Particularly within Eastern nations and several post-colonial markets." Salvatore pressed on, his voice steady. "In exchange, we are seeking exclusive worldwide distribution rights for both the Rejuvenation Elixir and the Vigorum Draft." Severus narrowed his gaze, not out of objection but to absorb the implications of their request. "Worldwide," he repeated, savoring the weight of the word. This time, Benedetta responded, her voice a blend of softness and assertiveness. "In our hands, your potions can permeate 5 continents within a year. That expansive reach is invaluable, and thus warrants exclusivity." Severus chose to remain silent, contemplating their proposal for the moment. Salvatore continued, outlining further demands. "Additionally, we request conditional access to Surge Noir, pending approval for post-human testing. We also seek collaboration rights for Valaris Dust, but this will hinge on verified magical safety certification." Arcturus raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. "And what if the certification turns out to be unfavorable?" he questioned bluntly. With a deliberately measured grin, Salvatore replied, "In that scenario, we risk nothing. However, should the certification pass, we will expect a seat at the negotiation table." A hush fell over the room as the gravity of their initial terms hung palpably in the air. Then Arcturus spoke, his tone calm yet as unsettling as the depths of a stormy sea. "Creative autonomy must remain untouched. That is non-negotiable. Severus retains full rights over his experimental procedures, formulation records, and final say on deployment timelines. Agreed, Benedetta replied, her quill gliding across the floating parchment, already etching the crucial clause with precision. Severus, his voice low yet resolute, added, no adjustments. No dilution of product. No reproduction without my seal. No tweaks for political optics. Lorenzo inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the weight of Severus's words. Understood. Arcturus took a moment to glance toward Severus, contemplating the trust that was being built among them. He then folded his hands together, signaling a shift in the conversation. That covers protection and control. Now, let's turn our attention to value. Severus, tapping a finger thoughtfully against the smooth surface of the obsidian table, considered his next words carefully. I won't sign over Surge Noir or Valaris dust as mere commodities. They're not just potions, they're market disruptors. They're weapons that can shift the balance of power. Once sold, they become impossible to retrieve. Thus, if you wish to access them, you'll need to assist me in regulating their deployment. Salvatore raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched across his features. You want us to limit our own profits? Severus maintained a steady gaze, his expression unwavering. I want you to help me avoid a global catastrophe, he replied evenly. We need to test them properly, on criminals, and under strict supervision. Doing so will ensure two vital outcomes, their effectiveness and our plausible deniability. Lorenzo chuckled softly, a low and brief sound that hung in the air. Spoken like someone who's clearly given this some serious thought. I have, Severus replied, his expression steady. And if we decide to refuse your proposal? Severus leaned in slightly, his gaze sharp and focused. Then I'll bury both formulas, create something entirely different, and someone else, be they Hungarians, the French, or the Russians, will inevitably come along and present me with a better offer. But mark my words, they won't have access to Surge Noir. Nor will they ever hear the name Valaris dust. It wasn't an idle threat, it was a cold, hard truth. The room fell into silence, the atmosphere heavy and charged. Each person absorbed the weight of the moment. Finally, Salvatore released a measured breath, observing Severus as intently as one would scrutinize a chessboard that suddenly revealed a fresh line of strategy. Very well, Salvatore finally spoke, his tone resolute. Conditional access it is. We'll allow limited testing on controlled magical subjects. Moreover, any distribution of your findings will be reviewed every 6 months by a neutral arbiter, either nominated by you or by us, alternating between the two. Benedetta diligently noted down the agreement, her pen moving swiftly across the page. Ricci Sr., who had been silent until this point, shifted slightly in his chair, perhaps showing signs of newfound respect for the situation at hand. Severus gave a slow, deliberate nod. I can accept those terms. Lorenzo lifted his glass once more, yet his eyes remained locked onto Severus, filled with an intensity that suggested both scrutiny and curiosity. Then let's move forward, he declared, and this time, the smile that graced his lips was genuine, signaling a new chapter in their collaboration. Behind the mirror. In the dimly lit chamber, Vittorio's eyes narrowed with intensity. He's wagering everything, he remarked, his voice filled with a mix of disbelief and admiration. His intellect. His reputation. His very grasp on this situation. Isidora's voice, barely above a whisper, cut through the tension. He's not seeking favors. He's requesting the space to create something new. Vittorio's gaze remained fixed on the figure of the boy visible through the glass barrier, his expression a blend of concern and fascination. No, he murmured, shaking his head slightly. He's not asking at all. The meeting was far from over, but the stakes had never been clearer. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken challenges, and it was evident that the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 71, Chapter 68, Terms of Blood and Ink. The air in the chamber had shifted perceptibly. It wasn't warmer or colder, just heavier, like a storm cloud looming overhead, pregnant with rain yet refusing to release its burden. Benedetta's quill danced across the parchment, the soft scratching sound resonating in the tense atmosphere as it captured every detail in ink that had been charmed to bind the words upon sealing. The negotiation had not just reached a conclusion, it had deepened into something far more intricate. Each silence now bore a palpable weight, every spoken word infused with the potential for long-term ramifications. Salvatore Zabini leaned forward in his chair, his piercing gaze locking onto Severus with an intensity that felt almost tangible. We've accepted the testing clauses, he announced smoothly, each word deliberate and measured. Neutral observers. Rotating arbiters. No distribution until verification. That's a level of transparency even the Bulgarians don't demand. Severus met his stare without flinching, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly in sardonic recognition. Then you should feel proud, he replied evenly, a hint of challenge lacing his voice. You're setting new standards. A subtle twitch of Lorenzo's lips suggested he was more amused than insulted. Across the table, Arcturus steepled his fingers, his voice calm and measured, exuding an air of authority. Before we finalize this deal, he began, there is one final matter I'd like clarified. Salvatore raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. With deliberate ease, Arcturus reached into his satchel, extracting a small scroll and laying it on the table before them. The outer wrapping was made of aged leather, bearing the marks of wear and scars from the passage of time. It appeared scorched and inscribed in 7 different languages, each sigil along the spine pulsing briefly as if responding to an unseen energy. An ancient protection contract, Arcturus stated, his finger tapping lightly on the scroll's surface. Blood-sealed and ancestral to House Prince. This clause must be intertwined with the very foundation of our agreement. Benedetta leaned forward, her expression carefully neutral, yet her eyes sparkled with intrigue. No potion or derivative formula created by Severus Snape may be replicated, reworked, or reverse-engineered by any other party, Arcturus recited clearly, the weight of his words hanging in the air. This is to be without a direct seal of approval from Severus himself. Not proxies. Not future partners. Only he may grant such permission. And if it's violated? Lorenzo inquired, his tone neither dismissive nor confrontational, genuinely intrigued by the implications. Arcturus offered a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. The contract collapses entirely, rendering all rights null and void. Retroactively. Profits are recalled, and assets are frozen in place. This is enforced by international magic. Not even the International Confederation of Wizards can interfere with such a decree. A lengthy silence followed, the weight of Arcturus's words hanging in the air. Salvatore released an exasperated sigh through his nose, not out of irritation but rather recognizing the formidable strength of the stipulation. We'll concur, he stated at last, his words firm. Provided the scroll is reviewed by our legal archivists to ensure all is in order. Of course, Arcturus replied smoothly, his confidence unwavering. I brought 5 copies for that very purpose. Benedetta returned to her writing, the contract now moving toward its final clauses, each word feeling weightier than the last. The atmosphere in the room shifted slightly as Severus finally broke the tension. I have one more condition, he announced, his voice steady and resolute. Heads turned in his direction, curiosity mingling with apprehension. I want a 5-year moratorium on the sale of Valaris dust to non-magical populations, he stated firmly. No underground routes. No low-dosage testing. No exceptions. Ricci Sr., seated at the far end of the table, shifted uncomfortably, his fingers tapping nervously against the polished wood, but he chose to remain silent. Lorenzo's brow knitted together in concern. That's a large window, he replied, skepticism evident in his tone. It's necessary, Severus insisted, his demeanor unwavering. The effects on magical creatures have been remarkable, but Muggle biochemistry remains far too unpredictable. One wrong dose, one scandal, and we all suffer the consequences. Not to mention, Arcturus interjected, his voice tinged with urgency, the fallout when the International Confederation of Wizards discovers that you're exporting untested narcotics into Muggle cities. Salvatore, sitting across from Severus, tapped the table twice in contemplation. 5 years. Then a re-evaluation, he asked, seeking clarification. Then a neutral reassessment. If the data's sound, we proceed, Severus confirmed, his expression leaving no room for doubt. A heavy silence fell over the room. Benedetta continued writing, her pen gliding across the page, undeterred by the rising tension. Just as the final clauses were being meticulously prepared for magical sealing, Salvatore Zabini once again broke the tense silence. One last matter, he announced casually, his tone deceptively nonchalant. The atmosphere in the room shifted, and everyone stilled, the weight of anticipation hanging in the air. Salvatore leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. A clause. Simple. Binding. Severus and Arcturus exchanged glances, both men fully aware that this was no ordinary discussion. When your next invention comes, Salvatore continued, the intensity in his eyes palpable, the next breakthrough, not the projects you're currently immersed in, not Surge Noir or Valaris dust, but the one even you haven't conceived of yet. His gaze sparkled with excitement and promise. We want first rights. First access. First refusal. There was an absence of warmth in his expression, no trace of a smile that might suggest camaraderie. There was also no veiled threat lurking beneath the surface, just a keen sense of interest mingled with an undeniable weight in the atmosphere. Arcturus's face remained inscrutable, but his hand rested lightly on the table, poised and ready. Benedetta lifted her gaze from the scroll she had been absorbed in, her brow furrowing slightly in thought. Shall I frame it as preemptive exclusive negotiation rights for the upcoming innovation, she inquired, her tone measured and professional. Salvatore's response was curt and resolute. No, he said with an intensity that underscored his words. I want it in blood. That declaration shifted the atmosphere drastically, creating a tension that was palpable in the room. Even Ricci Sr., who had been observing quietly, turned his attention toward the unfolding conversation. Severus held Salvatore's gaze, analytical and calm. His expression was neither shocked nor angry, just a steadfast stillness that conveyed his contemplation. If I agree to this, Severus began slowly, weighing each word carefully, you're not just binding my present to you. You're placing a wager on my future. After a moment of silence, Lorenzo finally interjected with a thoughtful observation. Isn't that what makes it all worthwhile? Severus remained silent, the weight of the proposition hanging heavily between them. Not yet ready to respond. Behind the mirror, Isadora's POV. Isadora Zabini leaned forward slightly, the flickering light from the mirror casting a soft glow across her face, illuminating her features in a way that made her appear both attentive and contemplative. She had not spoken a single word in over an hour, yet her silence was not one of indifference. Rather, she had absorbed every word that had been spoken, her mind racing with thoughts and possibilities. The young inventor on the other side of the glass was a curious blend of confidence and authenticity. He was not posturing for effect, nor was he groveling for approval. Instead, he stood firm in his beliefs, seemingly unfazed by the weight of his audience's gaze. There was a striking clarity in his demeanor, he was not swayed by the opinions of others, nor was he easily intimidated. With an air of quiet determination, he was reshaping reality on his own terms, bending the complexities of the world around him. In this delicate dance of negotiation, he extended an offer of leverage, inviting those astute enough to recognize the underlying exchange. It was a bold move, one that spoke volumes about his ambition and vision. A partnership, not an allegiance, nor a subservience. It was something more perilous, a tightrope walk between power and chaos. Her grandfather had often whispered in her ear that magic wasn't merely power, control was the true prize. And now, in this dimly lit room thick with anticipation, Severus Shafik was offering both in abundance, to those daring enough to seize it. He's laying roads no one else sees, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, yet laden with unspoken intrigue. Vittorio turned to her, casting a sideways glance filled with curiosity. And, he prompted, his brow arched in question. I want to see where they lead, she replied, a fire igniting in her eyes at the thought of uncharted paths. He responded with a faint smile, one that hinted at shared ambition. Then stay seated, he advised, his tone buoyant with promise. The journey has only just begun. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 72, Chapter 69, Designs in the Dark. The Zabini negotiation chamber carried a subtle aroma of obsidian ink, intertwined with hints of citrus-oiled wood and the metallic scent of iron-rich wards. The atmosphere was neither warm nor cold, it felt starkly clinical, like a space designed for deals that would outlast the lives of those who brokered them. Severus sat at the oval table, his posture impeccably straight, fingers poised yet relaxed against the parchment laid out before him. Beside him was Arcturus Prince, who appeared ageless, his expression an inscrutable mask that revealed nothing of his thoughts. Facing them across the table was Salvatore Zabini, calm and unflinching, with a gaze that bore an intensity beneath its placid surface. Lorenzo leaned back slightly in his chair, a wine glass resting untouched in his grip, embodying an air of quiet observation. Benedetta was busy, her quill swiftly dancing across the parchment, jotting down notes in a hushed urgency. Matteo stood sentinel just behind the chairs, positioned near the heavy drapes, his watchful presence adding an unspoken tension to the gathering. The contract had been signed only a few hours prior, yet the room felt charged with the anticipation of a significant shift, as if something profound was on the brink of unfolding. It was Salvatore who finally shattered the taut silence. Do you plan to stop at Serge Noir and Valaris Dust? The question sounded casual at first glance, but Severus detected the underlying weight carried within it. He remained composed, not allowing even a flicker of emotion to surface. For now. Severus replied smoothly, his voice steady. Yes. They aren't merely potions. They represent entire categories. Each requires careful refinement, thorough testing, and precise containment. No dreams beyond them. Salvatore inquired, his brows furrowing slightly in curiosity. Severus tilted his head, studying Salvatore with an intensity that seemed to sift through the layers of his thoughts. I dream plenty. But I don't build with dreams, he replied, his voice steady and measured. Salvatore offered a single nod, the movement subtle yet deliberate, and leaned in a fraction closer. There was a new energy to his voice, still soft but now charged with a sense of urgency. Then we'd like to give you one. Arcturus remained still as a statue, but the sharpness in his gaze intensified, suggesting that he was fully immersed in the unfolding conversation. Severus, ever the embodiment of patience, remained silent, allowing the weight of anticipation to settle around them. When Salvatore spoke again, his words resonated like heavy stones dropped into still water. A cure. For vampires. And for werewolves. The silence that enveloped them was not one of shock but of profound awareness. It pressed against the walls, coiling beneath the table like a sentient entity, palpable and thick. Severus didn't blink, displaying an exterior calm, but within the depths of his gaze, something narrowed and sharpened as if preparing for the implications of Salvatore's proposition. "That's not a potion," he said quietly, each word deliberate. "That's a legacy." A hint of satisfaction flickered across Salvatore's lips, though it did not form into a smile. "Good, then we are on the same page." Then Salvatore began to explain, his voice steady yet laden with the weight of history. The Zabinus had brokered blood deals with various vampire enclaves and werewolf packs for over a century, weaving a web of alliances that were both silent and unbreakable. These were not mere transactions, they were insidious protections, hidden payments that spanned generations, and strategic interventions that kept the fragile peace intact. "We don't rule them," Salvatore stated firmly, his gaze unwavering. "But they owe us. Some were rescued from dire fates. Others are indebted due to past favors. And there are those who are simply shrewd enough to align themselves with those who hold the gold and the means to shield them." He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. None of them chose their curse. It was thrust upon them by forces beyond their control, and none can break free from its grasp. Every few decades, some brilliant theorist emerges, claiming they found a way to stabilize moon binding or develop a cure for blood compulsion. But it always ends in failure, or worse, it often kills. Severus, lost in thought, interjected, "Because they treat the condition like an infection," his voice distant yet tinged with awareness. "They don't see it as a transformation." Salvatore met his eyes with a knowing look. "You understand," he affirmed, recognizing the depth of Severus's insight. "I understand what it would entail," Severus replied, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. "You're asking for more than just a brew or potion. You're seeking a complete reversal of magical identity. This requires nothing less than a remapping of the soul itself." "And if we granted you complete freedom," Lorenzo interjected, a hint of an enticing smirk on his lips, "along with all the unfortunate test subjects you could possibly require." Severus's jaw clenched tightly, his expression resolute. "No forced experimentation," he replied in a firm, unwavering tone. "No black-bonded subjects. No manipulation. If I'm to engage in this, it has to be as a healer. Not as a master manipulating lives." Arcturus remained silent, yet the weight of his unspoken approval hung in the charged air, a silent agreement that resonated with the gravity of the moment. Salvatore, recognizing the seriousness of the conversation, didn't offer any objections. Instead, he gave a nod of acknowledgement. "That seems fair." The atmosphere shifted, thick with unspoken tension. Matteo stepped forward, his presence more purposeful now. "Are you fully aware of what you've just committed to pursue?" he asked, his voice low and serious. Severus straightened, his resolve unyielding. "A cure," he stated, each word infused with conviction. "No," Matteo replied softly, a shadow crossing his face. "You're pursuing a myth. Or perhaps, a leash." Severus's smile was fleeting but strained, a thin line that barely hinted at his determination. "Then let's embark on this journey and discover which it truly is." Later that night, Severus sat alone in his dimly lit quarters, the vibrant city lights of Vienna flickering like distant stars beyond the high-arched windows. He had changed into a robe, its fabric as dark and quietly unassuming as the thoughts swirling in his mind. Beside him, his research notes floated in stasis, a shimmering collection of ideas and discoveries waiting to be explored. He absently flipped through old case files, poring over the frustrated attempts of potion masters who had once endeavored to alleviate lycanthropy or counter vampire bloodlust. The record was grim, most had failed outright, while those few who succeeded invariably left behind nothing but corpses, a chilling reminder of the stakes involved in their work. But suddenly, one footnote caught his eye, an old thesis penned by a Japanese soulcrafter. Its content sparked a flicker of interest within him. The curse reconfigures the subject's magical imprint. Not a virus. A fusion. A soul warping, he mused to himself. It was not simply a disease, nor an infection. It was something far more profound and insidious, something that nested deep within a person, rewriting their very essence, an alteration of their aura that fundamentally changed their magical identity. He stared intently at the words on the page, his mind racing with implications. Then, with newfound determination, he summoned a fresh scroll and, with a steady hand, wrote 3 words across the top in bold, elegant script. Not a cure. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating the weight of that phrase. Finally, he underlined it with purpose and added a clarifying note, a rewrite. Zabini Villa, Isadora POV. Isadora sat curled up in one of the plush, high-backed chairs near the flickering fire, the warm glow illuminating her thoughtful expression as Salvatore and Lorenzo returned to their suite. She had already meticulously reviewed the transcript, every line, every pause, lingering on each nuance of meaning. Her gaze remained fixed on the steaming cup of tea in her hands. "He didn't reject it," she announced, her voice steady. Salvatore raised an inquisitive brow, leaning slightly closer. He reasoned it," she replied, swirling her cup gently to let the aromatic steam waft towards her. Which means he's the right one. Lorenzo chuckled, his laughter rich and warm as he hung his coat on the nearby hook. So long as he doesn't fly too close to the sun, he added, a hint of mischief in his tone. Then we just need to ensure he doesn't venture too far alone, she murmured, her eyes distant as she contemplated the possible consequences. From the far corner of the room, Lord Vittorio Zabini, who had remained silent and watchful until now, finally spoke up. His cane tapped once against the polished marble floor, the sound resonating with authority. You don't tame someone like Severus Snape, he said softly but firmly. You walk beside him until the path turns. In the flickering firelight, a palpable sense of understanding passed among them, and no one dared to argue. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 73, Chapter 70, Blood and Stone. The chamber carved into the summit's oldest wing had not seen daylight in over 3 centuries, a dark sanctuary steeped in history and whispers. It didn't need the sun's light to thrive. Here, beneath layers of cold stone and enveloping secrecy, deals were made in the shadows, the ancient way, bound by blood, solemn oaths, and the weight of consequence. Severus loomed over a slab table fashioned from volcanic obsidian, its surface interlaced with veins of shimmering gold that caught the flicker of the dimly lit candles around them. His signature, inscribed in enchanted ink that glimmered as if alive, lay beside that of Lord Arcturus Prince. Across from them, the Zabini brothers stood poised in their regal ceremonial robes, a striking contrast to the rough-hewn stone walls, their quills ready to etch their fates into the annals of time. To the side, Benedetta stood with utmost solemnity, her voice rising to fill the air with an echo that resonated with the weight of ancient traditions long revered. This pact, forged between House Shafik, House Prince, and House Zabini, shall be sealed in flesh, word, and will. As per the Articles of Binding, Section 3 of the Magical Commercial Accord of 1372. Her words hung in the air, heavy with significance, a moment poised on the brink of permanence. She stepped back, her heart racing as a pulse of ancient magic stirred the air around her. Severus didn't pause to reconsider. With a determined flick, he drew the ceremonial dagger from its sheath. The blade glinted in the dim light, and he pressed it lightly to the center of his palm, feeling the cool steel bite into his skin. With steady resolve, he allowed a single drop of crimson blood to fall onto the signature inscribed on the parchment. The scroll eagerly absorbed the offering, a faint glow radiating from it, like a contract drinking in the essence of trust itself. Next came Salvatore Zabini, standing with an air of anticipation. He followed suit, blood mingling with the ancient ink. Then Arcturus stepped forward, his expression impassive yet focused, while Lorenzo completed the solemn ritual. 4 drops of blood, 4 pledges intertwined within one pact. As the last drop fell, the parchment curled inward as if it were a living being. Golden runes etched themselves into the surface, shimmering with an almost sentient energy before the contract vanished in a soft whisper of magic, consumed by the flames of the summit's official archive. The air crackled with the weight of the moment, a contract forged in blood and stone. The room held its breath, the gravity of their decision settling over them like a heavy shroud. Then, slowly, the tension began to shift, giving way to something colder. Something undeniable and real. Power had moved, irrevocably changing the landscape of their world. And soon, very soon, the world would feel its far-reaching effects. Behind the mirror. Isidora Zabini stood silently at her grandfather's side, peering intently through the enchanted mirror once again. This time, however, her gaze did not merely rest on Severus's face, she observed the subtle fluctuations of his aura as it reacted to the crimson liquid that stained the page before him. Unlike others she had seen, his aura did not spike dramatically, instead, it coiled inward, exhibiting a sense of control and calculation that intrigued her deeply. With swift precision, she made a note in her leather-bound grimoire, the runes flickering to life for a brief moment as they inscribed her observations. Magical compression observed during ritual, self-shielded core. Unusual. Possibly adaptive. She tapped the tip of her wand against the parchment, sealing her thoughts with a whisper of magic. He's different, she murmured, the weight of her words hanging in the air. Vittorio, her grandfather, did not disagree. A thoughtful expression crossed his features as he contemplated Severus's potential. He's building a kingdom, he said softly, his voice almost reverent. And he's laying the foundation in silence, brick by careful brick. Villa 9 Garden. The garden behind Villa 9 was a sanctuary of tranquility, strategically distanced from the towering summit walls to ensure privacy yet close enough to bask in the heady aroma of lavender. The air was still, almost reverent, as Arcturus ambled slowly beside Severus, his hands thoughtfully clasped behind his back, conveying a sense of camaraderie and shared burdens. The ink of your name now sits beside theirs, he said, his voice low and measured, imbued with an air of solemnity. And some will never forgive you for choosing your own path, for daring to carve out your own destiny. Severus, feeling the weight of the moment, lifted his gaze to the moon, whose ethereal glow sprinkled the hedges with glimmers of silver, almost as if nature itself was etching protective runes around them. They never forgave me for existing, he replied, a hint of defiance lacing his tone, echoing the scars of a past filled with unyielding judgments and unrelenting expectations. Arcturus paused for a moment, a quiet sound of approval escaping his lips. "Good," he remarked, the single word laden with meaning. It was a small but significant acknowledgement of Severus's struggles and choices. They continued their stroll, the silence stretching comfortably between them until Arcturus halted once more. "I am proud of you," he stated firmly, his gaze steady and sincere. "Not for the deal you made, but for what you chose not to relinquish, for the parts of yourself you kept intact." Severus nodded in response, the depth of his resolve solidifying. "I won't be owned. Not by anyone." "See that you aren't," Arcturus murmured, a note of urgency threading through his otherwise calm demeanor. "Because the price of partnership is not always written in gold, sometimes it's measured in the very essence of who you are." By morning, the Vienna summit was alive with tension, not from flames, but from whispered conversations that cut deeper than any blade. The Zabinis had pulled off the unimaginable. The Italians had entered into a deal that should have rightfully been secured by Britain, by the Guild, by the venerable names of the past. Instead, the prized agreement now rested in the hands of Severus Shafik, a name that many were beginning to regard with both intrigue and wariness. And the world had taken notice, buzzing with disbelief and speculation. A hastily charmed headline flickered to life across the enchanted atrium scrollboard, capturing the moment in bold strokes. Youngest dual inventor in ICW history signs global pact with the Italian business giants, House Zabini. Within the hour, translated versions of the announcement circulated across the international language stones, creating ripples of disbelief and strategizing among various factions. In Paris, the once bustling booth of the French consortium fell unnervingly silent as its members processed the implications. In Sofia, the Bulgarian guild swiftly gathered their junior delegates in a clandestine corner for an emergency strategy session, their hushed tones conveying the urgency of the moment. Meanwhile, in Madrid, the tension escalated as two representatives from the Elixirios cartel hurled a glass against a wall in a private office, pieces of it glinting dangerously on the floor. At the table of the British delegation, however, it was an oppressive silence that spoke volumes. Gerald Catterick, the senior envoy of the British Potioneers Guild, stood beside his team, pale and visibly enraged, his hands clenched so tightly that his mustache appeared askew, a reflection of his inner turmoil. "He was ours to reclaim," one of the guild's apprentices murmured, a mix of anguish and frustration in his voice. "We raised him, his heritage, his schooling." "No," Catterick interjected quietly, a bitter edge in his tone. "We ignored him." The rest of the guild circle, a venerable assembly of seasoned potioneers, stared at the bulletin as if it had directly besmirched their lineage. The air around them was thick with disbelief and indignation. Behind them, a younger guild assistant struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation, reading the deal aloud once more, incredulity dripping from every syllable. Rejuvenation elixir. Vigorum draft. Global exclusivity. Zabini infrastructure. He lifted his gaze, searching the faces surrounding him. And a prince clause. "The Prince family endorsed this," another elder seethed, his voice low and venomous. "We're not merely losing a prodigy, we're losing the very future of British innovation." Someone swore in clipped, aristocratic tones, their frustration evident in every syllable. Another muttered under their breath, "Well. At least it wasn't the Russians," attempting to inject a semblance of humor into the dismal situation. But it was cold comfort for the gathered members. They all understood the implications. The British Guild had failed to secure the one voice capable of redefining their image on the global stage, a voice that could have revitalized their reputation. And even worse, it was now the Italians, with their flair and style, who were taking the lead in shaping the coveted image instead. At the French pavilion, Madame Belavance, the formidable head of the Franco-Austrian consortium, reclined gracefully in her chair, sipping her rosewater tonic with an air of quiet satisfaction. Her voice, smooth and composed, carried just enough for those nearby to hear. "Brilliant. He played us all like schoolchildren." Behind her, her keen protégé Émile, with his sharp features set in an expression of skepticism, arched an eyebrow. "He played with poison," he murmured, his tone laced with disdain. "Let's see if he can drink it." In a dimly lit corner of the Eastern African circle, two Kenyan enchanters exchanged tight, wary glances. "The boy's walking a blade," one of them said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Let's see if he sharpens it or bleeds." Meanwhile, the South American delegation, who had been eyeing a potential bid for the prized Vigorum draft under a collaborative patent model, hastily dismantled their prototype table. One member leaned in conspiratorially, his voice heavy with frustration, "We were outbid before we even sat down." In stark contrast, the Russian alchemical ministry chose to remain inscrutable, issuing no statement at all, only a stark, enigmatic line posted to their scry feed, "We respect power." Later that evening, in one of the cozy, dimly lit lounges filled with the hum of quiet conversation and the clinking of glasses, Mira caught sight of Severus entering the room alongside Arcturus. Her heart quickened, and she quickly maneuvered through the scattered groups of people, drink in hand, eager to reach him. "So," she greeted playfully, a teasing glint in her eyes. "Partnered with wolves now." Severus responded with a half-smile, his dark eyes glinting with amusement. They prefer the term strategic apex predators. Mira laughed, the sound brightening the mood around them. Emil entered next, his presence less flamboyant than usual, a noticeable shift in his demeanor. He approached them, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. The moment you signed with them, he said quietly, every potion you've ever made became sharper and more dangerous. Luca, known for his quiet intensity, stood just behind Emil. He didn't say a word but reached into his pocket and produced a folded parchment. With careful precision, he sealed it with wax and handed it over to Severus. The paper contained modifications to a stability rune formula, his neat handwriting a testament to their shared efforts and knowledge. It was a silent gesture, a nod to an alliance that remained unspoken and not yet formal. Severus accepted it, pocketing the valuable information with a knowing look, the weight of their unvoiced collaboration hanging in the air. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 74, Chapter 71, Echoes and Envy, Part. Hogwarts Library, Lily Evans POV. The Hogwarts Library was unusually quiet, a hushed sanctuary in the heart of the bustling castle. Outside the tall, frost-dappled windows, snow clung to the edges of the castle battlements, blanketing the grounds in a serene, white layer that muffled the sounds of students trudging about, their laughter and conversations softened by the wintry chill. Inside, the only noises that broke the silence were the rhythmic scratch of quills on parchment and the soft flicker of enchanted lamps, casting a warm glow across the rows of ancient books. Lily Evans sat by the window, a lone figure amid the sprawling bookshelves, her charms essay only half-written. The quill rested forgotten between her fingers, the words swimming through her mind but refusing to flow onto the page. She gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, momentarily lost in their dance. Beside her, a folded copy of the Daily Prophet lay crumpled, its edges slightly worn from her frequent handling. The headline flickered with motion ink, drawing her eye despite her efforts to focus on her studies. The news it bore seemed far more pressing than her essay, stirring a restlessness within her that was difficult to ignore. Youngest dual inventor in ICW history signs global pact with House Zabini. She hadn't intended to read it. Hadn't meant to linger over the photograph that lay open before her. Yet her gaze kept being drawn back, pulled by an invisible force far stronger than mere curiosity. There he was. Severus. No, he was no longer simply Severus Snape. He had become Severus Shafik. The boy captured in the photograph exuded an air of composure and calculated confidence. His chin was tilted just so, his gaze sharp and piercing, as if he could see straight through to her very soul. He wore elaborate robes, tailored in a style foreign to her, and stood beside two Zabinas, radiating a sense of belonging, as though he had always occupied a place in a world she could never quite reach. That world was no longer within her grasp. He had never looked like this during their time at Hogwarts. Never smiled like that, especially not in her presence. A deep, twisting ache settled in Lily's stomach as she absorbed this new, unsettling version of someone she once knew so intimately. She had always recognized his brilliance, of course, the way the intricate dance of potions ignited a passion within him that nothing else could match. Yet she had never encountered this version of him before, the one who caused potion masters to flinch in apprehension, the one whose name splashed across the headlines, the one who forged alliances with notorious families like the Zabinas. Meanwhile, she found herself trapped in the chaos of dodging hexed ink bottles and enduring passive-aggressive comments in Charm's class. As she blinked hard, the words on the parchment began to blur together, a haze of confusion clouding her thoughts. Why hadn't he confided in her? Why hadn't he revealed this side of himself? They had grown up side by side, traversed the same muddy path to school for countless years. She had been the sole defender of his honor when the world scorned his bloodline, yet she had failed to perceive the ambition that simmered beneath the layers of his bitterness. He often expressed his dream of becoming a potions master, a goal that seemed lofty yet attainable in her eyes. What he had never articulated was his yearning to build an empire, to carve out a legacy that would resonate through the ages. Why didn't you share that with me? She thought, gripping the edge of the parchment so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Why couldn't I see the vision you held? And worse, a truth she couldn't escape. She envied him. Not just for fame. Not for money. But for certainty. In that photograph, he stood with a quiet confidence, as if he had finally found his place in a world that had done everything to shut him out. He didn't need validation, he had become someone significant. And she hadn't. Lily Evans hadn't carved out a space for herself. She was still here, still defined by her identity as a Muggle-born prefect, still struggling beneath the weight of a fractured house. 1,000 invisible eyes seemed to watch her every move, their scrutiny a relentless reminder of her status. All the while, she was left trying to navigate a school that had grown distinctly colder in the absence of one boy, one presence that had provided her with warmth amid the chill. Everything had changed after Severus left. The transformation wasn't sudden, there was no single moment of realization. It was a slow, creeping shift that she couldn't ignore. The whispers that had once faded away after the prefect patrols now echoed in the corridors, growing louder and more ferocious. Insults that had been muted became sharper, full of venom. Half-joking hexes flew her way, and her cauldron ingredients mysteriously disappeared, placing her at a disadvantage. Messes were intentionally left at her desk in Transfiguration, each one an affront that made her heart race with anxiety. At first, she hadn't noticed the change. She had chalked it up to simply random cruelty, the kind that occasionally surfaced in a school full of adolescents. But as the days turned into weeks, even she couldn't deny the truth any longer. It was worse. And it continued to worsen. Just last week, someone had scrawled, "Mudblood Starlet," across her dormitory mirror in thick, ugly letters. The phrase had struck her like a physical blow, and it took her a grueling hour to scrub it off, each stroke of the cloth a reminder of the disdain with which some viewed her. What perplexed her the most, what gnawed at her thoughts relentlessly, more so than the cruelty she had faced, was the timing of it all. Why now? Why had it felt, no matter how absurd it seemed, that things had once been better? Was there someone out there, secretly safeguarding her? The idea seemed utterly preposterous. Then, just 2 days ago, Mary MacDonald approached her in a whisper, her demeanor awkward and hesitant. She revealed that she had overheard a seventh year from Slytherin mention something peculiar, stirring a flicker of unease within her. When Severus was still attending Hogwarts, he had implored some of the older Slytherins, as well as his peers, to leave Lily alone. He hadn't asked them to protect her or befriend her, all he wanted was for them to simply ignore her. For a time, they obliged. Reluctantly, many in his house at least respected him for his undeniable talent in potions and the arcane arts. However, now, with Severus absent and the fallout from their public dispute widely known, the Slytherins ceased their indifference. Many of her acquaintances began to turn their backs on her, making her feel increasingly isolated. Lily found herself caught in a whirlwind of emotions, unsure whether she should feel horrified or absolutely furious. "You arrogant bastard," she had thought bitterly. "You really believed I needed saving." Yet, despite her outrage, a part of her remained fixated on the crumpled parchment in her hands that night, frozen in place. As the flickering candlelight danced across the room, she couldn't shake the nagging questions that echoed in her mind. She had wondered what had gone so terribly wrong. What if everything she had believed about their friendship, his cruelty, his unpredictable temper, his relentless obsession, had only been a fraction of the truth? What if the other half lay buried beneath layers she had never mustered the effort to uncover? Even James, whose presence had always felt so constant, had undergone a transformation. He no longer asked her out on whimsical dates, nor did he send delicate floating lilies to brighten her day or scribble playful, albeit poorly written, poetry on her charmed scrolls. Those gestures had faded from their dynamic as soon as Severus departed, leaving a palpable void in their friendship. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching her. Occasionally, she would catch James stealing glances from across the great hall, his lips pressed into a thin line and his eyes shrouded in a mystery that made her heart race in confusion. She wondered what he perceived in that moment. Not the girl Severus had once known, the one with whom he had shared childhood adventures. Not the one James had chased through the corridors, laughter ringing through the air. Just Lily. But Lily felt uncertain, adrift in her own identity, unsure of the person she had become. Gryffindor Tower, James Potter's POV. James Potter tossed his broom down beside the crackling fireplace, his gaze momentarily drifting toward Lily, who sat in a shadowy corner of the room. Her smile seemed weary, and her laughter felt more like an echo of joy than genuine mirth. He hadn't approached her in what felt like ages, not since Sirius had suggested a different strategy. "Let her miss you, mate," Sirius had urged with an intensity that left no room for doubt. "Let her see what it's like when the world doesn't revolve around her." It was a bold move, and James had to admit it was having an effect, sort of. Yet deep down, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that something had changed within him, even if it wasn't with Lily. The conversations around him were dominated by Severus. No longer just Novellis or greasy-haired Slytherin, but Shafik, the boy who had graced the pages of the Daily Prophet twice in a mere 3 months. The boy who had vanished mysteriously, only to return with a newfound fame that felt elusive to James. He despised how it made him feel, a gnawing sense of inadequacy creeping in. It was as if the laughter and camaraderie he once reveled in was being overshadowed by the success of another. Like perhaps the joke was on them all, and he was the punchline. With a heavy sigh, Lily returned her focus to her unfinished essay, but the words seemed to dance tantalizingly on the page, refusing to solidify into anything coherent. Outside, snow began to drift down softly, silently, a delicate ballet of winter that seemed unaffected by the struggles inside. And there, in the flickering headline beside her, Severus Shafik remained oblivious to everything around him, wrapped up in his own thoughts, a figure lost in a world of his own making. Sirius Black's POV. Sirius watched intently from the dim shadows of the astronomy tower, his boots casually propped on the cold stone ledge. He flicked through the pages of a forbidden Transfiguration journal, a rare find that he wasn't supposed to possess, let alone read. Each page revealed intricate illustrations and complex spells, filling him with a mix of exhilaration and defiance. He had heard the whispers floating through the corridors, of course. Tales of Zabinus aligning with Severus Snape, the enigmatic half-blood prince who had risen unexpectedly to prominence among their peers. It was the kind of story that seemed ludicrous at first, nothing more than a punchline for a joke, until the reality dawned, too stark to ignore. But Sirius wasn't consumed by anger, rather, a profound curiosity gnawed at him. How had Severus managed to climb the ranks in a world where he once seemed destined to fade into the background? More importantly, a troubling thought nagged at him: what would happen when Lily finally came to terms with the fact that the boy she had mourned, the one she still held dear, was irrevocably changed? Would she grieve for the boy he used to be, or would she find it in herself to accept the new path he had taken? A grin crept across his face, a mix of amusement and concern, as he contemplated the unfolding drama below him. Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy's POV. Lucius sat in solitude within the confines of his study, the faint glow of the lamp illuminating the stark lines of the headline spread across his polished mahogany desk. Youngest dual inventor. Zabini Alliance. ICW approval. A storm of emotion surged within him as his lips tightened into a thin line. This wasn't just unwelcome news, it was potentially disastrous. Yet, amidst the turmoil, he couldn't help but find a peculiar fascination in the turn of events. For years, he had skillfully maneuvered behind the scenes, ensuring that the British Potioneers Guild remained firmly under aristocratic influence, tightly controlled by those of his lineage and standing. But the boy, no, the Shafik, had eluded their grasp. He had successfully slipped into a power corridor that Lucius hadn't been aware existed, a hidden avenue for influence that seemed to rise from nowhere. With an unreadable expression, Lucius resolved to keep a watchful eye on him. He would observe his movements, analyze his strategies, and decipher his intentions. And should the opportunity arise, he would acquire him. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 75, Chapter 71, Echoes and Envy, Part. Hogwarts, Dumbledore's POV. The fire crackled gently in the hearth, its warm glow casting flickering orange halos across the polished oak of the faculty meeting chamber. Outside, rain tapped rhythmically against the high, arched windows of the castle, an almost melodic backdrop to the gathering within. The heavy scent of aged parchment mingled with the rich aroma of conjured tea and lingering hints of faint magical wards, a familiar combination that usually brought a sense of comfort and routine. Yet, an unmistakable tension hung in the air, nothing about this day felt ordinary. At the center of the long, imposing table, a prominent headline loomed, projected brilliantly from a freshly opened copy of the Daily Prophet, its stark black letters promising disruption and intrigue. Youngest dual inventor in ICW history, partners with House Zabini, Vienna's crowned alchemist. Albus Dumbledore sat quietly at the head of the long table, his fingers steepled thoughtfully beneath his chin. The flickering candlelight cast gentle shadows across his face, emphasizing the weight of his expression. Around him, the Hogwarts faculty watched the floating headline with a mixture of anxiety and disbelief, as if it were an ominous proclamation of doom. Confirmed, McGonagall said at last, her voice steady but laced with an underlying tension. Both potions were certified independently. The ICW's official transcripts arrived this morning. The first is the Rejuvenation Elixir, and the second, the one we've all been anticipating, is the Vigrum Draft. Her tone was somber, clipped, reminiscent of someone delivering the terms of a lost duel, with all the finality that such an admission entailed. The room fell silent, the weight of her words hanging thick in the air. But not everyone shared her grim outlook. "Oh, I knew it," exclaimed Phileas Flitwick, his voice bubbling with excitement as he swung his legs slightly from the high-backed chair. He leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I knew he'd make something of himself. And now, just look at him." His pride was palpable, a stark contrast to the rest of the faculty's apprehension. Minerva blinked in surprise. "You're proud?" Flitwick raised an eyebrow, a glint of pride illuminating his usually gentle demeanor. "Of course I am. I laid the groundwork for his runic studies. I dueled with him every week for 3 years, honing his skills and pushing him to excel. It was I who encouraged him to pursue his secondary certification in ancient alchemical scripts, even when others overlooked his potential." His expression shifted, the soft-spoken Ravenclaw vanishing for a moment, replaced by a fierce intensity. "And it was I," he continued, his voice steadfast, "who wrote his recommendation for the Ilvermorny exchange program. I detailed exactly the kind of wizard Severus Snape could become if given the right opportunities." "Shafik," murmured Pomona, her voice barely above a whisper as the implications of Flitwick's words settled in. Flitwick shook his head slowly. "It doesn't matter now." "Not really. That ambition was always there, simmering beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to ignite." Across the room, Poppy Pomfrey sipped serenely from her steaming mug of lavender tea, the fragrant aroma wafting gently in the air. "You all remember him as sullen," she said, her voice calm and steady, resonating with a quiet strength. "But I remember the boy who used to come to me, often battered and bruised from Gryffindor pranks that somehow went unpunished. I am the one who taught him how to brew pain-numbing potions, a skill he mastered all too well when he preferred not to be seen limping through the dark, winding dungeons. Minerva glanced down at her hands, her fingers trembling slightly as memories flooded back. I taught him the delicate art of wound-cleansing charms in the cozy confines of my office, Poppy continued, her gaze unwavering. He even brewed fever reducers for the younger Muggle-born students, those who couldn't afford store-bought potions. And not once, not a single time, did anyone in this room inquire why he possessed a deeper understanding of trauma magic than half our 7th years. Her gaze flicked towards Dumbledore, a hint of hostility in her expression. I also provided him with a heartfelt recommendation, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Ilvermorny reached out for faculty insights, and I told them he was the rarest talent this school had ever witnessed, and the most unprotected. A heavy silence enveloped the room. It was the kind of silence that pressed uncomfortably against the ribs, a palpable weight that settled not out of an absence of words, but because every thought worth expressing bore a pain too deep to articulate. Dumbledore gazed into the flickering fire, his attention consumed by the dance of the flames as they cast shifting shadows over the surrounding walls. The comforting crackle of the wood as it split and burned, a mixture of old oak surrendering to the heat, filled the otherwise still air. He did not turn to face the others seated around the long wooden table, he felt no need to. They were all painfully aware of Severus's brilliance. They recognized his potential, the sharp intelligence that sparked behind his dark eyes. They had witnessed his anger, of course, but also his curiosity, an insatiable thirst for something beyond the mundane, a yearning for significance that often went unacknowledged. Yet, they had stood by as the marauders mocked him, their laughter echoing cruelly in the corridors, letting him be humiliated and isolated. They comforted themselves with the belief that this was merely a rite of passage, adolescent rivalry born from the clash of different houses, an unfortunate but trivial part of growing up. They cloaked it all with terms like discipline and balance, rationalizing their inaction with the feeble excuse of, boys will be boys. They had failed to see the deeper repercussions of their negligence. Or perhaps they had seen all too clearly and simply made the conscious choice to look away. He had reassured himself, when Severus chose to participate in the exchange program and left for Ilvermorny, that it was nothing to worry about. After all, the boy was merely a temporary absence, someone whose absence could be overlooked. He told himself that time would mend the situation and that Severus would return in time for his new year. However, as the days turned into weeks and those weeks stretched into months, that initial reassurance began to crumble. The distance that had once seemed minimal transformed into something far more profound and unsettling. Severus had completely transferred out of Hogwarts after spending only 6 fleeting months at Ilvermorny, severing the ties that had once held him in place. Now, Severus embodied something entirely different, something that could no longer be ignored. He represented power. A formidable power that was now beyond reach, leaving a lingering sense of loss. He had become a voice of his own, answering to no one and carving his own path, leaving behind the shadows of his former life. Flitwick's voice broke softly through the stillness of the room. He's building a dynasty. And partnered with the Zabinis. It's not out of fear for his safety, mind you, but rather for leverage. I taught him to differentiate between the two. Dumbledore finally lifted his gaze, the weight of Flitwick's words settling heavily in the air. Across the table, Horace Slughorn shifted uneasily in his chair, the jovial warmth that typically radiated from his round face now absent. He appeared gray and aged, the years evident in the deep lines etched upon his forehead. I never extended an invitation to him for the club, Horace admitted slowly, his gaze fixated on the newspaper headline from the Prophet that still floated ominously above the table, its implications hanging like a storm cloud. I thought he was too bitter, too sharp-tongued. He lacked the pedigree that we valued. And honestly, I was wary of upsetting the others, Potter, Black, Knott, Rosier. They hailed from the right families, with long-standing names steeped in tradition. I couldn't very well advocate for a half-blood from Spinner's End, could I? Minerva made a low sound of disgust, her disapproval palpable. Horace winced at her reaction, but pressed on with a sense of resignation. I was aware of his interest in potions. Merlin, of course I was. I thought he was merely an enthusiastic hobbyist, nothing more than that. So when he approached me asking for a recommendation to join Ilvermorny's exchange program, I signed it without hesitation. I thought, well, let him travel and broaden his horizons. Learn some discipline. I never once considered that I might be signing away a once-in-a-century mind. You weren't the only one, Poppy said, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. Her hands were tightly clenched in her lap, a subtle manifestation of the turmoil brewing beneath her calm exterior. Until now, she had remained largely silent, but the expression etched on her face conveyed years of quiet understanding and unspoken burdens. For 5 long years, I treated that boy after your golden boys hexed him half to death, she continued, her tone icy and filled with conviction. Broken fingers. Split lips. Burned skin. Each time, I healed him, piecing him back together. But with every return, he came back quieter, more precise, like a shadow of the boy he once was. And every time, I took it upon myself to teach him a little more, about anatomy, magical injury, regenerative theory, because deep down, I knew that no one else was going to care for him, to guide him. McGonagall flinched at Poppy's words, the weight of guilt evident in her features, but she chose to remain silent, the tension in the air palpable. Horace, overwhelmed by the gravity of the conversation, lowered his head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Across the table, Professor Whitby cleared his throat, trying to break the heavy silence. "You do all realize the world's noticed, yes," he said, his voice steady but laced with concern. Pomona Sprout shot him a sharp look, her eyes filled with defiance and understanding. "We're not blind, Whitby," she retorted, the urgency of the situation pressing against them all. "No," Whitby replied, his tone resolute. "But perhaps you were." The silence that followed wasn't filled with anger, instead, it carried a weight of shame. Whitby pointed at the paper headline hovering above them. "He didn't just leave us behind. He published groundbreaking work. He secured patents. He forged alliances with one of the most influential business political families in Europe. And we, Hogwarts, we barely merit a footnote in his narrative. Our best potioneer since Damocles Belby, and yet he had to venture to another continent to gain the recognition he deserved." Minerva's mouth tightened into a thin, pale line, her expression a blend of frustration and concern. "And what are we supposed to do now?" Whitby remained unfazed, maintaining his steady gaze. "We're losing our standing, not just here at home but among foreign academies, magical think tanks, and even in media circles. The latest ICW Quarterly Innovation Report didn't even mention a single Hogwarts student. Ilvermorny, on the other hand, boasted 5. Sprout interjected, her tone sharp and clipped. "And it's not just the ICW. I've had 3 Muggle-born parents approach me about the exchange program in just the last 2 weeks. They're doubting Hogwarts' safety, especially with the recent attacks escalating and the unsettling whispers circulating." Flitwick's brow knitted in concern. "Whispers?" he asked, his voice barely above a murmur. "That you know who is growing in power," Sprout replied, her tone heavy with gravity. "There are rumors circulating that he already has supporters within the Ministry of Magic. And there's fear that the school could be his next target." Minerva cast an acute glance at Dumbledore, her eyes sharp with concern. "Is there truth to that?" she pressed, urgency evident in her voice. Dumbledore remained silent for several long seconds, the weight of the situation settling heavily in the room. Finally, he nodded slowly, a look of deep seriousness etched on his face. "Yes," he affirmed, a hint of weariness lacing his words. "More than I'm comfortable admitting." The flickering flames in the fireplace crackled and danced, filling the tense air with a comforting warmth, contrasting the unease that hung over them. "We're not just losing students," Whitby interjected, his voice tinged with anxiety. "We're losing faith in the very essence of what Hogwarts stands for. Muggleborns are seeking to leave, there's a panic among them. Purebloods are fracturing into factions, divided by loyalty and fear. The children are picking sides before they even understand the stakes involved. We've encountered this situation before," McGonagall murmured, her voice heavy with concern. "Yes," Dumbledore replied, his gaze intense. "But not in this manner. Because this time, he realized, the vital asset we desperately required vanished before the conflict had a chance to unfold." He directed his attention once more to the newspaper clutched in his hands. Severus Snape, youngest dual inventor. Zabini Alliance. Summit Power Shift. Not Snape. Snape. The name seared into his mind, stinging like salt on an open wound. A mind of his caliber could have altered the course of events. He could have become the focal point around which a more formidable resistance might flourish. Yet now, he stood alone, serving no one. Not the order that once fought for a noble cause. Not the ministry, mired in its own bureaucratic struggles. Not even the hidden pockets of rebellion lurking in the shadows. He was devoted solely to his own agenda, pursuing a path that was entirely his own. And Dumbledore found himself without a place at that table, exiled from the decisions that now shaped the future. "He was never ours to lead," Flitwick remarked softly, a note of regret lacing his words. "Only ours to protect. And we failed at even that." "No," Dumbledore interjected, a deep sorrow lacing his tone. "I failed." A heavy pause settled over the room, thick with unspoken fears and the weight of impending conflict. "We'll need to double the protective enchantments," he added, his voice steady but laced with urgency. "If Voldemort tightens his grip on the wizarding world, Hogwarts will become the last bastion of hope for many." McGonagall's brow furrowed as she considered the implications. "And what if he comes here himself?" she inquired, her tone a mix of concern and resolve. "Then we do what Hogwarts was made to do," Dumbledore replied, his expression fierce with determination. "We stand and fight for what we believe in." And in that pivotal moment, it became clear, the war had not just begun, it was already upon them, looming ever closer like an impending storm. Unknown Chamber, the Dark Lord's POV. Tom Riddle sat resolutely on his throne of iron and onyx, his fingers interlaced in a steeple of contemplation, as a single piece of parchment floated before him. His expression remained impassive, revealing nothing of the turmoil that churned in his mind. Yet, the names inscribed upon the page, Zabini, Prince, Shafiq, carved new and intricate paths into the depths of his thoughts, igniting a flicker of intrigue. He recalled the boy vividly, quiet, sharp-witted, with eyes that seemed to pierce through pretense. This boy was unfazed by the raw power that surrounded him, a power that had not yet justified its fangs. Riddle had not thought much of him before, seeing him merely as another pawn on the chessboard of his ambition. But now, the boy demanded his attention. The Dark Lord rose from his seat, his movements deliberate and calculated. The boy has forged his alliances, he murmured to the empty air around him, a web of strategizing unfurling in his mind. Let's see how well they shield him, when the board turns. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 76, Chapter 72, A Throne Without Applause. Hi everyone. I hope you're enjoying the story so far, your feedback truly means the world to me. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the story so far and on where you'd like the story to go next, so feel free to share any ideas or suggestions in the comments. The final day of the Vienna Potioneers Summit arrived not with the grandeur of a concluding ceremony, but instead enveloped in a profound silence. There was no fanfare to mark the occasion, no applause to celebrate the achievements and connections forged during the gathering. Only the sound of ink drying on parchment filled the air, punctuated by the gentle hum of portkeys as delegation after delegation disappeared in brilliant spirals of light, leaving behind only a whisper of their presence. The once bustling atriums now lay quiet, stripped bare of colorful banners and the vibrant life they had once harbored. Booths that had been lively with discussion and the clinking of potion vials now stood empty, their surfaces reflecting the stillness like polished marble. The space echoed with the subdued aftermath of deals struck and legacies irrevocably altered, as if the very walls bore witness to the weight of untold stories. Amidst this palpable stillness, one figure remained, Severus Shafiq, seated thoughtfully, his presence both a contrast and a continuity in the quiet aftermath. Severus had made his choices carefully, navigating the web of alliances and enmities with a strategist's precision. He had opted to leave behind the cloak of mystery that once shrouded him. In exchange, he had earned a position of power, yet he understood that this position was not synonymous with safety. Not anymore. Power shifts the landscape of your enemies, he mused, but it alters your allies first. They transform, revealing their true natures as stakes grow higher and ambitions clash. With a sense of finality, he closed the ledger, the sound of its spine snapping shut echoing in the quiet morning air. Later that hour, Lord Arcturus Prince discovered Severus strolling through the secluded gardens, his gloved hands clasped behind his back, his expression as inscrutable as ever. No longer underestimated, Arcturus remarked bluntly, without preamble. They'll aim higher now. Severus nodded, an acknowledgement that he had been well aware of this change. They won't attack you directly, Arcturus continued, his tone grave. Not the Zabinus. Not the ICW. At least, not yet. He pivoted to face Severus, his gaze sharp and unyielding. But they will seek out what can be manipulated. Your friends, your mentors, even your daily routines. Severus let out a soft exhale, a hint of resignation in his breath. Let them look. I have no intention of being caught off guard. You shouldn't, Arcturus agreed, his voice steady. He delved into the pocket of his tailored coat and produced a silver pocket watch, its design sleek and unassuming, yet imbued with an air of significance. With measured care, he placed it into Severus's palm. This is enchanted to detect the magical pulse signatures of those you trust. If any of them experience a shift, be it a subtle curse, possession, or outside influence, you'll be alerted. Severus arched an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his expression. That's highly illegal. And precisely why I crafted it, Arcturus retorted, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Consider it a gift. In the marble atrium, where the last of the prodigies lingered like shadows of memories, Severus navigated through a sea of familiar faces. Emil, leaning casually against a polished column, caught his eye with a lazy wave and a grin devoid of mockery. Let's not wait until we're old to cross cauldrons again, he said, his tone light, but there was a warmth beneath it that Severus appreciated. Severus dipped his head in acknowledgement, feeling a flicker of nostalgia at the camaraderie they once shared. Moments later, Luca approached him, his footsteps silent on the marble floor. He offered a folded scrap of parchment, its edges worn and crinkled, without uttering a word. There was no name, no accompanying message, only a complex fragment of a potion sequence that danced just out of Severus's understanding. A riddle for later, Luca remarked cryptically before turning away, leaving Severus with the tantalizing puzzle in hand. Mira, ever the one to cut through the atmosphere with her vibrant personality, broke the silence. Next time, she called out across the vastness of the atrium, her voice echoing off the marble walls, bring something explosive. I like chaos. Her laughter, bold and infectious, hung in the air. Severus felt a small flutter of amusement stir within him, he almost, smiled at her unabashed enthusiasm. The Vienna Potioneer's summit concluded not with a dramatic thunderclap, but rather with the quiet scratch of ink on parchment. There was no grand closing ceremony, no long-winded speeches to mark the occasion. Instead, the halls buzzed softly with the undercurrents of alliances formed in hushed whispers, strategic glances exchanged across the gleaming marble floors, and names delicately inscribed into official records, repositories of power that would echo through the ages. As the final delegates slipped away, each enveloped in swirling flames, shimmering light, and curling smoke, a palpable shift filled the air. The name Severus Snape, once only a soft murmur in back rooms and corners, suddenly transcended into the realm of spoken truth. It was now uttered aloud, pronounced with weight and reverence, as both a looming threat and an invaluable asset. In that fleeting moment, Severus Snape transformed from mere obscurity into a figure of burgeoning legend, one whose reputation would leave an indelible mark on the future of potion crafting. The portkey flared once, emitting a cool, blinding blue light, and Severus found himself standing on the windswept edge of Ilvermorny's northern courtyard. Above him, the sky hung grey and heavy, weighed down with unshed snow, creating a brooding atmosphere that matched the chill in the air. The stone beneath his boots felt more solid and reassuring than Vienna's polished marble, though it too exuded an unsettling coldness that seeped through his clothing. He adjusted his cloak, pulling it tighter around his shoulders against the biting wind. Taking a moment, he straightened his back, squaring his shoulders in preparation for the encounters ahead. With a resolute breath, he steeled himself for the solitude that would follow. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Headmaster Graves was already there, a solitary figure amidst the swirling elements. He stood with an air of quiet authority, waiting, his expression inscrutable, as if guarding secrets best left unspoken. "Welcome home," Graves said, his voice low and clipped, each word conveying the weight of seriousness. "There's been an incident." Though Severus's posture remained unchanged, a ripple of intensity coursed through him, igniting something hidden behind his eyes. "What kind?" Graves hesitated, his expression shifting as he weighed the implications of his words. He turned and led Severus through the central tower, their footsteps echoing softly against the polished stone floor. They traversed a quiet, narrow corridor that felt almost alive with magic, one layered in powerful enchantments that Severus himself had meticulously reinforced just before he departed for the summit. The moment the last set of wards sealed shut behind them, Graves halted, his demeanor serious. "Your personal laboratory was breached." The gravity of the statement settled heavily in the air, striking Severus like a blow of cold steel. His heartbeat quickened and then slowed as he steadied himself. "When?" "2 nights ago. During dinner." Graves' voice grew firmer, an edge of urgency piercing through his calm exterior. "They didn't completely break the wards. Not this time. But someone tested them, probing for weaknesses, exploiting a fracture point, and slipping through a window in the cascade cycle. They were in and out in less than 5 minutes." Severus's mind raced, calculations whirling instantaneously, runes, timing matrices, detection spells flared in his thoughts. He would have sensed if the wards had faltered, such failures were noticeable. Unless they had been peeled away rather than broken, carefully dismantled without raising alarm. And what exactly was taken? Severus asked, his curiosity piqued despite the gravity of the situation. "We're not entirely sure," Graves admitted, his brow furrowed in concern. "You'll need to inspect the vault yourself to gather more information. But we do know this much, there was a sample. Just a single vial." He hesitated, glancing around the dimly lit room as if the shadows themselves were eavesdropping. "And it wasn't registered in our archives." Severus felt a chill run down his spine, he already knew what it was. Only one vial of its kind matched that ominous description. Only one had been left unmarked, undocumented, and buried beneath layers of shadowy wards designed to conceal it from prying eyes. The prototype tablet of the unnamed potion, a creation so potent it was designed specifically for power, control, and manipulation. A true tool of leverage that could shift the balance of influence. With a deliberate motion, Graves produced a sealed scroll from deep within his coat, his fingers brushing against the aged parchment. The wax seal bore the emblem of British authority, formal, ancient, and heavily weighted with significance. "The Ministry of Magic sent this morning," he said grimly, his voice laced with foreboding. "They didn't go through the usual diplomatic channels. They completely bypassed us, sending it straight to the ICW review board instead." Severus accepted the scroll, his heart racing as he broke the seal with a sharp flick of his wrist. It was time to confront whatever storm was brewing on the horizon. Inside was an official letter of inquiry from the Department of Magical Regulation in the United Kingdom, co-signed by 2 esteemed members of the International Confederation of Wizards' Magical Substances Commission. The gravity of the accusation was unmistakably clear. Creation and concealment of an unregistered Class 4 magical compound. Origin unknown. Effects undocumented. Suspected volatility, high. Black market potential, extreme. Identity of inventor, under review. The identity of the inventor was still under review, creating an air of urgency in the investigation. Curiously, the potion was left unnamed. Instead, the letter contained only a clinical enumeration of various magical abnormalities that had been observed in a sample that had been stolen, further complicating the situation for those tasked with uncovering the truth. No name was given to the potion. Instead, there was merely a clinical enumeration of the magical abnormalities observed in a confiscated sample. A troubling note highlighted its alarming capacity to bypass established anti-magic dilution protocols. Severus stared at the words, his heart pounding in silence, each line echoing ominously in his mind. Only the Zabinus were privy to its existence, only he and Arcturus understood the intricate formula that lay buried, locked away from the world. Hidden from prying eyes and untouched by time, it had been their closely guarded secret. Yet, someone had unearthed it. Someone had stolen his silence, his meticulous control over knowledge that was meant to remain concealed. Graves stood across from him, arms crossed and brow furrowed in indignation. "They're not intending to ban the potion," he declared, his voice heavy with accusation. "They're attempting to seize authority over it. Over you. Or bury it," Severus murmured, a chill of foreboding creeping into his voice as the weight of the situation settled upon him. "They've made it an ICW matter," Graves said, his expression twisted in distress. "This means they've got backing, serious influence. The kind that comes from old money, likely the pureblood bloc. I assume you're aware of what that implies." Severus's gaze sharpened, a flicker of realization stirring within him. Voldemort's reach, a chilling reminder of the power they wielded. He meticulously folded the scroll, each crease precise, before sliding it into the inner pocket of his coat, protecting its contents as one might shield a delicate treasure. "They believe they've discovered a weapon," Graves continued, his tone laced with concern. "They believe they found a weakness," he corrected, his brow furrowing. "They've glimpsed what you truly are. A force they can't contain. Now, they're attempting to claim it as their own." Severus directed his attention toward the arched window at the far end of the corridor. Outside, snow began to fall, drifting softly in spiraling patterns against the dim, overcast sky, each flake a silent messenger of the season's chill. "I granted them silence," he said, his voice cold and distant like the winter outside. He glanced down at his gloved hands, contemplating the weight of his actions, everything he had constructed, the lines meticulously drawn in the sand. His gaze shifted toward the horizon, where a tempest was brewing beyond the protective wards, the air thick with anticipation. "But they demand obedience," he concluded, his voice a low whisper, punctuated by the looming threat of the storm. "Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 77, Chapter 73, The Price of Invention." The door to Severus's personal lab swung open quietly, a stark contrast to the slam it should have delivered. As he stepped inside, the wards murmured softly, 10 layers of magical defenses surrounding him, each vibrating faintly at a frequency attuned solely to his senses. One layer had been compromised. Another had been altered. The damage was expertly concealed, the remnant so subtle that even the most skilled of masters would fail to notice. But Severus was not just any master, he perceived everything. With an almost mechanical precision, he began his meticulous examination, inspecting every stasis drawer, every secure cabinet, every intricate arcane lock that fortified his sanctuary. Each tap of his wand resonated with clarity, sharp and defining. Each incantation was executed with precision and intent, deliberate in its purpose. His movement halted before the cold drawer nestled at the far end of the room. He didn't dare to open it. There was no need for that. The truth hung heavily in the air, and he was fully aware of what was absent. The sample vial. The prototype. The unregistered, unnamed tablet. Serge Noir. He turned slowly, his gaze sweeping across the lab, his expression a mask of neutrality. Yet, within him, his hands clenched into tight fists. Not out of rage. Not from fear. But as a contingency plan. A strategy. Within minutes, he had sealed the room, engaged a new triple-layered ward sequence, and lit a silent scryfire. He summoned his research ledger, flicked through coded entries, and added a new line beneath the Serge Noir section. No invention shall exist in only one place again. One mind is no longer enough. Contingency is now protocol. He reached for a clean scroll, dipped his quill, and began drafting a response to the ICW inquiry. But he didn't defend. He struck. To the Office of Magical Substance Oversight. International Confederation of Wizards. Notice of Inquiry, Unauthorized Formulation, Class 4 Substance. You mistake silence for consent. You mistake invention for submission. And you mistake theft for jurisdiction. Let me be plain. The substance in question was neither registered nor distributed. It was not sold, demonstrated, or licensed. It was contained, locked beneath private wards on educational grounds, under protections recognized by both Ilvermorny and the ICW's own research autonomy charter. Its presence in your hands constitutes not discovery, but burglary. You do not possess my permission. You do not possess my formula. What you possess is a stolen sample, removed from a secured chamber without notice or warrant, and now used as leverage to summon a trial you are not entitled to conduct. If the Confederation allows theft to be legitimized through inquiry, then it ceases to be a court of regulation and becomes a theater for piracy. You are not investigating a violation. You are participating in one. And if this is to be the precedent you set for magical innovation in the modern world, then you are not guardians of magic. You are its grave robbers. I will appear at your tribunal. Not to plead. To observe the moment you decide whether your legacy will be law or irrelevance. Severus Snape. Inventor of the Vigorum Draft. Inventor of the Rejuvenation Elixir. Citizen of the United Kingdom by birth. Citizen of the world by design. He signed it with magic, not ink. A rune-based seal key to his name and aura. The next step was not writing. It was hunting. He stood before the mirror wall at the edge of the lab, a shimmering interface that reflected his mental inventory. Names glimmered across its surface like stars in a night sky. Aurora. Langford. Graves. The Ilvermorny Alchemy Department. His warding team. His storage manager. Each name held significance, marking relationships built on trust and shared purpose. Yet, despite that network of connections, no one had unrestricted access to his work. But someone had managed to infiltrate his defenses. And someone harbored malicious intent, aiming to hurt him without laying a finger on him. The British ministry had no legal jurisdiction in North America, but if they could persuade the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, to take action against his endeavors, that would be a calculated strategy. That would constitute a declaration of war. He tapped on one particular name, Langford, and as he did, the mirror illuminated several international potion exchanges she had moderated during the recent summit. A potential leak. Uncertainty gnawed at him, he didn't want to believe it. Yet, he realized he needed to confirm the truth, whatever it might reveal. That night, Severus activated his encrypted communication mirror. The first face to materialize was that of Arcturus, the Elder Prince, illuminated by the flickering green-blue glow of the device. His expression was a mix of pale fury and indignation. They've crossed the line, Arcturus declared immediately, his voice low and urgent. Do you have any idea how many safeguards I embedded into your guardianship treaties? They've circumvented every single one of them. It's not just theft, Severus responded, his tone cold and unyielding. They filed an inquiry using my own creation as bait. They've put everything at risk. And now they want you to validate it under pressure, Arcturus spat, bitterness lacing his words. They believe this will allow them to claim ownership of the formula legally. Severus remained silent, his expression betraying none of the tumult swirling inside him. He didn't need to respond, the gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air. They've poked the lion's cub, Arcturus muttered, mostly to himself, his voice filled with a mix of disbelief and anger. They thought it was still a harmless kitten. And they have forgotten who taught him how to bare his teeth. The next call Severus received was brief but no less intense. Salvatore Zabini's expression resembled polished obsidian, reflecting the gravity of their circumstances. We warned you, Severus stated simply, a note of resignation creeping into his voice. This is precisely why I insisted on containment measures. Salvatore nodded once, his demeanor resolute. We've already issued a statement through Ricci Sr. It's quiet and diplomatic, but the message is crystal clear. If the International Confederation of Wizards escalates this matter, they'll jeopardize our trade alignment for 2 fiscal quarters. Severus felt a shadow of a smile tug at his lips, a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. Almost. It arrived the next morning. A folded parchment delivered by diplomatic courier, charms laced, and sealed with an international rune sigil of inquiry. Severus read it slowly. The language was precise. Cold. Should you wish to demonstrate cooperative intent, the British Ministry is prepared to extend limited clearance to continue your work, pending your submission of all formulations in question, their alchemical composition, and the full production methodology. He closed the scroll. Burned it without a word. They wanted his formulas. They could try breaking into his mind next. Later that evening, Aurora found him in his lab, the faint scent of herbs and potion ingredients mingling in the air. She leaned against the doorframe, arms folded tightly across her chest, her expression a careful mixture of concern and determination. You haven't left this room in 16 hours, she said, her voice breaking the heavy silence. Graves told me. I'm working, he replied, not looking up from his cluttered workbench, where flasks and vials were arranged in a chaotic semblance of order. You're spiraling, she insisted, stepping further inside, her tone growing more earnest. Severus glanced up for a brief moment. I'm responding. There's a difference, she pointed out. She moved closer, her voice softening as she sensed the tension in the air. You're not just protecting your work anymore, Sev. You're locking yourself inside it. His silence hung between them, heavy and impenetrable. Instead of voicing his thoughts, his gaze flickered to the flames dancing beneath a bubbling cauldron, where ingredients simmered ominously. It wasn't merely a project, it was a contingency brew, hastily concocted in a state of desperation. Aurora followed his gaze and understood the implications. Don't become the weapon they want to paint you as, she cautioned gently, concern lacing her words. That made him pause, the weight of her warning settling over him like a thick fog. He finally turned his back to the flickering fire, resolute yet troubled. I won't, he said firmly, a new determination in his voice. I'll become the reason they stop painting anyone. The press struck first, launching an intense wave of scrutiny. The Daily Prophet, a prominent British publication known for its close connections to the Ministry of Magic's Public Relations Department, unleashed a harshly critical article titled, "The Boy Behind the Bruise, How Severus Snape's Unregulated Inventions Pose a Grave Threat to Magical Ethics." Within mere hours, the piece had circulated widely, its sensational claims igniting fervor and debate throughout the wizarding community. Not content with a single publication, the article was swiftly reprinted in French, allowing it to breach linguistic barriers and reach a broader audience. Following suit, a Spanish edition soon made its appearance, further amplifying the controversy. As the public uproar grew, the ministry responded with an official letter, signaling the beginning of an intense and heated discourse. Sealed in a deep shade of violet, the scroll bore the official insignia of the Department of Magical Substance Oversight. Severus Snape, you are hereby summoned to appear before the Tribunal of Experimental Alchemy in 30 days' time to answer charges regarding the unauthorized creation and concealment of Class 4 magical substances. He carefully folded the scroll, his movements deliberate and precise. There was no fear coursing through him, no tremor of anxiety gripping his hands. Just one long, slow breath, a moment of stillness in the face of impending scrutiny. After the breath, he reached for his weathered notebook, its pages filled with years of research and discoveries. He scrawled 3 defiant words beneath the growing list of pending formulas, let them come. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 78, Chapter 74, The Trial of the Snape Convention. The letter arrived with the first light of dawn, casting a pale glow across the Ilvermorny courtyard. Severus stood at the edge, his breath visible in the crisp morning air, as fine snowflakes danced gently down, dusting the marble beneath his feet. A silent owl swooped down gracefully, delivering a thick scroll sealed with intricate runes, which landed softly into his outstretched gloved hand. The sigil of the International Confederation of Wizards shimmered in the morning light, its silver brilliance momentarily captivating him. Severus hesitated, resisting the urge to tear it open immediately. Instead, he turned on his heel and made his way back to the observatory wing of his tower. The air inside felt warmer, enveloped in the faint scent of parchment and old ink. He lit a single lamp, its flickering golden glow illuminating the room, and unrolled the scroll with a mix of eagerness and apprehension beneath the warm light, ready to unveil whatever news awaited him. Summons to the Magitorium Arcanum. Public Tribunal, Invention Ethics Review. Accused, Severus Snape. Date, 2 weeks from receipt. Location, the ICW High Court, Geneva Sector. He read the document carefully, absorbing every word, and then he read it again, just to be sure. This was not a private inquiry, it was not meant to be a quiet reprimand behind closed doors. No, this was something much more significant, a trial. A public trial, open for all to witness and judge. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of intensity crossing his face. They wanted a spectacle, an event that would draw eyes and stir whispers. Very well, he thought with a sense of resignation. If that was their intent, then they would certainly have one. The moment the tribunal was announced, the magical press erupted. The Alchemist's Eye, the boy behind the potion, genius or risk. Daily Prophet, former Hogwarts student to stand trial in international court, is Britain to blame. The Eastern Crescent, Ilvermorny prodigy faces global tribunal, innovation under fire. Inside Britain, the pureblood bloc ignited with fervor. They inundated the media with hushed insinuations, the potion was unstable, the creator lacked proper vetting, and the boy was a legitimate threat. Shadows of doubt loomed over the community, and anonymous officials from the Department of Magical Regulation began to release cryptic statements that only fueled the fire. Simultaneously, Ilvermorny's administration found itself under siege as anxious parent groups inundated them with letters expressing their worries. In the classroom, Aurora observed an influx of foreign observers, their presence a palpable reminder of the scrutiny bearing down on her. Even Langford, ever the stalwart figure, was drawn into a high-stakes International Confederation of Wizards conference call, tasked with clarifying the intricate oversight protocols that seemed to be crumbling under the pressure. Amidst this whirlwind of chaos, Severus remained curiously silent, his thoughts hidden behind an impenetrable facade. But the tension in the air shifted dramatically with the arrival of Lord Arcturus Prince. He stepped through the Ilvermorny ward line without a moment's pause, flanked by 2 stern legal advisors and a black dragon hide case brimming with arcane contracts, the air around him humming with the weight of impending decisions. Arcturus Prince presented a commanding figure, his cloak shimmered like liquid night, his eyes glinted with intelligence, and his face bore the sharp angles and icy demeanor of winter itself, sculpted by years of strategy and resolve. They convened in the map room, a sanctuary guarded against prying ears and eager whispers. The room was cloaked in a solemn silence, the walls adorned with charts and paintings depicting battles won and lost. "So they want a trial," Arcturus stated, his voice steady as he unfurled the tribunal notice with deliberate care. "In public?" "Yes," Severus replied, his tone resolute. "And I want it to remain that way." Arcturus raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his composed features. Most would beg for a private hearing to shield themselves from scrutiny. "I have nothing to hide," Severus asserted with confident clarity. "But I have something to show." A pause settled between them, heavy with unspoken implications. Arcturus studied him intently, his keen mind unraveling the layers behind Severus's declaration. A slow smile crept across his lips, a glint of approval in his eyes. "You want to make it a reckoning," he surmised. "I want to make it a lesson," Severus emphasized, his voice firm and unwavering. "For the world." The following day, a new article emerged, not from the pages of a gossip magazine, but within The Alchemist's Eye, one of the most venerable magical journals still in circulation. Titled, "Invention Under Fire, a response from Severus Snape," this essay was masterfully crafted, showcasing an elegance in its prose that was matched only by its precision. The words flowed seamlessly, each sentence meticulously constructed to convey the weight of the arguments presented, yet there was an undercurrent of quiet condemnation that ran through the text, leaving readers to ponder the implications of Snape's assertions. The Alchemist's Eye, Special Opinion Feature. Invention Under Fire, a response from Severus Snape. By special submission. Published internationally, translated into 14 languages by evening release. To the magical world. I have recently been notified that I am to stand trial, not cloaked in secrecy, not lurking in the shadows, but boldly under the illumination of the Magitorium Arcanum. This hallowed venue is designated for the most serious of transgressions, the abuse of magic, the violation of ethical principles, the degradation of innovation. What, you may ask, is my alleged crime? It is the audacious act of innovation, without the requisite permission. Let me clarify, they do not accuse me of distributing a weapon of destruction. I have not commercially sold Serge Noir, nor have I marketed Valaris Dust. I have not unleashed chaos upon the world beyond the realms of theoretical exploration and responsible design. My true guilt lies in my relentless ambition, a pursuit taken to its natural, albeit controversial, conclusion. Therefore, let us be unequivocal, I shall attend the trial. I will confront every inquiry thrown my way. However, I will not express remorse for my boldness in creating what others were too fearful to even conceptualize. If this magical world chooses to penalize those who take risks with obliteration, then we are left with a future dictated by a history that has granted no permission for evolution or progress. Progress cannot be sanitized before it is put to the test. Discovery does not wait for bureaucratic approval. The true edge of magic, the place where boundaries blur, is never attained by those who ponder how safely they can navigate the unknown. It is found by those who dare to step forward, fully aware of the potential costs, embracing the risks and the unwelcome consequences that accompany their choices, and choosing to create nonetheless. The potion in question was not merely misplaced, it was stolen. It was never released to the world, nor offered for sale, no intentions for weaponization, nor meant for consumption. It was taken, snatched from a private, sealed laboratory, which was safeguarded by Ilvermorny's most sophisticated warding enchantments. This brazen act of theft went uncondemned. Instead, it was legitimized under the guise of inquiry. And so I pose a question: if the Confederation permits theft to be validated through tribunal proceedings, then it transforms from a court of justice into a theater for piracy. You are not merely investigating a breach of law. You are complicit in one. I will not engage in a debate about the ethics of what remains unreleased. I will not permit fear to dictate the course of magical evolution. Furthermore, I will not allow an entire generation of aspiring potion masters to believe that creativity equates to treason. For those who are concerned about the potions I have already crafted, know this: I did not design these potions to astonish the world. I created them because the world itself chose not to innovate. This trial is not focused on safety. It centers around the struggle for control. Yet, I refuse to yield to control. My allegiance lies with reason and rational thought. And to the future that dares to be more than a mere reflection of the past. If the next generation finds itself seeking permission to create, then we are destined to craft only what those who came before us would deem acceptable. That is not magic, that is stagnation, a dull echo of what once was. So let us move forward. Let the trial commence. Let us pose the critical question, not whether what I have created poses a threat, but whether we still hold in our hearts the true essence of what magic is meant to accomplish. Respectfully. Severus Snape. Heir to the most noble and most ancient house of Snape. Alchemical inventor, ICW recognized dual potioneering prodigy. Founder, Snape Potioneering Division. By the time the article made its way through various magical academic networks and political channels, it had already been reprinted in several prominent publications, including the Transmutation Times, La Voix Alchimique, and the Eastern Crescent Journal. Experts and enthusiasts alike had meticulously dissected its contents during heated discussions on every major debate panel in the press room of the magical world. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the town, one undeniable fact emerged from the chaos: the battle for Severus's future was no longer confined to the sterile, echoing courtrooms where legal arguments were once exchanged. It had decisively transitioned into the realm of public opinion and the written word, igniting a fierce debate that unfolded across the pages of newsprint. That evening, Severus stood before his enchanted mirror, observing as Arcturus's reflection flickered to life in its silvery surface. The older man's image was framed by a chaotic backdrop filled with scrolls, documents, and ward crystals that blinked in various colors, creating a sense of urgency and preparation. "We're fully prepared for a defense," Arcturus said, his voice steady despite the tumultuous atmosphere. "But this situation has evolved beyond the realm of legality. It's about crafting a narrative. They intend for the world to view a reckless prodigy playing God. We'll counter that image and showcase a visionary who is being held hostage by the cowardice of others." Severus's eyes darkened as he murmured, "They forced my hand." Arcturus nodded, his expression somber yet resolute. "Indeed, they've poked the lion's cub," he replied dryly, the remnants of a smirk ghosting across his face. "Thinking it was still just a kitten." The final owl of the night arrived just before the clock chimed midnight, its wings silent against the cool air. Severus's heart raced as he unfurled the scroll, the rustle of parchment breaking the stillness. A list. 5 names, each one casting a long shadow. 5 tribunal judges, each representing a unique balance of fate. A delegate from the Department of Magical Regulation, an unmistakably British figure, but clearly compromised, his loyalties possibly swaying with the political tides. A former Hogwarts professor, Octavia Melrose, who had taught transfiguration with a grace that often belied her fierce commitment to the traditions of Hogwarts. Now an ICW liaison, she was known for her calm neutrality, yet whispers of her past as a staunch defender of tradition still lingered in the halls of the ministry. Duke Linhard Oral, a discreet ally of the Zabinis hailing from the Balkans. His presence was understated, often blending into the background, yet his loyalty remained steadfast and unwavering. Thaddeus Sky, a retired High Magister of the ICW, gained infamy for his relentless pursuit of ethical conduct among alchemists. Known for purging half a dozen unscrupulous practitioners over the past 2 decades, his reputation instilled both respect and fear. Even Arcturus faltered at the mere mention of his name. And the 5th, Master Indira Vale, representing the Independent Potioneering Guild. As an Indian delegate and a former inventor renowned for her brilliance, she was tough yet fair, her insights sharp and her resolve unyielding. 5 names. 5 shadows looming over the flickering fire's glow. Severus closed the scroll with a definitive snap and placed it beside his well-used notebook, a sense of gravity settling in the air around him. 2 weeks. In just 14 days, the world would be watching, waiting with bated breath to see how fate would unfold. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 79, Chapter 75, The People Who Stay. The Ilvermorny 6th-year common room had never felt this quiet, not stifled, not solemn, just a profound sense of steadiness hung in the air. It was the kind of silence that thrived not from absence, but from the comforting weight of presence. Each steady breath and heartbeat seemed to echo softly around the room. Severus Shafiq sat curled in a well-worn corner armchair by the hearth, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner, his head tilted at just the right angle to appear casual. The flickering firelight danced across the buckle of his wand holster, casting shifting shadows on the plush rug beneath him. But in that moment, his eyes, usually so sharp and alert, forever scanning, calculating, observing, remained still and unfocused. He was finally at rest, if only for a little while. The others around him filled the cozy space with a reassuring air of quiet companionship, each absorbed in their own small world yet connected through the shared warmth of friendship. Evie, ever the clever one, had brought along her usual stash of smuggled sweets, a delicious assortment of lemon dust pops that sparkled with enchantment and a thermos of spelled cocoa that magically refilled itself whenever a joke was whispered nearby. "I still say this one tastes like remorse," Alessandro muttered, as he cautiously licked a vibrant green swirl that hissed softly against his tongue. "You know, like every mistake I made back in 4th year," he added, a wry smile crossing his lips as nostalgia danced in his eyes. Kiera, seated nearby, rolled her eyes at him playfully, but there was a softness in her expression as she carefully passed Severus a wrapped chocolate. "You don't have to speak, you know," she said gently, the warmth of her hand resting on his sleeve a small gesture of encouragement. "Just sit with us. That's enough." Aurora, relaxed as ever, leaned back against the edge of the plush sofa, weaving thin cords of rune thread expertly between her fingers with a practiced grace. "He never speaks unless there's something at stake," she observed, casting a knowing glance toward Severus, her tone playful yet insightful. "That's the idea," Ben remarked with an air of sarcasm. "He's already managed to carve out a black market empire." Let him enjoy a night off. Jonas, observing the scene unfold with his trademark half-smile, interjected calmly, this trial won't define you. Your work has already done that. Severus glanced down at the chocolate resting in his palm, the rich aroma wafting up to tease his senses. With a slight hesitation, he unwrapped the treat, the crinkling of the foil breaking the comfortable silence, and took a deliberate bite. Tonight wasn't about strategy. There were no defenses to construct, no clever counterplays to devise. Instead, it was a time to unwind, a simple gathering filled with laughter, an impromptu game of enchanted cards that twisted and turned in mischievous shapes, and a fond reminiscing about the time one of them got detention in their first year for attempting to hex a troll doll. And there, in the middle of it all, Severus smiled. The night was clear, with the stars gleaming sharply against the backdrop of Ilvermorny's ancient stone towers. Severus meandered along the outer path beside the glasshouse gardens, yearning for silence, or perhaps the comforting embrace of solitude, though he wasn't entirely certain. As he approached, he spotted her already there. Selina stood leaning against the ornate iron banister, her silhouette illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight, hands delicately folded before her. It seemed as though she had been waiting for him, lost in thought or perhaps contemplating whether to depart. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped closer to join her. I thought you were avoiding everyone, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, breaking the stillness of the night. I was, he replied, his tone measured. Until you became part of everyone. She regarded him with an expression that melded amusement with an inscrutable depth, her eyes scanning his face as if searching for some hidden truth. You're not afraid, are you? She inquired after a thoughtful pause, curiosity lacing her words. Severus didn't respond right away. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the frost-kissed lawn, the shimmering blades glinting like scattered diamonds under the moon's watchful eye. Not of the verdict, he said at last, his voice low and contemplative. Of who's still watching us? She nodded slowly, absorbing the weight of his words. I can't imagine how it feels, she admitted, her eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and concern. To build something that powerful and then have everyone clawing for a piece of it. You don't have to, he replied, his tone surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to the tension that hung between them. Silence enveloped them once more, thick and heavy, until she shifted slightly closer, as if seeking warmth. I just want you to know, she said, tentatively reaching out to touch his hand, you're not alone in this. He remained still, the moment stretching between them. Her fingers felt cold against his, too cold, like the chill of a winter's evening. And for an instant, just a blink of an eye, when he had brought up the earlier discussion about the lab breach, she had hesitated. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her face before she abruptly redirected the conversation, posing a question about Vienna's marble vaults. Her voice was calm, almost too calm, masking the turmoil beneath. Too calm. The air was thick with unspoken words and tentative emotions. But Severus remained silent, a heavy weight pressing down on his heart. Trust, he reminded himself, is not a given, it is a choice to be made, one that requires courage and a leap into the unknown. Tonight, however, he found himself at a crossroads, hesitant and uncertain, unsure if he could take that leap just yet. At sunrise, Professors Langford and Harland stood in the dimly lit observatory study, their silhouettes sharp against the warm glow filtering through the large windows. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as Severus entered, his boots barely making a sound on the polished wooden floor. Langford, standing with her arms crossed behind her back, offered a small, solemn nod. Whatever happens, she began, her voice steady but laced with gravity, your name belongs to history now. And it will not be erased by politics, Harland added, his expression resolute. The three of them exchanged no pleasantries, there was only the shared weight of conviction hanging in the air. You'll have Ilvermorny's full support, Langford stated, her gaze unwavering. And mine. Severus inclined his head in acknowledgement, his demeanor calm yet alert. Langford hesitated for just a moment, her brow furrowing slightly as she gathered her thoughts. I reviewed the logs, she continued, her tone shifting to something more thoughtful. From the night your lab was breached. There's one entry that still doesn't make sense. A brief magical disturbance, contained, but anomalous. I've isolated it, but I need more time to understand its implications. Keep it quiet for now, Professor, Severus replied, his voice flat, devoid of any inflection that might reveal the gravity of what was at stake. Let me know if anything changes. In the dim light of his dormitory, Severus sat on his bed, the weight of the pocket watch heavy in his hand. Each rhythmic tick resonated through the silence, echoing once every 2 seconds, a steady pulse that felt both reassuring and oppressive. Clean. Uncorrupted. Each tick confirmed the absence of distortion or compulsion, free from any foreign spell lingering on those nearby. It was meant to bring him comfort. Instead, it tightened the noose of anxiety around his chest. With a sharp breath, he turned to his notebook, the nib of his quill biting into the parchment with each desperate stroke. If it wasn't coercion, it was a choice. The distinction gnawed at him as he set the quill down, the movement rigid and precise. He crossed the room with a purpose, reaching for a drawer that was a secret only he knew existed. With a soft click, it opened to reveal a rune-locked ledger, a hidden collection of his most perilous formulations. Gently, he pulled it free, the leather cover worn but familiar beneath his fingers. There it was, the damning evidence he sought. A single, haunting entry stared back at him. VD/SN, Batch 7, Sample B. The time was stamped incorrectly by a mere 4 minutes, but that discrepancy loomed larger than it seemed. As his eyes scanned the details, anxiety crept in. Magical residue, disrupted. Cloaking ward traces. This was no simple oversight, it suggested something far beyond school-grade stealth. I didn't check this vial, that day, he whispered to the stillness of the room, the admission hanging in the air like a shadow. The watch ticked softly, reverberating in the silence. Once. Twice. A dormitory window, just before midnight. Selena's POV. The room was enveloped in a profound stillness, the curtains drawn so tightly that not a single beam of starlight dared to touch the floorboards. The fire in the common room had long since faded to ashes, leaving only the chill of the evening air. Upstairs, the only notable sound was the steady ticking of an enchanted clock, a faint reminder of time that someone had carelessly neglected to silence. Selena sat cross-legged on her bed, nestled in the shadows, her spine perfectly straight as if she were trying to channel the energy around her. A soft blanket, meticulously folded, lay over her knees, providing a small measure of comfort amid the darkness. Her wand rested beside her, untouched and unyielding, as if waiting in silence for instructions. She hadn't lit a lamp, there was simply no need for artificial light in this moment. The gentle glow emanated from her hand, a soft, ethereal luminescence that filled the small space around her. A mark was etched into her palm, faint yet unmistakable, curving delicately like the lingering memory of a spell cast long ago. The color was a vivid red, reminiscent of a recent wound, still raw and sensitive to the touch, pulsing softly with echoes of magical energy. She rubbed the mark with her thumb, not in an attempt to soothe it, but to reconnect with the sensation, to feel it once more beneath her skin. The burn had been clean and purposeful, a quiet force meant for defense, stirring within her an empowered resolve. Severus's wards never screamed when they struck, they only doled out punishment with a chilling efficiency. She hadn't expected them to recognize her presence. Or perhaps, deep down, she had always known they wouldn't. Maybe that was the entire point of it all. Her fingers instinctively drifted lower, seeking the familiar texture of a folded cloth pouch tucked away within the lining of her sleeve. It wasn't there now, of course, but her hand moved to that spot anyway, driven by habit, by the ghosts of memories past. She let her hand fall back to her lap, feeling a mix of longing and loss. Taking a deliberate breath, long and steady, she whispered into the stillness, her voice almost too soft to pierce the quiet air, too faint even for her own ears. Some things must break, before they're worth anything. Her tone bore no trace of guilt or innocence, neither shading of hope nor weary resignation. It was simply a statement, devoid of embellishment, just quiet. In the enveloping darkness, her expression revealed nothing, a mask that remained unbroken even from her own scrutiny. With a slow surrender, she lay back against the surface beneath her, drawing the blanket up over her shoulder like a protective cocoon. She closed her eyes, allowing herself the gift of oblivion, and slipped into a deep sleep, untouched by dreams. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 80, Chapter 76, The Lines Are Drawn. The dim glow radiating from Severus's lab was faint, almost sacred in its intensity. Ethereal orbs of light floated in the corners of the room, casting elongated shadows that danced across ancient scrolls and intricate diagrams etched with arcane spells. A cauldron simmered quietly in the background, not brewing a potion, but serving as a silent reminder of the relentless passage of time. At the center of the cluttered table, Severus stood hunched over a piece of enchanted parchment, quill gripped tightly in his hand. The ink stubbornly refused to dry, lingering at the tip of the quill as if waiting for his true intent to materialize. This is not a defense, he muttered under his breath, striking the line through with a swift flick of his wrist. This is not a confession. Again, he shook his head in frustration, crossing out the words with an even bolder stroke. Drawing a deep, steadying breath, he tapped the nib against his lip, the motion a habitual attempt to spark inspiration. After a moment of contemplation, he wrote with renewed resolve, "This is a declaration of magical sovereignty." He leaned back slightly in his chair, his jaw set tight with determination as the weight of his words settled in the air around him. "I can't make them believe in logic," he muttered to himself, voice low and contemplative. "But perhaps they might respect the power of control." From the other room, Professor Langford's footsteps echoed softly as she approached, each step deliberate and measured. She leaned against the doorway, crossing her arms in a stance of unwavering resolve. "If you wish for me to stand as a witness in this academic ordeal," she began, her tone forthright and devoid of any niceties, "I am willing to do so." He turned to face her, searching her expression for any sign of doubt. Langford's gaze remained steadfast, her features carefully composed. "They're not merely doubting your research, Severus," she continued, her intensity palpable. They're questioning whether a 16-year-old should even be granted the opportunity to pursue a future in the field of magical invention. You remind them all too vividly of the fears they once harbored. Her eyes glinted with a sharpened focus, as though sensing the underlying stakes. Prepare yourself, she cautioned, her voice lowering slightly. Some trials conducted by the ICW don't conclude with a straightforward conviction. Instead, they can result in obliviation. Severus locked eyes with her, a flicker of determination igniting within him. Then I will emerge victorious. So decisively that they won't dare to resort to memory charms, they'll be left with no choice but to pen tomes in my honor. Later that evening, the enchanted mirror flickered to life in Severus's dimly lit study chamber, casting a silvery glow that danced across the walls. The shimmer coalesced into the refined face of Lorenzo Zabini, his sharp features accentuated by the ethereal light. The lobbying's begun, Lorenzo said, his fingers steepled beneath his chin as he leaned forward, a thoughtful look on his face. 3 neutral delegates have already been approached. 2 are listening. Only 2. Severus's brow furrowed, an edge of concern threading his voice. Your very existence terrifies them, Severus, Lorenzo replied, the weight of his words heavy in the air. They don't fear the potion, they fear that they didn't see you coming. The shadows you cast are long and foreboding. A tense pause enveloped the conversation, thickening the atmosphere. Then, Salvatore's voice broke through, calm yet sharp like the edge of a blade. There is a faction in the British ministry that wishes to see you broken. Discreetly. As a warning to others. I assumed as much, Severus said, his tone stoic, his mind racing with strategic possibilities. We can bury it if you choose, Lorenzo offered, his gaze steady, holding the promise of discretion. We know how to kill stories before they breathe life. No, Severus replied firmly, his voice unwavering. Let the world watch. And let them remember who didn't look away. The resolve in his statement resonated with a fierce determination, echoing the deep-rooted convictions that guided his actions. The package arrived at dawn, its presence marked by an eerie stillness that blanketed the quiet morning. It bore no seal, only the shimmering ripple of blood-bound enchantments, a clear indication of its significance. Severus reached out and touched it, feeling a sentient warmth that seemed to yield to him alone, as if it recognized the weight of his intentions. Inside lay 3 carefully curated items, each significant in its own right. First, there was a slim leather volume, weathered with age, containing a compendium of ancient magical law, an anthology of trials that had irrevocably altered wizarding legal precedent over 5 centuries. Each turn of the page was steeped in the gravitas of history, echoing the voices of those who had fought and faltered within the intricate web of magic and justice. Second, a folded sheet of parchment lay tucked beside the tome, covered in meticulous annotations in Arcturus Prince's precise hand. The document outlined counter-inquiry clauses and trial shielding techniques, each line brimming with the careful craftsmanship of a mind dedicated to the labyrinthine nuances of legal strategy. The weight of Arcturus's intellect felt almost palpable, infused into the very fibers of the parchment. Third, a pair of black leather gloves rested at the bottom of the package. They appeared plain at first glance, nothing to draw undue attention. Yet, once worn, they revealed their true purpose. Attuned to the world around them, they could register the aura temperature of anyone nearby, a subtle shift in warmth signaling the presence of lies that lingered in the air, illuminating deception when it dared to show itself. Beneath these items lay a simple note, its ink a stark contrast against the smooth surface of the parchment, in case truth isn't enough. Arcturus. A faint yet sharp smile crossed Severus's lips as he absorbed the implications of the message, a reminder of the often turbulent dance between truth and illusion in the world he navigated. In the southern hall, long after the curfew hour had slipped away, Selina moved with quiet deliberation, her presence barely breaking the stillness of the night. She carried nothing with her, no belongings or enchanted objects to weigh her down. Yet, despite the absence of any magical enhancements, her steps were remarkably soft, as if she had learned to tread lightly on the very air around her. Her thoughts, shrouded in a veil of secrecy, remained entirely unreadable. As she passed the entrance to Severus's private lab, the wards surrounding it shimmered faintly, reacting to her proximity. An aura of caution enveloped her, and she chose not to enter the space. Instead, she allowed herself a moment's pause, drawn to the protective barrier like a moth to a flame. Her hand, delicate and poised, hovered just above the line where the wards glowed with latent energy. She felt the pulse of magic beneath her fingertips, and a tremor of anticipation coursed through her. But then, as if recollecting a deeper resolve, she stilled her fingers, letting them rest just shy of contact. Not yet, she whispered to the stillness around her, the words carrying both a warning and a promise. Her eyes darkened with a mixture of determination and apprehension, shadows pooling beneath her lashes. Not if he's still this certain, she murmured, voicing the conflict that churned within her. With that, Selina turned away, gliding through the shadows as silently as she had come, leaving no trace or footprint behind to mark her passage. That night, as Severus made his way back to his cluttered desk, a sharp, measured rap echoed at the window, demanding attention, persistent. An unfamiliar owl, its feathers flecked with droplets of mist, settled onto the ledge, its eyes a deep shade reminiscent of twilight. With a cautious nod, Severus opened the window, allowing the creature to enter. It fluttered in, a gentle rustle of wings announcing its arrival, before he noticed the scroll it bore. Tied securely with an emerald ribbon, the parchment looked both precious and urgent. Upon examining the seal, he realized it lacked any official insignia or mark. But the penmanship was unmistakable, tight, slanted, as if the writer had infused each loop and stroke with a tangle of emotions. Lily Evans. His heart quickened at the familiar name. Carefully, he unrolled the scroll, anticipation mingling with trepidation, and began to read. Severus. I saw the article. I noticed the headlines flashing across the screen, bold and bright, promising stories of triumph and heartache. The vivid photography captured moments frozen in time, smiles, tears, and the electric atmosphere of celebration, all woven together to tell a larger story. And then there's your name, Severus Snape, now clinging to you like armor, as though it has seeped into the very marrow of your existence. You're the boy who professes to have walked alone, claiming he never needed anyone by his side. The boy who turned his back on familiarity, who left without a single glance backward. You envision the world applauding your choices, as if your silence resonates with the valor of a warrior standing alone against the tide. You believe your solitude stands as a testament to your strength. But perhaps, in truth, it was merely another layer of deception, the kind that cloaks the heart and obscures the reality beneath the surface. Because you never took the time to say goodbye, it stings more than I anticipated. You offered no explanations, neither to me nor to anyone else who might have sought clarity. Now, I find myself staring at the front page of The Prophet, where you appear stoic and sharp, shining so brightly as if you never needed to crawl through broken glass to achieve this moment. Did you ever pause to consider what it felt like? To watch your oldest friend simply vanish, not swallowed by war, not consumed by fire, but erased by the cold, mechanized processes of paperwork and permissions that chart out destinies. Did you truly believe I wouldn't notice how the Slytherins ceased their sneering after you left? How the whispers that slithered through the halls grew louder and more piercing, filled with speculation and fear. They say now that your enemies tremble at the sound of your name. What remains unsaid is how many of us were terrified long before that. Not of what you'd become in the eyes of the world, but of being abandoned by the one person who once vowed he'd always be there. You once shared your dream of changing the world, a lofty ambition that I revered. I just never fully grasped that it would come at the cost of leaving so many people, including me, in your shadow. And perhaps, you'll argue that it was all a matter of survival. But deep down, I can't help but wonder if it was something darker, if it was about control. Because you never fought to stay by my side. You vanished from my life, Severus. Now, all that remains are fragmented memories and words on a page. I read about you, your life, your choices, scrawled in ink as though they belonged to someone else. The name that once resonated with warmth now feels foreign, devoid of the person I once knew. Lily. Severus didn't rip the letter apart. He didn't set it aflame. Instead, he took a moment to fold it, once, meticulously, ensuring each crease was sharp and true. With deliberate care, he placed the folded paper into a drawer that was safeguarded with protective runes, shimmering faintly in the dim light. The label, etched delicately into the wood, read, Unfinished Business. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 81, Chapter 77, The Quiet Before the Fire. Author's Note. Hi everyone. I hope you enjoy this longer chapter, it's been a joy to write and share with you. Just a quick heads up, I won't be updating for the next couple of days, but I'm aiming to have the next chapter up by Saturday or Sunday. Thank you so much for your continued support, patience, and understanding. It truly means the world. Warm regards. Maggie. The sky above Geneva shimmered with a pale silver hue, its surface rippling as winter clouds draped low over the elegant spires of the ICW headquarters. Perched atop the enchanting district of the old city, the Magitorium Arcanum rose in silent authority, its formidable walls so deeply warded that even the slightest sound seemed to bend and dissipate as it approached. Severus Snape stood by one of the tall arched windows of the Zabini townhouse, situated just 3 blocks away. From this vantage point, he observed the courthouse in the distance, an imposing structure steeped in both history and mystery. He could feel the pulse of magic coursing through the ancient stones, a tangible reminder of the countless trials and tribulations that had unfolded within its chambers. The weight of history pressed upon him, accompanied by the faint echoes of voices long silenced, whispering tales of justice and conflict from eras past. The tribunal was only 7 days away, a date looming heavy on the horizon. And the war had already begun. The drawing room was modest in size, yet it provided a sense of security, its walls fortified with sound barriers, imbued with truth detection enchantments, and protected by wards personally crafted by Lorenzo Zabini. Around the polished central table, 4 figures gathered, Severus, Lorenzo, Lord Arcturus Prince, and an unfamiliar face who seemed to carry an air of confidence. Cassian Locke stood there, his presence commanding attention. Once a relentless prosecution consultant for the International Confederation of Wizards, he had since transitioned into the role of a private magical litigator. His voice had a smooth quality, reminiscent of polished wood, while his sharp gaze suggested a mind that absorbed information as one might collect leaves in autumn. Cashin had a reputation for being a formidable defender. He had once successfully represented an Azkaban escapee, a feat that's still echoing in legal circles. Now, he was tasked with the challenge of defending Severus. As he began to unfold the parchment that detailed the tribunal structure, his tone carried a crisp precision. "We'll have 5 judges," he outlined, his finger moving methodically to tap each name inscribed on the parchment. 2 of them are compromised. 1 is neutral. 1 has ties to Zabini. And finally, 1 is a wild card. He paused, allowing the gravity of the situation to settle amongst them, before continuing. "Your case depends on 2 critical factors, establishing moral credibility, and determining who can seize the spotlight first." Severus, arms folded defiantly across his chest, spoke with conviction. "We will not beg for our place. We will not lower ourselves to justify extraordinary talent to those who dwell in mediocrity." A smirk tugged at the corners of Cashin's lips. "No, we won't beg. Instead, we'll turn our brilliance into a weapon." Lord Arcturus, adorned in his regal slate-gray robes that flowed elegantly around him, nodded thoughtfully. "We begin with the panel discussion. Our strategy should focus on cultivating public support by demonstrating visible restraint. They seek a monster, we, in turn, shall present them with a visionary leader." And then, Lorenzo chimed in, reclining comfortably as if he were merely contemplating a casual conversation rather than engaging in a high-stakes political maneuver. "We sow the seeds of doubt. We make them question why the International Confederation of Wizards even accepted this case to begin with." Severus turned his gaze toward Lorenzo, his brows raised in a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Are we adequately prepared to initiate that line of inquiry?" In response, Lorenzo produced a sealed letter from within his robes, Salvatore's most recent update, its wax seal still intact and glistening under the dim light. "We are," he confirmed, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly smile as he handed the letter over. The fire had dwindled in the hearth of the Geneva townhouse, casting elongated, flickering shadows that danced across the walls. Lorenzo Zabini stood before Severus, his expression tight yet composed, as he passed over the sealed parchment with an air of urgency. "Salvatore didn't waste any time," Lorenzo remarked, his voice taut, revealing the weight of the situation. "He traced the leak." Severus accepted the scroll without uttering a reply. The Zabini seal was pressed down more heavily than usual, imparting a sense of anger and impatience. With deliberate care, he broke the wax seal. As he unfolded the letter, he noted its brusque brevity. The words were chilling, stark, and methodical. Salvatore's handwriting was distinct, the structure reminiscent of a war report, swathed in a sense of urgency, precise, and unyieldingly damning. "We successfully traced the breach back to its origin. The tools utilized to circumvent your protective wards were acquired 3 months ago in Zurich and funneled through an underground distributor located in Nocturne Alley. The identity of the buyer was carefully concealed, but the payment? That was as conspicuous as it gets. The trail of gold led us straight to 2 notorious figures. Lucius Malfoy and Rabastin Lestrange." Severus's eyes narrowed slightly. They didn't hire a hit wizard or an alchemist. They bought something else. A family. Not rich. Not influential. But desperate. Ties to no major house. But their child is a 6th year at Ilvermorny. Lorenzo, still standing across from him, elaborated. They didn't want a traceable trail. They needed someone no one would suspect. Someone already close enough to watch you without raising alarms. Severus didn't respond. He kept reading. "They were instructed to observe your movements. Report back through enchanted means. And during the Vienna summit, when your attention was elsewhere, they were given tools. Foreign ward breakers keyed to avoid detection by standard school runes. The goal was simple: retrieve any evidence that could be used to drag you back under British jurisdiction. Any formula, any prototype, anything unregistered. They broke into your lab," Lorenzo said softly, his voice tinged with urgency. "They took only one thing, the Surge Noir test sample you had meticulously stored under a triple lock seal." Severus's jaw tightened at the news. No name. No research notes. Just the potion sample. Lorenzo continued, his tone gravely serious. "They presented it to the International Confederation of Wizards. Labeled it as a potential Class 4 magical threat. And because it was both unregistered and exceptionally powerful, the Confederation took immediate notice." Severus's gaze fell on the final line of the letter. He read it twice, trying to absorb the weight of the implications. "We've narrowed the list of potential students. Unconfirmed as of yet. But we are close." He maintained his silence. Not a single curse escaped his lips, nor did he betray any urge to move. Instead, he meticulously folded the parchment, every crease calculated with care, and placed it beside the assorted court materials. His gaze turned inward, fixated on the ethereal space that existed between the flickering firelight and the heavy blanket of silence that enveloped them. Lorenzo held his gaze for a moment longer, absorbing the weight of the atmosphere, and then spoke in a hushed tone, "We're still searching. But whoever pulled this off, they didn't merely steal a potion. They handed the ministry a weapon," Severus interjected, his voice as unyielding as steel, each word dripping with a grim certainty. "And the ICW allowed them to arm it. I want the British ministry humiliated," Severus declared at last, shattering the oppressive silence that had settled around the table like a protective ward. His voice was steady and clinical, calculated to convey control, but underneath lay an undercurrent of steel, unyielding and resolute. "I want the tribunal to interrogate why this case was ever permitted to advance. I want every observer in that chamber to question the true motives of the ICW, and to ponder who stands to gain from its complicity in silence." His statements weren't framed for pity, they were strategically designed to unsettle. Lorenzo reclined in his chair, his expression thoughtful yet tinged with amusement as one brow quirked upward. From his corner of the table, Cassian Locke, diligently surrounded by his notes and the charm-sealed law texts that lay before him, looked up without lifting his chin. "That's not a legal defense, Mr. Shafiq," he remarked with a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. "That's a warning shot across the bow." "No," Severus replied, his gaze piercing and as sharp as glass. "It's a message. And messages have a way of lingering far longer than the verdicts themselves." Cassian paused, contemplating the heavy implications of their conversation. "And what exactly is the message we want to convey?" "That creation has the inherent right to exist without the need for approval. The old guard can no longer bind the future by cloaking their greed in the guise of ethics, especially after they've taken so much from it." The voice of his companion resonated with conviction. Arcturus's voice emerged, rich and sonorous, cutting through the tension in the room. "Then we compel the ICW to make a choice, not simply between Severus and the ministry, but between embracing progress and clinging to stagnation." Lorenzo's gaze drifted to the window, his eyes fixated on the imposing structure of the magitorium that loomed outside, casting a long shadow over their discussion like a specter of inevitability. "And what happens if they opt for stagnation?" he asked, the weight of apprehension in his tone. A thin, joyless smile flickered across Cassian's face. "Then we will demonstrate the potency of a mind bound by chains. We will make them deeply regret the decision to lock the door." Night in Geneva held a distinct kind of stillness. Not peace, never peace, but a palpable tension steeped in calculation. It was a silence that enveloped diplomats in layers of velvet lies, sharpening the knives hidden behind their courtly smiles. Severus stood by the frost-kissed window of his study in the Zabini townhouse, the soft glow from the fireplace casting his shadow long and angular across the polished wooden floor. The crackle of the flames filled the air with a warm contrast to the chilly night outside, yet it did little to ease the weight of his thoughts. In his hand, the pocket watch that Arcturus had gifted him ticked with a soft, patient rhythm, almost a heartbeat against the backdrop of stillness. This enchanted timepiece had been crafted to detect the most elusive forms of coercion, memory charms, binding hexes, and suggestion runes. Severus had meticulously measured every magical pulse since arriving in Geneva, each one registering clean, devoid of any sinister influence. There was no trace of control lingering in the air. No scent of forced will to cloud his senses. And yet, a gnawing instinct gnawed at his mind, whispering that the truth lay not in what was overtly observable, but rather in the shadows, in the whispers that had slipped past his vigilant gaze unnoticed. Betrayal, he reflected, doesn't always manifest in the form of magic. He turned back to the desk, letting his hand rest on the rune-sealed vial ledger, which was protected by ancient Shafiq wards keyed to him alone, a silent guardian of his secrets. With a swift flick, he flipped open to the hidden log of restricted potions, a confined realm that held potent knowledge. As he scanned the entries, his gaze caught on the Surge Noir entry, which shimmered faintly, almost imperceptibly. It was like a breath of interference in the air, neither a deletion nor an act of tampering. It was more subtle than that, just an adjustment, a delicate manipulation veiled in obscurity. The timestamp had been edited with surgical precision, a testament to the skill of the one who had done this. Someone had meticulously masked the exact moment the vial had been taken. Then, perhaps, they had attempted to obliterate even the trace of that edit, as if they could wipe away the evidence completely. But Severus was intimately aware that the failsafe he had constructed was a bulwark against such intrusions. The faint shimmer of the entry pulsed under his palm, a lingering reminder of its existence. Only one person in his knowledge base could wield the power to manipulate rune-embedded alchemical ledgers with such finesse, someone who could reshape the narrative without leaving a trace of the alteration. He didn't utter the name aloud, not yet. There was a tightness in his jaw, a reflexive lock that spoke of his growing apprehension. Deep within him, a colder layer of his mind began to stir, a part that had gone quiet at the Zabini table, that had diligently inscribed laws on ancient scrolls while others immersed themselves in the chaotic dance of spells. This part was now drafting its next move, precise and calculated like the stealthy adjustment he was grappling with. The wind shifted outside, a gentle whisper that carried the faintest scent of snow descending from the distant alpine ridges. Suddenly, 3 soft taps echoed at the window. Severus turned to look. A sleek owl with coal-black feathers perched just beyond the glass, its eyes shimmering like molten gold in the flickering light of the fire. He opened the window slowly, allowing the crisp air to enter the room. The bird, graceful and swift, dropped a scroll directly into his outstretched hand before vanishing into the vast, star-speckled sky. Severus felt the weight of the Zabini seal, the dark green wax, meticulously pressed with the image of a serpent devouring its own tail, snap securely under his fingers. He had barely begun to read the delicate script when Lorenzo stepped into the room, interrupting his thoughts. "Salvatore sent that from Trieste," Lorenzo announced, his tone direct and devoid of pleasantries. He cross-referenced the spell work on the breach in the lab with a line of imported tools traced back to Nocturne Alley. "They've matched them to a set used by a buyer linked to one of our flagged channels." Lorenzo paused, folding his arms across his chest as he regarded Severus with a serious expression. "They purchased a family. Apparently, someone with a child currently enrolled at Ilvermorny. And that child was the one sent to uncover your secrets." Severus unrolled the ancient scroll with a steady hand, the parchment faintly crackling as it unfurled. His gaze settled on a single name inscribed there, the weight of it pressing down upon him like a heavy shroud. Just one name. He stared, silent and unmoving, the world around him fading into a dull hum. There was no flicker of rage or denial in his heart, nor did grief claw at his throat. Instead, he felt a profound sense of understanding wash over him, a chilly acceptance of the truth laid bare before him. With meticulous care, he folded the parchment back into place. Each crease was deliberate, a ritual in itself, before he tucked it beneath the ledger on his desk, a hidden truth amidst mundane records. As if speaking to the stillness of the room, he murmured softly, "We wait." The words hung in the air, heavy with anticipation. Then, with a voice that had resonated in war rooms filled with conflict and courtrooms echoing with justice alike, he added, "But not too long." Outside, across the sprawling city, the Magitorium Arcanum loomed in silence, its imposing stone pillars towering like sentinels, older than most of the nations that surrounded them. The very walls of the structure pulsed with ancient magic, steeped in the weight of history and the memories of countless judgments rendered within. The tribunal was on its way, a storm brewing in the distance. And Severus knew that the world had no choice but to watch. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 82, Chapter 78, The Scales Tip. The Magitorium Arcanum was devoid of windows, an intentional design choice that emphasized its magical eminence. It didn't need the light of day. Instead, a constellation of floating orbs, each enchanted to replicate the allure of starlight, bathed the vast chamber in an ethereal glow. The ceiling, soaring high above, was a magnificent expanse that evoked the infinite wonders of the night sky. Below, the floor was a masterpiece of obsidian glass, intricately etched with ancient legal wards that shimmered ominously under the magical illumination. Hovering just above the ground was the raised dais, home to 5 tribunal judges, their presence exuding authority as they were anchored in place by powerful gravity magic, a force as old as the very nations represented in the room. A diverse assembly filled the chamber, a hushed wave of voices rising and falling, a crowded mosaic of ambassadors, scholars, journalists, and political envoys, each with their own motives for attending. Some had come to observe the legal proceedings closely, hungry for insights and revelations. Others arrived with culinary cravings, eager for the lavish feasts that often accompanied such grand gatherings. However, a select few harbored darker intentions, ensuring that Severus Shafik would not leave the tribunal unscathed, his fate dangling precariously in the balance. The somber yet resonant toll of a bell echoed through the chamber, a singular note that sliced through the murmurs and held the crowd in rapt attention. As silence descended, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation and tension. The trial had begun. Let the record reflect, intoned the court scribe, his voice reverberating in the vaulted chamber, that the Tribunal for Magical Regulation and Sovereignty convenes on this day in accordance with international law. The case presented is known as the Magical Ethics Inquiry of Severus Shafik. The names hung in the air as they echoed around the grand room. Not merely whispers. They were spoken with gravity. Before the audience, the judges remained motionless, 5 imposing silhouettes of authority seated behind intricately carved silver nameplates. Thaddeus Sky, High Magister Emeritus of the International Confederation of Wizards, his piercing gaze sharp as a dagger, his robes darker than freshly spilled blood. Every inch of him exuded an aura of unyielding power. Indira Vale, Guildmistress of the Independent Potioneers' Council. Her watchful eyes radiated brilliance, a silent sentinel who observed all without revealing a trace of her thoughts. Octavia Melrose, the British delegate and a former Hogwarts professor. Her expression remained inscrutable, a stoic mask that concealed her true feelings. Linhart Oral, a Zabini ally who possessed an unassuming demeanor, yet his steadfast loyalty was unwavering, a rock in the stormy seas of political machinations. Alfred Pembroke, a ministry loyalist in every sense except title. A thin smile, almost taunting, danced across his lips, suggesting an unspoken amusement at the proceedings. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, a senior court-martial rose to pose a crucial question. Identification of the accused. Cashenlock, Severus's counsel, stood with an air of quiet confidence, opting not to bow. Severus Shafik, he declared, his voice steady and resolute. Citizen of the United Kingdom Magical Society, a permanent resident of the United States Magical Federation. He is a student of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, an esteemed inventor and researcher. The accused is present and will speak on his own behalf when the time is appropriate. And the charge? A British ministry official stood from the opposite side, Robert Wilmot, the Deputy Minister of Magical Substance Regulation. He was a tall figure, thin and cloaked in a grey robe that flowed like mist around him. His hair was slicked back with meticulous precision, glinting under the flickering torches of the courtroom. The British ministry accuses Severus Shafik of creating, concealing, and preparing to distribute an unregistered class 4 magical substance, the composition of which remains unknown, both inherently dangerous in nature and profoundly addictive in effect. We maintain that this poses a direct and tangible threat to the very fabric of magical society. His voice resonated through the grand chamber, echoing off the stone walls and reverberating in the charged atmosphere. A murmur of whispers broke out among the spectators, a palpable tension threading through the crowd as they processed the gravity of the allegations. The judges, seated high above, exchanged solemn looks and nodded in acknowledgement of the seriousness of the charges being laid out before them. Cashen, sitting confidently at the defendant's table, rose to respond, his voice ringing out sharp and clear, cutting through the murmur. We enter a formal denial of all accusations. We firmly reserve our full defense for the evidentiary stage, where the truth will emerge. Pembroke clicked a pen against his scroll, the sound sharp in the hushed courtroom. Very well. Opening statements. Wilmot strode confidently to the center of the room, his hands clasped behind his back like a stern teacher poised to reprimand a wayward pupil. His expression was serious, commanding the attention of everyone present. Ladies and gentlemen of this tribunal, he began, his voice steady and authoritative, what we have here is not merely a question of legality. It is a profound issue of judgment, of precedent, and of boundaries that have been pushed too far. He gestured towards Severus, who sat unperturbed, flanked by Arcturus and Lorenzo, a picture of defiance amidst the tension. Behind me sits a boy, not a man. Not a seasoned expert, but simply a boy, Wilmot continued, emphasizing the youth of the defendant. Gifted, undoubtedly. But reckless, secretive, and utterly unsupervised. And what did he choose to do with that remarkable talent? He concocted a potion so powerful that it defies our current classification systems. A substance that is laced with addictive magic, intricately woven into its very structure, this has been confirmed by our own enchanters. He pivoted on his heel, directing his intense gaze back to the court, the weight of his words hanging heavily in the air. And when questioned, he offered no warning. No registry of his creation. No semblance of accountability. This, he pointed emphatically to the sealed vial resting ominously before him on the table, was obtained through alternative channels. The International Confederation of Wizards did not seize it, rather, it was passed to us through cooperative sources who feared the consequences of allowing such unchecked power to persist. Wilmot's voice rose, filled with urgency. And so I ask you, if this is permitted to continue, what else will we fail to stop? With his statement delivered, he returned to his seat, the weight of his accusation lingering in the air. Several members of the audience nodded gravely, some even breaking the tension with quiet applause, showing their support for the severity of the points raised. Cashenlock was the next to step forward. He moved without the burden of notes or parchment, his presence exuding the calm confidence of someone accustomed to navigating the sharpest of environments. What you've just heard is a story, Cashen began, his tone measured and composed. A carefully crafted fable intended to cast innovation in the shadow of corruption. With purpose, he raised his chin, but he held nothing in his hands, no scroll, no props to amplify his point. The emphasis lay solely in his voice, steady and unwavering. We will not prove Severus Shafik's innocence today, he stated plainly. A murmur rippled through the crowd, gasps echoed in the stillness. We won't have to, he continued, his eyes shifting to the panel of judges, each gaze cool and penetrating. Because we will prove that this case should never have existed in the first place. We will reveal that the evidence, if we can even refer to it as such, was obtained through illegal means, tainted and assessed without the necessary context. More importantly, it represents a sample of a potion not intended for sale or distribution, but explicitly for study. He leaned forward slightly, engaging the audience with his intensity. And we will demonstrate that this case was never genuinely about safety. No, it was fundamentally about control. He bowed, only to the room, disregarding the judges, and took his seat. Melrose tapped her quill against the desk twice, signaling the start of proceedings. Prosecution may proceed, she announced, her voice resonating in the hushed courtroom. The British team stepped forward, presenting a vial that glowed faintly within its containment field, a deep, menacing blue that hinted at its volatile nature, yet somehow remained stable. Wilmot, the lead enchanter, gestured toward a panel of his colleagues arrayed behind him. The structure of this potion indicates stimulant properties. Our examinations through repeated magical pulses reveal a concerning aspect: dependency reinforcement. In simpler terms, this is a booster, a dangerously powerful one, he elaborated. He allowed a pause, letting the gravity of his words sink in. There is no registry for this substance. No established safeguards. And based on our findings, it appears there have been no human trials conducted under ICW-sanctioned conditions, he added, his smile tight and professional. The court should be deeply concerned about the implications of this research. Melrose turned her gaze toward Cashin, signaling him to begin the defense's questioning. Defense may cross-examine. At first, Cashin remained seated, deep in thought. Then, with a steady breath, he finally stood and faced the enchanter who had just spoken. You stated that this potion was examined under secure lab conditions, he asked, his voice calm yet probing. Yes, the enchanter confirmed, a hint of pride in his tone. And when did your lab obtain the sample in question? Cashin pressed, his curiosity now piqued. The enchanter hesitated for a moment, furrowing his brow as he recalled the details. It was passed to the ministry 3 weeks ago, he replied, his voice gaining an edge of uncertainty. Cashin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. By whom, exactly? That's classified information, the enchanter responded, defensively, his demeanor shifting as he recognized Cashin's line of inquiry. Cashin nodded slowly, absorbing the information and the implications it carried. Then Cashin turned to face the judges. Does the ICW typically accept international inquiries based on evidence acquired through theft? A wave of murmurs rippled through the courtroom, the tension palpable, and Pembroke flushed with indignation. Thaddeus Skye raised a hand, calling for silence, his authoritative demeanor commanding attention. Cashin's voice cut through the quiet that settled in the room, steady and deliberate. Let me be perfectly clear. The prosecution has not established what this potion actually is. They have only suggested what it might be, if we strip away intent, ignore ethics, and present it completely out of context. He shifted his focus back to the judges, his expression serious. Now, let us provide that much-needed context. With a deliberate gesture, he motioned behind him. Your Honors, the defense respectfully requests permission for Mr. Shafi to present the original variant of this formula, along with the associated laboratory logs, trial records, and verification from witnesses. Melrose narrowed her eyes, skepticism etched on her face. And what exactly is it that you are presenting? Cashin offered a faint smile, one that hinted at his confidence in their case. The legal version. The one that predates the contested claims, he clarified, emphasizing the importance of their evidence. A moment of silence hung in the air. Then Thaddeus Skye broke the stillness. Granted. The defense may proceed. A palpable tension rippled through the courtroom, unsettling the spectators. Severus rose to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest. All eyes in the room turned toward him, holding their breath in anticipation. Dear readers, I would like to clarify that I am not a law student or legal professional, nor do I have formal knowledge of legal procedures. However, with thorough research, and some assistance from ChatGPT, I have done my best to present an overview of how legal proceedings are conducted in this chapter. I sincerely hope you find it engaging. Your feedback is truly valuable to me, and I would love to hear your thoughts on how the story should evolve next. Thank you for your support. Warm regards. Maggie. Chapter 83, Chapter 79, The Maker's Hand. The chamber of the Magitorium Arcanum was hewn from obsidian stone laced with delicate veins of silver, a testament to both nature and artistry. It exuded an air of hushed reverence, where silence reigned unchallenged. Here, there were no echoes to betray secrets, no whispered thoughts of mercy to distract from the gravity of judgment. Only the penetrating gaze of the tribunal, the low murmur of deliberation, and the weight of law suspended in the air. Severus stood resolutely at the center of the crescent-shaped floor, flanked on his left by the imposing figure of Cashin Locke, whose steady demeanor suggested a wellspring of confidence, and on his right by Professor Langford, who bore an expression of concern tempered by wisdom. Behind them, a massive scrying pane loomed, its shimmering surface a magical tapestry ready to display critical evidence at a moment's notice, glowing gently with the anticipation of the unfolding proceedings. From the elevated benches that loomed above the chamber, 5 tribunal judges observed with watchful eyes. Their stillness was unnerving, they hung on every detail, every shift in the air, listening intently for the truth hidden within layers of argument and defense. Begin your defense, commanded Thaddeus Skye, infusing his words with a gravitas that echoed like the creaking of ancient wood or the rumble of distant mountains. Cashin stepped forward with purpose, his tone even and measured, resonating through the silence. We respectfully request permission from the court to present live material evidence, which includes the defendant's comprehensive alchemical logs alongside the records of ethical testing conducted throughout the investigation. A ripple of murmurs coursed through the spectators, a collective intake of breath at the weight of his request. Indira Vale, her expression unreadable yet steady, offered a single nod. Granted. With a decisive gesture, Cashin signaled the beginning of their case, setting the stage for what was to come. The court lights dimmed, casting a soft, shadowy glow over the chamber as Severus stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. He remained composed, his voice steady and calm. He didn't need to raise it to convey the weight of his words. The potion that the British ministry presented to this court was taken directly from my private laboratory without my consent, he declared, his tone resonating through the hushed room. It was merely a prototype, one among many I've developed. It was not the final form, nor the published draft, and certainly not what I submitted for ICW review. With a subtle yet deliberate motion, he raised a hand. At his command, a shimmering stack of rune-bound pages gracefully floated upward, suspending itself in the air as the pages slowly turned, one by one, like a delicate display of artful magic. These are my potion logs, he asserted, his expression serious and focused. They are sequential and sealed with time-encoded runes, ensuring their integrity. I invite the court to review their authenticity. As he spoke, the scrying screen flickered to life, revealing pages of handwriting, his own meticulous notes on each potion's progress and formulation, bearing testament to his expertise and the true nature of his work. Neatly annotated, the pages were filled with intricate details on chemical compositions, magical convergence ratios, and observations such as Trial 43, exhibited an elevated magical surge, noted increase in irritability. Potential signs of dependency arose. Trial 46, utilized a split base to achieve divergent effects. Hypothesis, separation of stimulant and relaxant properties is essential for clarity. Severus raised a second hand, commanding attention. 2 enchanted cages floated forward, gliding effortlessly through the air, each housing a small, magically sustained test creature. One creature twitched erratically, its movements frantic and chaotic, while the other sat serenely, breathing rhythmically with an air of tranquility. The first cage contains the unrefined version, Severus explained, gesturing to the agitated creature. The second, however, showcases the result post-separation. Pay close attention to the difference in the stability of their magical pulses. One of the judges, Octavia Melrose, narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the display. You performed the separation before this public demonstration, she challenged. Yes, Severus replied unwaveringly. 53 days prior to today. Professor Langford stepped forward, her posture proud and chin elevated, her voice cutting through the tension with precision. I have carefully reviewed these findings, she stated with conviction. Severus Shafik approached me on his own initiative prior to the Vienna summit. He expressed concerns about signs of magical dependency and voluntarily commenced the intricate refinement process. I granted my approval for his International Confederation of Wizards draft only after the stimulant variant, known as Vigorum draft, was rigorously tested and deemed safe for short-term use. Mr. Shafik, what prompted you to separate the potion? Inquired Judge Indira Vale, her tone inquisitive but firm. The original formulation proved to be unstable, Severus responded, his voice steady and resolute. I refuse to release any potion that I can't ensure is safe and controlled. Cashin Locke moved forward once more, his movements deliberate as he crossed the courtroom floor, the magical logs swirling and shifting behind him, capturing every nuance of the proceedings. This isn't merely a tale of a weapon, he declared, his voice steady yet cutting through the tension in the room. It is a narrative about a wound being stitched together in real time. The basis of your charge relies on an early formulation, an experimental prototype, taken while still in the developmental phase. He paused for effect and shifted his gaze towards the judges, his expression unwavering. Every healer, every inventor, every researcher in this room understands one fundamental truth: the floor of any laboratory is stained with blood. Yours, your works, your failures. That is the source of this accusation, blood scraped from the cold, unforgiving floor. A tense silence enveloped the room, each person wrestling with the weight of those words. Judge Vale meticulously examined the projected logs, her brow furrowing in concentration as she pieced together the implications of the evidence laid before her. Then, her voice cut through the stillness, cool and controlled, if this potion was indeed already refined. Her gaze sharpened, a frigid intensity radiating from her piercing eyes. Then what exactly did the British ministry submit to this court? The air in the room thickened, stretching out the moment into an eternity. No one dared to breathe, each person transfixed by the gravity of her inquiry. Even Thaddeus Skye, usually so brimming with confidence, fell silent, recognizing the enormity of the situation. And Severus, after holding his breath for what felt like an age, finally allowed himself a single, unhurried exhale. Because now, the real trial had truly begun. In the cavernous silence of the Magitorium Arcanum, the defense led by Severus had barely begun, yet the ripples of its impact were already spreading through the crowd like wildfire. Cashin Locke, armed with a silver tongue and a mind as sharp as any blade, swiftly dismantled the prosecution's initial assertion with a powerful gesture toward the comprehensive potion logs displayed nearby. In the gallery, the sound of quills scratching against parchment came to an abrupt halt, as if the very air had become charged with anticipation. The audience leaned forward, caught in the magnetic pull of the unfolding drama. Seated with deliberate elegance in the second tier, Lord Arcturus Prince let out a soft breath through his nose, the closest he ever came to a laugh in public. What a delightful performance, he mused, his eyes gleaming like polished jewels beneath hooded lids. Cassian is better than I remembered, his talent is a rare gem in this sea of mediocrity. I shall have to express my appreciation to his father with a bottle of the exquisite 1729 from the Shafiq Wine Reserve. He observed as one of the ICW judges frowned deeply, hastily flipping through the meticulously crafted documents that Cassian had conjured into existence. The judges clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. They had envisioned a terrified boy, likely breaking down in tears or perhaps offering a desperate confession. Instead, they were confronted with a calm, surgical counterattack that left no room for doubt. Let them squirm in their seats. Let them all vividly recall that House Prince honors its commitments, diligent in settling its debts. The British ministry ought to have considered twice before attempting to sacrifice one of ours at the stake. His gaze shifted down 2 rows, where he spotted Lord Abraxas Malfoy, looking pale and rigid in his ornate embroidered robes. A slow smile crept across Arcturus's face, an expression of triumph and delight. Oh yes, this was shaping up to be a truly exceptional day. Abraxas Malfoy cursed himself for the 100th time that morning for having responded to Heir Romulus Lestrange's all 2 months prior. The memory of Lestrange's insistent words echoed in his mind, all we need is your name, Abraxas. Your endorsement. The boy's unstable, and this will solve the matter before he grows into a real threat. Damn Lestrange, with his incessant arrogance and reckless schemes. Abraxas, trapped in a web of political pressure and desperate to find a way to elevate his standing, had foolishly agreed to lend his name, believing it would be a harmless gesture. Now, he found himself seated in the front row of the British delegation, painfully aware of the weight of expectation that hung in the air. He was forced to witness the unraveling of their carefully constructed case before the gazes of hundreds of international delegates and esteemed magical dignitaries. This was not just a meeting, it was a trial under the watchful eyes of the wizarding world, and Abraxas could almost feel the heat of judgment as it bore down on him. And worse, enchanted lenses. The prophet's enchanted lens had already captured his expression once, and in that moment, he had nearly hexed the operator out of sheer panic, his heart racing with the fear of exposure. The Dark Lord will not be pleased. He entrusted us with the crucial task of monitoring this burgeoning threat, and now that very threat was parading around in a sharp 3-piece suit, making us look like utter fools. Severus Shafiq, or was it Prince? Or whatever he chose to call himself now, had never seemed more formidable. It wasn't because he was a loose cannon or reckless in any way. No, it was because he exuded a cold, calculating control that made him all the more menacing. This was supposed to humble him, to keep him in his place. Instead, we had unwittingly handed him a grand stage upon which to showcase his power. Abraxas felt a sinking dread in his gut, a growing apprehension that somewhere, in the shadowy depths of a dark chamber, Lord Voldemort was watching their every move, his eyes glinting with sinister interest. Albus Dumbledore sat in quiet contemplation, his hands delicately folded in his lap, an unreadable expression etched across his features. To those who glanced his way, he appeared calm and wise, perhaps even slightly pensive. However, only those who truly knew him could detect the faint furrow that marred his brow, a subtle crease of inner conflict that spoke volumes. He had chosen not to cast his vote in favor of this trial. Not openly, at least. Yet he had also refrained from opposing it. When the British ministry embarked on its persuasive campaign to influence the International Confederation of Wizards, Dumbledore had observed from the shadows, a patient sentinel who watched and waited, his thoughts swirling in a tempest of uncertainty. A part of him clung to the hope that if Severus were to be humbled in the public eye, he might find his way back to him. Perhaps he would recall the guidance offered in his formative years, the protection extended during the darkest of times when no one else stood by him. But in stark defiance, Severus remained unyielding. He had risen, steadfast and resolute. Dumbledore's gaze swept across the dimly lit courtroom, taking in the varied reactions of those present. Arcturus sat in triumphant arrogance, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips as if he had already claimed victory. In stark contrast, Abraxas was pale and trembling, his composure cracking under the weight of the moment, as if the very air around him had grown too heavy to bear. The judges of the International Confederation of Wizards looked increasingly unsettled, their expressions a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Meanwhile, a horde of journalists hovered like vultures, eager to pounce on any morsel of news, their pens poised with fervor. And then there was Severus, young, poised, and extraordinarily brilliant, his intellect radiating a power that rendered him unmanageable, a force of nature beyond anyone's grasp. The dark faction was stumbling, their carefully laid plans unraveling before their eyes. The ministry was set to lose considerable credibility, its authority challenged in the court of public opinion. Yet, amidst the chaos, no one a true victor could be declared. He sighed deeply, the weight of his thoughts hanging heavily in the air. If only you would allow yourself to be guided, Severus, he mused quietly. You are like an uncontrollable fire, a force of energy that cannot be tamed, and that very fire will consume you one day, sooner or later. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, collecting his thoughts and steeling himself against an impending sense of inevitability. When he opened them again, a steely resolve settled within him. But it will not be me who intervenes to save you. Not anymore. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 84, Chapter 80, Verdicts and Echoes. The press gallery above the tribunal floor was already filled to capacity long before the hearing commenced. The Magitorium Arcanum had not witnessed such a remarkable turnout in decades. Quills, enchanted to hover in midair, glimmered in anticipation, while cameras radiated with magical photo-capturing charms. Magical dictation parchments unfurled and rolled on their own, eager to document every subtle flicker of tension brewing among those gathered below. Reporters from renowned publications such as The Alchemist's Eye, Transmutation Times, Le Sorcier Quotidien, and The Oriental Enchanter huddled together, jockeying for prime positioning in this crowded arena. Several blacklisted underground periodicals also made their presence known, determined to capture this pivotal moment in history. Even representatives from the Daily Prophet, despite its tarnished reputation, managed to dispatch 2 of their correspondents, though they made a point to avoid gazing directly at the section of the audience occupied by the Zabini family. Amid this flurry of activity, a wiry-eyed journalist from the Corsair's Inc. leaned closer to her floating dictaquil, her voice barely more than a whisper. No chains. No orders. No sentencing preamble. This isn't an execution. This is a reckoning. They had anticipated facing a classic villain. Instead, they found themselves confronted with a spectacle that defied their expectations. Severus Snape stood tall before the tribunal bench, not bound by shackles but adorned in a fitted coat of rich obsidian fabric, its surface intricately woven with protective runes that shimmered subtly in the light. The garment was not just clothing, it was a statement. He remained silent, exuding an aura of formidable confidence. No notes were clasped in his hands. There was no legal counsel at his side, yet his mere presence commanded attention and respect. Behind him were Arcturus Prince and Lorenzo Zabini, 2 formidable figures in their own right, both titans of the magical community. Each had an air of gravitas about them, too seasoned and strategically minded to appear in such a setting without purpose. Their eyes flickered with unspoken intentions, assessing the room and the unfolding drama with a keen awareness. In a dimly lit corner of the gallery, a weary junior scribe from the Global Magewire leaned back in his chair, barely concealing his disdain for the proceedings. He muttered under his breath, if this kid walks out of here with his record unblemished, he'll become the most dangerous man in the world by the time he turns 20. Someone in the crowd let out a hearty laugh, breaking the tension that hung in the air. Another onlooker quickly jotted down the remark, eager to capture this moment. Meanwhile, the press gathered around, eyes wide and cameras ready, holding their collective breath, not out of concern for a possible guilty verdict, but because they had unwittingly uncovered something far more compelling than mere punishment. They had stumbled onto a living myth, unfolding right before their eyes. And in the world of media and storytelling, myths always had a way of captivating audiences and selling like hotcakes. The silence within the Magitorium Arcanum was palpable, a thick tension hanging in the air like a breath held too long. At the forefront, the prosecuting advocate for the British ministry adjusted her flowing robes, her expression tight with a desperate intensity that was barely hidden beneath a veneer of righteous indignation. We are not here, she declared, her voice steady but laced with urgency, to judge a student's potential. Instead, we gather to confront a perilous precedent. Severus Snape has concocted a substance with no regulatory oversight to guide him. He has evaded legal scrutiny. He has sidestepped international standards designed to protect us all. If we permit this transgression today, what chaos might unfold tomorrow? Are we to consider the possibility of a child manipulating alchemy for malevolent purposes? What if he begins selling war drafts to the highest bidder, unleashing unspeakable consequences? Her voice rose with fervor as she turned to face the audience, her eyes smoldering with a fierce, forced conviction. He crafted this potion once, what's to prevent him, or anyone else, from creating something far worse? A low murmur rippled through the assembled crowd, echoing her concerns and amplifying the tension that clung to the room like a tangible fog. Cassian Locke didn't rise from his seat immediately. He allowed the silence to stretch, letting the weight of their words settle heavily in the air, like dust accumulating on broken glass. It was a momentary pause that felt almost tangible before he finally stood. No one disputes that Severus Snape is capable, Cassian asserted, his voice calm and resonant, carrying an unmistakable clarity. What we dispute, what we firmly reject, is the notion that this trial was ever genuinely about safety. With measured steps, he advanced, the hem of his robe whispering across the polished marble floor, a sound that seemed to echo in the tense atmosphere. This potion, the Vigorum draft, has been meticulously refined, thoroughly documented, and rigorously submitted for review. It has undergone extensive animal testing. The International Confederation of Wizards has itself acknowledged that it complies with all regulatory standards. What the British ministry has presented in this arena is not the finalized product we stand behind but rather a stolen, early-stage prototype. One that they procured through methods which they conveniently neglected to disclose. As his words hung in the air, a few members of the ICW judges visibly stiffened, their expressions revealing the discomfort his accusations had stirred. Cashin turned slowly to face the gallery, his expression resolute as he took in the sea of faces before him. "No," he began, his voice steady and unwavering. "This wasn't merely about a potion. This was about something much older, something far more fundamental. This was about control." He pivoted toward the prosecution, his gaze sharp as he continued, "You wanted to demonstrate that you still possessed authority over him. Yet, in your attempt, you failed spectacularly." A heavy silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the faint rustle of papers and the quiet intake of breath from the spectators. Then, with a final word that hung in the air, low and absolute, he concluded, "You're not angry because he broke the law. You're angry because he didn't require your permission." Gasps rippled through the press gallery, a collective shock at the piercing truth of his statement. The lead prosecutor attempted to voice an objection, but Chief Arbiter Mohadian, the presiding judge, raised a hand to silence him. "Enough," she declared, her voice resolute and commanding. "We will proceed to final statements." She turned her attention to Severus, who sat like a shadow next to Cashin, an aura of tension surrounding him. "Mr. Shafiq, you may speak, if you wish." With deliberate grace, Severus rose to his feet. He did not cast a glance towards the ministry representatives or the judges who scrutinized him from their elevated seats, he fixed his gaze straight ahead, as if staring through the very fabric of the courtroom. "I refined it," he stated, his tone calm yet icy, a stark contrast to the charged atmosphere around him, "because I could. I hid nothing because there was nothing left to hide." With those words hanging in the air, he returned to his seat, and the gallery fell into a heavy silence, each spectator holding their breath as they absorbed the weight of his declaration. The 5 arbiters leaned in, their expressions somber as ancient enchantments enveloped their chamber in a shroud of silence. For a brief, suspended moment, all sound vanished, leaving only the weight of anticipation in the air. Then, as if ignited by an unseen force, magic began to stir. Runes etched into the walls pulsated with an ethereal glow, casting flickering shadows that danced across the stone surfaces. The presiding arbiter re-entered the chamber, a scroll unfurled in her grasp. Her presence commanded attention, and the collective anxiety was palpable among her fellow arbiters. "In the matter of the potion known as Surge Noir," she began, pausing as a collective wince rippled through the assembly at the contentious name, and its relation to the ICW-regulated compound Vigorum draft, "this tribunal resolves as follows." With a deliberate movement, she raised her gaze to meet the eyes of her peers, a gravity in her demeanor that underscored the importance of the moment. "Severus Shafiq is hereby cleared of all charges. The ICW finds insufficient grounds to assert malicious intent, criminal negligence, or any breach of magical code," she declared, each word resonating in the heavy silence. A beat passed, the gravity of her pronouncement settling amidst the arbiters. "Furthermore," she continued, her tone firm and unwavering, "a formal reprimand is issued to the British Ministry of Magic for its misuse of international channels, the subversion of due process, and the unauthorized submission of unverified materials. An internal ICW review shall follow." The room erupted with energy. Reporters sprang from their seats like startled rabbits, their cameras flashing incessantly, while magical quills moved across parchment as if possessed, recording every moment with fervor. The atmosphere was electric, filled with a cacophony of stunned gasps, triumphant cheers, and shouts of disbelief cascading through the crowd. Some of the judges, visibly taken aback, rose from their seats, engaging in hushed whispers that hinted at their tumultuous thoughts. The British delegates, their expressions shifting from confidence to alarm, struggled to process the unfolding events. One of them was already engaged in a heated debate with the press liaison, gesticulating wildly as he sought to manage the narrative. In the third row, Lord Arcturus Prince observed the scene with a bemused grin, letting out a low chuckle that seemed to resonate with the chaotic energy around him. "Well," he remarked casually to no one in particular, "that was satisfying." At the edge of the press tier, Lord Lorenzo Zabini, exuding an air of calm amidst the frenzy, turned his head slightly and offered Arcturus a slow, knowing nod that conveyed a deeper understanding of what had just transpired. This moment was not merely a legal victory, it signified a profound realignment in the balance of power. Severus did not smile. He rose quietly, methodically buttoning his robe as though the chaos swirling around him were nothing more than an insignificant backdrop. The tension in the air was thick with anticipation, yet he strode forward with a calm that belied the turmoil. Cashin, leaning in close, spoke in a low tone, urgency lacing his words. "We've bought you time. What you do with it, make it count." "Always," Severus replied, determination flickering in his eyes. As he turned to leave, a swarm of reporters suddenly blocked the aisle, their cameras flashing like summer lightning. "Severus, did you expect the verdict?" one shouted, shoving a microphone closer. "Will the Vigorum draft now be mass-produced?" another pressed, eager to catch the next big headline. "Do you have any response to the ministry's attempt to silence you?" a third voice chimed in, the hunger for controversy palpable. Severus glanced toward the throng, his composure wavering for only a moment. Just as he prepared to respond, Lord Arcturus Prince emerged, gliding forward with an effortless grace that spoke of his status as a seasoned statesman. He positioned himself between Severus and the relentless press, creating an impenetrable barrier. Lorenzo Zabini stepped forward with an air of effortless poise, raising one elegantly gesturing hand to capture the attention of the assembly before him. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced with a smooth, commanding tone, "a formal statement will be issued shortly." He paused just long enough for his words to resonate in the charged atmosphere of the room. Then, with a polished smile that conveyed both confidence and warmth, he continued, "And tomorrow morning, Lord Arcturus Prince and I will join forces to co-host a press conference on behalf of Mr. Shafik and his esteemed legal representatives." His words hung in the air, allowing the audience to absorb their significance. "We will delve into the details of the trial, analyze the ICW's ruling, and, more importantly, discuss the future trajectory of independent magical innovation," he elaborated, his voice laced with conviction. At this announcement, the press gallery erupted once more, a cacophony of murmurs and raised hands eager to voice questions. Meanwhile, Severus Snape remained silent, an observer in the background, and allowed himself to be escorted from the bustling venue, feeling the weight of the moment linger as he stepped into the corridor beyond. Far from the bustling streets of Geneva, in a dimly lit chamber of unyielding stone, guarded by ancient enchantments, a man with piercing crimson eyes remained ensconced in the shadows. There was no wand poised in his grasp. No incantations were uttered. Instead, an chilling, simmering aura pervaded the air, rendering it thin and fragile, as if it could shatter at the slightest disturbance. Before him, a spectral projection of a memory floated, a vivid tableau captured in real time by a clandestine observer and delivered through sinister channels. He had meticulously watched every agonizing second of the tribunal unfold. Every uttered word, every hostile glance exchanged, every heartbreaking loss resonated within him. The flickering firelight flickered upon the slits of his pupils as he settled back into his chair, his gloved hands steepled thoughtfully before him. "So," Lord Voldemort murmured, his voice deceptively gentle, almost coaxing. "The boy has teeth after all." He closed his eyes, contemplating the implications. Lestrange had failed. Malfoy had disappointed. The British ministry had been made a fool on the world stage. But this was far from the end. It was merely a turning point. "He believes that his victory makes him untouchable," the Dark Lord remarked, his voice echoing in the empty chamber. "Let him believe it. Let them all bask in their fleeting triumph." He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of dark amusement. "Let the boy construct his grand tower," he whispered, a hint of fascination threading through his tone. "Its eventual destruction will only be sweeter." The flames in the hearth leapt higher, casting a flickering, ominous light, offering no warmth, only the chilling promise of inevitable reckoning. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 85, Chapter 81, The War of Words. Press Conference, Geneva, morning after the tribunal. The conference room at the Grand Mistral Arcana Hotel had transformed from a mere neutral venue into an arena of political spectacle. Two banners dominated the space, one showcasing the sharp monochrome crest of House Prince, the other displaying the ornate, gilded serpent of the Zabini Consortium, hanging behind the polished podium like sentinels heralding an unspoken alliance between their powerful houses. The atmosphere was electric, buzzing with the collective anticipation of journalists from every significant magical outlet, the Alchemist's Eye, the Enchanted Times, Le Ver Noir, the Yomiuri Spellgraph, and even the Daily Prophet, which, in this illustrious gathering, resembled a drenched Kneazle amidst a pack of poised panthers. The air was thick not with the usual hum of magic, but with a palpable sense of expectation that hung over the crowd like a storm cloud. Then, the double doors swung open with a decisive creak. Lord Arcturus Prince was the first to step inside, draped in luxurious Stygian silk that whispered against his skin. Silver falcon cufflinks sparkled, catching the morning light like glinting stars against a dark backdrop, embodying an air of cold elegance that both intimidated and captivated. Close beside him was Lord Lorenzo Zabini, exuding a confident smile, the kind of smile that spoke volumes of a man who had just received an unexpected infusion of power, as if his adversaries had unwittingly filled his wine cellar to the brim. Trailing behind this imposing duo was Severus Shafik, maintaining a calm and collected demeanor, his silence conveying more than words ever could. In this moment, there was no ostentation. No theatrics. The gravity of the occasion hung in the air, setting the stage for what was to unfold. A fitted dark suit adorned him, sleeves rolled back just enough to exude confidence without hinting at rebellion. His wand rested visibly at his hip, a statement of readiness, not concealment. Words were unnecessary, his commanding presence conveyed everything that needed to be said. However, it was the fourth man, who now stepped forward, who elicited a complicated response from the press, a mixture of fear and awe. Cassian Locke, Severus's legal advocate, entered the spotlight. Dressed in flowing charcoal robes that whispered authority with each movement, his hair was neatly tied back, creating a sleek, professional appearance. He advanced with the measured grace of a swordsman preparing for an imminent duel. Upon reaching the podium, he offered no smile or flourish, instead, he radiated an air of solemn clarity. The ICW tribunal has rendered its ruling, he began, his voice steady and resonant, echoing through the tense atmosphere. Mr. Severus Snape has been fully acquitted of all charges brought forward by the British Ministry of Magic. The evidence was reviewed meticulously. The testimony was examined thoroughly. The law was applied with precision. He allowed a moment of silence to settle, then continued with cool precision, his gaze unwavering. The result speaks for itself. As cameras clicked rapidly and quills scratched furiously on parchment, the weight of his words hung in the air like a heavy fog. We will now take questions. A journalist from L'Auvergne stood up, her notepad poised in hand. Master Locke, she inquired, locking eyes with Cashin, what do you believe was the true motive behind the charges brought by the ministry? Cashin met her gaze with unwavering intensity. Control, he replied earnestly. The British ministry aimed to establish a firm reminder to the world, they still possess jurisdiction over young minds and the spirit of innovation, particularly when traditional means of influence no longer apply. An audible gasp filled the room, punctuating the weight of his words. Seizing the moment, a correspondent from the Daily Prophet interjected, are you suggesting that these actions were politically motivated? No, Cashin responded firmly, shaking his head. I'm asserting that the real issue is one of institutional insecurity. The ensuing silence was thick, broken only by a flurry of whispers among the assembled journalists. Then a voice rose above the murmurs, a reporter from Japan, his brow furrowed with concern. Mr. Shafik, he asked pointedly, how do you address the fears of those who still worry about the potential ramifications of independent magical research? Severus stepped forward then, just a single, purposeful step, his stance strong and voice steady. There is always risk associated with progress. However, ignorance presents a far greater threat. I have shared every refined result and adhered to each regulation meticulously. The only thing I have ever refused was the permission to dream. A profound silence enveloped the room, the weight of his declaration resonating deeply. Cameras snapped in rapid succession, capturing the moment. A woman from the Enchanted Times raised her hand, her expression inquisitive. Why is the Zabini Consortium backing Mr. Shafik? Is this strictly a commercial venture? This time, it was Lorenzo who moved forward, his hands gently clasped in front of him, ready to address the pressing question. The Zabini Consortium firmly believes in the promise of the future, he stated smoothly, his tone confident and reassuring. Our investments go beyond mere innovation, they are grounded in integrity and ethical principles. Mr. Shafik's remarkable work embodies brilliance, unwavering discipline, and immense potential. We recognized these qualities early on, and offered our full support long before the tribunal arrived at its decision. A skeptical voice pierced through the air, questioning the motives. But isn't this ultimately about profit? Lorenzo offered a faint smile, unfazed. Absolutely, it is about profit. However, true innovation must also be sustainable. More importantly, it's about trust, the kind of trust that the British ministry failed to bestow, but that we are proud to uphold. At that moment, Cashin raised his hand, commanding attention from the audience. For the sake of clarity, he began, his voice steady, an agreement has been officially reached between Mr. Shafik and the Zabini Consortium. We will move forward with the production and regulated distribution of the Vigorum Draft and the Rejuvenation Elixir, all under the watchful eye of international oversight. Every piece of necessary documentation has been thoroughly submitted to the ICW Research and Trade Bureau for review. A voice from the crowd barked out, is the potion truly safe? Finally, Arcturus Prince interjected, his voice resonating with authority and strength, akin to carved marble. If it weren't safe, my house would not endorse it. Furthermore, the International Confederation of Wizards would never have approved its formula. Instead of questioning the safety of our potion, perhaps we should consider whether the ethics of the ministry are truly sound. The crowd erupted in nervous laughter, a collective response that underscored the tension in the room. Another question pierced the air, quick and pointed. Mr. Shafik, how do you respond to the public perception that you've been radicalized by fame? Severus held his ground, steadfast and composed, not betraying even a hint of surprise. I don't seek fame, he replied firmly, his voice steady. But I certainly won't apologize for being competent. Then came one final inquiry, this one from a prominent voice affiliated with the Alchemist's Eye. What's next for you? A moment of silence stretched as Severus took a measured look to his left at Arcturus and then to his right at Lorenzo, both of whom offered silent support. Work, he declared, determination etched on his features. I have much to do. The future doesn't wait for anyone. Cashin stepped forward again, signifying the end of this impromptu session. That will be all. Formal statements will be distributed by our legal office. We appreciate your time, and we recommend you prepare your headlines accordingly. With that, he swept past the podium, turning with an air of authority. The four of them made their exit together, their silhouettes stark against the bright morning light streaming through the venue's windows. Behind them, the press buzzed like a hive disturbed, each journalist eager to capture the latest angle on the unfolding narrative. But the story had already begun to take shape in the minds of the public. Not one of scandal, but of ascendance. Zabini Estate, later that day. In the sunlit atrium of the Zabini Estate, the morning breeze wafted through the enchanted glass panels, sending ripples of light dancing across the polished marble floor. Above the long table, a floating projection of the press conference hovered, paused on a striking image of Severus, Arcturus, and Lorenzo standing together, framed by vibrant banners that spoke of their ambitions and achievements. Lord Vittorio Zabini, the formidable patriarch of the family and a master strategist in the realm of politics, reclined in a high-backed chair, his demeanor relaxed yet alert. His fingers drummed softly against the armrest, not out of irritation, but from a careful calculation that played out in the depths of his mind. The elaborate goblet of wine at his side, once chilled, had long since turned lukewarm, a testament to the passage of time and the weight of his thoughts. Opposite him, his granddaughter Isidora stood with rapt attention, her intelligent, inquisitive gaze locked onto the image of Severus. He didn't smile once, she observed, tilting her head slightly as she analyzed his expression. No, Vittorio replied, his voice low and measured. He understands the stage, and knows precisely when to engage with the audience and when to remain distant. Isidora nodded thoughtfully, her brow furrowed in contemplation. He appeared, composed. Not arrogant, but certainly not apologetic, either. That, Vittorio remarked, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, is a skill that many adults have yet to master. He offered the press just enough to earn their respect, while withholding enough to ensure he remains elusive. A delicate balance, indeed. The projection shifted, seamlessly transitioning to replay Lorenzo's carefully crafted answer regarding the partnership, capturing the nuances of their dialogue and the undertones of their aspirations. Isidora glanced at her grandfather, the weight of the moment lingering in the air. Uncle did well, she remarked, her voice a mix of admiration and pride. He did, Vittorio replied, his tone measured and thoughtful, accompanied by a small nod of agreement. Lorenzo has always possessed a keen sense for when to speak plainly and when to allow others to arrive at their own conclusions. There was no hint of resentment in his voice, only a quiet acknowledgement of Lorenzo's skill. The second son had spent years proving his worth in the shadows, navigating complexities unseen by most. And today, he stepped boldly into the light. He made the consortium look visionary, Isidora continued, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He portrayed us as supporters of progress, as though we understood its necessity before the world even grasped what it was witnessing. As we should, Vittorio said, lifting his glass with a deliberate motion, swirling the contents gently. The boy is not ours. But the future he represents, we would be wise to walk beside it. While we still can. They watched intently as Severus stepped away from the podium, his figure melding into the bright glow of the stage lights, radiating the promise of change. Isidora leaned forward slightly, curiosity etched on her face. Do you trust him? Vittorio's smile deepened, revealing a complex blend of warmth and guardedness. I trust that he understands his own worth, he replied, his gaze steady and contemplative. And that for now, our interests align. Finally, he took a sip of the wine, letting it linger on his palate. It was tepid, lacking the vibrancy of youth, yet somehow satisfying, like a comforting embrace amidst uncertain times. British Ministry of Magic, Emergency Wisingamat Session. The Grand Chamber of the Wisingamat, typically resonant with an air of self-importance and a weighty sense of tradition, now simmered with palpable tension. The familiar ceremonial tones had all but vanished, along with the usual hushed reverence that accompanied such gatherings. This was not a deliberation of governance, it was a desperate scramble for damage control. At the forefront of the chamber, Millicent Bagnold, the Minister for Magic, stood rigid and pale behind her podium, flanked on either side by her advisors who were equally apprehensive. Her gaze swept across the room, sharp and calculating, akin to a general surveying a battlefield with no prior warning of conflict. The usual confidence that accompanied her position seemed drained from her demeanor. Next to her, in the elevated Chief Warlock's chair, Albus Dumbledore appeared weary, not in body, but in spirit. The familiar twinkle in his eye had faded, replaced by a watchful vigilance that betrayed the weight of concern pressing down on him. He observed the factions within the Wisingamat as they clashed, tearing into one another like hungry wolves, each vying for dominance over a shared and festering wound. This tribunal debacle, growled Lord Edgar Bones, rising forcefully from the light factions section, his voice echoing with indignation, was filed without the due process of proper internal review. There wasn't even a full vote taken. And to make matters worse, there was no formal oversight from the ministry whatsoever. He held up a parchment, shaking it for emphasis. This document bears only one authorizing signature, Grogan Stump, Ministerial Secretary. A tense silence filled the room. And may I ask, Bones continued, her voice rising with indignation, who here granted him the authority to drag our entire government into international disgrace? All eyes shifted toward Lord Abraxas Malfoy, whose complexion had turned an unsettling shade of ash. The tension was palpable, reverberating through the chamber as the weight of the accusation hung in the air. Beside him, Lord Tiberius Knott opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Lord Charles Potter of the Light Block interjected sharply, "Answer the question, Mr. Malfoy. Did you sponsor this?" Abraxas hesitated, his mouth opening as if to respond, but then Dumbledore raised a hand, commanding silence and respect. Let us be civil. This chamber exists for clarity, not carnage, he implored, his tone an attempt to quell the rising tempers. Then let's start with the truth, snapped Lord Damian Greengrass, his voice calm yet cold as ice. As the patriarch of the Grey faction, he was known for his rarely raised voice, but on this occasion, it carried an unmistakable weight that stilled the room. This ministry, he continued, his eyes flicking disdainfully toward the minister, filed charges with the International Confederation of Wizards that circumvented not just the Internal Review Board, but also the Magical Ethics Committee. And you did so in the name of all of us, leaving us vulnerable and exposed. The gravity of his words descended upon the assembly like an anvil, pressing down on them and forcing a somber realization of the situation's dire implications. Millicent Bagnold glanced to her left and noticed Grogan Stump, her senior secretary, standing paralyzed in disbelief. In that tense moment, he appeared remarkably diminutive, as if the weight of the situation had shrunk him. Mr. Stump, she said sharply, her voice tight with tension. You signed the authorization. I was assured that the case had full backing, he stammered, a nervousness palpable in his tone. I received internal memos from whom? Lord Edgar Bones interjected, his impatience evident as he leaned forward. Grogan shifted his gaze toward Malfoy, then quickly averted his eyes, an anxious gesture that only heightened the tension in the room. It came through the International Affairs Liaison Office, under Lord Malfoy's seal, he finally managed to reply. A wave of gasps rippled through the gathered crowd, a collective shock at the weight of his words. The air was thick with anticipation as the minister leaned forward, her brow furrowed. Do you have any documents to substantiate your claims? She asked, her voice steady despite the tension in the room. Grogan remained silent for a moment, his thoughts racing as he processed the gravity of the situation. Finally, he sighed and replied, when I attempted to locate the document today, I found myself unable to do so. Enough, Minister Bagnold snapped, her voice laced with barely contained fury. You have embarrassed this institution beyond repair. You are hereby relieved of your duties, effective immediately. Without hesitation, guards stepped forward to escort Grogan from the chamber, the air thick with an uncomfortable silence as he left. Abraxas flinched but remained silent, his jaw clenched so tightly that it seemed his teeth might shatter under the pressure. Make no mistake, Bagnold said, her voice rising with a steely resolve forged through years in politics. This ministry will fully cooperate with the ICW's internal review. We will restore the integrity of this office, and we will do so without resorting to scapegoats or hidden sponsors. She turned her piercing gaze toward Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, do you have anything to add? Dumbledore rose slowly, surveying the chamber not with contempt, but with a profound disappointment that weighed heavily upon him. The air was thick with unspoken tension. We have spent too long holding the misguided belief that control equates to safety, he said quietly, his tone filled with gravitas. In doing so, we have lost sight of what it truly means to govern with wisdom. The trial of Severus Snape was not merely a legal oversight, it was a profound moral failure. It serves as a stark reminder that fear is a poor and fleeting substitute for genuine leadership. He paused, allowing the silence to envelop the room, then added with deep conviction, let us not repeat this mistake. Dumbledore took his seat once more, leaving the chamber in a state of hushed contemplation. Abraxas Malfoy sat rigidly, his gaze fixed straight ahead, unseeing. We gave him the stage, he pondered bitterly. And in doing so, he set the world ablaze. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 86, the end of almost. The observatory was serene under the night sky, high above the softly glowing, lantern-lit courtyards of Ilvermorny. It was enveloped in an ever-shifting tapestry of starlight and profound silence. Once, this place had been Severus's personal refuge for stargazing and contemplation. But tonight, it bore a different weight, something palpable in the air. Celine Everett stood near the railing, her figure poised yet betraying an underlying tension in her wary gaze. The stars twinkled far above, indifferent to the turmoil below. As Severus entered, she turned to face him. There were no pleasantries exchanged, no false niceties to mask the gravity of the moment. You came, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a mixture of relief and apprehension. You asked, he replied, his tone measured and cool, revealing little of the curiosity that had compelled him to come. Celine nodded, her attention momentarily drifting to the stars, as if seeking strength and resolve among the constellations. I won't waste your time, she promised, determination setting her features. Then don't, Severus replied, folding his arms across his chest, his expression resolute as the weight of unspoken words hung between them. Celine drew a shaky breath, her voice barely above a whisper. My father, he didn't leave me with a choice. They approached him with threats already looming over us like a dark cloud. There was the heavy hand of the ministry, the alluring promises from Lestrange, and the sheer weight of Malfoy gold. He told me that I had to comply, or everything our family had painstakingly built would crumble. He said it would be swift. Harmless. That it wouldn't matter in the long run. She paused, her heart racing as the memories flooded back. I thought if I just took the vial, I could buy some time. Maybe I could hide it away or even protect you from their true intentions. Severus's gaze remained stern, unyielding. That's merely the justification you've crafted. But what's the truth, Celine? Celine winced at the intensity of his words. The truth is, I panicked. I believed I could control it. But once I surrendered it to them, it slipped beyond my grasp. I never intended for it to escalate into a tribunal, or for them to twist it into a weapon against us. You were aware of who they were, he replied coldly, his tone steady but piercing like a finely honed blade. You knew exactly what they were capable of doing. You just convinced yourself that you could outmaneuver individuals who have been playing this dangerous game for centuries. I was terrified, Severus, she confessed, taking a tentative step closer, her vulnerability laid bare. And I was foolish. But I promise, I never intended to inflict harm. That was never my goal. You did bring harm, he said, his voice low but heavy with conviction. Whether it was your intention or not. She bit her lip, battling the tremor that threatened to betray her feelings. I did care about you. I still do, she confessed, each word heavy with vulnerability. He turned his gaze toward her, really seeing her for the first time in what felt like ages. I started to trust you, Celine, he said, his voice low and intense. I let you into the one place I don't allow anyone else near. And I liked you, despite every reason not to. A long silence stretched between them, fraught with unspoken words and lingering emotions. Part of me still does, he admitted, his eyes revealing a hint of the turmoil within. For a fleeting moment, her expression shattered, relief and regret warring within the depths of her gaze, a glimmer of hope nearly breaking through her guarded facade. But then Severus's next words sliced through the fragile moment with a chill that sent shivers down her spine. I might have loved you, Celine. If only we had more time. But you chose power over truth, and I've already witnessed the heavy toll that decision exacts. She flinched as though he dealt her a physical blow, the gravity of his words settling heavily in the air between them. I didn't want to lose you, she whispered, her voice barely rising above the tension, a mixture of desperation and regret. You did, he replied quietly, his tone edged with sorrow, a truth that hung like a shadow in the dim light. Her hand twitched, an instinctive movement, uncertain whether to reach out for him, to bridge the chasm that had opened up between them, or to steady herself against the weight of his rejection. He could only watch, his heart heavy, as Severus turned away, the distance growing unbearable. She didn't follow, the silence now enveloping them like a shroud, thick with unsaid words and broken dreams. The moon hung high in the night sky when Severus finally returned to the dorms, the air still and charged with the remnants of the day. Most of the lights had flickered off, casting long shadows across the common room. Only one figure remained visible on the common room's balcony, Aurora, seated cross-legged on the stone floor, her sketchbook balanced delicately in her lap. You want silence? She asked, her voice soft yet piercing the stillness as he stepped out into the cool night air. He hesitated, momentarily lost in thought, then leaned against the railing beside her, the cool metal grounding him in the present. Celine, she prompted again, sensing the weight of the moment. He nodded once, a small, reluctant gesture filled with unspoken words. She leaving? She inquired, her tone gentle but curious. She initiated a transfer. Quietly. End of term, he replied, each word tinged with a mixture of resignation and relief. Aurora felt the heaviness of unasked questions linger between them, but she chose not to pry further. She understood that some things didn't need to be spoken aloud, that silence could hold just as much meaning as a well-articulated thought. Instead, she set her pencil down with a soft thud and looked him in the eye. You're not weak for caring, she stated firmly, her voice steady and reassuring. Severus met her gaze for a brief moment, uncertainty flickering behind his dark eyes. You're strong, she continued, her tone gentle yet insistent. The fact that you can feel so deeply makes you stronger. You didn't let those emotions consume you, and that's rarer than most people realize. Though he remained silent, he could feel the tension in his shoulders begin to ease, just a fraction, as if her words were carefully unwinding a tight coil within him. Inside his mind, Eva's voice chimed in with a playful lilt, well done, emotionally resilient warlock. Would you like a trophy or perhaps a nap? A hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips, the ghost of it almost surfacing for the first time in what felt like ages. Almost. Ilvermorny Dueling Hall, 2 days later. The thick scent of burnt magic and sweat hung heavily in the air. Rows of singed and partially melted enchanted dummies lined the perimeter of the dueling arena, remnants of the fierce practice sessions that had taken place. At the front, Professor Harlan stood with his arms crossed, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes, his expression far more approving than it had been in previous weeks. You lot have improved, he declared, nodding appreciatively at the assembled group of students. Severus stood among them, flanked by his fellow advanced dueling teammates, Jonas, Ben, Evie, and Alessandro. Among them was Damien Connors, a seventh-year known for his meticulous wand work. Their rivalry, once tense, had shifted to a quieter respect as they focused on refining their skills. But we're not done yet, Harlan continued, his tone shifting from praise to a serious note. Not even close. He began to pace before them, embodying the authority of a general surveying his troops before a great battle, as he prepared to push them all further in their training. This August, during the excitement of the end-of-year holidays, the prestigious Under-19 World Dueling Championship will take place in the picturesque city of Salzburg. As always, Ilvermorny will proudly throw its hat into the arena. And this year, he paused dramatically for effect, I intend for us to emerge victorious. A wave of exhilaration swept through the team, faces lighting up with anticipation and determination. We've been runners-up for 3 frustrating years, Harlan continued, his voice steady and resolute. Last year, we were narrowly edged out by the formidable Mahudakoro. The 2 years preceding that, we fell to the skilled warriors of Durmstrang. But no more. I've witnessed the exceptional talent blossoming in this room. If you push yourselves, if you truly earn it, we can claim the championship title. He paused to let the weight of his words settle in the charged atmosphere before pressing on, his gaze sweeping over the eager faces before him. From this moment until the end of the term, our training intensity will increase significantly. Following that, I expect all serious competitors to commit to their practice over the summer. If you're not ready to push yourself harder than you ever have before, consider this your opportunity to step back. Silence filled the room as no one dared to move. Good, Harlan remarked, a rare smile breaking across his face. Now, let's make history together. The rooftop of Ilvermorny's highest tower lay in serene stillness, with the night wind brushing against the ancient stone like a gentle breath against glass. Above, the stars shone bright and cold, twinkling like distant diamonds scattered across a velvet canvas. Severus stood alone, enveloped by the calm of the night and the weight of his thoughts. In one hand, he held the invitation to the ICW Youth Forum, its gold-threaded seal glimmering in the moonlight, a beacon of opportunity and potential that felt almost like a promise of adventure. In his other hand, he cradled a sealed vial of whispering ash, its contents pulsing faintly as if alive, reminiscent of a sleeping ember quietly awaiting the right moment to ignite. Each heartbeat echoed in the stillness around him, and for a moment, the world felt suspended in time. One path was legacy, steeped in the weight of history and expectation. The other was power, a relentless force that could reshape reality. Both were fraught with peril, each carrying its own set of consequences. Severus remained silent, the tension palpable in the air. Words were unnecessary, his heart and mind were already engaged in a tempest of thoughts. He stood at a crossroads, caught between 2 divergent futures that loomed before him. One choice would alter the course of the world, impacting countless lives and testing the very fabric of fate. The other was a desire born of his own ambitions, a pursuit that could lead to his own fulfillment or perhaps his undoing. And yet, there was no guiding voice, no mentor to illuminate the shadows of his dilemma. He was utterly alone, left to wrestle with the weight of his decisions and the haunting question of which path would matter more in the grand tapestry of existence. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 87, Between Questions and Quiet Wars. The mirror's surface shimmered and swirled as Severus invoked its magic with a low mutter and a deliberate press of his thumb. A heartbeat later, Lord Arcturus Prince emerged from the depths, his figure illuminated by the soft flickering candlelight of his elegant London study. The ambient sound of rain drumming lightly against the leaded windows created a tranquil backdrop to their conversation. I trust you've seen it. Severus initiated, his tone steely yet edged with urgency. Arcturus, lifting his crystal tumbler to eye level, regarded the contents before taking a measured sip. The ICW's olive branch, he replied thoughtfully. Indeed. It arrived on my doorstep this very morning. Severus produced the letter, its parchment crisp and the seal of the Department of Magical Innovation gleaming prominently under Ilvermorny's skylight. The emblem seemed to pulse with a significance that weighed heavily in the air between them. They want me to participate in the Youth Alchemical Forum, he continued, his brow furrowing with a mix of frustration and concern. Public keynote. Mentorship representation. He paused, letting the implications sink in before adding, they're transforming me into a symbol. Arcturus nodded slowly, his expression contemplative yet understanding. Yes. They are. I'm afraid that is the cost of your talents being recognized. That doesn't bother you? Severus asked, his voice laced with incredulity. It should, Arcturus replied in a calm, measured tone. But it doesn't. Severus stepped away from the mirror, his shoulders tense, a manifestation of the frustration simmering beneath his controlled exterior. I didn't win the tribunal just to be tamed by the very body that nearly condemned me, he muttered, a bitter edge creeping into his words. I refuse to be their shining example of controlled brilliance. You won't be, Arcturus assured him with firm conviction. Not unless you allow it to happen. Severus turned back to face Arcturus, his eyes narrowing into slits as he processed the implications of those words. You don't create enemies, Arcturus continued, his expression steady. When there's a chance to forge connections, you seize it. Accept the invitation. Smile on the outside, internally, if nothing else. And let them think they've successfully brought you into their fold. And then? Severus inquired softly, his voice barely more than a whisper. Arcturus's smile was sharp and chill. Then you emerge from the shadows of the walls. It's always easier to strike after they've exhaled, after they've let their guard down. A heavy stillness settled over them for a moment. Severus re-examined the letter resting before him, his brow furrowing in concentration. They'll expect me to be accommodating, he murmured, uncertainty creeping into his tone. No, Arcturus countered firmly. They'll expect you to be brilliant. Let that expectation stand as your foundation. Severus nodded slowly, processing the weight of Arcturus's words, determination coalescing within him. With careful deliberation, he withdrew a fresh sheet of parchment from a nearby stack and dipped his quill into the inkwell, the familiar scent of the ink invigorating his resolve. The message he crafted was succinct but impactful, measured and precise, reflecting both his intent and purpose. To Verena Krieger. I accept the invitation. Heir Severus Shafik. He sealed the letter, choosing not the distinguished crest of Ilvermorny or the emblem of House Prince, but instead the sigil of House Shafik, stylized in deep black ink. With meticulous care, he traced his personal alchemical rune beside it, a shifting sigil that danced and flickered like the flames of a hearth, promising transformation and hidden power. Across the ocean, the skies over Britain remained bleak and heavy with an oppressive grayness. In public, the British Ministry of Magic projected an image of calm normalcy, delivering speeches lauding economic resilience and plastering smiles across their faces for the press. Bureaucrats shuffled through mountains of paperwork, their movements frantic yet calculated, as if they could ignore the flames of unrest licking at their feet. However, in private, the cracks in their facade were becoming increasingly evident. The pureblood supremacist movement, once confined to hushed conversations in drawing rooms and discreet family meetings, had erupted into a force that now energized darkened corridors across the country. It was a movement fueled by deep-seated fear and greed, financed by ancient family vaults and champions of a crumbling aristocracy, all orchestrated by a shadowy figure whose name was spoken only in whispers. Lord Voldemort himself did not need to make a public appearance, his presence was palpable even in absence. His influence permeated every layer of society, spreading like a poisonous fog through a network of intermediaries, masked couriers delivering clandestine messages, encoded howlers that echoed ominously, and the insidious manipulation of magical media that twisted the narrative to align with his dark objectives. Families such as the Bones, Abbott, McKinnon, and Fawcett began to experience a series of unsettling magical disturbances that defied explanation. Curses seemed to be woven into heirlooms passed down through generations, and ancestral wards that had stood strong for centuries inexplicably collapsed. Within just 3 short months, 3 prominent reformist officials, known for their outspoken views, were dead, each demise shrouded in mystery. There was no obvious killing curse involved. No discernible pattern connected the tragedies. One official had choked on a cursed contract that had mysteriously presented itself during a crucial meeting. Another was discovered frozen, lifeless, in her bathtub, the water around her eerily untouched as if the very essence of magic had conspired against her. The third met a tragic fate when her broom exploded violently mid-flight, scattering the remains in a horrific display across the sky. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, DMLE, dismissed these incidents with a collective shrug. Coincidence, they said. Rogue actors, they suggested. Just another case of magical instability. Yet, among those with any sense, an undeniable truth lingered in the air. At Hogwarts, a palpable tension lingered in every corridor, as if the very walls whispered of impending change. Muggleborns and half-bloods moved with silent urgency, their belongings in hand, preparing for a departure that came too soon. Some students left mid-term, their absence a quiet resignation to a fate that felt inevitable. Others lingered just long enough to complete their exams, their minds already drifting towards new adventures at Wagada, Castello Bruxo, or even the distant Ilvermorny. Every day, the specter of uncertainty grew as parents inundated the administration with transfer requests, each letter a testament to their fears. The governors, however, wore a facade of indifference, dismissing the mountain of applications that continued to pile up in their offices, pretending that the growing unease would simply vanish if ignored. In the midst of this unfolding crisis, Dumbledore observed with a heavy heart, the weight of déjà vu hanging over him like a storm cloud. The familiar sensations washed over him, the hollow reassurance of past experiences, the undercurrents of quiet violence, and the slow, simmering tension that threatened to erupt. He opted against writing any speeches or calling for assemblies, understanding that sometimes, silence spoke louder than words in moments of profound uncertainty. Instead, he reached out to familiar faces, those who had bravely opposed Grindelwald in the past. He carefully penned the first letters, each adorned with a new phoenix sigil, symbolizing hope and resilience. Meanwhile, in a concealed basement tucked away in London, the initial gatherings of what would soon be known as the Order of the Phoenix commenced, igniting a flicker of rebellion against the encroaching darkness. Back at Ilvermorny, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to what one might expect in a bustling school environment, though the underlying stress remained palpable. The Great Hall, normally alive with chatter and laughter, had been transformed into a sea of rows filled with desks and practical setups for the exams. Enchanted ink danced across parchment, shimmering with hues of gold and silver, while quills pirouetted elegantly in tight spirals before diving gracefully onto their surfaces. Severus glided through the exams with the effortless grace of water flowing through glass. His wand flicked with a casual yet precise mastery, casting spells that landed with impeccable accuracy. Each rune he inscribed was flawless, reflecting the mastery he had honed over years of study. The potion's practical was especially quick, completed a full 10 minutes ahead of schedule, leaving him with time to spare. His transfiguration work exhibited a striking symmetry, a testament to his keen eye for detail and understanding of the subject. Even his arithmancy scrolls, which often required the meticulous application of corrections, remained pristine and devoid of errors. In stark contrast, Evie was battling her own challenges. In her fervent attempt to transfigure a simple bowl into a lapdog, she almost set her sleeves ablaze, the flames flaring up dramatically before she managed to extinguish them. Ben had charmed his quill into an operatic soprano during the mid-arithmancy question, causing quite a stir in the classroom as the quill's melodic shrieks filled the air. To restore order, Professor Langford had to silence it with a carefully tailored muffly-auto spell, allowing the rest of the students to focus once more. Meanwhile, Aurora stunned her classmates, herself included, by achieving the top rank in magical theory. Her expression was a mixture of shock and sheer delight as she basked in her unexpected success. Alessandro, not one to miss an opportunity, attempted to cheat off Severus during a momentary lull. However, his plan backfired spectacularly when he ended up with a magically vibrating seat for the duration of the exam. By the time the papers were collected, he looked as if he had been electrocuted, his hair standing on end and his face flushed. During the potions exam, Professor Langford kept a keen eye on Severus, who was demonstrating remarkable skill as he effortlessly levitated 6 cauldrons into the air. With the utmost precision, he managed to measure and bottle 6 different potent doses without spilling a single drop. It was a display of talent that left his classmates in awe. After the exam concluded, Professor Langford approached Severus's station, her expression a mixture of admiration and exasperation. "Try not to terrify the adjudicators next time," she said dryly, a hint of a smile lurking at the corners of her mouth. Severus inclined his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. "No promises," he replied, his tone laced with a subtle confidence that suggested he wouldn't have it any other way. The letter arrived on wings of shimmering gold and vibrant flame. A majestic phoenix, not the familiar owl, descended gracefully onto Severus's windowsill just as he returned to his dormitory late in the night. Its brilliant feathers glinted in the dim light, contrasting with the shadows that filled the room. Clasped in its talons was a scroll bound in deep crimson wax, marked not with the insignias of the ministry or the guild, but with a small, red and gold phoenix embossed crest, one he hadn't seen in over a year. Albus Dumbledore's emblem. With a quickening heartbeat, Severus opened the letter, his fingers deftly breaking the seal. Inside, to his surprise, there were no pleasantries or lengthy speeches that one might expect from such a notable figure. Instead, the parchment held just a single, cryptic line. "If the world turns again, and you find yourself at its edge, will you remember what it means to stand?" Severus carefully folded the letter, his fingers brushing against the crumpled paper, before tossing it onto the chaotic surface of his desk. He turned away, his mind racing. He had no patience for Dumbledore's perplexing riddles and cryptic metaphors, not now, when the very foundation of his world seemed to be crumbling beneath him. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him, and he could feel the ground shifting unsettlingly. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 88, to sharpen a blade. The dueling hall at Ilvermorny was unusually still, a stark contrast to the bustling energy normally felt this close to the year-end holidays. With only 2 days remaining before the break, most students were busy packing their trunks and scribbling last-minute goodbye notes to friends. However, a select group of elite members from the dueling team had gathered in a wide semicircle, their wands tucked securely into their sleeves and a spark of curiosity gleaming in their eyes. At the front of the room stood Professor Harland, his figure exuding an air of authority. His arms were clasped behind his back, and the storm-gray cloak he wore fluttered slightly, despite the absence of any breeze in the hall. "I won't waste your time," he began, his voice steady and resonant, filling the quiet space. "We received official confirmation this morning." He paused, letting the anticipation build among the students. Ilvermorny has been selected to represent Makusa in this year's Under-19 World Dueling Championship. The announcement landed with the force of a spell blast, sending ripples of shock through the room. Whispers erupted, and a few gasps could be heard as the weight of the news sank in. Even Severus, known for his usually stoic demeanor, lifted his head slightly, his interest piqued. Harland allowed a moment of silence to settle over the room before he resumed speaking. "The tournament will take place in Salzburg, Austria, this coming August, just about 10 weeks from today. It spans an entire week, during which the finest duelists from the world's most esteemed institutions will gather to compete, he explained, his voice steady as he began to pace slowly, his gaze steady on his audience. You'll be facing challengers from Mahudakoro, the reigning champions, known for their exceptional discipline and near-surgical precision in casting spells. Then there's Durmstrang, a school infamous for its emphasis on raw power and unorthodox tactics that often flirt with the edges of the rules. Let's not forget Castelobruxo, Wagada, Beauxbatons, and a variety of other unaffiliated academies that will also be vying for a spot in the competition, he continued, his eyes sweeping over the room to gauge their reactions. However, only 5 duelists will ultimately secure a place on the final roster, he concluded, and a palpable tension filled the air. A visible shift rippled through the team, eyes narrowed in focus, jaws clenched in determination. Evaluation begins immediately, Harlan declared, his voice steady and authoritative. I'll be assessing every aspect of your abilities, your spell work, your tactical awareness, your restraint under pressure, your drive to push forward, and your overall performance in high-stress situations. This process isn't about your reputation or flashy styles. It's about your consistency and control. He pivoted to face them fully, his intense gaze sweeping across the group. If you don't intend to train throughout the summer, now is the time to step aside. By staying, you'll only be wasting your teammates' time and effort, he continued, his tone unwavering. Silence enveloped the room, and no one moved, their eyes locked onto him. Good, Harlan said, a hint of approval in his voice. The selection duels will take place the day before the term concludes. We'll kick off drills this evening to prepare. I expect each of you to be ready to push your boundaries. With a decisive nod, he turned sharply on his heel and strode out of the room, the echo of his footsteps trailing behind him. The air hung thick with anticipation, and the room remained still for a breath longer, the weight of his words settling in. Then, as if the dam had broken, the storm of whispered conversations erupted. The dueling hall thrummed softly with the lingering energy of spells long cast. The wards surrounding the practice lanes shimmered gently, their faint hum resonating in the air, a reminder of hours spent in rigorous sparring drills and elaborate mock combat. While the rest of the student body either wrapped up their final exams or busily packed for the summer break, the dueling team remained behind, drained, sore, and still buzzing with adrenaline. Their sole respite between intense training sessions was a quick half-hour break, just enough time to hydrate, stretch aching muscles, and assess a growing collection of bruises, both physical and emotional. Evie chose a bench line and collapsed onto it, exhaustion marked by the way she wiped a damp forehead with the hem of her sleeve. She let out a frustrated sigh, her gaze fixed on the scoreboard that Harlan had magically enchanted to keep track of their performance. 5 spots, she muttered, watching the numbers flicker. And over a dozen of us. More like 22, Ben grunted beside her, vigorously rubbing at his shoulder, which throbbed from the last bout. Some of those 7th years weren't even here last semester, and now they've shown up like summoned demons, all perfect stances and confidence. His voice carried a mix of irritation and admiration as he recalled the effortless skill of their newcomers. Alessandro flopped down beside them with a flourish, his movements exaggerated for effect. I'm contemplating bribing Harlan with something irresistible. A bottle of vintage fire whiskey, aged a remarkable 100 years. It even has an enchanted cork that sings, he exclaimed, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Ben shot him a flat, unimpressed look. Knowing you, you'd probably enchant the bottle to serenade us with opera arias. Alessandro feigned offense, placing a dramatic hand over his heart as if he'd been dealt a severe blow. You wound me, Benjamin. Deeply. I'm simply trying to elevate our social gatherings. Evie snorted in amusement, shaking her head at the banter. You'll manage to survive this, unlike me. If Harlan pairs me with that freakishly tall 7th year again, I swear he's attempting to crush me with nothing more than sheer wind pressure. Across the lane, Severus sat alone at the edge of the polished platform, his long legs stretched out before him in a relaxed manner. A wand rested carefully on his knees, and he polished it with meticulous precision, each stroke deliberate and focused. Although his gaze was fixated downwards, he wasn't distracted, the scoreboard was irrelevant to his concentration. The lines etched on his forehead revealed that he was silently replaying his last 3 sparring drills in his mind, analyzing each move with a strategist's eye. Nearby, Damien Connors was meticulously readying the wrist wraps over his dueling gloves, his jaw set tight, and each movement precise. After a moment of concentration, he approached Severus, not with hostility but with a calm intensity that seemed to carry a weight of its own. You planning to compete? He inquired, his voice steady. Severus didn't flinch at the direct question. He raised his gaze and met Damien's probing eyes with unwavering confidence. Yes, he answered. A brief pause lingered between them, heavy with unspoken understanding. I figured, Damien replied, a hint of acknowledgement in his tone. Just, don't think you're getting a free pass because of Vienna. At that, several heads turned subtly in their direction, not with malice, but with genuine curiosity about the exchange. Severus tilted his head slightly, his expression unyielding. I don't expect one, he said firmly, reaffirming his stance. Damien regarded him for another moment, weighing the resolve in Severus's eyes, then gave a single, approving nod. Good. Because I've trained 4 years for this. If you want one of those 5 spots, you better earn it like the rest of us. Severus offered a calm, almost impassive reply, his expression betraying nothing. Then we're in agreement, he stated with a measured tone that echoed through the tense air. Damien smirked faintly, his expression a mix of competitive pride and amusement, nothing cruel, just a brief flash of satisfaction at their exchange, and then turned to walk away. As he did, he muttered something under his breath about potions prodigies learning footwork, a comment laced with sarcasm. Did anyone else feel the temperature drop? Evie whispered, her voice barely above a murmur, her eyes darting around as if the chill in the air was somehow tangible. Ben, eager to lighten the moment, nudged Severus playfully with his knee. I'm glad you two are talking. Sort of, he added, trying to inject some levity into the atmosphere. Severus didn't respond immediately, instead, the faintest twitch at the corners of his lips might have passed for a smirk, a rare glimpse of his inner thoughts that few were privileged to witness. Less talking, Alessandro declared, stretching his arms behind his head with a casual confidence. More disarming. I want to land in the top 5 and make it to Salzburg, if only to flirt with the Beauxbatons team, he added with a mischievous grin, his enthusiasm infectious. Your priorities are dazzling, Ben retorted, shaking his head in feigned disbelief. Someone's got to keep morale up, Alessandro commented, a hint of mischief in his tone as he surveyed his friends, eager to spark their competitive spirits. Evie leaned back against the cool, sturdy wall of the training room, her heart racing as she contemplated the looming challenge ahead. I'm just hoping my shield spells hold tomorrow. I really don't want to be set on fire in front of Harland, she admitted, her voice tinged with anxiety. You'll be fine, Alessandro reassured her with a confident smile. Just make sure to stand behind Severus. Severus shot him an incredulous look, his brow furrowing in mock annoyance. I'm not your human shield, he retorted, crossing his arms defiantly. No, Alessandro replied with a light-hearted chuckle, but you are taller, meaner, and statistically more intimidating. It's a strategic advantage. Evie couldn't help but laugh, the sound breaking through the tension that had been thick in the air. Ben, watching from the side, rolled his eyes at their banter, but a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. In that brief moment, the tension shattered, not because their worries had dissipated, but because they all understood that facing the unknown was less daunting when they stood united, even if they would soon be pitted against each other in a battle for survival on the very same team. That night, long after the hallways had emptied and most students had retreated to their dormitories, Severus stood alone on the open terrace behind the observatory tower, the chilly night air wrapping around him like a cloak. His wand quivered in his hand, sending flickering beams of light into the darkness, their glow a stark contrast to the inky sky. He had been running drills for nearly 2 hours, his every movement meticulous and intentional. Blocking. Redirecting. Adjusting angles mid-cast, the repetitive motions etched into his muscle memory. Yet, despite the exhaustive practice, a gnawing sense of inadequacy lingered within him, he knew it wasn't enough. As he focused on his footwork, he became aware of another presence. Aurora found him there, her shawl wrapped tight against the cold, her eyes reflecting a mixture of concern and amusement. The warmth of her gaze momentarily distracted him from his concentration. You're going to burn through your shoes at this rate, she said softly, her tone both teasing and worried. Severus, still immersed in his training, replied without turning his head, I need to adjust my left foot pivot. It's a half-second off. The determination in his voice was palpable, as was the frustration. Severus, she said, her voice soothing and more gentle this time, you know how to pivot. Finally, he lifted his gaze to meet hers, his brow slick with sweat that dampened the edges of his collar, the effort evident in his expression. You're training like your life depends on it, Aurora continued, her eyes searching his for understanding. But it doesn't. Not this time. She stepped closer, trying to bridge the gap between their worlds, the one of preparation and the one of reality. Doesn't it, he asked, his voice coming out too quickly, betraying his urgency. Aurora walked over to stand beside him, crossing her arms against the chill in the air. You're not trying to win a tournament, she said, her tone firm yet understanding. You're trying to prove something deeper. He remained silent, the weight of her words settling over him like a heavy cloak. She gently nudged his shoulder, attempting to break through the tension that surrounded them. You're trying to prove something to people who already see you as dangerous. Maybe it's time to shift that focus and prove something to yourself instead. Severus exhaled slowly, watching his breath turn into wisps of fog that danced and vanished into the cold night. He didn't respond, feeling the truth of her statement linger in the air between them. But he also didn't return to his training, the night seemed to hold more significance now than the repetitive motions of his practice. The following morning, the atmosphere in the dueling hall was charged with anticipation, a palpable buzz that filled the air. Wards had been meticulously reinforced, their shimmering surfaces reflecting the excitement of the students. Instead of the usual static target dummies, animated sparring constructs now stood ready, their forms poised to engage in combat. Observation panels were strategically erected along the walls, allowing everyone to witness the impending matchups in crisp clarity. Harlan's assistant instructors glided around the room like shadowy referees, their keen eyes tracking every movement, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. One by one, names were being drawn for the mock duels, each duel designed to test not just reflexes, but also the adaptability and magical control of the students. The excitement in the hall reached a fever pitch as contenders eagerly awaited their chance to showcase their skills. Severus's name had not yet been called, leaving him in a state of intense focus. He stood against the far wall, his posture relaxed but alert, wand loosely gripped in his fingers, while his eyes scanned the room with sharp precision. The thrumming energy of the hall fueled his determination. Tomorrow, before the trains departed for summer break, Harlan would announce the 5 duelists selected to represent Ilvermorny on the world stage, a prestigious honor that promised glory and recognition. Severus was resolute, he intended to claim one of those coveted spots, no matter the challenge that lay ahead. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 89, Wand, Will, and Witnesses. DeLuca. Shaw. Platform 3. A low buzz of anticipation hummed through the crowd as Daniel Shaw stepped forward. Towering and muscled, he was renowned for his brute force dueling style, a relentless approach that overwhelmed less experienced casters with sheer power. His specialty lay in building momentum. Once he generated enough pressure, few could withstand his onslaught. Across from him, Alessandro DeLuca rolled his shoulders, a confident grin spreading across his face as he surveyed the crowd. With a flourish that bordered on theatrical, he bowed deeply, drawing cheers from his supporters. "You may begin," Harlan announced, his voice cutting through the charged air. Shaw wasted no time, his focus locked on his opponent. A booming concussive hex erupted from his fingertips, cracking through the air with a force that vibrated in the chests of onlookers. It was swiftly followed by a surging force bind, designed to ensnare Alessandro and lock him in place like prey. Alessandro reacted instantly, ducking beneath the powerful arc of the first hex and executing a graceful backflip to evade the second. In a fluid motion, he conjured a stream of shimmering illusions that fractured the light around him, creating 6 deceptive silhouettes that danced across the platform. Shaw's expression twisted into a snarl as he unleashed a barrage of energy, blasting through the multiple figures. But by the time the real Alessandro re-emerged from the shadows at the edge of the platform, he had already laid a cunning multi-layered hex trap in his wake, a strategic move calculated to turn the tide of the duel in his favor. Shaw stepped boldly onto the platform, the air crackling with energy. In an instant, it erupted with a brilliant flash of green light as a delayed Levi Corpus spell and a cunningly concealed tripwire trigger activated simultaneously. The sudden force hurled Shaw backward in a spiraling motion, his spells careening off course as his stance shattered and his control slipped away. Right on his heels, Alessandro unleashed a mesmerizing binding flame ring, encircling the arena with flickering tendrils of fire that sealed the outcome of the duel. With an air of confidence, he lowered his wand and executed a half-bow, accompanied by a playful wink directed at Evie, who stood amid the audience captivated by the display. The remnants of their clash were evident on Alessandro, his robes were singed and blackened, one sleeve hanging in tatters, while wisps of smoke curled from his tousled hair. Despite the chaos left in the wake of the duel, he strolled away with an infectious grin, humming a catchy tune, having transformed what could have been a moment of brute strength into an amusing blunder. Performance score, one assistant murmured incredulously to the other, eyes wide with astonishment, off the charts. Sterling. Hail. Platform 1. As Evie and Ben approached the platform, an unusual hush fell over the gallery. Eyes flickered with curiosity and excitement, the onlookers understood that this pair was more than mere competitors, they were friends, study partners, and occasional co-conspirators during midnight Coco raids. They bowed low to one another, a gesture filled with respect and camaraderie. The dome materialized above them, signaling the beginning of their duel, and they wasted no time in launching into action. Ben initiated the match with incredible speed, unleashing a series of rapid-fire spells, staccato bursts of pressure that aimed to corner Evie, pressing her into a narrow space. He knew that brute strength was not his advantage, instead, he relied on calculated precision to gain the upper hand. Evie responded with grace, meeting his quick tempo with fluid counters that resembled a dance. Her shield rotations were executed flawlessly, adhering to the textbook techniques she had mastered through countless hours of practice. Each counter she produced traced beautiful arcs through the air, impressive and elegant, yet utterly efficient in their intent. The duel intensified into a whirlwind of magical energy, with spells ricocheting off shimmering wards, whizzing past their ears, and sizzling through the charged atmosphere. A few eager spectators leaned in, their eyes wide with anticipation, as Ben managed to land a narrow fire lace that came perilously close to singeing Evie's left arm. Quick on her feet, she dodged the fiery attack, rolled to the side, and immediately conjured a mirror-cast redirector curse, all in the split second before Ben unleashed a second stunner. In a dramatic twist, her spell bent his hex back toward him, milliseconds before his shield spell could have absorbed the impact. With a loud thud, Ben hit the platform hard, the force of the magic rendering him stunned yet grinning, a testament to the thrill of the duel. Evie lowered her wand slowly, her chest heaving with exertion, a rush of adrenaline coursing through her veins. "That was close," she exclaimed, her voice a mix of excitement and relief. "You hit first," Ben admitted with a chuckle, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Barely." They exchanged a fist bump as she helped him to his feet, the camaraderie of friendly rivals evident in their gestures. Harland, observing from the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction. "That's how you duel your equals, with respect and readiness," he declared, his voice filled with approval. Evie stepped off the platform, her cheeks flushed with the thrill of victory, but her eyes shone brightly, reflecting the exhilaration of the match. Later in the afternoon, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Connors. Hail. Platform 2. A palpable shift in energy enveloped the space. Damien Connors stood at his mark, every muscle coiled and ready. His body was still, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade, focused intensely on the task ahead. If Alessandro was like a dazzling flare, illuminating the room with charisma, and Severus exuded calculated precision, then Damien was a storm, a force of nature contained within flesh, storm clouds brewing just beneath the surface. Ben offered a brief nod, the gesture conveying both respect and readiness. He might have looked weary, his brow slightly furrowed with the weight of the challenge ahead, but determination sparked in his eyes, a flicker of resolve that could not be dimmed. The sharp sound of the whistle shattered the tension, and in an instant, Damien unleashed his power, exploding into action with a forceful grace. There was no time for warm-ups or second-guessing. He launched his attack with a ferocious shield shatter hex, the air crackling with energy as it tore through the space. Without missing a beat, he followed up with a stunning chain, weaving magic that cornered Ben and forced him into a purely defensive spiral. The intensity of Damien's onslaught was relentless. Within mere seconds, he had Ben on the back foot, his stance precarious, retreating under the relentless pressure as his shield flickered like a candle in a tempest. Ben attempted to counter with a trip curse, but Damien swiftly dismantled it with a powerful blast, seamlessly transitioning into disarm vault wingbind in rapid succession. Each spell was executed with surgical precision, showcasing his skill and intention to dominate. The final disarming burst hit Ben harder than he anticipated, forcefully knocking his wand from his grasp and propelling him to slide halfway across the platform. The duel came to an abrupt end. With a slow and measured movement, Ben rose to his feet, his jaw set tight and his breath coming in heavy gasps. He avoided making eye contact as he bent down to pick up his wand, the weight of the encounter heavy on his shoulders as he walked off the platform. While there was no sense of shame, the experience left a tangible heaviness within him. Meanwhile, Damien, displaying an air of calm confidence, lowered his wand and turned away, already directing his attention to the next battle looming on the horizon. Harland, observing the scene intently, made a note on his clipboard. "Flawless execution," one assistant murmured in admiration. "Not a single wasted motion." The sun had begun its descent outside the tall, enchanted windows of the dueling hall, casting vivid streaks of gold and soft lavender across the polished wooden floor. The charged remnants of magic from hours of intense sparring still lingered faintly in the air, sharp, raw, and unfinished, humming with energy. The dueling team stood in quiet rows, their bodies glistening with sweat and marked by the toll of their practice sessions. A few wrestled with dull aches, holding ice packs against bruised shoulders, while others nursed stung wrists, cradling them as if they were fragile. An uneasy silence reigned, the weight of their exhaustion hung heavily in the atmosphere, preventing any conversation. Professor Harland stepped forward once more, a clipboard securely tucked under his arm. The sound of his boots echoed against the cold stone floor, breaking the stillness of the room. "5 duelists," he said at last, his voice slicing through the silence like a sharp blade. He allowed the weight of his words to linger in the air, letting the tension stretch taut like a bowstring drawn back, poised and ready for what was to come. 1. Damien Connors. Damien responded with a single, imperceptible nod. His expression remained unreadable, devoid of any trace of a smile. He stood tall, his spine as straight as a rod, embodying the quiet intensity that had characterized every action he had taken throughout the day. 2. Severus Shafiq. Severus remained motionless, his gaze unwavering. He didn't even blink. It was an unspoken expectation, yet hearing his name spoken aloud still ignited a steady warmth in his chest, a reassurance of his place in the unfolding events. 3. Evie Sterling. Evie blinked, her eyes wide with surprise, as if she hadn't anticipated being called so early in the proceedings. A momentary look of bewilderment crossed her face, but then a soft, radiant smile broke through the weariness etched on her features. She nodded in acknowledgement, gratitude shining in her expression as she felt a surge of connection with those around her. 4. Jonathan Cooper. A wave of murmurs surged through the crowd, whispers of surprise rippling across the room like a gentle breeze. Cooper's style in the ring had always been methodical and precise, his movements graceful yet effective. He didn't rely on flashy tactics to win, instead, his polished technique spoke volumes. A few tentative claps broke the tension, echoing momentarily before fading into an uneasy silence. 5. Alessandro De Luca. Alessandro released a long, slow breath, his fingers brushing away beads of sweat that had formed on his brow, a testament to the pressure hanging in the air. Told you, he muttered softly under his breath, barely audible to those nearby. Glowing. Several seventh years turned their gazes away, disappointment palpable on their faces. For a number of them, this moment marked their final opportunity, a last chance that had slipped through their fingers like grains of sand. Harlan didn't hesitate, his voice firm and unwavering. The rest of you fought valiantly, he began, his expression serious yet encouraging. Some of you will be designated as reserves, your performance was commendable, but still lacks the consistency we need. His gaze swept across the room, taking in the hopeful faces. For others, think of this experience as your forge. Learn from it, and allow it to shape you into something sharper and more formidable. He turned his attention back to the 5 who remained, stepping forward as if to draw them closer. Severus. Damien. Evie. Alessandro. Jonathan. They stood silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air between them. They didn't need to fill the silence with words, the tension was palpable, a bond of shared challenge and understanding. Harlan studied them intently, each of them showcased distinct styles and unique journeys ahead. He offered a brief nod, a gesture of acknowledgement and respect. This was merely the easy part, he declared, his tone shifting to one of foreboding anticipation. What comes next will test every ounce of your strength, your resolve. It has the power to break you. A deliberate pause ensued, deepening the gravity of his message. Then, with a lower, more solemn tone, he added, or it could make you unforgettable. With that, he turned sharply and strode out of the hall, leaving behind a profound silence, a sanctuary that had just borne witness to the forging of its champions. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 90, Knives in the Applause. The dueling hall had been meticulously cleared once more, no curious onlookers, no bustling staff, just 2 figures standing sentinel. A neat row of 5 chairs was arranged in a tight semicircle, facing a rune-etched podium that held an air of anticipation. The 5 duelists, each a beacon of determination, sat in contemplative silence, Damien Connors with his piercing gaze, Severus Snape exuding quiet confidence, Evie Sterling with an air of focused intensity, Jonathan Cooper appearing thoughtfully strategic, and Alessandro De Luca, radiating a calm yet intense presence. All had been chosen for their skills and character. All had passed rigorous tests that would lead them to this moment of significance. Standing before them, Professor Harlan projected an aura of authority, his presence commanding. Beside him was Coordinator Lena Roche, her emerald Makusa cloak impeccably pressed, the silver dueling pin on her collar gleaming in the soft light. Let me be clear, Harlan began, his voice steady, low, and firm, each word carrying weight. You're not just representing yourselves. With a deliberate movement, he stepped aside, unveiling a mesmerizing charmed projection that hovered above the podium. The first to glide into view were the rotating banners of Ilvermorny House sigils, each emblem echoing pride and tradition. This was followed by the dignified Makusa seal, an emblem of their authority, and finally, a breathtaking image of Salzburg's grand tournament arena, its enchantment-heavy skies shimmering over the scene, a testimony to the magical spectacle that lay ahead. You represent Ilvermorny, he continued, his voice steady and commanding. This esteemed school has secured second place in the last 3 under-19 World Championships. 3 years. 3 different lineups. Yet, not a single victory to celebrate. He let that weighty statement hang in the air, allowing the gravity of their situation to settle over the room. This year, we intend to change that, he proclaimed, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Lena Roche stepped forward, her accent crisp and articulate, exuding both confidence and authority. You 5 have been meticulously selected for your remarkable talent, unwavering consistency, and keen tactical awareness. But once you enter that arena, you'll do so carrying more than just your school colors. You will bear the immense pride of your respective countries. She cast a brief but meaningful glance at Severus and Alessandro, her expression a blend of seriousness and encouragement. If one of you triumphs, your victory will resonate as not only Ilvermorny's achievement but also as a landmark for your nation. The press will spotlight your last names with fervor. Your home countries will embrace you as their own. Prepare yourselves, you will be representing more than just a school, you will be embodying the hopes and dreams of your people. A moment of quiet passed, the air thick with anticipation. Then, with a graceful flick of her wand, 5 folders materialized and floated toward each duelist, each folder emblazoned with the distinctive Makusa crest alongside the ornate Ilvermorny seal. Harlan resumed speaking, his tone serious. Inside these folders are your summer training protocols, he explained, his gaze sweeping over the students. We expect you to maintain weekly spellform logs, meticulously record your wand stamina, and track any injuries. Any signs of sloppiness will be flagged without exception. If you think you can skip drills, know that such actions will be logged and reported. Jonathan Cooper raised an eyebrow in skepticism, while Alessandro let out a theatrical sigh, clearly unimpressed by the prospect laid before them. You'll also receive a comprehensive international rulebook, Lena interjected, her voice firm. It's essential that you understand your environments. Remember, what may be perfectly legal in Austria could be strictly prohibited in Japan. Ignorance of these laws will result in penalties. The room fell into a heavy silence, and there was no laughter now. The weight of their responsibilities hung palpably in the air. And finally, Harlan said, his tone shifting to a more serious note, a short psychological orientation packet, on image handling, sabotage, and the biases that can cloud our perception of magical prowess. Damien stood with his arms crossed, his expression inscrutable as he processed the weight of Harlan's words. Evie nodded sharply, her jaw tightly set, a clear indication of her determination to absorb every piece of information. Alessandro raised a hand, though it was more a gesture of hesitance than enthusiasm. Are we expected to smile for photos? He asked, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. Only if you win, Lena replied dryly, a smirk tugging at the corners of her lips despite the gravity of the situation. Harlan scanned the team, allowing the import of his message to settle in the air like a heavy fog. Mahutakoro plays to win. Durmstrang plays to dominate. And the rest? They'll do anything in their power to avoid embarrassment. That includes trying to humiliate you. His gaze lingered deliberately on each of them, finally coming to rest on Severus. You're not just duelists in this competition. You're targets. Ensure that the mistakes they make are theirs, not yours. With those piercing words hanging in the air, Harlan stepped back, signaling the end of the briefing. But those who understood the stakes knew that while the discussion had concluded, the real fight, both in competition and in the complexities of their challenges, had only just begun. That night, the halls of Ilvermorny had descended into a tranquil hush once more. The sounds of laughter wafted up from the dormitory floors below, where students eagerly zipped shut their trunks and neatly packed away their robes, the vibrant remnants of the school year. Farther down the corridor, someone had conjured a swarm of enchanted fireflies, their soft glow flickering like stars against the dim window glass. Waves of end-of-year joy resonated through the air, a symphony of excitement and nostalgia. Severus, however, remained untouched by the jubilant atmosphere. He sat solitary on the window ledge of his private study alcove, acutely aware that this was his final night in the sixth-year dormitory. The moonlight poured through the crystalline panes, casting a silvery glow across his workspace where he had unfurled the meticulously detailed training plan. He scrutinized the carefully organized breakdown of each scheduled hour, the anticipated metrics etched in his mind. In the recesses of his thoughts, he replayed the duel between Damien and Ben again and again. He could almost feel the electric pulse of the duel in his bones, the rhythmic exchanges, the deft shifts in strategy, and the heart-stopping moment when a near-miss feint had left Ben disarmed in round 2. The memory lingered, a vivid snapshot of the tension and skill that defined that fateful encounter. He tapped the side of the parchment absently, his mind racing with thoughts of strategy. If I were in Ben's place, what approach would have been more effective against Connors? He murmured to himself, the words barely audible. Eva, are you there? Severus asked mentally. At that moment, a soft chime echoed in his mind, reminiscent of glass striking water, signaling that Eva was ready to engage. System reactivated. Tactical subsystem online. Welcome back, Severus. As the notification faded, a shimmer of intricate gold runes danced across the periphery of his vision. Eva's voice materialized, smooth and slightly laced with amusement, as if she was both pleased and critical of his contemplation. Would you like me to demonstrate what you could have done differently if you had been in Ben's position? She offered, her tone inviting yet underlined with a subtle challenge that prickled at his pride. Severus smirked faintly, intrigued. Surprise me, he replied, his curiosity piqued. Subsystem unlocked, combat simulation archive. Features enabled. Simulated duels, recorded plus hypothetical. Speed control, 0.25x, 1x, 2x, 4x. Threat tier analysis. Spell efficiency metrics. Opponent behavioral modeling, active 4, Connors, Hale, DeLuca, Sterling, Cooper. Suddenly, a ghostly image of the duel appeared midair before him, a perfect holographic echo of Platform 1, shimmering with spectral clarity. He saw himself there, locked in a fierce exchange of spells with Damien, but everything had been slowed to a quarter speed, allowing for detailed analysis. Eva began to overlay lines of projection, mapping out angles of fire, highlighting missed footwork rotations, and illustrating potential countermoves. Ben gave him the right side, she remarked dryly, her gaze sharp. Twice, in fact. If Connors hadn't been so worried about overcommitting, Ben would have been on the floor, struggling to regain composure. Severus leaned forward, drawn into the unfolding strategy. Severus didn't smile. His expression remained stoic, yet the intensity in his eyes sparkled with eagerness as they caught the dim light around him. Start the simulation, he commanded, his voice steady and authoritative. Thought you'd never ask, replied Eva, a hint of excitement lacing her tone. With a swift motion, she activated the controls, and the room transformed before their eyes, melting away into a realm of shimmering projections. A vivid new battlefield materialized, alive with the sights and sounds of a world waiting to be explored. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden light that stretched elegantly over the northern trees and bathed the Ilvermorny lawn in its glow. The trunks of their bags were packed, robes carefully folded, and their farewell letters had been sent away, carrying their heartfelt thoughts and goodbyes to close friends they would miss over the summer. But for one last hour, 7 friends chose to linger beneath the spreading branches of the majestic stone-whisper tree, where the shade offered a refreshing coolness that contrasted with the warm afternoon. The roots were thick and elevated just enough to serve as natural seating, inviting them to sit comfortably and reflect. Severus, Alessandro, Evie, Aurora, Kira, Jonas, and Ben, their full circle, all gathered together one final time before the summer would scatter them across distant continents and new adventures. "So," Alessandro said with a casual grin, sprawled lazily across 2 of the tree's sturdy roots like a contented lion basking in the sun, "it seems our vacation is morphing into a training camp. Cheers to that twist of fate." "You'll survive," Evie replied dryly, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. "After all, you promised you'd charm your way through half the Italian Riviera." "That was before Harland handed me a syllabus thicker than my grandmother's cookbook," he said, tilting his head towards Severus, who was already anticipating the level of intensity that awaited them. "What about you?" "I'll be training," Severus replied, his tone serious. "Daily. I'll be reworking my footwork, honing my timing, and practicing reaction casting until it becomes second nature." Evie nodded in agreement, her eyes bright with determination. "Same here, though I have to be in France for my cousin's wedding next month. I've already cleared a short break with Harland, so I won't miss out on too much." Alessandro suddenly interjected, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "You two should come. I'm staying with the Zabinis this summer, they're part of my mother's family. They have this incredible private dueling arena carved right into a cliffside. It's breathtaking, scenic trauma with a view. Plus, there will be plenty of experienced tutors available." Severus raised an inquisitive eyebrow, considering the offer. "I'll ask Arcturus, he might have some thoughts on it." Evie grinned enthusiastically, already picturing the adventure. "I'll write home tonight to see if it's possible for me to join." On the far side, Aurora absent-mindedly ran her fingers through the lush green grass, her thoughts drifting to her upcoming adventure. "I'm heading to Africa with my parents," she shared, a hint of excitement in her voice. "They're exploring magical wildlife reserves, they're planning expansions near the southern delta, and I can't wait to see what they discover." "Taking me with her," Kira chimed in, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "For a month, anyway. Afterward, I'll head back home to Boston. My mother insists I touch grass and remember I'm mortal, whatever that means." She rolled her eyes dramatically, but there was a smile on her face, revealing her fondness for both her mother and the trip. "I think you'll love the Thunder Lions," Aurora added with a mischievous grin. "They only maul you a little. You have to make sure you're on their good side, though." Ben chuckled softly at their banter, his expression thoughtful. "My father's trying to get me in as an independent contestant, through a sponsor," he shared, a note of hope in his voice. "It's not confirmed yet, but it's looking positive." Evie's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "That'd be incredible. I can't imagine the adventure you'll have." Ben nodded, his voice steady with determination. "If I get in, I'll see you in Salzburg," he proclaimed confidently. "And I'll be ready." Jonas, still wearing his healer's tunic from his rigorous practical exam, smiled softly, the corners of his eyes crinkling with genuine happiness. "No dueling for me," he said, a hint of pride in his voice. "I've been accepted for an internship at the Wampanoag Healing Center. I'll be starting 10 days after I get home." Aurora's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You're going to be brilliant," she encouraged, her tone filled with certainty. Jonas's expression softened, a mixture of excitement and apprehension playing on his features. "I just want to help people," he replied earnestly, but a tinge of longing crept into his voice. "But I'll miss this. All of you." A comfortable silence enveloped them for a moment, as they each reflected on their unique journeys ahead. 7 friends. 7 paths. As the moment lingered, the light began to shift, bathing them in a warm red-gold hue. The gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the ancient stone-whisper trees, an ethereal sound that felt like a bittersweet farewell, as if the very world acknowledged their impending changes. Severus stood alone in the enchanting Ilvermorny courtyard as the last of his classmates meandered back to their dormitories, laughter and chatter fading into the distance. Beside him, his sturdy trunk, packed with everything he might need, loomed like a silent companion. The final rays of sunlight danced off the silver clasp of the portkey compass that Arcturus had gifted him, casting fleeting reflections on the ground. He didn't dare look back at the castle. It was a place filled with memories, both cherished and painful, but it didn't require a farewell. Severus knew that in his heart, this parting was an unspoken promise to himself. With determination, he stepped onto the intricate portkey rune etched into the cobblestones. His fingers found the cool surface of the enchanted compass, a beacon of possibility in his grasp. In an instant, he vanished with a sharp crack, the sound like a thunderclap echoing through the forum of memory. As he departed, the courtyard was left with an unsettling stillness, the only remnant of his presence being the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Beneath the majestic stone whisper tree, an empty space marked the moment of his departure, a poignant reminder of both his past and his future. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 91, No Such Thing as Rest. The portkey sliced through the air like a blade through silk, and Severus materialized in the stone-ringed courtyard of Prince Manor, his boots making a muted thud as they touched down on the ancient slate, pleasantly warmed by the late afternoon sun. Waiting for him was Arcturus Prince, impeccably dressed in elegant slate-gray robes that flowed around him like shadows. In one hand, he held a tumbler of spiced tea, the fragrant steam curling lazily into the air, while a subtle, approving expression flickered across his face, an emotion that transcended mere affection and brushed against the realms of pride. "Welcome home," Arcturus greeted him, his voice calm and steady. But the true warmth of the welcome manifested moments later, when a blur of dark hair and uncontainable excitement burst forth from the entrance of the manor, charging down the front steps with abandon. Brother Sev. Julius Prince, brimming with energy and a youthful exuberance that came from being just 11 years old, threw his arms around Severus before the older boy could even process his arrival. The hug was swift and uncoordinated, full of innocent affection, and entirely unself-conscious, capturing the very spirit of childhood in that fleeting moment. "I saw the article in the Enchanted Times. You looked like you were about to duel the world itself," Julius exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Severus blinked in surprise before a smile unexpectedly crept across his face. "In a way, I was," he admitted, recalling the fierce determination he had felt during that moment captured in print. Julius pulled back, his grin widening as he took in his cousin's expression. "I'm going to Ilvermorny next year. Dad says I might even be sorted into Wampus like you. Can you believe it?" His enthusiasm was contagious. "You'll have to earn it," Severus replied, playfully ruffling Julius's tousled hair. "They don't take just anyone. You'll need to show them you've got the spirit of a true Wampus." "That's exactly what I told the elves," Julius chirped, already launching into an animated recounting of his recent adventures. He was bursting with stories about wand fittings and debates over house crests, his words tumbling out in a rapid-fire stream filled with the thrill of anticipation for the year ahead. The front doors swung open once more. Eileen Prince stood in the entrance, draped in elegant deep green robes that flowed around her. Initially, her expression was taut, revealing the weight of concern she carried, but as she stepped forward, her demeanor softened. She gently cupped her son's face in her hands, her fingers brushing against his skin with a mother's tenderness. "You're too thin," she remarked, her brow furrowing slightly as she scanned his gaunt features. "You always say that," he replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice, though he couldn't suppress the small smile tugging at his lips. "And it's always true," she asserted with a sigh, her concern overshadowing her light teasing. With that, she pulled him into a brief yet enveloping hug, the kind that spoke volumes in silence. It was a mother's relief, wordless and powerful, wrapping around them both like a protective shield against the world outside. Inside, the drawing room retained its familiar elegance. Just as he remembered, polished mahogany furniture gleamed softly in the ambient light, while the cold fireplace, soon to be ignited, stood as a silent invitation for warmth. Enchanted portraits adorned the walls, their subjects murmuring polite greetings before slipping back into quietude. A delicate tea set lay meticulously arranged on the table, its porcelain glinting, beside a folder marked Makusa, Salzburg Protocols. "I've thoroughly reviewed the official training syllabus," Arcturus began as they settled into their seats, the atmosphere thick with the anticipation of their discussion. "The plan laid out by Makusa is indeed effective for students. However, you're no longer a student. You've become an asset." With a deliberate motion, he opened the folder, a quill poised thoughtfully above the parchment as he gathered his thoughts. "I've reached out to an old acquaintance of mine, a former dueling champion who had to retire due to a debilitating spine curse. He now trains by contract. I can arrange for him to come here twice a week to work with you. Alternatively, if you're interested, I can also share several less conventional spell chains from the Eastern duel books. The techniques from Durmstrang are particularly effective. You won't be able to acquire those through Makusa." Severus nodded slowly, processing the options laid before him. "Both," he finally replied, a note of determination in his voice. Arcturus's expression brightened, a smile breaking through his previously serious demeanor. "That's my nephew." He leaned back in his chair, swirling his tea thoughtfully. "Also, one other note. After the tribunal, the International Confederation of Wizards offered me a minor advisory seat on the Innovation Ethics Board. I accepted the position." Severus raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "You said you didn't serve empires." "I don't," Arcturus replied mildly, a hint of amusement in his voice. "But I'm not above attending their dinner tables if it means I can hear the whispers before they reach your door." A comfortable silence enveloped them, filled only by the soft clinking of china and the faint aroma of brewed herbs, until Severus reached into the depths of his robe and carefully produced a folded letter. Alessandro invited me to train in Italy, he said, unfolding the crisp paper. His mother's family, the Zabinis, are hosting him. They have a private arena and some of the best tutors in the world. Evie will be going in 2 weeks. Eileen's posture stiffened immediately, concern etched across her face. You just got home, she said, her voice edged with worry. Severus met her gaze evenly, a flicker of determination in his eyes. It's not for fun. It's a chance to train against my peers, those who'll be competing alongside me in Salzburg. Before she could formulate a reply, Arcturus gently interjected, we both understand the Zabinis possess resources that we simply lack. He'll be training among familiar faces, and that will undoubtedly enhance his skills. Eileen's jaw clenched, her frustration evident as she considered their situation. Turning to Severus with a serious expression, Arcturus said, leave at the end of June. That gives you 3 weeks here to prepare. Then, spend July in Italy. August will usher in war. The next morning, the manor adapted seamlessly to Severus's presence, as if it had been waiting for him. At precisely 6 o'clock, his routine commenced with a series of invigorating laps around the expansive gardens of the Prince estate, where the scent of morning dew mingled with the vibrant colors of blooming flowers. He moved on to meticulous footwork drills in the sun-dappled courtyard, followed by rigorous push-resistance training, all enhanced by dampening fields magically maintained by the elves. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, he found himself sequestered in the dueling chamber, alone yet keenly observed by unseen eyes. Simulation system online. Welcome back, Severus, Eva's voice resonated through the space, bringing with it a flicker of life. She promptly conjured vivid projections of his recent matches, meticulously analyzing his movements and adjusting the spell tempo in accordance with his posture. Wand elevation, 2 degrees higher, please. You're overcompensating for muscle fatigue. Remember to either push through it, or dial back and regroup, Eva advised with a blend of encouragement and precision, her digital presence a constant guide in his relentless pursuit of perfection. By evening, he found himself immersed in a mountain of case law and the intricate history of magical dueling, mastering the nuances of magical lawfare, acutely aware that a single misstep on the international stage could lead to his disqualification faster than the flick of a wand. His dueling journal grew thicker with each passing day, filled with sprawling notes, detailed diagrams of spell mechanics, and rigorous critiques of his footwork. Always at his side were the invaluable recordings from the previous year's dueling championship, courtesy of Arcturus's extensive network of connections. Each evening, he would replay footage of Hayato Ishinomori, the prodigious duelist from Mahudakoro, repeatedly analyzing every detail. Going frame by frame, he scrutinized the slow-motion captures, focusing on spell angles, the momentary delay in reflexes, and the subtle shifts in shadow that hinted at an opponent's next move. He could already recite the rhythm of Hayato's casting like a well-practiced drumbeat, each incantation echoing in his mind as he prepared himself for his own chance in the arena. Interesting, Eva murmured during one of the simulations. You're holding back when you're fighting projections of Evie and Alessandro. Even within the confines of your mind, in a simulation, you're instinctively protecting them. There was a brief silence as the weight of her observation hung in the air. That's loyalty. But it's also vulnerability, she added, her voice laced with insight. Severus, however, remained silent, processing her words. Instead of engaging in discussion, he simply reset the simulation once more, determination flooding through him as he cast the spell again, this time with greater intensity. He pushed harder, driving himself to break past the barriers he had unconsciously built. The first letter arrived on luxurious black and gold parchment, its surface adorned with the elegant De Luca crest that shimmered in the light. Severus. The arena is yours to command as soon as you arrive. It is masterfully carved from volcanic rock, where heated air circulates perfectly, and pressure control is meticulously managed for optimal performance. The family's personal instructor, the formidable and often intimidating Master Renucci, has consented to train us for a full 3 weeks. Despite his grumpy demeanor, I find myself already fond of him. Evie is set to arrive next week. If you decide to show up, I might even be inclined to share my dueling robes with you, but then again, maybe not. Alessandro. The second letter arrived from France, crafted on pressed white vellum, adorned with delicate lavender ink that showcased Evie's precise, clean handwriting. Thank you for pushing me harder than I ever imagined I could go. The wedding is stunning, and the food is even better. Yet, amidst the celebrations, I find myself counting the days until we return to our training. Please, don't overexert yourself before the real fight begins. Evie. Severus carefully folded the 2 letters, slipping them into the pages of his journal, his thoughts lost in silence. It was well past midnight when Arcturus Prince made his way into Severus's study, bypassing the formalities of knocking. The flickering fire had dwindled to mere embers, casting a faint, warm glow on the surroundings. Severus remained seated at his cluttered desk, intently focused on the combat footage displayed before him, his expression illuminated only by the soft, magical light from the enchanted projection. Arcturus held a single envelope tightly in one hand, and despite his usual composure, weariness etched across his features, a burden that no potion could alleviate. He glanced briefly around the dim room, taking in the shadows that danced along the walls, but he chose not to sit, his stance conveying urgency. The political situation in Britain is deteriorating, he declared, cutting straight to the heart of the matter without any preamble. There have been 3 more assassinations in the past week, each victim a prominent reformist. They've been executed with such finesse that the DMLE has deemed them unrelated incidents. The prophet won't even mention their names anymore. Severus looked up, his eyes narrowing in concentration. Voldemort is no longer a mere whisper on the wind, Arcturus continued, his voice steady but laced with urgency. He has become an organizing principle, a unifying lie around which many are rallying. With deliberate care, Arcturus set a thick, cream-colored envelope on the desk before Severus. The wax seal glimmered faintly in the dim light of the flickering fire. The sigil of the Wisengamot, striking in bold, was bisected diagonally by a silver cross stroke, symbolizing authority and tradition. I've been approached, Arcturus said quietly, glancing cautiously around the room. Not directly by the Wisengamot itself, but rather through 2 ancient houses that claim to speak on its behalf. He tapped the envelope twice, as if to emphasize its significance. One message comes from the Knots. Their letter was laden with weighty promises steeped in old bloodlines, bearing undertones of subtle threats. The usual rhetoric of stability and lineage permeated the text, together with an expectation that the Prince family should play their part in safeguarding the future of pure-blood society. He paused for a moment, his mouth twisting in quiet disgust as he considered the implications of their demands. And the other. He continued, a flicker of bitterness in his tone, is from Edgar Bones. It's polite, even honest, but carries a naivety that borders on foolishness. He implores me to stand for the light, not through the machinations of politics, but by adhering to principle. He exhaled slowly, pressing his fingers to his temple as if trying to massage away the looming weight of the conversation. I've always managed to remain neutral. Too well connected to offend anyone. Too old to recruit new allies. But this time, neutrality is starting to feel like a position with its own implications. He gestured toward the sealed envelope resting on the table between them, its presence heavy with unspoken words. I haven't answered either letter. I won't, not while you're still here, standing at this crossroads with me. Silence enveloped them now, thick and suffocating, more palpable than the humid air that swirled in the room. I'm finalizing the paperwork, Arcturus added quietly, his voice low and steady, masking a hint of urgency. Prince Holdings will open an office in New York by the 1st of July. It's business on paper, but a shield in practice. With this maneuver, the Prince family will acquire dual citizenship under trade rights. Severus rose from his chair, the tension coiling tightly in his muscles, his stance rigid and defensive. You're leaving. I'm protecting Julius, Arcturus replied, a resolute determination in his voice. And your mother? Hogwarts is not safe, not anymore. The discrimination we once heard whispered in corners is turning into outright policy. The corridors are resonating again with the same poison I overheard as a boy during Grindelwald's rise to power. I won't risk Julius becoming a pawn in someone else's treacherous game. He moved to the window, his hands clasped securely behind his back, gazing out at the landscape bathed in twilight. Only a select few of my most trusted allies are aware of my true intentions. I plan to relocate the Prince family to the United States. Quietly and legally, under the pretense of business expansion and magical commerce, he revealed, his voice steady yet laced with urgency. Severus rose slowly from his seat, taking a careful step to stand beside him, his interest piqued by the gravity of the revelation. No one else knows, he inquired, skepticism threading through his tone. None of the old families, Arcturus confirmed, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Not the Malfoys. Not the Travers. Not even the Greengrasses. If they were to discover my plans, they'd demand explanations, and worse, they'd try to thwart my efforts. He turned slightly toward Severus, his expression intensifying as he continued, his tone sharpening with resolve. However, I've noticed that a few others, the observant ones, are already making their escape. Clever half-bloods and discreet Muggleborns. They've seen the ominous signs, the writing on the wall, and they're not waiting for the ministry to acknowledge that its foundations are crumbling. They're choosing to leave, to distance themselves before the inevitable chaos begins. Silence stretched between them, filled only by the weight of unsaid thoughts. Finally, Severus broke the stillness, voicing the doubt that gnawed at him, and what about here? What happens if even America isn't safe? Arcturus met his gaze, the gravity of the situation reflected in his eyes. The Americans won't involve themselves in a foreign war, especially not one in Britain. They have their own struggles to consider. Nor will the French, the Italians, or the Chinese. The Japanese and the Indian Confederation will similarly watch from the sidelines. He held Severus's gaze, his expression serious. These nations are powerful, yes, but they are also stable. They do not share our proclivity for bloodline politics, not in the public eye. Their magical governments are well established and unyielding, their aura forces trained to a degree that surpasses our own, and their economies stand firmly on their own 2 feet, independent and resilient. Voldemort would be a fool to provoke any of them until he has complete control of Britain. And he knows it. Severus absorbed this revelation, the implications settling heavily in his mind. And if he wins? Then the world changes drastically, Arcturus replied, a somber note threading through his voice. But until that day comes, our priority must be to secure our own. He picked up the envelope once more, its edges crisp beneath his fingers, and held it up to the flickering firelight. With a subtle flick of his wand, he ignited it, flames engulfing the paper instantly, watching as it curled and disintegrated into ash within mere seconds. I'll be filing for dual citizenship next week, he added, the words hanging in the charged air. The Prince Holdings branch is set to open in New York by July. Julius and your mother will relocate with me, quietly. We'll claim it's for business purposes. And on parchment, that's all it will be. Severus exhaled a steady, slow breath, feeling the weight of his decision. I support it, he said resolutely. Whatever keeps them safe. Arcturus nodded once, but the intensity of his gaze remained sharp, probing. And you, he asked, his voice laced with concern. Severus turned his attention towards the window, his eyes penetrating the darkness that enveloped the manor lawn. He spoke without shifting his posture, his voice rich with determination. I'll go to Italy in July. I plan to train, to focus, to keep my name clean. There was a brief pause, during which the unspoken tension thickened in the air. Then his voice lowered, filled with a mixture of resolve and resignation. But I'm not fighting anyone else's war. And then, softer still, like steel concealed within velvet, his words dripped with unyielding resolve. Not yet. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 92, The Fires of Form and Function. The portkey delivered Severus to the grand gates of the Zabini estate with a soft thump and a surge of warmth that mingled with the gentle coastal breeze. It was late June in coastal Italy, where the sun reigned high in an azure sky, the air shimmered with heat, and the distant sea infused the wind with a briny, invigorating scent. Before him loomed a magnificent wrought iron gate, intricately laced with ancient runes that whispered of magic older than Hogwarts itself. Beyond that enchanted barrier lay the esteemed house of Zabini, not merely a mansion, but an expansive compound featuring white stone courtyards, elegant domed towers, and pillars intricately carved and crowned with fierce lion motifs. The air was thick with the hum of protective wards, magic so old and potent that it seemed to scrutinize him, weighing his worthiness before allowing passage. Severus adjusted the strap of his dueling bag, feeling the reassuring weight of his belongings against his back, and took a resolute step forward, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. At the entrance, a tall, silver-haired witch awaited him, her demeanor poised and authoritative. Severus Shafik, she greeted, acknowledging him with a slight, measured nod. Benedettus robes flowed elegantly in Zabini black, adorned with silver trim that accentuated her dignified presence. Her keen, penetrating eyes assessed him much like a customs officer would examine a potential threat, calculating and meticulous. Welcome. Follow me. A senior house elf bowed low beside her, a glint of steel visible from the dagger holstered at his belt. The absence of Alessandro and Evie lingered in the air, a familiar void that he had grown uncomfortably accustomed to. Crossing the threshold into the estate, they passed through an archway intricately etched with arcane spells written in 4 distinct languages. As they stepped inside, the temperature dropped noticeably, a soft, refreshing coolness enveloping his skin like a gentle caress. The marble halls seemed to hum with energy, whispers of ancient power reverberating through the air. Every third statue, intricately carved and vigilant, shifted ever so slightly whenever it fell out of direct sight, as if aware of intruders. It was not until they were guided into a secondary lounge, its walls expertly carved from smooth obsidian and shimmering agate, that he finally caught the sound of familiar voices. Suddenly, Alessandro burst through a side door, arms wide open as if to embrace the world. Finally. The prodigy returns to us, he exclaimed with a flourish, his enthusiasm filling the room. Evie followed closely behind, her demeanor more subdued, but she offered a respectful nod in greeting. Her hair was neatly tied back, and she was already dressed in her sparring robes, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Hope you didn't expect a vacation, she remarked dryly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. I expected fire, Severus replied, his tone serious yet laced with anticipation. Then you'll get it, came a crisp voice, authoritative and seasoned, cutting through the air like a sharp blade. At the head of the long dining table stood Salvatore Zabini, an impressive figure, tall and lean, exuding an aura of confidence. He was dressed in dark gray attire that hinted at both elegance and purpose, and a wand was securely clasped to his wrist, a silent testament to his readiness. Beside him sat a woman clad in deep emerald robes, her posture regal. She embodied elegance with her flowing copper-brown hair cascading around her shoulders, and her striking eyes mirrored the sharpness and depth of Alessandro's. My mother, Alessandro interjected quickly, eager to make the introductions. Giuliana de Luca Zabini. And my grandfather, he added as another figure emerged from the shadows, moving with a deliberate grace. Tommaso Zabini, Lord Vittorio's younger brother. The air seemed to thrum with unspoken history as the old man's presence commanded respect. Tommaso's smile radiated warmth, yet his eyes held a steely resolve. We're truly honored to host you, Mr. Shafiq. Alessandro has spoken very highly of you, he said, his tone both welcoming and respectful. Severus inclined his head in appreciation. Thank you for the invitation, he replied, his voice steady and sincere. The dinner spread before them was light but undeniably formal, roasted fennel elegantly arranged, vibrant capris drizzled with balsamic glaze, and wine that chilled at their command, a subtle enchantment that added an element of surprise to the meal. Though the conversation consciously avoided politics, an invisible tension lingered in the air. Severus keenly observed the subtle interactions, the gentle clinks of glasses among some, while others remained resolutely silent. Suddenly, the great doors swung open once more. Your tutor, Benedetta announced, her voice clear and authoritative. Sophia Mariani entered the room with the determination of a soldier, her stature short, her gaze sharp as a hawk, strands of silver streaking through her braided hair that hinted at wisdom and experience. She stood at the threshold, refusing the invitation to sit. You're here to train, she declared firmly, her voice leaving no room for argument. Not to dine. The Zabini dueling coliseum was a mesmerizing blend of arena and battlefield, hewn into the side of a rugged hillside and reinforced with imposing dragonbone beams. The magical wards surrounding the area were unlike anything Sophia had encountered. They didn't merely hum, they growled with a fierce intensity, creating an atmosphere charged with anticipation. Without pausing to catch her breath, Sophia sprang into action. Evie, Alessandro, and Severus stood poised at their designated triangles on the polished stone floor, ready for a critique. Let's get to first impressions, she began sharply, her voice cutting through the tension. Sterling, you have precision and control, traits of a skilled duelist. But your defense is stifled, you overthink every move. Evie's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes darting away in embarrassment. De Luca, Sophia continued, her tone unyielding, your improvisation is nothing but a facade. It's panic dressed up as creativity. You need to address that. Alessandro grimaced, the sting of her words evident on his face. And you? Her gaze pierced through the air, landing squarely on Severus. You fight like a scholar convinced that strategy alone guarantees victory. You need to learn to fight like someone who has endured the harsh realities of battle, that instinct and grit matter just as much as intellect. The week that ensued was merciless. Sophia pushed them through grueling obstacle-laden simulations that tested their limits. They faced invisible terrain changes that challenged their footing, dealt with disorienting false wand reactions that created illusions in their minds, encountered mirrored spells that forced them to think creatively, and navigated terrain shifts mid-duel that kept them on their toes. Among them, Evie adapted with remarkable agility, her resilience shining through. Meanwhile, Alessandro demonstrated an unexpected prowess in speed, surprising even himself as he darted about the makeshift battleground. But Severus. He was caught in an internal battle. Not one of raw power, but of self-control amidst the rising tide of chaos surrounding him. Sophia could feel it, a predatory instinct surging within her, driven by the scent of his struggle. She pressed even harder. By the third day, the tension built up within him was palpable, his wand arm quivered, not from simple fatigue, but from a profound effort to hold back the energy surging just beneath the surface. After an intense training session, Severus made his way to the water basin, seeking relief for his burning muscles. To his surprise, he found someone already there, Salvatore Zabini. You're methodical, Salvatore remarked, his voice low and steady, as if weighing each word carefully. But remember, the world doesn't reward logic. It rewards dominance. Keep that in mind. He stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with something heavy and unspoken. The world notices the spells you cast and the potions you brew, but we see the way you strategize. Don't think we're only focused on your wand work, Severus. We're observing the inner workings of your mind. Later, as Severus engaged in a duel against a shifting illusion of Alessandro, each movement causing the terrain around them to fracture and shift unpredictably, he suddenly became aware of it. A gaze. From the upper balcony, Lorenzo Zabini watched intently, his arms crossed over his chest, exuding an aura of authority and scrutiny. Meanwhile, in the shadow of one of the ancient archways, almost indistinguishable except for the glint of bright silver eyes, stood a younger figure, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. In the shadow of one of the archways, nearly invisible except for the glint of silver eyes, stood a younger silhouette. Isadora Zabini. 15 years old. Silent as falling snowflakes, she had been trained to observe the world around her long before she ever found her voice. She leaned lightly against the cool marble column that supported the soaring structure, her arms folded thoughtfully and her head tilted just slightly as she took in the scene below. The dueling floor crackled with raw, untamed magic, a palpable energy that seemed to hum in the air. Severus Snape moved with grace, each gesture fluid as if he were carving equations into the very atmosphere around him, every flick of his wrist precise, every dodge economical. There was no wasted movement in his dance of combat, no needless flourishes or extravagant displays. Every action served a purpose, a testament to his skill and training. But it wasn't merely the precision of his movements that captivated her. It was the restraint he exhibited, a quality that suggested depth and complexity. Her mind whispered to her, he's sharp, but not yet cruel. Fast, but not ruthless. Beneath that meticulous exterior, there remains some thread of humanity, a flicker of connection to those he races against. That may be a flaw, an Achilles heel in his otherwise formidable prowess. Or perhaps it is the only reason he hasn't lost himself entirely to the power he wields. Others, like Sophia, saw potential waiting to be shaped and refined. Her father viewed strategy, considering Severus as either a future partner in power or a formidable rival to overcome. Her grandfather, ever the opportunist, perceived him as a means to leverage greater influence. But Isadora saw something distinctly different, conflict brewing beneath the surface. Most duelists inevitably reached a tipping point where their growing power bred arrogance or, conversely, deep-seated fear. Severus, however, hadn't reached that crossroads yet. He balanced precariously between both extremes, much like a tightrope walker teetering above an ominous chasm, painfully aware of the edge yet stubbornly refusing to either retreat or take the plunge. Isadora narrowed her eyes slightly, keenly observing as he parried an imaginary assault with practiced precision, then countered with a hex so intricately woven that the very illusion of his opponent seemed to tremble in its wake. He was not reckless, nor was he cruel. Yet, there lingered an undeniable intensity in his demeanor, suggesting he was capable of embodying both traits when pushed. She tapped a finger to her lips, her mind racing with thoughts. It struck her that he didn't fight with the joy and exuberance one might expect. Instead, it was as if he fought out of necessity, as though he were desperately trying to outpace something lurking just beyond his reach, something that haunted him relentlessly. A quiet breath escaped her lips as she carefully shifted, blending deeper into the shadows until she became virtually invisible. It was crucial that no one realized she had been observing them all along. She didn't need to be seen, not at this moment. What she truly sought was not just to observe, but to comprehend the intricate dynamics at play around her. The Colosseum courtyard was refreshingly cool in the night air, illuminated only by the soft glow of enchanted blue torches flickering gently in the darkness. Severus sat cross-legged on the stone floor, his notes scattered around him like fallen leaves, whispering intricately detailed diagrams to Eva in hushed tones, careful to keep his voice low against the palpable stillness of the night. Suddenly, a shadow loomed closer, breaking his concentration. "You're bleeding on the page," Evie remarked, her voice a melodic interruption. He looked up to find her sitting beside him, clad in a sleeveless tunic that showcased her toned arms, her hair still damp from a recent bath, glistening subtly in the torchlight. Her expression was open and inviting, full of warmth. "I misjudged the wind direction on the last set," he admitted, a hint of frustration lacing his voice as he gestured to the ink-stained parchment. Evie settled in next to him, absorbing the surroundings. After a thoughtful pause, she spoke again, her tone gentle yet firm. "You never needed to be the best. You already are. What you need is to fight like you know it," she encouraged, her eyes locking onto his, challenging and sincere. He didn't respond verbally, instead, he held her gaze, the weight of her words settling heavily in the air between them. In that moment, he dared not look away. Final day of the week's rotation. Sophia stood before the gathered fighters in the arena, her eyes narrowed with determination. "Time for truth," she declared, her voice echoing through the open space. She turned her gaze sharply to Severus, and an electric moment hung in the air between them. "This match is yours. Remember, it's only a simulation. But don't think for a second I'm playing fair." Her challenge hung heavy with unspoken implications. Suddenly, the world around Severus began to warp, columns shot up from the ground, jagged and imposing, while a fierce wind whipped around him, teasingly tugging at his clothes. Magic surged through the atmosphere, a tangible force that prickled against his skin and made every hair stand on end. In that chaotic moment, Damien Connor stepped onto the field. He wasn't real, this figure was an illusion, crafted meticulously from enhanced recordings and sophisticated predictive magic. But the motion was hauntingly familiar, he moved with the same grace and power as Damien, striking harder, faster, an uncanny mimicry that made Severus's heart race. A jolt of adrenaline spiked through Severus's veins, his pulse quickening as a familiar voice, Eva, buzzed insistently inside his mind, urging him to focus and prepare for the challenge ahead. Warning. Focus overload. Magical output at 137% of safe range. Severus heard Eva's voice echo through his mind, a persistent reminder of the escalating chaos around him. He chose to ignore it. Spell. Deflect. Dodge. Warning. You haven't blinked in 2 minutes. Eva interjected again, her tone laced with concern. The illusion before him snarled, unleashing a torrent of combined curses that twisted through the air like angry serpents. With a surge of determination, Severus countered, channeling a crackling edge of red energy that pulsed with fierce intensity. And then he lost control. What he wielded was no longer magic but instinct, raw and primal. A blast erupted from him, surging outward and shattering the illusion into a cascade of splintered smoke and arcs of lightning. The brilliance illuminated the space for a fleeting moment before plunging it into an eerie silence. Sophia stepped forward, a triumphant smile spreading across her face, her eyes alight with excitement. "Now," she announced, her voice laced with satisfaction. "Now we begin. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 93, Chapter 93, The Art of Unmaking." The silence that followed the shattered illusion was heavy, too heavy for applause, too taut for praise. Severus stood in the center of the dueling Colosseum, his chest rising and falling with each breath, fingers twitching as they emitted faint sparks from the residual magic still crackling in the air. The lingering scent of singed stone and potent arcana hung around him, thick and charged, while the last flicker of Damien's illusion dissolved into embers that danced briefly before fading away. The crowd had dispersed, their murmurs echoing in the distance, leaving only Sophia Mariani. With her arms crossed tight against her chest and a face inscrutable, she descended into the ring, her presence a sharp contrast against the backdrop of the dimly lit arena. "You could have killed a real opponent with that last blast," she remarked, her voice steady and calm, though an edge of something sharper lingered beneath her words. Severus met her intense gaze, his voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't mean to." "I know," she replied, moving closer, her silhouette looming as she paused just a few paces away. "That's what makes it interesting." He looked up at her, the tension in the air thickening between them. Sophia's eyes gleamed like sharp obsidian, piercing through the layers of his guarded demeanor. "You've been holding back. Even here. Especially here. It's not just in duels, up here," she said, tapping her temple with a deliberate gesture. "I recognize that kind of restraint. I've seen it before in prodigies who couldn't afford to feel too much, who were ingrained with the belief that power equates to danger." Severus remained silent, a storm of thoughts brewing behind his stoic expression, a flicker of vulnerability passing across his face. She walked a slow, measured circle around him, her presence both commanding and reassuring. "But here's the truth they don't tell you," she continued, her voice low and steady. "Control isn't silence. It's command. It's the conscious decision of when to unleash the tempest within you without being consumed by it." Sophia stopped and turned to face him fully, her intensity unwavering. "You're not fragile, Severus. But deep down, you're afraid of transforming into something you can't reign in or return from." His jaw tightened, the weight of her words sinking in, the conflict within him swirling darker and deeper. She smiled faintly, her eyes glinting with understanding. "Good. That means there's still a tether." She paused, letting her words sink in. "You want to keep your edge? You learn how to cut with it, not fall on it." Then, with a softer tone, she added, "Tomorrow, we'll break down the technique. Today, I want you to sit with what it felt like. Not just the blast, but the moment before it." With that, she turned and walked away, her figure gradually fading into the shadows. Severus remained in the center of the Colosseum, enveloped in solitude, the air still charged with the remnants of magic. The echoes of her words swirled around him, mingling with a question that loomed larger than he had anticipated. Was he truly ready to confront the depths of that moment? Isadora's POV. From the upper corridor above the dueling arena, Isadora Zabini stood with her hands clasped firmly behind her back. The smooth marble railing beneath her fingers absorbed the warmth of the afternoon sun, yet her gaze remained icy and calculating, a sharp contrast to the comforting heat surrounding her. She had observed enough. Below, Severus paced slowly toward the exit, completely unaware of her silent scrutiny. He moved with a deliberate grace, as if he were navigating a labyrinth of thoughts, his body an instrument of complex intentions, one figure, many minds. In that moment, Isadora realized that his true strength did not reside solely in the spells he wielded. It was embedded in the choices he made, when to strike, when to hold back, and when to embrace the shadows of uncertainty. He was a living paradox. A teenager navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence while possessing the instincts of a seasoned tactician forged in the fires of experience. He was sharp and astute, yet never cruel, swift in action, yet never merciless. Beneath the surface of his precise calculations, there lingered an undeniable humanity. That, Isadora mused, might very well be his greatest flaw. Or perhaps it was his greatest strength. A soft rustle of silk drew her attention, and she turned to see Lord Vittorio Zabini approaching. Observing again, Isadora, his smooth, dry voice inquired, carrying an air of amusement. She inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. "Learning," she replied, her gaze drifting back to the guest who had stirred her curiosity. Lord Zabini walked alongside her, his posture regal, hands clasped neatly behind his back. The rhythmic tapping of his cane against the stone echoed in the serene surroundings. "And what have you learned of our guest?" he asked, his tone casual yet probing. She hesitated for a moment, choosing her words carefully. He's not what the papers made him out to be, she finally said, conviction lacing her voice. Of course not, he replied, a hint of sardonic wisdom in his tone. Legends are rarely accurate in real time. She looked down once more, her mind racing with thoughts. He's dangerous. But still unfinished, she murmured, the unshakable feeling intensifying within her. Exactly why he's here, her grandfather said with a measured tone, his gaze unwavering. We do not waste potential. We refine it. And we never underestimate what a mind like his might become. Isadora remained silent, but the intensity in her eyes narrowed, reflecting a mix of intrigue and caution. He was a puzzle, one that intrigued her deeply. Severus Snape was a riddle wrapped in enigma, and Isadora Zabini had always possessed a penchant for untangling complex puzzles, often finding satisfaction in the process of discovery. The following week unfolded into a relentless rhythm of fire and footwork, a demanding routine that pushed them to their limits. Sophia, with a determined glint in her eye, introduced them to a cadre of duelists employed by the Zabini family, not the academic professors they were accustomed to but hardened professionals. These hit wizards emerged from the more shadowy corners of the family's expansive operations, each one bearing a reputation for ruthless efficiency. Their movements were far from elegant, they were precise and calculated, every gesture honed for survival rather than mere sport. Remember, Sophia cautioned them as they prepared for their first bout, real duels don't come with judges. They come with consequences that can change everything. With her words ringing in their ears, Severus, Alessandro, and Evie took turns facing a variety of opponents, each encounter pushing them to adapt and innovate. They scrutinized footage of their duels, analyzing patterns and refining their techniques, honing their spells with each iteration. As part of their training, they didn't just practice spells in isolation, they worked out alongside the Zabini mercenaries, engaging in intense physical conditioning. They ran circuits through enchanted terrain that challenged their endurance, navigated obstacles that shifted with every step, and tackled underwater shield resistance pools that tested both their spell work and their resilience. Each session left them breathless but exhilarated, the bonds of their camaraderie strengthening with every shared struggle. You're sweating like a toad, Alessandro grumbled one particularly humid morning, wiping his brow as he fidgeted with the hem of his cloak. You're wheezing like one, Severus replied dryly, his breath escaping in quick bursts as he leaned against the cool stone wall. You're both insufferable, Evie shot back, exasperated, before raising her wand with a flick of her wrist that sent a stunning hex whizzing past Alessandro, who ducked just in time to avoid having his ear singed. They laughed, a mix of tension and camaraderie threading through the air. Blood rushed from small mishaps, but lessons were learned amidst the chaos. Sophia's true teaching unfolded not through grand gestures, but in the soft murmurs of her guidance and the careful repetition of drills, mastering the art of bending rules without outright breaking them. She taught them the delicate balance of channeling instability to create powerful spells without causing catastrophic failure. Sophia coined the term edgecraft for this intricate dance. Eva, ever the creative spirit, dubbed it mood-based spell modulation, a fitting title for a method that drew heavily from emotional currents. Severus, with an eye roll, labeled it maddening, unable to stifle his frustration with the complexities of it all. But then, something changed. Slowly, steadily, their efforts began to yield results. Severus sat cross-legged in the dimly lit lesser dueling chamber of the Zabini estate, surrounded by stone walls that were charm-enhanced to absorb sound and suppress any magical discharge. The atmosphere was still, almost palpable in its quietness. His wand rested beside him, its polished surface reflecting the faint glow of the room, while his palms lay open on his knees, a gesture of receptivity to the magic that swirled unseen in the air around him. He sought to calm the tumult within, to empty his mind of distractions. Or at least, that was his intention. Before him, a dim illusion of Sophia Mariani flickered into existence, an ethereal echo of the lesson she had once imparted. Her voice reverberated in the air, perfectly mimicked by the projection. Magic doesn't care if you're calm, she stated firmly, her expression unyielding. It cares if you're clear. Severus recognized the lesson, familiar from his time at Hogwarts. Flitwick had once explained to him, after witnessing a particularly explosive charm gone awry, that emotion served as the wick and magic the flame. Mastery over one's magic required not the suppression of emotional sparks but the wisdom to know precisely when and how to stoke that flame. Yet Sophia had pushed beyond that foundational understanding. Use it, she had urged, her eyes sparkling with intensity. She had encouraged him to delve deeper, to explore not just the superficial emotions, frustration, pride, ambition, but to unearth the buried feelings, the complex and often uncomfortable ones that he typically refrained from naming. Power without direction is merely a bonfire, she had told him one quiet afternoon, her voice steady as he flinched from the impact of a shield breaker spell that ricocheted off the training walls. But power fueled by pain, that's a blade, sharp and deadly. Severus had felt a flicker of resistance within him. For years, he had trained himself to remain composed, to be still amidst the chaos of magic and emotion. He had diligently practiced diplomacy, a discipline that allowed him to shield his mind from distractions and noise. Under Eva's guidance, he had learned to suppress the tumultuous emotions that threatened to overwhelm him, skillfully partitioning his thoughts into neat compartments of clarity and cold calculation. As a result, his magic had evolved, becoming sharp, clean, and impressively stable. Yet, he recognized that this stability came at a cost. It meant his magic was also flat and predictable, lacking the vibrancy of spontaneity. As Sophia had plainly articulated during one of their sparring sessions, you'll never defeat duelists trained in chaos if you continue to fight like a tactician solving equations. Her words echoed in his mind, a nagging truth that he could no longer ignore. So now, for the first time in years, as the sun dipped low in the sky, he took a decisive step. He lowered his mental walls. "Eva," he spoke softly, his voice barely above a whisper. The system stirred to life, responding, "Online. I need your assistance in locating something useful. Searching memory archive, scanning for high-emotion resonance clusters. Would you like to filter by spell type?" He shook his head, feeling the weight of his memories pressing down on him. "No. Just show me what hurts." There was a noticeable pause, the kind that stretched on as if in contemplation. Then, with a gentle reassurance, she replied, "Confirmed." Images began to flicker behind his closed eyelids, a cascade of memories rising to the surface. He saw his mother, a younger version of herself, delicate and fragile. Her hands trembled slightly as she carefully bandaged a wound he didn't mean to inflict upon himself. Her voice broke the silence, shaking with emotion as she urged him, "You have to be smarter than him, Severus." His 11-year-old self stood there, clutching a wand he barely knew how to wield, confronted by the mocking laughter of James Potter echoing through the bustling corridor. He could feel the sharp, burning sting of being branded a Snevelius, a term that seared into his memory. The torturous silent night spent huddled in the cramped cupboard beneath the stairs played vividly in his mind, alongside the harsh sound of glass shattering and the sight of blood staining the floor. His breathing started to slow, but soon deepened as he anchored himself in the moment. "Accessing memory tether, confirmed," Eva said, her voice softer now, filled with a gentleness that contrasted sharply with the harshness of his memories. Severus opened his eyes, his focus sharpening as he lifted his wand, determination flooding his veins. He envisioned his mother's frail figure, her back hunched beneath a shawl that seemed too thin to provide any real warmth against the biting winter chill. Protego. In an instant, a shimmering shield erupted from the tip of his wand, rippling and dark-edged. It was not merely translucent but solid and impenetrable, like obsidian forged in the heart of a volcano. It didn't shimmer so much as it throbbed with a pulsing life of its own. "Spell strength, 146% of prior baseline," Eva murmured, almost in awe. "Emotional tether is active. Repeating the sequence may cause mental strain." He didn't care anymore. The thought of humiliation lingered in his mind, a bitter taste he could almost savor, of being overlooked, dismissed, or taunted by those who should have known better. With a surge of determination, he turned his attention to a practice dummy across the room, its lifeless form a perfect target for his growing frustration. "Confringo." The incantation burst forth from his lips with a force that matched his fury. The blasting curse erupted as it struck, violently tearing the figure from its mount and creating a deep crater in the stone wall behind. Debris scattered, the echoes of the explosion reverberating through the empty space. Note: emotional modulated spell power has surpassed standard dual threshold. Would you like to optimize memory-emotion pairings for future combat scenarios? Severus exhaled slowly, his breath shaky and uneven. He felt his hands tremble, not from fear, no, but from the overwhelming weight of what he had just summoned within himself. The memories surged, unbidden, thrumming with a life of their own. Not yet. Not tonight. He was not ready to confront all that he had dredged up. But soon, he would be. Lowering his wand, he remained rooted in place, his mind still echoing with the intensity of the memories that pulsed through him like a living heartbeat. For the first time in a long while, he didn't feel like he was losing control over his emotions. Instead, he felt a strange sense of clarity. He was finally learning how to harness that power, how to aim it with precision. In the dimly lit confines of the Zabini library, well past the stroke of midnight, Isadora sat in solitude, surrounded by towering shelves of ancient tomes and forbidden knowledge. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and ink, a fitting atmosphere for her clandestine task. She carefully retrieved a dossier from a locked drawer, its cover emblazoned with the intricate sigil of her family crest. In elegant script, a title adorned the front. Project Orbis, Candidates for Succession and Expansion. As she opened the dossier, her eyes scanned the detailed profiles, meticulous evaluations, and ominous threat matrices contained within. Their meanings were weighted with significance, each name representing a potential ally or a looming adversary. With a steady hand, she dipped her quill into a bottle of vibrant red ink, the color reminiscent of danger and urgency, and inscribed a new name onto the official list. Severus Shafiq. She paused for a brief moment, allowing the ink to dry, before underlining his name with a single, definitive stroke. Not for now. But soon. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 94, The Edge of Precision. Hey everyone. I'm so sorry for the late update this week. As some of you know, my house renovation project is still in full swing, but the good news is it's expected to wrap up around August 15th. Once things settle down, I'll be back to my usual posting schedule of 4 to 5 chapters a week. I've missed writing just as much as I've missed sharing the story with you all. A heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you who've stuck around patiently despite the delays. Your support, encouragement, and thoughtful messages mean the world to me, truly. I'm lucky to have such an understanding and dedicated readership. Can't wait to dive back into the story with you all very soon. Much love. M. The Colosseum was wrapped in an eerie silence. No mirages to deceive the senses. No onlookers to witness the moment. Not even a whisper of wind to stir the ancient stones. Morning light filtered through the towering arches, casting long shadows, while dust motes floated lazily in the air, suspended like spells awaiting a command. Severus stood solitary in the heart of the arena, his wand resting at his side, his shoulders relaxed yet intentionally set. He was not simply passive, he was poised, a tightly coiled spring ready to unleash energy at a moment's notice. As he stood there, his mind began to wander, uninvited, to distant memories of another place and a different time. Ilvermorny was the institution where he had sharpened his skills and forged his identity. However, it was Hogwarts that had tempered the blade, shaping him into who he had become. He could vividly recall Professor Flitwick, a figure who epitomized brilliance in his small stature, quick in thought and action, exuding a kindness that felt almost perilous in its unexpectedness. The professor was a master of both restraint and overwhelming force, wielding them in a delicate balance that left an indelible mark on Severus. He vividly recalled the tale of how the men had single-handedly defeated 3 champions in a high-stakes duel at a Triwizard exhibition in under 90 seconds. It was a moment that had sparked Severus's curiosity, prompting him to ask the professor how he had accomplished such an extraordinary feat. Flitwick had smiled warmly, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. Great duelists don't simply cast stronger spells, Severus, he imparted in his lilting, precise voice during one of their quiet evening lessons, the ambient light casting gentle shadows on the walls of the classroom. They cast smarter ones. Emotion adds weight, but only clarity shapes the blade. At that moment, Severus had interpreted those words as a call for suppression. He thought that mastery meant control above all else, suppressing emotions, burying feelings deep within. To him, it felt as if he had to feel nothing at all to be truly powerful. Yet, he was wiser now, having undergone a profound transformation. It was thanks to Eva, whose gentle strength had shown him the importance of embracing his emotions, and Sophia, who had taught him that vulnerability could be a source of strength. It was particularly pivotal during the moment he had confronted and shattered Damien's illusion, where his fury had crystallized into pure instinct, a powerful force guiding his actions. In that decisive instant, he realized he hadn't lost control, rather, he had made a conscious choice to let go, to permit himself to feel unencumbered by the past. Again, Sophia barked with a commanding tone, her eyes locked on the scene unfolding before her. Severus panted heavily, the perspiration trickling down his neck and dampening his collar, as he kept his wand raised in a defensive posture. The hit wizard opposite him, Marco or perhaps Matteo, he hadn't bothered to inquire, grinned with a malicious gleam in his eye. Suddenly, he unleashed a stinging hex that whizzed dangerously close to Severus's ribs, the air crackling with magical energy. In the depths of his mind, Eva's voice resonated like a distant melody against the chaotic backdrop of the duel. Now engaging memory tether. Category, Rage. Source, Hogwarts Humiliation Archive. A flicker of memory broke through the haze, James Potter's mocking laughter echoed in his ears, a sound that ignited a blaze of resentment within him. The relentless heat of past taunts surged back, the word Snavelis venomously hurled in the corridor, a reminder of his darkest days. With narrowed eyes, Severus's resolve hardened. His wand slashed through the air with determination. Confringo, he shouted, pouring all his fury into the incantation. The explosive spell erupted forth, not merely striking its target but hurling the hit wizard backward with staggering force. The impact shattered the arena's reinforced shield, sending shockwaves that reverberated around them. Sophia stood unfazed, her expression barely shifting as she observed the outcome. Without a trace of hesitation, she simply nodded. Again. Next came Evie. She had adopted a serious demeanor, her silver eyes sharp and focused as they locked onto each other, a determined glint reflecting the intensity of their duel. Eva's voice emerged softly, almost a whisper in the charged atmosphere, tether, loyalty. Emotional resonance, active. Spell stability, increased. Severus's heart steadied at the incantation, a rhythm calming the flutter of anxiety within him. He didn't want to hurt Evie, she was too important to him for that. But he also wasn't going to insult her skill by holding back. Without hesitation, she launched the first attack, a brilliant flash of magic aimed directly at him. Severus responded, not with an offensive spell, but with a protective barrier he instinctively conjured. Protego tot alum, he shouted, thrusting his wand forward. A shimmering shield arced into place between them, dense and radiant, fueled by an instinctive urge to defend rather than to fight. The barrier pulsed with a stubborn strength, reflecting their unyielding wills. Evie smirked, her confidence evident, and pressed harder, escalating the onslaught of spells. He matched her blow for blow, countering each incantation with a defensive spell of his own, always careful not to strike to injure. He was equally relentless, refusing to give ground. After a fierce exchange, they finally paused, both slightly breathless from the exertion. Sophia broke the silence, her voice steady and authoritative as she observed their duel. That's what loyalty looks like. Controlled. Relentless. Last came the illusion. And Severus's breath caught in his throat. Eva's voice cut through the thick haze of fear that enveloped him. Tether, anticipatory fear. Adrenal response, elevated. Magic flow, accelerated. Control, unstable. Her calm analysis felt distant, a whisper against the relentless tide of memories crashing over him. The first few spells erupted not from conscious thought but as instinctual reactions. Severus moved with a swiftness that startled him, his wand transforming into an extension of his own frantic reflexes rather than a tool of deliberate intent. A disarming charm, intended to harmlessly disarm an opponent, spiraled chaotically into a slicing hex, the air crackling with danger. A defensive block, improvised in a moment of desperation, shattered 3 illusions simultaneously, scattering the phantoms like mist under the morning sun. He was winning. But just as quickly, he realized he was slipping from the grasp of control. Sophia disrupted the frenetic dance of magic with a sharp, commanding snap of her fingers. That's enough. Severus fell to one knee, breath rasping in uneven gasps as his body struggled to catch up with reality. Eva's voice chimed in again, warning him of the impending magical fatigue that was creeping in, wrapping around his mind like a vice. But despite the exhaustion, his eyes sparkled with a fierce, fiery intensity. He felt alive in a way he hadn't experienced in years. Later, as the sun dipped below the jagged peaks of the mountains, casting a warm golden hue over the landscape, Severus leaned against the cool stone railing of the observation deck. He gazed down at the vast emptiness of the arena below, its once vibrant atmosphere now subdued and lonely in the twilight. A soft ping broke the silence, and Eva's voice chimed in his ear. Would you like to catalog current emotion spell synergies for future optimization? Yes, Severus replied hoarsely, the weariness of his mind evident in his tone. Suddenly, lines of light flickered into existence across his vision, illuminating his thoughts with a neat and clinical precision. One by one, the spells materialized before him, each tethered to a profound emotional memory. Protective spells, optimal tether, maternal memory. Curse-breaking/disarm, optimal tether, peer humiliation. Reflex/speed, optimal tether, anticipatory fear. Warning, Eva cautioned, her tone steady as ever. Repeated access to high-emotion memory tethers may cause residual strain. I suggest implementing emotional cooldown cycles and mental reset intervals to mitigate any adverse effects. Severus nodded absently, the weight of the information settling in. Build them in, he instructed, though his mind was still grappling with the implications of what he had just seen. He focused again on the trembling heat radiating from his fingers, a physical manifestation of the intensity of the magic he was beginning to wield. This was not merely a refinement of spellcraft, it was a transformation within him, a blossoming of new possibilities that had never been there before. Evening slowly surrendered to night, casting a soft shadow through the upper hall. Sophia joined him, cradling a cup of steaming black tea, its rich aroma filling the air. Her cloak was marked with the grime of the day's rigorous drills, a testament to her dedication and hard work. I've trained champions before, she declared without any preamble, settling onto the bench beside him. The weight of her words hung in the air. Severus remained silent, waiting for her to continue, curiosity flickering in his eyes. They burn fast. Or they burn out. She took a measured sip, allowing the warmth to seep into her. But you're different. You already know how to endure. What I want to discover now is whether you know how to win, without losing yourself in the process. At her words, he turned to her, really focusing on her expression for the first time that evening. You think I might, he prompted, his voice low and contemplative. She met his gaze unwaveringly, and her silence was answer enough. Magic reflects our true selves, she said, her voice carrying a weight of wisdom. That's the concept most fail to grasp. While a spell's form may remain constant, the outcomes hinge entirely on the caster's mindset. Severus nodded slowly, processing her words. He grasped the deeper meaning of her lesson. She leaned in closer, her intense gaze piercing through him. Tomorrow, leave behind any tethers. No Eva, no predetermined emotions. It will be just you, your instincts, and everything you've absorbed along the way. His brow furrowed as he asked, and if I lose control again? Her expression remained steady, her tone unwavering. Then it means you're not ready for what lies ahead. Rising to her feet, she radiated calm confidence. But what if you've reached a point where losing control is no longer a concern? He searched her face for answers. She smiled faintly, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Then we will embark on the real battles. The night air was thick with the mingling scents of perspiration, ancient magic, and briny salt wafting in from the nearby Mediterranean coast. The estate's lower obstacle field lay in a heavy silence, having long been deserted by Alessandro, Evie, and the Zabini guards who had once filled the space with their training sessions. Yet, amidst the stillness, Severus remained, a solitary figure pushing through the shadows of exhaustion. His shirt had been cast aside long ago, its damp fabric forsaken for freedom as he fought against the oppressive weight of fatigue. Each breath he took came in jagged, labored bursts, a stark reminder of the physical strain he was under as he completed yet another intense sprint shield combination. He launched himself across the jagged, conjured ledges, a dance of agility and precision, deftly countering the bright flashes of hexes that burst forth from the embedded illusion tiles scattered across the ground. A dull ache throbbed in his wand hand, and his legs quivered with the effort, each movement a battle against his own limits. But his resolve was unwavering. Again, he whispered hoarsely, determination coloring his tone. Eva's voice remained absent, understanding the necessity of silence in this moment of fortitude. She knew when to step back, allowing him to wrestle with his struggles alone. Severus ducked beneath a rotating enchanted blade, expertly dodging its lethal path, and vaulted over a barrier, landing hard in the dirt with a dull thud. For a fleeting moment, he lay flat on his back, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars twinkling above him, a stark contrast to the chaos of the duel. Sweat trickled down his jaw, a reminder of the exertion he had just endured. His long, shoulder-length hair clung to his neck and face, damp and disheveled. Strands were plastered to his forehead, caught at the collar of his robes, and hopelessly tangled from the fierce exchange. It seemed that the more he fought, the worse his hair became. It felt like a never-ending battle of its own. He exhaled heavily, a mix of exhaustion and annoyance flooding through him. "I'm cutting this damned hair before the tournament," he muttered under his breath, frustration evident in his voice. "It takes more maintenance than dueling itself." His tone was dry, edged with irritation, but the underlying humor was lost in the gravity of the moment. Pushing himself upright, wand still firmly gripped in one hand, he suddenly froze. That sensation returned, an unsettling awareness creeping over him. The whisper beneath the ward sent a chill down his spine, reminding him that danger was still lurking in the shadows. He had felt it before, half a dozen times since arriving at the Zabini estate. It always happened late at night, just when silence draped the surroundings like a heavy shroud. Each time, the sensation was fleeting yet unmistakable, a brief shiver racing down his spine, a telltale shift in the magical pressure that surrounded him. It was the uncanny feeling of being observed, not as prey to a lurking predator, but rather as if something or someone was simply present, watching. He turned. Slowly. Sharply. And then, through the lingering shadows, he finally saw her. A girl stood just beyond the edge of the Colosseum field, her figure barely more than a silhouette caught in the ethereal glow of moonlight. The soft radiance illuminated the edges of her form, revealing flowing hair that danced with the night breeze, and the faint outlines of her features, framed by the subtle hum of ancient wards that protected the estate. In that moment, he could feel the air thicken with an unsaid tension, as if the very fabric of the night held its breath. Tall and poised, she appeared to be around his age, perhaps even younger. Yet it was not the elegance of her stance or the commanding presence she exuded that left him momentarily paralyzed. It was her eyes. Silver. Not merely gray, but a vivid, glimmering silver that seemed to capture the very essence of light. They sparkled with an otherworldly clarity, even in the dimness of the night, reminiscent of moonlight glancing off polished glass, illuminating all in its path. For just a fleeting second, their gazes locked, and in that brief moment, an unspoken connection flickered between them, electric and undeniable. And then, just like that, she vanished. Not with the hurried haste of someone fleeing, nor with the deliberate stride of one walking away. She was simply gone. The wards remained silent, their protective magic undisturbed. There were no lingering signs of her presence, no apparition trail to trace her departure, no echoing footsteps on the ground. Just a profound emptiness where she had been. Severus lowered his wand, his heart still racing from the intensity of the obstacle run. He scanned the open field around him, then turned to survey the dense trees lining its edge, and finally glanced toward the outer walk beyond. Nothing. "Eva," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, now tinged with apprehension. "Did you see that?" There was a moment of silence before Eva responded, her tone cool and analytical. No unknown magical signature within this quadrant. Severus frowned, feeling a deep unease settle in him, not merely from her denial but from the unsettling absence of any trace. Whoever this individual was, she had not only concealed herself but had somehow deftly avoided even Eva's keen magical detection. He remained motionless for what felt like an eternity, the sweat trickling down his back cooling in the evening breeze. His muscles ached from exertion, yet his mind was sharper than it had ever been, racing with thoughts. Who was that? For a fleeting moment, Severus wondered if the exhaustion had conjured an illusion in his tired mind, but uncertainty churned within him. He lacked the clarity he sought, and instead of answers, he found himself plagued by questions. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 95, The Ripples of Departure. Isadora's POV, midnight, Zabini estate grounds. The wind whispered softly through the cypress trees, their dark silhouettes swaying like sentinels beneath the luminous, moon-drenched sky. The lower obstacle coliseum, typically alive with shouts, bursts of spells, and the clash of steel, was now enveloped in a brooding silence, reclaimed by shadows and the low hum of residual magic that lingered in the air. Isadora Zabini stood motionless behind a row of high-arched marble balustrades, her back pressed against the cool, ancient stone, her body cloaked in charm work that was woven from the legacies of her ancestors, magic older than the estate itself. The enchantment enveloped her like a layer of silk, subtle and seamless, perfected over generations of deft movements and watchful eyes. Yet her own gaze, bright as polished silver, remained unblinking. She observed Severus Snape move below, alone, shirtless, and glistening with sweat, his wand held in his hand like a blade that had seen too many battles. His physique was lean yet taut with the heat generated from hours of relentless training, every muscle defined, acknowledging the price of his arduous regimen. Each movement he executed was intentional yet weighed down, no longer honed purely by discipline, but rather propelled by a raw, unwavering stubbornness that seemed to defy fatigue. He didn't stop. He never stopped. Isadora tilted her head slightly, eyes narrowing. She had watched him before, through scrying glass, through training reports, through quiet whispers gathered by her grandfather's couriers. But this was unfiltered. Unshaped. Just him. And it was fascinating. He doesn't know how to stop, she thought, fingers resting lightly on the stone railing. That makes him dangerous. But he hasn't broken yet. That makes him rare. She could see the fatigue in his frame. The frustration in the way he ripped through a misfired illusion trap. The way his hair, too long now, kept falling into his face, sticking to his jaw, catching at his collar. It annoyed him. She could tell. Then, he muttered something. She leaned in to listen. I'm cutting this damned hair before the tournament, he said hoarsely, a hint of frustration underscoring his tone. It takes more upkeep than dueling itself. Isadora allowed herself the smallest smirk, almost imperceptible, barely a flicker on her lips. At least he was self-aware, which was a rare trait. Beneath his precision and restraint, moments like these reminded her that he was still human, still unfinished. But then it happened. He stopped. He turned. And looked directly at her. For one brief, breath-stealing instant, their eyes locked. Silver on silver. No barriers stood between them. No cloaks to hide their intentions. Just a line of invisible tension drawn between two minds too sharp to pretend it didn't matter. Isadora's breath caught in her throat. It was not fear that gripped her, it was the sensation of exposure. Severus was not meant to see her. Not yet. Not in this manner. Observation should be distant, controlled, and strategic, a careful dance of shadows and distance. Yet, in an instant, she vanished, reflex, training, heritage intertwining seamlessly. The ancient Zabini cloaking spell enveloped her in a shroud of absence, its magic flaring to life with a silent intensity that rendered her undetectable, even to the vigilant wards guarding the estate. But her thoughts were not as easily concealed. He saw me, she reflected, slipping deeper into the embrace of the shadows, her heart racing despite the flawless execution of her spell. And he'll remember. A weight settled in her mind, slower yet more burdening with each passing moment. That changes everything. In that moment, the plans she had meticulously laid out began to crumble around her. She didn't return to her tower, the sanctuary of her thoughts and strategies. She didn't commit her observations to the dossier, where every detail mattered. Instead, she wandered through the quiet beauty of the estate gardens, the moonlight casting silver shadows over the manicured path. Dawn was nearing, but time felt fluid as her thoughts spiraled wildly. She replayed the encounter over and over, each reflection revealing yet another layer of uncertainty. For the first time in all her careful study of Severus Snape, the men she had watched from afar with such precision. He had seen her back. And now, she grappled with the disconcerting reality that she had no idea what he had truly gleaned from that fleeting glimpse. The early morning sun filtered weakly through the tall mullioned windows of the Prince Manor study, casting delicate streaks of gold across the polished obsidian floor. The room was still, too still, as if holding its breath. Books lay strewn haphazardly on the floor, their once proud spines now forgotten. Portraits had been hastily taken down, their empty frames echoing the absence of spirited gazes. Files had vanished from cabinets with a cold, clinical finality, reminiscent of a vault being closed forever, sealing away the past. Arcturus Prince stood at his mahogany desk, meticulously sealing the last of several thick parchment scrolls. His fingers moved deftly, applying a deep crimson wax adorned with the twin crests of House Prince and Prince Holdings International. The seal hissed softly as it formed, the warm wax melding into a final impression that would lock away years of operations behind charmed fireproof barriers. One scroll was destined for the legal offices in New York, where it would surely stir discussions among the most astute solicitors. Another was bound for the Wizarding Trade Consortium in Boston, where secrets of trade and magical commerce would be exchanged. The remaining scrolls were fated for the black-shelved archive vault, a secure repository deep beneath their new home, across the sea, a place steeped in silence and solidity. He didn't sigh, though an imperceptible weight pressed upon his shoulders, subtly lowering them. The decision had already been made, irrevocably sealing their fate. This morning was not one of contemplation but merely the execution of plans long set in motion. A knock shattered the silence that hung in the air. No, it was more of a thump, followed by a smaller but equally enthusiastic knock. Then, with a cheerful creak, the door swung wide open. Julius Prince, his son, bounded into the room, his striped pajamas a blur of color, as he held his wand clutched upside down in one hand while tightly grasping a book catalog in the other. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Father. Did my new Dragonhide books come in yet?" "The Ilvermorny orientation letter said we could request custom copies," he exclaimed, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. Arcturus blinked at the boy, taken aback for a moment by his infectious energy, before allowing a faint smile to break the seriousness of his demeanor. "Yes, they're in the shipping chest." "Right beside your robes," he replied, gesturing toward the wooden chest that sat in the corner of the room, its surface battered from years of handling. Julius's face lit up with a brilliant grin. "Brilliant. Do you think they'll let me study both magical metallurgy and brewing mechanics in my first year?" His voice was filled with hopeful anticipation, his imagination already racing ahead. "That depends on whether your headmaster fears ambition or encourages it," Arcturus replied dryly, but there was a hint of warmth in his tone. "We'll find out soon." The thought hung in the air, mingling with the boy's eager aspirations as they both looked toward an exciting future. The boy dashed off once more before the full weight of sarcasm could settle in the air, his footsteps echoing down the corridor like a youthful promise that lingered, even as nations altered their paths. A few moments later, Eileen Prince entered the study, her expression composed yet tender around the eyes. Her hands were gloved, not out of a sense of formality, but rather from a long-held habit that offered her a sense of security. She took a moment to survey the room, her gaze flitting over the scattered parchments that lay strewn across the surface of the desk. "So it's done?" she inquired, her voice steady, as if this were another routine task. "It's done," Arcturus confirmed, his tone firm and resolute. He tapped the last scroll with his wand, a faint shimmer enveloping it as he spoke. "London will be shuttered by the end of the day. New York opens on July 1st. We leave on the 28th. Eileen moved toward the window, her eyes tracing the outlines of the still misty grounds beyond, where the morning dew clung to the grass like fragile jewels. For a brief moment, silence enveloped them, a heavy kind of quiet that hinted at long nights filled with contemplation, short choices made under duress, and too many letters that remained unsent, trapped in their unspoken thoughts. At last, she broke the silence, her voice softer now. "I'm glad," she said, the sincerity evident in her words. "For Julius. And for Severus. He won't speak of it aloud, but knowing that we're close, it will anchor him." Arcturus nodded once, a brief but deliberate motion. "That's the goal," he affirmed, his voice steady. She turned to him, meeting his gaze with a flicker of determination in her eyes. "It's not weakness, you know." "Leaving," she insisted, her tone resolute. "I know," he replied, acknowledging the weight of her words. "But it feels like failure," she said, finishing the thought he hadn't voiced. He didn't deny it, he simply allowed the moment of silence to stretch between them, the air thick with unspoken understanding. Turning back to the imposing oak desk that dominated the room, he carefully withdrew 3 small envelopes, each one delicately bound together with burn-proof thread. The envelopes were nondescript, lacking any names on the front, only intricate sigils that remained hidden to all but their intended recipients. One envelope featured a falcon, its silhouette barely visible in an elegant shade of green ink. The second displayed a crescent ivy branch, rendered in a soft, metallic bronze that caught the light in an alluring way. The last bore a star tipped in a luminous flame gold, a symbol of something grand and hopeful. "Lord Greengrass. Lord Davis. Lady Selwyn," he murmured, names that held significance and burden in equal measure. Arcturus softly intoned a phrase over each letter, the enchantments binding them shut like heavy steel bolts. "Neutrality won't last," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper as he rehearsed the final lines in his mind. "The tide is already breaking. Protect your bloodlines. Choose early. Choose wisely." With a quick flick of his wrist, the owls dissolved into wisps of shimmering essence, spatially displacing themselves into a secure courier space, ready to deliver his urgent message. Eileen once again stepped beside him, her voice laced with doubt. "Do you think they'll listen?" Arcturus clasped his hands behind his back, steadying himself. "They're not fools. They understand the stakes. And they all have children. That's what this war forgets. He glanced again at the stack of Julius's discarded book catalogues piled haphazardly on the chair. That we're not just fighting for allegiances. We're fighting to ensure our children won't have to bear the burden of choosing a side. Outside the manor, the wind shifted with purpose, blowing eastward toward the vast expanse of the sea. And with that gust, House Prince quietly turned its gaze toward the uncertain future that awaited them. Dumbledore's POV, Bones Cottage, North Yorkshire. The drawing room was cloaked in shadows, the flickering flames of the hearth struggling against the oppressive dimness. Heavy curtains were tightly drawn, blocking out the late summer sun, as if the world beyond had no right to witness the fraught conversations unfolding within these walls. At the center of the room stood a war table, a sturdy oaken slab that had been meticulously transformed into a strategic map. It was adorned with colorful pins, crumpled parchment, and enchanted markers that moved restlessly, illustrating the locations of known Death Eaters and the estates belonging to suspected sympathizers. Yet today, the intricate map seemed to fade into insignificance as no one bothered to gaze upon it. Instead, the room's occupants turned their attention towards Dumbledore, or rather, exchanged glances, each one waiting for another to voice the heavy thoughts weighing on their minds. The silence grew palpable, thick enough to cut through. Lord Edgar Bones broke the heavy silence that had settled in the room, his voice low but carrying an undeniable weight. They didn't even give us the chance to make our case. Not to Eileen. Not to Arcturus. It was all decided before we even caught the faintest whisper of what was coming. His sister, Amelia, sat rigidly in her chair, her wand resting across her lap like a drawn blade, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. They didn't want to choose sides, she said sharply, her tone laced with anger. And now they've made the only choice left to them. They've abandoned us. Dumbledore paused in his pacing, a rare flash of turmoil crossing his usually serene features. His fingers curled behind his back, not in frustration but in deep contemplation, wrestling with thoughts that weighed heavily on his mind. Across the room, Fabian Pruitt leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, completely engrossed in the conversation. Do you really think others won't follow this lead? He asked, addressing no one in particular and yet somehow encompassing everyone in the room. The Bulstrodes. The Montags. The Greengrasses. Sure, the older generation may cling to their traditions, but what about the heirs? They're watching closely. And the princes have just handed them a clear map of their intentions. A murmur rose among the gathered wizards and witches. Minerva McGonagall, who typically maintained her silence in tense moments like these, broke the stillness with a quiet, yet resolute voice. This all began the day Severus Snape departed for Ilvermorny. He left without a word, slipping away quietly. That boy made the choice to leave seem like a future filled with promise. He was just a boy, Charles Potter interjected, though his voice lacked conviction, the weight of his words fading into the air. A boy, Alastair Moody chimed in, his gravelly voice cutting through the tension like a knife, who not only beat the International Confederation of Wizards but also outmaneuvered the Bloody Ministry. Now, he's training with the Zabini war duelists. He's not just any boy anymore, he's become a symbol. A message we couldn't control, one Voldemort himself did not manage to restrain. It's clear now, we were simply too late to reach him. Those words fell heavy in the room, silencing all present more effectively than the most powerful spell. Dumbledore let out a long, weary breath as the heat in the room enveloped him, pressing down like a formidable judgment. He glanced towards the side wall, where a tapestry depicting the British Isles shimmered faintly, animated by subtle enchantments. Magical emigration trails, thin, silver lines, wove like delicate threads stretching toward far-off lands, America, France, India, and Japan. Each thread represented a magical family that had petitioned to relocate, seeking a new life beyond their homeland. There were too many threads, far too many, and the number only seemed to grow with each passing moment. When Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice was soft and measured, imbued with a weight of concern. Severus lit a path, he said, his tone thoughtful. A path that leads away from our ongoing war. This path is built on merit, not loyalty. And now, the princes embrace it, following in his footsteps. If others join them, if Britain becomes a house stripped of its heirs, then this conflict will shift, it will no longer revolve around the notions of good and evil. He turned, locking eyes with each of them in turn. It will be about survival. Survival of a country, of a culture, of a people who believed that the storm raging around them would eventually pass if they simply remained steadfast. Lady Augusta Longbottom replied, her voice laced with solemnity, but the storm has passed, and it has carried away the first bricks of our foundation. Dumbledore did not contest her words, the weight of her statement hung heavily in the air. Instead, he shifted his gaze toward the door, as if he were anticipating someone's arrival. But no one was coming. The princes were gone. And now, the future of Britain itself seemed precariously uncertain, teetering on the edge of despair. Voldemort's POV, the catacombs beneath Riddle Manor, Wiltshire. The room throbbed like a dying heart, each pulse echoing in the stillness. Ancient wards stirred in the shadows, their whispers weaving through the darkness that enveloped the scorched stones. They entwined the flickering torchlight into quivering blue veins, casting eerie patterns that danced against the vaulted ceiling above. Here, the shadows ran deep, his shadows, loyal and enduring, saturated with the essence of every spell ever conjured within these walls. He stood at the center, motionless as a statue hewn from malice, embodying the very darkness that surrounded him. His fingers flexed, curling, and then releasing with deliberate precision, each movement a reminder of the power that crackled in the quiet air like a charged storm. Before him, they knelt, his inner circle, a circle of 13 formidable lords, each cloaked not only in rich fabric but also in the heavy legacy of their lineage and the palpable fear that permeated the atmosphere. Their presence was marked by the unmistakable scent of inadequacy that lingered like an unwanted shadow, especially on this night of reckoning. Malfoy was speaking, his voice scraping against the edges of Voldemort's concentration like a pebble thrown against fragile glass. "We received no indication they were planning to leave, my lord," Abraxas said, his tone brittle and rehearsed, as if he had practiced the words too many times, trying to mask the fear beneath. Then there was not, a cowardly figure attempting to offer insight that was hardly valuable. "None of our watchers inside Prince Manor noticed any movement, my lord," he stated, but his voice trembled slightly, betraying the uncertainty that lingered just beneath the surface of his bravado. The silence that ensued was not truly silence at all, it carried the weight of unspoken judgment, echoing off the stone walls like the tolling of a death knell. It was palpable failure, a bitter insult hanging heavily in the air. And then, unexpectedly, he laughed. Not from amusement, but with a cold, cutting contempt. It was the kind of laugh that spoke of something ancient and sharp, a sound like the crack of ice beneath an unbearable weight. "Then your watchers are as blind as you are," he said softly, each word dripping with disdain. "Perhaps I should replace them with inferi. At least inferi understand when it is best not to speak." The atmosphere in the room froze, tension mounting to an almost discernible level, even the torches flickering as if dimmed by the gravity of his words. Voldemort let his cold gaze traverse, slowly and deliberately, across the faces assembled before him. Lestrange stood at attention, a glint of sadistic pleasure dancing in his eyes as he reveled in the atmosphere of fear. Caro twitched nervously, his body betraying the tension that lay beneath his otherwise stoic facade. Rosier, ever the schemer, seemed to be calculating his next move, though he was always a step behind. McNair, brutish and heavy-handed, exuded a raw power that was more intimidating than graceful. Rookwood lingered near the shadows, the lingering scent of ministry corridors clinging to him like a second skin, a reminder of the authority he once held. Then his gaze settled on the Blacks, Orion and Cygnus. Noble blood coursed through their veins, yes, but they were blind to the reality that the age of honor they clung to had long since decayed, leaving only whispers of what once was. "I wanted the Prince Fortune," Voldemort declared, his voice slicing through the tense air with the precision of a dagger. "Centuries of gold, locked away in vaults that I do not yet possess. Now, that vast wealth sits siphoned into neutral banks under the weight of foreign laws." He took a measured step forward, his presence commanding the attention of all present. "And I wanted the Shafiq prodigy." His voice dropped to a chilling calmness, laced with venom. "The boy who dared to defy the International Confederation of Wizards. A brilliant innovator who created battlefield weaponry before even reaching his 16th birthday. He slipped free of not only our control but also eluded Dumbledore's watchful eye. Now, he wears the colors of the Zabinus." Another deliberate step brought him closer, and the tension in the room thickened like fog. "And I wanted the Prince family potions formulas," he continued, his tone steeped in desire. "The archaic tomes of the old Prince Grimoire. The experimental brews, the ones that are only murmured about within the hushed walls of the Department of Mysteries. Now, those secrets lie in foreign hands, far from my reach." His fury was not fire, fire was too loud, too crude for the depths of his rage. His fury was precision, calculated and cold as steel. He spun, swift as a thought, and leveled his wand at Rosier's heart. "You," he hissed, voice low yet full of menace. "Deliver the message." Rosier bowed deeply, every muscle in his spine taut with fear. "Yes, my lord." Voldemort continued, his tone harsh and commanding. "To Greengrass. To Davis. To Montague. To Flint. If they so much as entertain the idea of emigration, if they draft a single parchment, if they whisper their desires in hidden corners, if their children even dare to visit France for school interviews, I will have their heirs delivered to me in chains. Alive, if possible. Broken, if necessary." Rosier fell silent, the weight of the command settling heavily between them. Voldemort pivoted back toward the room, a dark shroud of menace enveloping his form. His voice softened then, dangerously low and serpentine. "They think they can leave, that they can escape the grip of my power. They believe borders mean something, that places like America, France, India, or Japan will offer them refuge." He paused, his wand tilting casually, a casual movement belying the danger it represented. "They forget who I am." His aura unfurled, slow and smothering, like black smoke rising from an ancient tomb. I am not bound to Parliament, nor to treaties, nor to the ICW's laughable claims of neutrality. I do not require a portkey or a passport. I move freely where I must, and I take what I want. He let that declaration sink in, allowing their fear to pulse through the room like a living entity. Let the world know, he said, his voice lowering to a chilling whisper, leaving is no longer an option. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle over them. There is no outside. There is no neutrality. There is only victory, or punishment. He savored the tension in the air before continuing, and from this night forward, every prodigy, every potion, every coin that escapes my grasp will be paid for in blood. One by one, they bowed their heads, submitting to the force of his will. They always bowed. But tonight, beneath the oppressive silence, Voldemort sensed something more profound than mere obedience. Terror. It enveloped him like a dark cloak, and it pleased him immensely. Because they had failed. And failure, as he knew all too well, always had a steep cost. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 96, When the Curtain Rips, Part. Severus's POV, midday, Zabini Estate. The study was enveloped in a hushed stillness, broken only by the gentle scratch of quill on parchment. Severus leaned forward at his desk, his brow deeply furrowed in concentration as he poured his thoughts into the paper before him. He hadn't intended to draw her, hadn't put pencil or charcoal to paper for anyone in years, but the image had surged forth, unbidden, through his fingers. With each deliberate stroke of the charcoal, her likeness materialized, pulling him further into a vivid recollection. The silver of her eyes had haunted him relentlessly, shimmering like distant stars against the night sky. Not merely gray. Not a soft pale blue. Silver. As if the very essence of moonlight had condensed into her gaze, embodying both ethereal beauty and unyielding resolve. He tilted the sketch slightly, scrutinizing it from different angles as he sought perfection in each line and shadow. Her features were undeniably delicate, elegant like a fragile flower, yet there was nothing soft about her expression. It held a fierce intensity, a challenge that echoed the unwavering way she had stared back at him. And then there was the memory of her sudden disappearance, leaving him with an unsettling sense of longing and unresolved questions. He set the aged parchment down on the table, suddenly becoming aware of the faint buzzing sensation in his skull, a subtle reminder of the energies swirling within him. Eva, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. A soft chime resonated in his mind. Yes. That girl from last night, she had those striking silver eyes. Did you manage to log her presence, or is she merely a figment of my imagination? Your mental and magical core remain stable. No hallucinogenic interference detected. No illusions confirmed within the field perimeter. Conclusion, external stimuli verified. Her presence is real. So, she hadn't been just a mirage, a trick of the light, a curse, or some elaborate conjuration born of stress and spell fatigue. She was undeniably real. He leaned back in the chair, the wood creaking softly beneath his weight, his gaze drifting back to the parchment, where inked words swirled in an arduous dance. And she had seen him, too. That undeniable connection flickered in his mind like an ember waiting to ignite. Isadora's POV, evening, Zabini Archives. The private archives beneath Lord Vittorio's study held a history older than the estate itself, their aged walls imbued with protective runes that hummed softly against Isadora's ribs like a distant heartbeat. As a child, she had spent countless hours maneuvering between these towering shelves, meticulously cataloging sealed dossiers and absorbing the hushed whispers of her family's ambitions, intricately woven within the delicate threads of parchment and ink. But tonight felt different, the familiar solitude was shattered. Cloaking yourself inside the Colosseum's ward perimeter? Lord Vittorio inquired, his voice a low murmur that resonated with a curious intensity, far more unsettling than mere anger. Isadora pivoted away from the sturdy central archive desk, where she had just laid down the Severus Snape dossier, its contents secure yet laden with implications. She inclined her head slightly, the gesture a mix of respect and caution. I was observing, she replied, trying to steady her racing heart. So I gathered. He stepped into the warm glow of the enchanted lamplight, the soft golden illumination casting elongated shadows across the stone floor. His cane clicked against the ground, a sharp punctuation in the stillness. Not through scrying or sensors. But with your own eyes. She remained silent, a weight settling in the air between them. You watched him like an heirloom under appraisal, he said, his hands folding neatly behind his back, a posture both relaxed and authoritative. But that's not what truly concerns me. Her voice was barely above a whisper, soft yet tinged with a hint of uncertainty. What does? That you stopped appraising, Vittorio replied, intensity flickering in his eyes. You began admiring. Isadora flinched at the accusation, heat rising to her cheeks, but she didn't look away. Vittorio tilted his head slightly, studying her with a calculating gaze, as if she were a strategic piece on a chessboard. I do not forbid curiosity. In fact, it can be a useful tool. But I warn you, child, if you're going to observe him, do it as a strategist. Think like a tactician, not as a girl caught in the thrill of infatuation. Not as a rival eager to prove herself. And certainly, never as a victim of curiosity. Curiosity loses kingdoms. A lump formed in her throat, and she felt the gravity of his words sink in as reality reclaimed its sharp edges. She gave a small, measured nod, her expression resolute. Understood. Vittorio paused to catch his breath, the weight of the moment hanging in the air. Then, just as silently as he had arrived, he turned away and left the room, his presence fading like a whisper in the stillness. She remained where she was, unmoving. Standing beside the file-marked orbis, she felt a strange pull towards the chaos within. Her hand lingered above the vivid red ink she had splattered across the page the night before, memories of her late-night struggle with the information swirling in her mind. Her fascination was undeniable, a magnetic force drawing her in. Yet, a part of her resisted, stealing her resolve. She knew that she could not let her curiosity dictate her actions, she would remain in control, refusing to be ruled by the dangerous allure of the unknown. The Guild watches, ICW Business and Trade Guild, Marseille. The air in the vaulted chamber was stiff with parchment dust, polished gold, and the faint tension of too many rival nations gathered under one roof. Floating chandeliers glowed low above the ICW's Trade Guild Assembly, composed of potion masters, industrialists, merchant families, asset regulators, and diplomatic observers from over 40 magical nations. At the center of the circular table, holographic sigils illuminated the room in a soft, pale blue hue, each representing the crest of a magical nation or an economic bloc. Among them, Britain's sigil pulsated with an alarming intensity, a stark visual indication of the growing turmoil. Lord Radcliffe, Britain's trade envoy and a seasoned political strategist known for his unyielding demeanor, stood with an unwavering posture at his appointed place. His voice reverberated through the enchanted chamber like a dark prophecy, laden with urgency and frustration. In the past fiscal quarter alone, 21 businesses, yes, 21, have registered full or partial withdrawals from British jurisdiction, he declared, his tone reflecting a mixture of disbelief and anger. Among them are significant players, Prince Holdings, renowned for their sponsorship of various magical enterprises, Shafik Biochemical, known for groundbreaking potions, the Peltier Transfiguration Trust, critical in spell innovation, Vauquelin Alchemical, a staple in alchemical advancement, and the Ainslie Graves Academie Cooperative, a prominent educational institution. Whether half-blood, pure-blood, or neutral, they are all transferring assets, uprooting their families, and relocating trademarks abroad. With a flick of his wand, a detailed projection sprang to life above the table, a map of Europe marked by a network of ominous red arrows streaming out of the United Kingdom. The arrows pointed toward distant shores, the coasts of North America, the vibrant markets of France and Italy, the budding magical industries of India, and the advanced alchemical centers of Japan. This is more than just a trend, this is an economic siege. If this body does not take decisive action, I assure you, Britain's magical economy will face catastrophic collapse within the decade, he warned, his voice carrying the weight of impending disaster. There were a few murmurs in the room, but most eyes remained fixed and watchful. A woman draped in deep navy robes leaned forward from her seat, the unmistakable figure of Madame Lefebvre, the representative for the Magical Economic Accord of continental Europe. Perhaps, she said deliberately, her voice steady yet thoughtful, it is not so much that Britain is under siege. Instead, it might be that the ship we're all aboard is sinking, leaving the passengers to frantically search for lifeboats to ensure their survival. Radcliffe interjected sharply, his frustration bubbling to the surface. The ICW exists to prevent unilateral economic sabotage. Madison Rowe, the American delegate, responded with an unnerving calmness, her tone as cool as winter glass. No, that isn't quite accurate, she said firmly. The ICW exists to uphold transparency and neutrality in international economic dealings. What you are describing isn't sabotage, it's a matter of strategy. Many businesses establish companies and branch offices in international waters to foster growth and expansion. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, it's entirely legal. Rajan Iyer, representing India, nodded calmly, his expression measured. All relocation requests originating from the Shafik and Prince Holdings, as well as those associated with the Peltier Trust, have followed the sanctioned trade processes outlined by the International Confederation of Wizards. Furthermore, dual citizenship petitions were submitted to facilitate smoother business operations. All business transitions were executed in accordance with the International Magical Migration Act. Your grievances do not lie with this council, they rest with your own policies and decisions. From the far side of the opulent chamber, the delegate from Eastern Europe, Viktor Markovich, a seasoned war profiteer adorned with an ornate obsidian tie pin, let out a dry, derisive laugh. What you label as economic theft, Lord Radcliffe, I perceive as the workings of a free market. You've driven away your innovators, now others are poised to reap the rewards. Such is the cycle of empires, it is how they crumble under their own weight. Radcliffe turned sharply towards the American delegation, his fingers twitching in a display of barely contained anger. And what of the International Confederation of Wizards' responsibility to uphold stability in magical trade? If you permit this ongoing trend to persist, other prominent families will inevitably follow suit. The Greengrasses, the Devises, and the Montags, even the Lestranges branch in East Africa has discreetly shifted its funds offshore. If we allow this to become the norm, we have normalized the situation, Rowe stated in a low, steady tone, his gaze unwavering. Today's motion is straightforward. All magical enterprises relocating from Britain will be subjected to a third-party economic review, conducted beyond British jurisdiction. This measure aims to guarantee legality and fair trade, independent of any allegiance to political factions. Lefebvre raised her wand, the soft glow illuminating the room as she tapped the air, a signal of support. France supports the motion. India stands in favor. Italy endorses this as well. Brazil is in agreement, Japan confirms its support. South Africa is on board. Even representatives from Australia and Canada nodded in agreement, their expressions resolute. The only dissent came from Britain, alongside Germany and Russia, Australia and New Zealand, who chose to abstain, as did one block of Scandinavian nations. The enchanted quill glided gracefully through the air, its tip shimmering as it inscribed the ruling in elegant silver ink across the parchment. Motion passed, 71% majority. The ICW Economic Review Committee will oversee all outgoing British-linked magical businesses, with reviews to be conducted beyond British soil. Ratcliffe stood there, a statue of shock, his lips white with disbelief and anger. The harsh reality of what had just transpired settled heavily on his shoulders. The damage was irreparable, a wound that would take years to heal, if it ever could. As the chamber emptied, a murmur of discontent followed the British envoy down the dimly lit hallway. Delegates exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disdain and triumph. He thought he could keep them in chains, muttered one delegate under his breath, a bitter edge in his voice. Now even the chains are for sale, another delegate replied, their tone sharp with derision. Meanwhile, across the vast sea, as quills scratched on parchment and files were meticulously sealed, the name Severus Snape re-emerged. This time, however, it was not alone, it appeared alongside the names of hundreds of others, each representing a life ready to embrace the unknown. A new map unfolded before them, revealing a network of new trade routes, pathways of possibility. And in the eyes of the world, not exile, but opportunity. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 97, Chapter 96, When the Curtain Rips, Part. Zabini Estate, Italy. Severus lounged beneath the dappled shade of a cypress tree at the far end of the training grounds, where the air was thick with the faint buzz of spells that had recently been cast. The remnants of the morning's drills still clung to him, his shirt was damp and clingy against his back, a testament to the effort exerted during practice. Beside him lay his wand, its core still radiating warmth from the relentless series of incantations he had performed. Inside the nearby building, Alessandro and Evie were resting, having pushed their limits during the session. Sophia had promised an exhilarating round of mock duels as the sun dipped below the horizon, the promise of competition lingering in the air. But for now, Severus relished this moment of quietude, a rare chance to gather his thoughts. Suddenly, two owls swooped low overhead, their wings slicing gracefully through the warm Italian breeze. One carried the unmistakable seal of the Prince family, while the other was marked with the distinctive blocky red and blue wax of American private couriers, a sign of important news from across the ocean. With curiosity piqued, he carefully opened the first letter. Julius's familiar scrawl spilled out across the parchment, brimming with an unfiltered excitement that was both infectious and irresistible. The new Prince Manor is absolutely enormous. I mean, it's beyond enormous, it's almost unfathomable. There's a real swimming pool here, Sev. An actual pool. I've already made a grand splash by cannonballing into it 5 times today. The California sunshine feels like pure magic, so dry and warm, with no dreary gray fog in sight. I honestly think I'm permanently tanned now. In even more exciting news, I won my first duel at our prep camp. Okay, I might have tripped halfway through and accidentally dodged a curse, but Professor Pope praised it as combat improvisation, so I'll take the win. Oh, and guess what? I got accepted into Advanced Magical Creatures. Do you think there's any chance I could persuade them to let me ride a Thunderbird? How amazing would that be? And by the way, should I grow my hair out like yours before school starts? Auntie Eileen says it's a bad idea, but honestly, you look downright terrifying in the best way possible, so I'm really tempted. Please tell Alessandro that I still believe his accent makes everything sound fancier than it actually is. And remind Evie that I'm diligently practicing my shielding spells. I've even named my new wand, it's now officially called Ripley. Severus let out a quiet breath that might have been mistaken for a laugh. His fingers lightly brushed the edge of the letter for another moment before he set it down with care, as if it were a fragile artifact. He reached for his quill, its nib glistening with ink, and began to scribble a reply on a sheet of thick parchment, the texture rough against his fingertips. Only grow your hair if you're prepared to sweat through it every time you train. And, combat improvisation, is a generous way to describe tripping, he wrote, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Glad to hear the pool hasn't swallowed you yet. Please give my regards to Ripley. With a lazy flick of his wrist, he sealed the note, the wax adhering with a satisfying crackle. Leaning back against the sun-warmed stone wall behind him, he took a moment to savor the warmth on his skin, contemplating the words he had just penned. Before he could rise, he noticed the second letter. This one bore Ben Hale's unmistakable handwriting, bold, slightly angled, written with the confidence of someone who always had more to say. He unfolded it. Sev. I have some huge news. My dad finally came through with one of his old contacts, a real business wizard out in Colorado. This guy owed my dad a favor for settling a cursed land dispute ages ago. It's quite the story, but the bottom line is, I've got a sponsor now. I'm officially entering the World U-19 Dueling Championship. I'll be flying the independent banner, representing the USA. No school ties, no politics involved. Just me and my skills. And you know what? That means I'll be right there with you. On that grand stage. I'll probably be sweating bullets, regretting every moment, and likely mouthing off to the wrong people. But I wouldn't miss it for the world. You better not get knocked out early because I want to revel in the satisfaction of publicly hexing your overly prepared face. Oh, and P.S. Evie still owes me a rematch from last term. And Al, don't you dare act like you don't know me when I show up. If you do, I swear I will hug you right in front of your entire family. No bluffing here. Just a friendly warning. Severus read the letter twice, his eyes narrowing slightly as he processed the information contained within. A hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips, a rare glimmer of amusement in the otherwise serious atmosphere. Just then, he heard a familiar voice from behind him. Good news. Alessandro inquired, leaning casually against the ornate marble column with a towel draped over his shoulder, as if he had just stepped out of an afternoon sparring session. Ben found a sponsor, Severus replied, still focused on the parchment, avoiding Alessandro's gaze. He's officially joining the tournament. From the colonnade, Evie chimed in with a teasing lilt. Did he mention anything about that time I hexed his shoelaces together? Only that he's seeking revenge, Severus said dryly, tucking both letters securely into the folds of his dark robe. Which means you'll likely be his first opponent in the duel. Alessandro rolled his eyes theatrically. Great, just what we need, him being insufferable again. He's already insufferable, Severus countered with an edge of playful annoyance in his voice. For a fleeting moment, the summer training grounds of the Zabini estate felt less like the looming edge of war and more like the beginning of something unexpectedly warm. Even with the knowledge that the world around them was on the brink of chaos, there was solace in the camaraderie they shared. At the very least, they would face it all together. Paris, France. The rain in Paris had always been gentle, clean, crisp, and romantic, like a soft melody in the background of a bustling city. But this night, it carried an unsettling scent, a faint trace of cinders that mingled with the earthy aroma of rain-soaked cobblestones. The Kalin family's townhouse nestled within the winding, quiet alleyways of Rue Saint-Sylvestre stood as a modest magical dwelling, a fitting home for a family whose name was once significant but now faded into obscurity. As half-blood potion merchants, they had long been overlooked by the high society of Britain, forgotten in the wake of grander, more powerful families. 6 months prior, they had slipped away into the shadows of the night, departing with a quiet determination and meticulous care. They adhered to all necessary protocols, filing their paperwork through the International Confederation of Wizards, and took with them only what was rightfully theirs, leaving behind a world that no longer recognized their worth. Just last week, they unveiled their new branch in the heart of Paris, a vibrant, enchanting marketplace full of untapped opportunities. They were filled with hope, stepping into a realm brimming with potential, new dreams, and the alluring scent of freedom. However, that hope was fleeting. It took a mere 27 minutes for that dream to unravel. In the stillness, no alarms rang out to herald the chaos, and no flames flickered within the hearths of their new haven. When the French oars finally arrived, prompted by the unsettling silence of unfulfilled appointments and an owl's frantic return, they found the townhouse eerily intact, as if frozen in time, concealing the dark secrets that lay within. Every room was still permeated with the warmth of residual magic, a lingering presence that spoke of yesterday's enchantments. In the kitchen, the aroma of breakfast hung heavily in the air, the inviting scent of sizzling eggs and freshly baked bread clinging to the hearth like a ghost of comfort. A cup of tea sat forgotten on the window-sill, half drunk, the steam from it curling upward and dissipating into the stillness. In the drawing room, the Kalin family sat, 3 of them, utterly motionless, as if caught in a moment of life that had been abruptly halted. Their faces were unnaturally serene, betraying no signs of panic or pain. No blood marred their clothes, no visible wounds disrupted their peaceful expressions. Their eyes, wide open, stared into the distance, forever frozen in place, keeping secrets that would never be shared. Above the house, the sky pulsed a sickly green, a foreboding omen that draped the landscape in an otherworldly light. Amidst this unnatural glow, a fearsome skull loomed large in the heavens, its mouth snarling wide, a serpent writhing from its gaping jaw. This was the dark mark, blazing high above in the sky over foreign soil for the first time, a terrifying signature of malevolence and despair. France had not been spared. No, not anymore. Voldemort's chambers, Wiltshire. The stone beneath his feet radiated warmth, a reminder of the wards and fury that had been cast in this hidden place. Voldemort stood before the scrying orb embedded in the far wall of the catacomb chamber, its smoky surface swirling with shadowy images of Paris, Vienna, and Marseille. His reflection in the glass was distorted, ethereal, a sight he relished. Behind him, Lord Ratcliffe knelt, his complexion pale and trembling, the weight of failure evident in his demeanor. "I tried, my lord," Ratcliffe whispered, his voice barely above a breath. "I lobbied extensively. I petitioned relentlessly. I pushed the Indian and Japanese delegates to the brink. But the Americans secured the majority," Voldemort interjected, his gaze still locked on the orb as if it held the answers to his deepest frustrations. Ratcliffe nodded solemnly. "The Guild has approved patent oversight that exists beyond British control. They are establishing a neutral trade corridor across Europe. Paris, Naples, Copenhagen, these cities are all under consideration for this new initiative." An oppressive silence settled over the chamber, stretching endlessly, like a bottomless well of despair. Then Voldemort turned to face Ratcliffe, the shadows in the room deepening around him. "So," he said softly, almost with an unsettling kindness, "you failed." Ratcliffe swallowed hard, stammering, "I..." "No," Voldemort interrupted, his voice slicing through the air like a cold wind. "You did not fail. You gave me proof." He stepped forward with an eerie grace, his dark robes flowing like whispers of velvet smoke, leaving an unsettling silence in their wake. "They think a mere corridor will shield them," he continued, his tone laced with contempt. "They believe that a flag, a parchment, a stamp from the International Confederation of Wizards will render them untouchable. But they forget what I truly am." As he raised a hand, long, pale fingers tipped with blackened, claw-like nails, he touched the edge of the shimmering orb that stood ominously before him. Flames flickered to life in its center, casting a flickering glow over the room that danced ominously on the walls. "I am not a minister," he declared, the fire within the orb swelling with his declaration. "I am not a delegate." The flames surged higher, licking the air with an insatiable hunger. "I do not need permission to burn." Paris, the next morning. The French ministry was engulfed in chaos. Emergency wards flared to life across the Seine, casting an eerie glow as magical broadcast orbs blinked with alarming red alert runes. Aurors darted through the tumult, their movements a frantic blur as they traced elusive phantom trails, urgently shouting orders for containment. But it was already too late. No trace of the assailants remained, no shattered wards to signal their passage, no signature spells to pinpoint their identities, no magical residue to follow. Just the ominous dark mark hovering in the sky, a harbinger of doom, and the haunting silence that surrounded 3 lifeless corpses who had dared to leave the scene. And ominously, that was only the beginning. Across Britain, the same night. In Wiltshire, a Montague heir discovered their family vault eerily cracked open, flames flickering ominously from within. The once glimmering gold lay melted into a puddle of slag, a testament to the destruction wrought upon their legacy. In Kent, a green-grass cousin plummeted from the air, his poison broom bindings entwined around him like sinister vines, snaring him in a deadly grip. In Bristol, the Davis family's Alway, a crucial conduit for their communications, erupted into a fiery chaos during the night, detonating with a deafening roar and unleashing a storm of shattered glass and ash that rained down upon the courtyard, casting a dark pall over the scene. No one was officially declared dead in those initial waves of chaos. Yet, the message was unmistakable. Loud. Clear. You can file parchment. You can flee to palaces. But I will find you. And I will burn your name from your own door. British Ministry of Magic, Panic Room, midnight. The emigration queue, which had been steadily increasing week by week, suddenly came to a standstill. Applications disappeared without a trace, leaving hopeful migrants in limbo. Officials stubbornly withheld their signatures, citing the lack of adequate protection for those attempting to leave. The owl rooms, typically bustling with activity, were now overflowing with countless letters, each one going unanswered, each one representing a desperate plea for safety. A palpable fear hung in the air, sharp and menacing, cutting through the silence like a blade. And in the shadows, Voldemort observed, his cold gaze fixed on the chaos he had wrought. Riddle Manor, Voldemort's POV. He sat now, reminiscent of an emperor upon his throne, on the intricately carved basalt seat situated in the very heart of Riddle Manor's inner sanctum. The air was thick with the rich aroma of incense, swirling in rhythmic patterns, intertwining with a palpable thrill, a sensation of power rekindled, pulsing through every corner of the dimly lit chamber. He closed his eyes, surrendering himself to the moment. Thoughts of Severus Snape flooded his mind, a boy who had turned his back on everything he had once known. The boy who had dared to remind the world that the future of magic wasn't confined to Britain alone, but rather expanded across horizons yet to be explored. You gave them a path, little alchemist, he whispered, his voice a dangerous murmur filled with twisted admiration. So I've set it on fire. He opened his eyes, sharp and gleaming with ambition, and a slow, satisfied smile crept across his face. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, No Safe Harbors. Zabini Estate, Outer Courtyard. The sun had yet to breach the horizon, but already, Severus found himself drenched in sweat, tension coiling within him like a spring ready to snap. The encrypted parchment in his hand flickered with warded ink, Arcturus's personal seal glimmering ominously, flaring and fading like a distant star in his palm. He examined the words thrice, each reading more deliberate than the last, as if the weight of the message would shift with each pass. The Kalins are dead. Murdered in Paris. No traces. Just the mark. Severus's heart raced at the implications, the gravity of the situation settling heavily on his shoulders. Eva, he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, anxious for a reply. Eva's voice crackled to life within his mind, sharp and clear despite the distance. Confirmed. External magical imprint, dark mark. First verified appearance beyond British borders. Severus's jaw tightened, a mixture of rage and fear coursing through him as he processed the grim information. Eva continued, her voice laced with a clinical clarity that filled the air with an unsettling tension. Pattern match, symbolic escalation. Motivation, deterrence. Conclusion, you are no longer out of reach. Only ahead of the strike. He remained silent, the weight of her words hanging between them like a thick fog. Without a word, he turned and marched toward the training yard, each step echoing with determination on the hard ground. Sophia Mariani glanced up from her seat on a weathered bench, an eyebrow raised in mild surprise at the unexpected late hour. At this hour? Full drills, he replied curtly, the gravity of his tone allowing no room for argument. No safety charms. No cooldowns. Start with shielding. Advance to offense. I want it all. Severus. He locked eyes with her, his gaze unwavering and intense, a quiet command that silenced her protests. Now. Something in his tone made even the former world champion hesitate, a rare moment of uncertainty flickering across her face. After a brief pause, she nodded, understanding the fire that fueled his drive. The night was about to become a battleground. And so it began. A flurry of shields rose and fell, interspersed with hexes, each one crackling with barely contained energy. He summoned blade after blade, each slice a desperate defense against the onslaught. Disarms met counterstrikes in a chaotic dance of magic, while tethered spells, alive with fury, streaked through the air like bolts of living rage. A sharp pain throbbed from a cut above his brow, yet he pushed through the agony, refusing to relent. He rolled beneath an incoming strike, channeling his desperation into a blasting curse that surged forth, driven by the haunting memory of his mother's battered hands. With quick reflexes, he pivoted, using the raw power of fear to amplify the displacement charm he unleashed. Sophia called halt, her voice slicing through the chaos with a certainty that demanded obedience. But he didn't stop. Finally, as fatigue clawed at him, his wand slipped from his fingers, not due to the magic he wielded, but from sheer exhaustion that weighed him down like stone. He fell to one knee, gasping for breath, his chest heaving as if it were a machine straining past its limits. Sophia stepped towards him slowly, her gaze steady as her footing. You're not running from this, she said, her voice firm and resolute. Severus didn't meet her eyes, his focus lost in the ground beneath him. No. But I'm done pretending I have time. Zabini Infirmary. The sharp, antiseptic scent of tinctures and dragon balm permeated the air, mingling with the soft glow of blue healing wards that bathed the room in an ethereal light. The infirmary in the Zabini estate typically exuded an ambience of tranquility and sterility, but tonight it pulsed with an unsettling heat, a heat born not of fever, but of unrestrained fury. Evie wrung out a cloth in warm water, the fabric soaking up the liquid before she gently pressed it against the jagged cut above Severus's temple. Each movement was deliberate, imbued with a practiced precision, yet her jaw was clenched tight, betraying an inner storm. You're an idiot, she muttered under her breath, frustration coloring her tone. Severus blinked slowly, his lashes darkened by beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his face a mask of pain tempered by stoicism. Despite the pallor of his skin, his eyes revealed a fierce determination, even as his body trembled from the overwhelming strain, not from pain itself, but from the sheer willpower of pushing past it. Refusing to acknowledge his limits, he fought against the instinct to succumb, grappling with the relentless urge to remain steadfast. I told her to increase the intensity, he said, his voice hoarse and strained, as if each word required immense effort to articulate. I'm not angry about that, she snapped back, her irritation palpable as she rinsed the bloodied cloth and returned to his bruised shoulder, the stark contrast of her frustration against the vulnerability of his injuries evident. I'm angry because you didn't tell anyone. You didn't warn us. You didn't pause to breathe before throwing yourself into a meat grinder. Severus remained stoic, refusing to flinch at her words, but his fingers curled faintly over the edge of the bed, a subtle indication of the turmoil brewing within him. Evie leaned in closer, her tone lowering to a fierce whisper, not scolding but intense and protective. This was the kind of fierce that came from someone who cared too much, too deeply for the dangers they faced. You think pain is permission, she challenged, her eyes narrowing as she searched his for understanding. That if you're the one bleeding, it means the rest of us don't get to care. An uncomfortable silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken emotions and the weight of their circumstances. Then he met her gaze, steady and measured, a quiet strength emanating from him despite the chaos surrounding them. The war doesn't care who bleeds first, he said quietly, the truth of his words hanging heavily in the air. Only who bleeds last. Evie's breath hitched at his declaration, and for a fleeting moment, her expression shifted as if she might press him further, to argue the point vehemently. But the fight faded from her eyes, she could see the resolve that defined him. Instead, she exhaled, deep, weary, and tight, and set the bloodied cloth aside with a sense of finality. Her hands found his, one trembling slightly despite her effort to appear composed, their fingers intertwining in a fragile connection amidst the turmoil. You're not in this alone, Shafiq, she said softly, her voice calm yet firm, as if she were trying to plant a seed of courage in his heart. Don't train as if you are. Don't live your life that way. He gazed down at their intertwined hands, a look of bewilderment crossing his features, as if he couldn't quite comprehend how they had come to rest there. Her fingers, smaller and cooler than his, were surprisingly strong, grounding him in a reality he often tried to escape. I'm not trying to die, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with the weight of unspoken fears. No, she replied, her tone firm yet compassionate. You're trying to control death, as if it were just another variable in a complex equation. But even someone as talented as you has limits, Sev. And if you continue to deny that reality, one day it won't be your enemies that shatter you. It will be your own relentless drive. Silence enveloped them for a long moment, thick with unsaid words and unacknowledged burdens. Then, very quietly, almost as if it were a confession meant only for her ears, he admitted, I can't afford to break. Not now. Evie responded with a sad smile, one that had a sharpness to it, an understanding of the darkness that lingered just beneath the surface. Then let someone help carry that weight before it crushes you. Her hand squeezed his once more, a gentle yet firm reminder of her presence. And, for just a fleeting moment, Severus responded, squeezing her hand back, a silent acknowledgement of her words and a glimmer of acceptance. He didn't thank her. He didn't apologize for the pain he had caused or the burdens he held. But he allowed her to remain by his side. And for him, that simple act was more than sufficient. Zabini Estate, Tower Study. The scry crystal flickered, casting an ethereal glow as it replayed the international broadcast in an endless loop. In the stark illumination of the moonlight, the Kalen estate appeared surreal, its elegant architecture shadowed and haunting. The mark above the Seine pulsed, a luminous sigil that felt both sacred and profane. An eerie silence lingered in the wake of death, heavy with unspoken truths. Isadora watched it all again, her expression resolute and unflinching. Her silver eyes, striking and unyielding, did not mirror the horror that gripped others, instead, they reflected an intricate web of patterns, a tapestry of connections and intentions. He is no longer just a mind, she pondered quietly, her fingers drumming rhythmically against the edge of a well-worn parchment. He has transcended into something greater, a narrative, a symbol steeped in blood and ambition. This duality makes him both an invaluable asset and a treacherous liability. Without breaking her gaze from the flickering crystal, she remained acutely aware of Lord Vittorio as he stepped into the chamber. His presence was palpable, an unseen force that often arrived seconds before his voice, like a shift in atmospheric pressure hinting at an impending storm. He studied the scry with her in silence, the flickering images reflecting the intensity etched on their faces. Finally, after a few long moments, he broke the stillness. Symbols invite both worship and war, he said, his voice steady but edged with gravity. Isadora offered the faintest nod, her thoughts churning. He didn't choose it, she replied, her gaze unwavering. But neither did Caesar. A pause hung between them, thick with unspoken weight. You've been watching him too closely, her grandfather murmured, his tone not accusatory but knowing, as if he could see the tangled web of her thoughts. Tell me, have you already begun to choose him? That statement pulled her attention sharply. There was nothing defensive about her expression, nor did any hint of shame flicker across her features. She remained calm, a serene mask concealing the tumult beneath. I am choosing leverage, she replied, the words deliberate and measured. The rest is incidental. Vittorio arched a brow, skepticism flickering in his eyes. There is no such thing as incidental. Nothing is ever incidental when it comes to power, child. Not admiration. Not affection. Not fear. Every emotion becomes a vector, steering you toward unforeseen destinations. He moved closer to the window, folding his arms behind his back as if to brace himself against the implications of their conversation. Attachment, he continued, his voice taking on a somber tone, has ended more dynasties than betrayal ever did. Be careful not to mistake intrigue for clarity. The weight of his warning lingered in the air, heavy with the lessons of history. Isadora's voice was cool and steady, cutting through the tension in the air. I haven't. But if he rises, I want us ready to rise with him. Vittorio glanced over his shoulder, allowing a flicker of approval to shine through the otherwise stern facade of his expression, a subtle acknowledgement, but still underscored by the gravity of the situation. Then plan not just for his victories, but for the price of them. With that admonition hanging in the air, he turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing softly as they faded down the polished stone corridor that gleamed dimly in the candlelight. Isadora didn't watch him go. Instead, she returned to her oak desk, an air of determination enveloping her as she unsealed a fresh dossier adorned with a deep crimson wax seal. The title glimmered faintly in the flickering candlelight, Contingency, Severus, Preservation. This time, she didn't merely enumerate his strengths. She meticulously began cataloging his weaknesses, each vulnerability a jagged edge in the armor of a crucial player. Not to exploit, she reminded herself, but to protect. Because some pieces of the intricate game they were part of, once lost, couldn't be replaced. Geneva, ICW Security Council meeting, emergency session. The chamber beneath the Hall of Sovereigns was as still as glass, not from a sense of calm, but from the simmering fury that filled the air, impatiently waiting for expression. At the imposing central stone table sat the delegates from France, the United States, India, Japan, Italy, and the AL Consortium. Their faces were a study in tension, hardened by the weight of their conflicting interests. The atmosphere crackled faintly with the layered magic of oaths and treaties, an intricate web of truth-binding wards, reinforced just that morning to ensure honesty and transparency during their discussions. At the far end of the table sat Albus Dumbledore, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. His robes were a deep navy, elegantly embroidered with the faded insignia of international neutrality. Yet today, such neutrality was an unwelcome notion in the charged atmosphere of the chamber. The British representative cleared his throat, his voice cutting through the silence with a sharp edge. The Kalen incident was an isolated act, the British representative insisted, though the tension in the air was palpable. The family maintained residual business ties to the UK. There is no proof that Lord Voldemort sanctioned the attack. Enough, interrupted Madame Belloon, the French delegate, her voice icy and cutting through the murmurs of the assembly. Her gaze was as cold as winter frost, piercing and unwavering. The dark mark rose over Paris. Such an occurrence is not mere rogue behavior, it is an act of terrorism on our soil. A wave of agreement rippled through the gathered delegates, the gravity of her words resonating with the assembly. The Kalen family filed their relocation forms 8 months ago, Ambassador Patil of India interjected, his tone measured yet firm. They were thoroughly vetted, accepted into our community, and shielded under international accord. Britain's internal conflict has no right to spill over into our territories. Indeed, added the American delegate, cutting across the room with a voice that was both sharp and direct. We welcomed your refugees with open arms, we extended our trust to families, whether half-blood or pure. And what do we discover? A massacre, committed upon our very streets. Next, Japan's delegate rose to speak, her voice soft-spoken yet imbued with a quiet strength. This incident transcends a mere violation of magical borders. It is a stain upon our law enforcement and tarnishes our political legitimacy. If we do not take action now, we surrender our right to act in the future. Across the table, the Italian delegate held up a sealed folder, its contents a stark testament to the grim realities of their discussion, evidence meticulously gathered by the French aurors. The assassins were mercenaries, he declared, his voice steady yet pointed. They were paid handsomely, hired through shadowy ledgers linked to the old Death Eater vaults. In response, the French ministry has already begun executing those responsible. Executing. Dumbledore repeated, his voice trembling with horror as the weight of the revelation sank in. Madame Belloon remained unflinching, her expression resolute. We are not Britain. We do not tolerate masked cowards who wield murder as casually as a wand. Half of the mercenary group is already dead. The rest will be hunted down and extracted, one by one. And they will face justice publicly. India, her gaze steady, nodded in agreement. We support France's response. It must be severe and unequivocal. As do we, the American delegate added, his tone indicating a firm alignment with the French stance. Dumbledore's demeanor remained calm, yet there was a newfound steel threading through his words, an underlying urgency. Surely, we can agree that there must be limits. If we start executing anyone even remotely connected to these atrocities. We did not instigate this violence, Madame Belloon interrupted sharply, her voice almost a growl. But make no mistake, we will see it through to the end. You may place your faith in redemption, Albus, but our belief lies firmly in deterrence. A heavy pause enveloped the room, an electric silence that seemed to make time stand still. Everyone present held their breath, acutely aware of the weight of the moment. Then, with resolute confidence, Ambassador Patil of India stepped forward and placed a pivotal new motion on the table. A collective response. A magical protection treaty. From this moment on, any further cross-border attacks by British war factions will be met with sovereign retaliation. There will be no trials, no extraditions, and absolutely no warnings. The declaration hung in the air, charged with the gravity of impending action. The vote was swift and unanimous, showcasing an unexpected solidarity among nations. Even Japan, often neutral in such matters, did not abstain. Beneath the accord, a name was inscribed with a flourish, the ink still warm with the echoes of a spell seal. The Continental Accord. This was not merely a pact of defense, it was a solemn commitment to vengeance, a promise that would resonate throughout the ages. Dumbledore, the elder statesman, signed last, his quill gliding across the paper with a sense of inevitability. He said nothing more, his silence a testament to the heavy burdens of leadership and the foreboding future that lay ahead. Outside, the winds of Geneva stirred, carrying whispers of change as the world turned toward war, woven together by a newfound unity, and engulfed in the flames of conflict yet to come. Zabini Estate, courtyard. Moonlight danced across the worn dueling stones, casting shimmering shadows as Severus moved with an urgency that suggested he had forsaken elegance for sheer determination. He was a man driven, his focus unyielding. On the other side, Alessandro skillfully blocked a fierce blasting curse with a sharp flick of his wand, his brow furrowing in concentration. "All right, prodigy. Enough," he said, allowing his guard to drop momentarily, revealing a hint of concern. "You're not training to win anymore. You need to fight like there's something worth coming back for." Severus hesitated, his reply caught in a tempest of emotion. The next spell he held suspended in his grasp crackled with unspent energy, teetering precariously between fury and a steely resolve. Alessandro stepped closer, his presence firm and commanding, searching Severus's eyes for the spark of the old camaraderie they had shared. "You're training like you think you're not." His voice trailed off, laden with unspoken fears. "Coming back." When Severus finally spoke, his voice was a low whisper, yet it held a fierce, controlled intensity, a contrast to the turmoil churning inside him. "I'm training like someone has to. Someone has to make it through this." Alessandro didn't respond with a smile, nor did he crack a joke to lighten the tension. Instead, he simply nodded once, a solemn gesture of understanding, and raised his wand again, preparing for the next clash. "Then train with me properly. Because if you fall, I'll be the one dragging you back to the light." Their wands crossed, energy sparking between them, and in that moment, they fought not just as friends, but as brothers, preparing for a battle that had already begun to unfold in dark corners of their world. The stakes were high, and together, they would face whatever came next. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 99, Chapter 98, The World Responds. Zabini Estate Library. The scent of old parchment and alchemical ink permeated the air, yet Severus Snape barely registered it. He found himself alone in the dimly lit upper reading gallery, surrounded by towering shelves filled with ancient texts and magical tomes. Beside him, a stack of international magical newspapers floated gracefully, the headlines rotating in midair, each one gliding before his keen eyes like the cards in a skilled magician's hand. With a mere flick of his wrist, Eva manipulated the papers, causing them to pivot and display their contents without Severus needing to reach out. It was a testament to their unspoken understanding and the ease of their collaboration. Le Figaro Magique, France, announced, Horus retaliate, Kalen murders trigger crackdown on mercenary rings, hinting at the recent turmoil that had gripped the wizarding community. The Boston Thaumaturge, USA, followed suit, stating, Continental Accord ratified, magical nations unite against cross-border terror, a hopeful beacon amidst the chaos. From India, the Sankhya Sutra reported, India supports migration safeguards, protection pacts for half-blood and Muggle-born clans finalized, emphasizing the growing concerns over the protection of vulnerable communities. Meanwhile, the Neon Meiho Shinbun, Japan, declared, death mark over Paris condemned, Japan aligns with Accord, signaling a commitment to solidarity in the face of danger. Lastly, the Corriere Incantato, Italy, boldly proclaimed, an attack on one is an attack on all, magical Europe draws a line, reinforcing the unity among the magical nations as they navigated these perilous times. Each headline seemed to pulse with a sense of urgency, compelling Severus to contemplate the implications of the unfolding events on their world. One line in the Boston Thaumaturge captured his attention, drawing him in closer to absorb its implications. Dumbledore's stance for de-escalation was overruled in a majority vote, with 71% of the council favoring retaliatory protections and the expansion of Aura operations abroad. Interesting, Severus murmured, the weight of the news settling heavily upon him. Beside him, Evie's voice cut through his thoughts, clear and factual. 9 nations now part of the Continental Accord. 4 are currently in negotiation. The British ministry has been classified as non-cooperative, pending reassessment. He closed his fingers tightly around one of the papers, scrutinizing its contents again, this time more methodically. A low unease simmered within him. He wasn't afraid. Not quite. But he felt the magnitude of the situation pressing down like a storm cloud gathering density above a quiet town. Voldemort had indeed overplayed his hand, and the balance of power had begun to shift in ways he hadn't anticipated. The world was no longer just a distant observer, it was now responding, reacting fiercely, defensively. He slowly folded the paper, his voice barely above a whisper as he said, "The war came to them. Now they'll bring it back. ICW offices, Geneva." The war table gleamed in polished obsidian, its surface intricately carved with runes in 10 ancient languages, each etched with care and imbued with a magic that caused it to illuminate softly whenever all the chairs surrounding it were occupied. Tonight, however, only a few of those seats were filled, yet the presence of those gathered was undeniably profound, a collective strength that seemed to carry the weight of entire continents in their wands. The ink on the Continental Accord had barely begun to dry. Security charters were being meticulously prepared, the air thick with urgency as Aura task forces assembled quietly in the shadows of time-worn cities, ready to respond to any threat. Yet behind the palpable tension of these changes, beneath each carefully crafted signature and every security agreement, lay a trove of letters. Dozens of them. Some were brief and to the point, coded in a manner that would confound the untrained eye, while others bore the charm of old-fashioned handwritten notes, their ink flowing with an eloquence that spoke of a time long past. All of these missives were marked with a distinctive blue wax seal, showcasing the proud crest of House Prince. Crucially, these letters weren't dispatched from Britain. They originated from Massachusetts. Lord Arcturus Prince, the enigmatic figure behind this correspondence, never made public appearances. He held no need for face-to-face meetings, his messages possessed an undeniable authority, a gravitas that compelled recipients to pause, often mid-sentence, as they absorbed the weight of his words. The messages conveyed were far from sensational. They neither mentioned Voldemort nor Severus by name. Instead, they illuminated a troubling reality that every nation had started to grasp: the British magical community was no longer merely descending into chaos. It was now an active leak, seeping across borders, infiltrating businesses, affecting foreign educational institutions, and permeating public awareness. What Arcturus presented was not a command, it was a keen observation, supported by factual data, discrete references, and sophisticated predictive analytics. You have opened your arms to those whom Britain has relegated. If you fail to protect them now, you risk leaving yourself unguarded when the next crisis arises. If you let fear seal your doors shut, you will not only forfeit their invaluable skills but also your own credibility in the eyes of the world. This issue was not merely about one individual. It transcended to encompass trends and implications. Most significantly, it was about setting a precedent that could ripple throughout international relations. What Arcturus sought to communicate was a sobering reminder to the International Confederation of Wizards. This was no longer a localized British affair, it had evolved into a reputational conflict that spanned across borders. Nations, particularly proud ones like France, India, Italy, and the United States, bristled at the notion that they might be perceived as unable to protect those under their care. They were eager to assert their strength and resolve. When the session reconvened at dawn, the language of the accord had undergone a significant transformation. What had initially started as a protective charter evolved into something far more formidable. It became less a reaction to immediate threats and more a steadfast declaration of intent, a permanent commitment to safeguard their realms. This accord took the shape of an international declaration of magical sovereignty, declaring resolutely that no sinister act perpetrated beyond their borders would go unanswered. In every draft circulated among the delegates, one phrase emerged with notable frequency, emphasized and underlined in bold, wand-activated ink: if war crosses borders, so will retribution. This wasn't merely a rhetorical flourish, it was a stark warning. It did not imply that Severus Snape was beyond reach, untouchable in the shadows of political maneuvering. Rather, it illustrated the resilience of a united front. The world had collectively drawn a definitive line in the sand, challenging Britain to reflect on the consequences if it dared to cross that threshold once more. Zabini Estate, Tower Library. The scroll unfurled slowly, releasing a gentle sigh imbued with magic. The ink was still vibrant and fresh, and in the lower left corner, the official ICW seal pulsed faintly, a testament to the document's authenticity. The intricate spellwork was woven so tightly that any attempt to alter it would result in the parchment disintegrating into shimmering dust. Isadora stood transfixed before the floating display, her silver eyes meticulously scanning each line of text. It was the Continental Accord, a coalition charter crafted to ensure the protection of relocated magical families and businesses against foreign retaliation. It detailed provisions for emergency aura intervention, established trade protections, and outlined repercussions across borders for those who would dare violate its terms. Yet, at the heart of this document lay something even more powerful, a stark warning shrouded in diplomatic language. No dark mark raised beyond British soil shall go unanswered. The gravity of those words resonated deeply with Isadora, a reminder of the fragile balance of peace they all strive to maintain. Isadora remained silent for what felt like an eternity. Her hands, clasped firmly behind her back, revealed no signs of the storm swirling within her thoughts. Her expression was as inscrutable as a still lake, hiding the turmoil beneath the surface. Yet, within her mind, thoughts surged and roiled like tempestuous clouds gathering over calm waters. This situation transcended mere policy, it reached into the realm of crucial precedent, an immutable truth that fundamentally altered the landscape. Severus Snape was no longer an oddity to be scrutinized. He had secured protection, an undeniable shield that shifted the very ground beneath her feet and redefined all previous assumptions. The heavy stillness in the tower was abruptly punctured by a knock at the door, disrupting her contemplations. Benedetta strode in without waiting for an invitation, as was her custom. Her sleek, obsidian robes flowed behind her like wisps of smoke, lending her an air of mystique and authority. A wand, polished and poised, sat snugly in her belt, ready for action. With each step, she carried herself with the confidence of a matriarch who had navigated the complexities of raising 3 generations of Zabinas, most of whom had done so reluctantly, often grappling with their own burdens and expectations. "You've read it?" Benedetta asked, already anticipating the answer. "Yes," Isidora replied, her voice steady. She remained still, her gaze locked onto the parchment that floated midair, its edges shimmering in the soft light of the moon. "It's overkill," Benedetta remarked, scrutinizing the document as if it were an adversary. "One half-blood family dies in Paris, and suddenly the ICW wants to act like they've grown a spine." Isidora turned her head slightly, acknowledging the sentiment without fully engaging. "It's not just about the Kalins." Benedetta chuckled, a smirk playing on her lips. "No, it's about perception, isn't it? About optics. They can't afford to appear weak in front of the world." She stepped closer, resting her hands on the cool stone sill beneath the expansive window that bathed the room in moonlight. "You think this really changes things for our boy, don't you?" she pressed, her tone teasing yet laced with genuine concern. Isidora did not take the bait, maintaining her composure. "He's not just a boy anymore," Benedetta said softly, the gravity of her words sinking in. "And yes, it changes everything." Benedetta cast a sideways glance at Isidora, her brow furrowed with concern. "Because he's safe?" she asked, voice laced with uncertainty. Isidora hesitated, weighing her words carefully. Finally, she replied, "Because now, others will try to use him. Nations, corporations, factions, all will seek to capitalize on his gifts. He has transitioned from being a mere risk to becoming a strategic asset, one that comes with protections. He's valuable now, and the world can see him." Benedetta frowned, her skepticism evident. "You say that like it's a good thing." Isidora shook her head slowly, her expression serious. "I say that like it's a danger in disguise." For a few moments, the tower fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the soft rustle of paper and the far-off rumble of summer thunder rolling in from the horizon. The atmosphere felt charged, a palpable tension hanging between them. Benedetta stepped closer, her gaze intent as she studied Isidora's face, searching for reassurance. Her voice softened, dropping to a gentler tone. "Isidora. Be careful. You speak of him as if he's a partner, but that boy still walks the perilous line between invention and destruction. And your heart is intact," Isidora interjected, her tone sharp yet resolute. "And tempered." But when Benedetta fixed her with a long, knowing gaze, Isidora let out a heavy exhale. Her fingers delicately traced the edge of the magical display, feeling the enchanting energy pulsating beneath her touch. "I'm not so naive as to believe he truly needs me. But if the future I envision includes him, then he must survive to witness it," she asserted, her voice steady yet laced with an underlying urgency. Benedetta raised an eyebrow, skepticism flickering in her expression. "And if he doesn't?" Isidora held her ground, unwavering. "Then that future isn't worth building at all." A thick silence settled between them, the weight of their conversation pressing heavily in the air. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Benedetta turned to leave, her silhouette framed by the glimmering lights of the magical display. "Your grandfather will seek your input tomorrow," she remarked over her shoulder. "Have an answer prepared that isn't simply molded around a boy." Isidora nodded once, her composure intact. But once Benedetta departed, the room felt even more suffocatingly quiet. Isidora returned to her desk, a sense of urgency propelling her forward as she retrieved a second scroll. This one was marked by a crimson wax seal and plainly labeled, "Contingency File, Severus, Preservation." Drawing a deep breath, she added a new note beneath the previous entry, her pen danced across the parchment with precision. "As of the Continental Accord, his political value now triples. Global attention can serve as both shield and sword, protection, yet fraught with danger. Secure fallback routes. Ensure diplomatic leverage. Contemplate the viability of neutral territory asset vaults." Then, for the first time, her pen paused as she crafted something deeply personal. It was a reflection devoid of the usual formula or strategy. "He can't afford to be careless anymore. And I can't afford to pretend that I'm not watching." With determined purpose, she pressed her seal into the wax, solidifying her thoughts into the document. This wasn't merely sentiment, it was a calculated strategy. And it had never been more crucial. Riddle Manor, Wiltshire, Inner Sanctum. The fire had long since extinguished, leaving only a thin veil of curling smoke that drifted lazily from the hearth. The tendrils, grey and feeble, snaked their way up the chimney, as if reluctant to linger too close to the ominous presence of their master. Lord Voldemort sat immobile in his imposing throne-like chair, his pale fingers steepled beneath his chin. His wand was poised delicately between them, resembling a sharpened blade eagerly waiting to spill blood. A palpable tension filled the air around him, thick with the weight of unspoken words and withheld violence. The inner sanctum, a chamber steeped in darkness and suffocating silence, was a fortress against the outside world. The stone walls, etched with powerful enchantments, kept sound, light, and any semblance of mercy at bay. In this oppressive atmosphere, only his most trusted followers stood vigilant: Rookwood, Rosier, Dolohov, and the ever-fervent Bellatrix. Her lips twitched in restless anticipation, a physical manifestation of her unsettling desire for action, yet even she refrained from uttering a word. In Voldemort's lap lay a parchment, sprawled out before him, unrolled and untouched by flames. The Continental Accord was spread wide, its ink bold and striking, proudly displaying the signatures of 15 nations. It was more than just a document, it was a treaty, a stark warning delivered to him by the trembling hands of the world outside, a clear line drawn in the sand against his dark ambitions. The notion of such a challenge would have once stirred a dark humor within him, had it not pierced so closely to the heart of his power. Each signature felt like a defiance, a direct contest to his rule, and that possibility gnawed at him with insatiable hunger. "They presume to contain me," Voldemort finally uttered, his voice smooth yet taut, like silk stretched to its breaking point. "Like mist trapped behind imposing stone walls. As if I am tethered by the very earth beneath my feet." He rose slowly, every movement deliberate and measured. The atmosphere around him grew heavy, charged with an unspoken tension. "They open their borders to my enemies, welcoming defectors like exiled monarchs, and then they have the audacity to surround them with the false armor of law." He refrained from uttering Severus's name, not even once, for this moment was not about a singular boy. This moment was about something far grander, defiance itself. "This," he lifted the parchment with 2 fingers, treating it as though it were nothing more than a soiled rag, "is not a shield. It is a coffin. A carefully crafted tomb they have built for themselves. Because now they have deluded themselves into believing that the war can be safely observed from a distance, like a spectator at a play." His sharp gaze fell on Rookwood, pinning him with an accusatory glare. "You failed to stop it." "My lord," Rookwood replied, lowering himself further, desperation lacing his tone. Lord Ratcliffe tried, he reached out to every neutral delegate, making appeals, but... Voldemort echoed, soft yet menacing. "There is no but. There is only blood." He crushed the scroll in one hand, his wand flicking upward as he unleashed a surge of magic. In an instant, the parchment disintegrated into a fine ash that swirled around him like a dark cloud. "They want to sign parchment. Let them sign it in ash and bone," he declared, his voice echoing with a chilling resolve. Turning to face the gathering circle of shadowy figures, he continued, "France will make a public example of the mercenaries. India will impose crushing sanctions. The Americans will feign moral righteousness, pretending this is all about freedom. But none of them, none, have ever truly tasted what it means to be hunted by something eternal, a force that knows no boundaries." With a fluid motion, he raised his wand once more, and the stone floor began to splinter beneath his feet, crackling like shattered glass under immense pressure. "You will deliver a message," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "To the Devisas. The Montags. The Greengrass. To every family who holds the delusion that they can escape me and seek refuge beneath a foreign flag," he said, his voice growing more intense. His eyes burned with an otherworldly glow, bright and fierce like molten coals, reflecting his unwavering determination. "There is no sanctuary. There is only delay," he concluded, the weight of his words hanging ominously in the air. Bellatrix tilted her head, a gleeful glint in her eyes. "And if they still choose to flee?" Voldemort's lips curled into a faint, unsettling smile, a chilling, predatory expression that sent shivers through the air. "Then we will cease our warnings. It will be time to hunt." He turned with a fluid motion, striding into the shadowy depths of the hall, his presence overwhelming as his voice echoed back, laden with menace. "If the world insists on protecting my prey, then it becomes fair game itself." With those words, the room was swallowed by darkness, a palpable silence descending in his wake. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 100, Chapter 99, the countdown begins. Zabini Training Coliseum. The air was sharp with the chill of early morning, yet Severus felt none of it. Long ago, he had grown numb to the ache in his muscles and the sweat that trickled down into his collar. Those sensations were buried under the singular focus of relentless motion. With a quick snap of his wrist, his wand propelled forward. A curse, deflected off the training dummy's enchanted shield, shot back toward him with the force of a whip. He ducked instinctively, spinning on his heel to pivot gracefully from the attack. With seamless precision, he countered, the runes embedded in the floor flaring to life as his feet struck another trigger line, unleashing a barrage of enchanted blades that whirred ominously in the air around him. Without breaking his rhythm, he deftly disarmed them, sending the glittering weapons spiraling harmlessly to the ground. In this moment, the world had become strikingly narrow. There were no concerns of the International Confederation of Wizards, no devastating war lingering in the background, no potions to brew, and no political maneuvering to consider. Just 2 weeks remained. 2 weeks until the U-19 World Dueling Championship loomed on the horizon, a daunting event where every name, every hard-earned reputation, would stand against him in a circle that offered no avenue for retreat. And yet, despite the blinding focus that consumed him, she kept slipping back into his mind. The girl with silver eyes. She lingered in the recesses of his memory, like tendrils of smoke swirling in the air. A shadow loomed beneath the arch, her presence fleeting yet palpable. A glance that felt like a ghost, haunting him. Severus clenched his jaw, frustration boiling within him. With a sudden outburst of force magic, he expelled the image, the blast resonating through the Colosseum ward with a deafening crack that echoed like thunder across the arena. Sophia Mariani, seated cross-legged on the upper tier, remained utterly unfazed by the display of power. A slight curve of her lips suggested a hint of admiration. She appreciated the intensity he brought to the training. Good, she remarked, her arms folded with satisfaction. You're not training for sport. You're training as if this were war. That's how champions are forged. Severus held his silence, the weight of her words pressing against him. He adjusted his stance, feeling the ground firm beneath his feet. With renewed determination, he prepared to cast again, pushing all distractions away. Zabini guest quarters. The all-feathered courier landed soundlessly on the balcony rail, its wings folding with the grace of an origami masterpiece. Severus carefully opened the sealed scroll with a delicate flick of his fingers, watching as the prince family crest glimmered briefly in the soft light before fading into the texture of the parchment. The main message was formal and crisp. Your invitation credentials have been approved. Arcturus, Eileen, and Julius Prince are slated to attend the U-19 World Dueling Championship. Reserved seating, VIP Circle, Geneva. Accompanying the scroll were 2 smaller slips of parchment, each holding an essential note of sentiment. The first was written in Julius's lively handwriting, the loops and swirls brimming with enthusiasm. I got a new jacket just for this, and if you trip, I'm telling everyone you were hexed. Also, Mum says I can eat as much tournament food as I want, so you better win, because I'm making signs. The second note was penned in his mother's meticulous hand, smaller and more precise, conveying warmth and encouragement. I've missed you. Do what you do best, let them underestimate you first. Severus studied the letters for a moment, allowing their weighty contents to sink in. After a lingering pause, he carefully folded each one and tucked them into a narrow black envelope, which he sealed with an old, ornate crest depicting a falcon grasping a dagger in its talons. The sound of the drawer closing echoed softly in the quiet room as he cast a silent locking spell, ensuring the secrets were safely hidden away. His expression remained impassive, devoid of any hint of emotion. However, he did release a slow breath, the tension in his shoulders easing just slightly as he prepared to move forward. ICW Broadcast Network. The camera orb hovered in silence above the obsidian dais of the International Confederation of Wizards, the silver ICW crest glowing faintly behind the podium. Enchanted screens across 5 continents flickered to life, from grand ministry halls in Tokyo to backroom pubs in Ireland. The tone was somber. The background gleamed with magical security wards humming just beneath visibility. A tall, silver-haired witch in formal ICW regalia stepped forward, spectacles glinting, scroll in hand. Her voice was steady and precise. In response to the recent spike in cross-border magical violence, the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, Security Council has enacted an emergency directive aimed at bolstering safety measures for all forthcoming international wizarding events. This directive encompasses a range of significant gatherings, including the highly anticipated U-19 World Dueling Championship, the groundbreaking Magical Innovation Congress, and the influential Pan-Continental Spellcasting Symposium. Effective immediately, every event venue will be fortified with advanced multi-layered containment wards designed to deter unauthorized entry and ensure the highest level of security. The entry gates will feature Tier 3 magical scanning systems, sophisticated wand logging enchantments, and comprehensive artifact verification protocols to safeguard against potential threats. Furthermore, apparition and the unauthorized use of portkeys will be strictly prohibited within a 5-kilometer radius of the event grounds. This area will be rigorously monitored by ICW enforcement officers to ensure compliance and swiftly address any violations. To enhance crowd security and conduct thorough anti-infiltration screenings, joint Aura task forces will be deployed from key nations, including France, India, the United States, and Japan. These elite teams will work collaboratively to maintain order and protect the safety of all attendees during these vital events. She paused to let the gravity of the situation sink in, her expression a mixture of resolve and concern. We ask all attendees to exercise patience and cooperation. These measures are temporary, and they exist solely for your protection. The safety of our global magical community remains our highest priority. A few international viewers exhaled in quiet relief, their shoulders relaxing slightly. Others, however, shifted nervously, their eyes darting around as they anticipated the long queues and the complex layers of barriers that lay ahead. Discussions had already ignited on wizarding news circuits, with opinions sharply divided. In one particularly blunt segment of a British magical news feed, an off-mic commentator whispered, barely audible yet unmistakably captured on the spellcast stream. "If he strikes again, it'll be where the cameras can't look away." The screen flickered momentarily before cutting to the official crest of the International Confederation of Wizards, its emblem glowing brightly and steadily, a symbol of authority amid the uncertainty. Across the magical world, a singular message resonated with an undeniable intensity. This war would not be ignored. And no gathering, no matter how distinguished or prestigious, would be free from its looming shadow. Training Lounge, Zabini Estate. The torches lining the ancient stone walls of the Zabini Training Lounge flickered low, their flames casting long, dancing shadows of gold and blue that played across the polished dueling floor. The air was thick with tension, punctuated only by the rhythmic crack of spells colliding and the occasional mechanical whine of the enchanted dueling dummy as it reset itself for its next relentless move. Alessandro stood at the balcony rail above the Colosseum floor, his arms folded tightly across his chest, his jaw set with unwavering focus. Below him, Severus moved like a razor-sharp blade in ceaseless motion, precise, honed, and utterly unsparing in his relentless assault. A spell ripped through the air with a crackling intensity, the dummy shimmering ominously before it exploded into a spectacular display of red-gold light that rained sparks across the floor. Severus didn't flinch, he was already pivoting, his wand sweeping through the air to prepare for the next attack. He continued this fierce rhythm, again and again, showing no sign of fatigue, no momentary break, no breath drawn in the heat of the training. Alessandro exhaled sharply through his nose, concern creeping into his voice. He's going to shatter that dummy if he keeps this pace up. Evie appeared beside him a moment later, her bare feet barely making a sound on the ground, her sleeves rolled up high, revealing the determination etched into her arms. A towel was casually draped over her shoulder, and she stood with her arms wrapped loosely around her waist, though her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on the arena below. "He's not fighting them," she murmured, her voice tinged with a mix of empathy and concern. "He's fighting something within himself." Alessandro gave a short nod of agreement. "He wants to win more than we do," he replied, a hint of admiration in his tone. A pause hung in the air, thick with unresolved tension. "But not because he wants to stand on a podium," he added thoughtfully. "It's more profound than that. He doesn't know what losing means anymore. Not since everything changed." Evie's jaw clenched slightly at his words, an unspoken understanding passing between them. "Well, he's not the only one with something to prove," she said, her resolve hardening. Alessandro turned to face her fully. She met his gaze with unwavering confidence, a fire in her eyes that reflected her determination. "I plan to win, too," she declared quietly, the intensity of her conviction resonating in the air around them. "For me. And for him?" Alessandro asked, curiosity sparking in his eyes. Evie's lips twitched, revealing a flicker of a smile that mingled with the weight of her thoughts. "No. But if I end up facing him in the finals, I want him to know I truly earned it." Alessandro chuckled softly, a sound filled with warmth and determination. "That makes two of us. I'm not training just to lose to my best friend." They fell into a contemplative silence for a few seconds, their gazes locked on Severus, who was skillfully deflecting a coordinated barrage of 3 spells aimed at the training dummy. His movements were precise and brutal, displaying an intensity that belied his youth. His robes were tattered at the shoulder, and strands of hair clung to his forehead, slick with sweat. In that moment, he looked every bit the seasoned soldier, not just a boy practicing magic. Evie sighed, her breath catching with a mixture of admiration and apprehension. "It's terrifying how good he's gotten. And how fast," Alessandro added, his voice barely above a whisper. "But it's not just talent. He bleeds for it. Every single day." Evie leaned forward, resting her arms on the railing, feeling the cool wood beneath her skin. "We've bled too." "I know," Alessandro replied, his tone serious. "And he does, too. He understands the sacrifices we all make." As if summoned by their unyielding resolve, Severus slowed his movements. He executed a fluid, elegant flick of his wrist that disarmed the practice dummy, showcasing a mastery honed over countless hours of training. He didn't turn to face them directly, but in that momentary pause, every unspoken word and unsaid vow hung heavily in the air. Alessandro sensed the awareness flickering within Severus. He knew that the silence between them was fraught with meaning, nothing sentimental, merely the hardened bonds of loyalty forged in the fires of countless battles. Each of them was gearing up for more than just the upcoming tournament. Severus was steeling himself for a challenge that loomed larger on the horizon, a fight that transcended mere competition. Evie was preparing to assert her right to be acknowledged as an equal in a world that often sought to diminish her. Alessandro felt the weight of his heritage pressing down on him, determined not only to meet but to exceed the lofty expectations set by his lineage. Yet, despite the individual stakes, they understood that they would step into the arena as a unified front first and foremost. Whatever the future held, they were resolute in their commitment to face it together, aware of each other's strength and the deeply personal stakes each one carried. The stillness that had cocooned them was swiftly dissipating, the quiet before the storm almost at an end. They were all acutely aware of the path that lay ahead, and one truth united them: none of them intended to walk away as losers. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 101, Chapter 100, The Weight of Wanting. Author's note. Hey everyone, Yellowheart. Before we dive into today's chapter, I just want to take a moment to thank all of you who've stuck with me over the past couple of months. I can hardly believe we've made it this far, 100 chapters. When I first started writing this story, I never imagined it would grow into something this meaningful, both for me and for all of you who have been reading along. Writing has always been a way for me to escape, and at the time I began this journey, I was in a difficult place mentally. This story became my refuge, a space where I could pour my thoughts into something creative and connect with people in a way I hadn't before. The support and interactions I've had with you all have truly helped me in ways I can't fully express. Seeing your comments, your thoughts, and your excitement about the story has been incredibly uplifting. I'm beyond grateful for every single person who has been here, whether from the beginning or just joining in now. We're finally back on track now, with the house renovation now complete, a cozy new space and a steady update schedule of 1 chapter a day, 3 to 4 days a week. I'm so excited to keep sharing this story with you, and even more grateful to have such an amazing group of readers along for the ride. Now, let's get into it. Enjoy the chapter. M. Zabini Coliseum, training floor. The wand cracked against his wrist, jolting him into a sharp, low pivot. Even before his mind had fully processed the sudden movement, the counterspell was already forming on his lips. In an instant, brilliant blue flame lanced across the training space, striking the dummy squarely and causing it to disintegrate into swirling tendrils of smoke. Severus didn't pause to acknowledge his success. He summoned another target, then another, each conjured dummy demanding the same intensity and precision. His breaths became shallow, his chest rising and falling in a rhythmic tempo honed through countless hours of relentless magical conditioning. Sweat trickled down the back of his neck, yet he embraced the discomfort, reveling in the burn firing through his shoulders and the slight tremor in his fingers brought on by the overexertion. He had no need for rest, only the pursuit of perfection drove him forward. Enough. The word sliced through the charged air, sharper than any curse he could conjure. Sophia Mariani stepped into his line of sight, lowering her wand with an expression that was unreadable, her dark eyes fixed on him as she approached. You've passed every drill. You've shattered your own speed records and worn down 5 illusion cores. Severus straightened, steeling himself for either approval or a command from her. Instead, she posed a question that caught him off guard: why do you want to win? He blinked, momentarily taken aback. You know why. The title. The leverage. The credibility. It's everything I've fought for, he replied, trying to mask the vulnerability creeping into his voice. But she shook her head, her expression unwavering. None of that matters the second someone stronger walks into the ring. None of it will hold when you are cornered, bleeding, or utterly alone. I don't care about the accolades. What I want to know is why you fight, especially when you've already lost. Severus opened his mouth to respond, but the words failed to materialize. He felt a rush of confusion and frustration, grappling with the depths of her inquiry. Without waiting for him to gather his thoughts, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving him in a heavy silence. That silence hung in the air like a spell uncast, echoing with unspoken words and unresolved questions, as he wrestled with the weight of her challenge. The owl-feather courier preened itself on the edge of the desk, its iridescent plumage shimmering in the light, before vanishing with a dazzling flash of gold. In its wake lay 3 letters, each distinct, one crumpled and folded into childish thirds, another sealed meticulously in silver wax, and the last wrapped in a rich, deep green envelope that seemed to pulse with secrets. He picked up the letter from Julius first, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he unfolded it. I've packed snacks for the journey, it began, the familiar playful tone unmistakable. I polished my mirror because someone has to record you looking dramatic. If you trip, I'm telling everyone you were hexed. Love, Julius. Severus let out a quiet snort, the image of Julius gleefully documenting his misadventures bringing him a moment of warmth amidst the impending challenges. Next, he turned to Eileen's letter, its tone more subdued and intimate. I've missed you terribly, she wrote, each word carefully chosen as if to wrap him in a comforting embrace. If you don't feel ready, that's perfectly all right. You don't have to win for us to be proud of you. But I know you'll want to do your best anyway. He lingered over that line, contemplating its significance, the weight of her unwavering support settling in his chest like a warm glow. The final letter was from Professor Langford, its authoritative tone contrasting sharply with the others. The ICW is shifting, it warned, the words sharp and clear. Too many older hands are pretending they are not afraid. They will expect precision. They will expect brilliance. But do not let them smell your doubt. Be better than what they expect. And worse than what they fear. He folded all 3 letters carefully, ensuring each one was tucked away safely. After sealing them once more in the drawer, he took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead, and then turned to face the Colosseum, ready to embrace the challenge. Garden Courtyard, EVPOV. The enchanted illusion launched another strike, a whip of searing white light that cut through the air with lethal precision, aimed directly for her ribs. Evie dropped into a low crouch, twisting her body as she raised her wand, the light glimmering as it arched upward in defense. Her counter-move was clean, the spell was sharp and true, her intentions clear. But just before the impending collision, an unexpected flicker of doubt coursed through her, causing her wrist to falter momentarily. A fleeting hesitation that broke her focus. The illusion connected with her shoulder instead. Not enough to truly wound her, but it left a painful bruise that throbbed in protest. She hissed through gritted teeth, her fingers instinctively rubbing at the sting as if that could soothe the discomfort. Her heartbeat drummed a rapid tempo in her chest, too fast, and her grip on her wand felt dangerously loose. She had trained for this, she should know better. Again, she snapped, irritation lacing her voice as she reset the training dummy with a flick of her wrist, her resolve hardening. The garden enveloped her in a dim glow, the flickering torches swayed gently in the warm Italian breeze, their flames casting long, dancing shadows over the marble tiles and the fragrant rows of lavender hedges. The ambient sounds of the night were hushed, as if the world had fallen silent. Birds had long passed into the night, and Evie felt a sense of solitude wrap around her like a cloak. She was convinced she was the only one left here under the canopy of stars, focused entirely on her practice. Or so she thought. From beneath the dark archway, Benedetta emerged, her presence as silent and ethereal as starlight. The midnight blue robe she wore wrapped around her like a shadow, her arms tucked calmly within its folds. For a moment, she didn't utter a word, she simply observed Evie, and that silence felt suffocating. Evie ran a hand across her forehead, wiping away the sheen of sweat that had gathered there, and let out a frustrated murmur, "If you're here to tell me I'm sloppy, I already know." Benedetta advanced a step closer, her penetrating gaze, ageless, wise, and shrewd, assessing the younger girl with the intensity of a blacksmith weighing steel at the forge. "Why do you hesitate just before you hit hard?" she asked, her voice as calm as the stillness that surrounded them. Evie's shoulders twitched, taut with tension. "I don't know," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Benedetta's eyes narrowed slightly. "You do know." With a long, deliberate exhale, Evie allowed the weight of her thoughts to spill out into the air. "Because I keep picturing their faces. Alessandro. Severus. Ben." Her voice faltered for a moment, the names hanging in the air heavy with emotion. "It's like I'm training to win, but deep down, I think like a friend. Like a teammate. And when I should strike without hesitation, part of me flinches. I don't want to hurt the people I care about or those who remind me of them." Benedetta remained still, neither nodding nor smiling. Her attention was focused, observing as the truth settled within Evie like sediment in a still pond. "And what if," Benedetta said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as though sharing a secret, "one day, it's one of them falling beside you." Evie stared intently at her wand, her fingers tightening around its smooth handle, a wave of apprehension washing over her. "Then I'll lose them. Because I couldn't strike fast enough to stop it," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper, thick with emotion. A heavy silence settled between them, thick and oppressive. Finally, Benedetta took a step forward, closing the distance between them, her voice dropping to a softer, more intimate tone. "Loyalty is not a weakness, Evie. But remember, hesitation born of love can turn into grief amidst war. You must forge yourself into something sharper, something that doesn't have to choose between heart and instinct." With a steady hand, she reached out, gently adjusting Evie's grip on her wand, ensuring it fit comfortably and securely in her grasp. "Train until your loyalty transforms into your sharpest weapon, not your softest wound," Benedetta urged, her eyes fixed intently on Evie's face. Evie remained silent, but her jaw tightened with determination. The fire within her began to kindle as she steeled herself for what was to come. This time, when the illusion lunged, quicker, stronger, more ferocious, she moved without a moment's hesitation. The air crackled as a bladed curse sliced through, swift and precise. Direct. Clean. Final. The training dummy collapsed immediately, unable to complete its attack, its form crumpling in the wake of Evie's decisive strike. Benedetta's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of her lips hinting at a smile of approval, yet she refrained from clapping or nodding. She lingered a moment longer, an unspoken support surrounding them, watching intently as Evie stood resolute, refusing to flinch. And Evie didn't. Not once. Zabini private quarters, Alessandro's POV. The door clicked shut behind him with a weighty finality. It was a heavy sound, solid and resonant, a type of closure that seemed more suited for the grand halls of castles than the intimate confines of a bedroom. Alessandro stepped into the serene atmosphere of his private study, leaving behind the cacophony of sparring dummies, the acrid scent of burned wards, and the hushed compliments that never quite reached his heart. The quiet enveloped him, a stark contrast to the vibrant chaos of his teenage life. His study was a testament to careful craftsmanship, with walls carved from rich, soft walnut, accented by intricate obsidian trim. It exuded refinement, a hallmark of the Zabini family legacy. There was no dust to mar the surfaces, no clutter to disrupt the carefully curated order, just an immaculate space where every item had its place. And in the far corner stood the mirror, a solemn presence that seemed to have always belonged in the room. Towering and imposing, it was framed in twisted onyx and star metal, shimmering faintly with an otherworldly allure. This mirror was not merely decorative, it contained ancient enchantments woven with rare magic, a tradition passed down to every heir of the house upon their 16th birthday. Its purpose was not to flatter or even to forewarn. Instead, it unveiled the raw truth of one's nature, reflecting who you truly were when no eyes were upon you. It captured that moment when the carefully crafted masks fell away. Alessandro took a deep breath, letting it out slowly as he stepped closer to the mirror. It shimmered and danced like the heat rising off a sun-baked road before finally settling into clarity. There he was. He stood tall, his broad shoulders squared with confidence. The residual soreness in his muscles from a grueling training session lingered, a reminder of the effort he had poured into honing his abilities. Magic swirled around him like a protective armor, heavy, yet satisfying, a testament to his hard-won skills. Yet, a shadow loomed behind him. Taller, broader, and more formidable than it had any right to be. Tommaso Zabini. His grandfather. A kingmaker in their world, known for his formidable presence and iron will. The very men who had instilled in him the principles of magic, teaching him his first disarming charm, while also drumming into his mind the harsh truth that failure was a weight carried by those less worthy. The mirror reflected no features of his grandfather's face, only a dark silhouette. It was a figure shrouded in black and silver, an imposing presence with a hand placed firmly on Alessandro's shoulder, as if to remind him of the lineage he bore. Alessandro stared at the reflection for what felt like an eternity. He attempted to shrug off the palpable weight of expectation pressing down on him, just to see how the mirror would respond to such an act of defiance. But it didn't budge. Of course not, he thought bitterly, the realization setting in. You can't simply shake off the legacy of a name like Zabini with just one training match or a single well-aimed curse. He didn't hate his grandfather. That would have been easier, a straightforward detachment that could be neatly wrapped up with bitterness. No, he respected him. Admired him even, despite the burdens of expectation that accompanied such feelings. But admiration was a chain, too, heavy and unyielding, especially when everyone around him expected him to wear it like armor against the world. His fingers curled into fists, tension coiling within him. "I'm not just your heir," he declared, his voice rising to fill the silence of the room. It cracked a little at the end, not from weakness, but from a deep-seated frustration. A pressure was building beneath his ribs, like a storm brewing inside his chest. "I'll carry the name. I know what it means. I know all that you built, sacrifices, dreams, and legacy entwined. But I'm not you. I won't be." The words did not echo as he had hoped, they just hung in the air, heavy and palpable, as if they were afraid to drop and shatter the silence around him. Alessandro stepped closer to the mirror, drawn to the reflections that both mirrored and mocked him. "I'll make it mean something new. Something mine," he asserted, determination solidifying in his voice. He reached out and touched the surface of the glass, the coolness contrasting sharply with the warmth of his own skin. The shadow behind him remained, a constant reminder of the legacy he was bound to, but it instinctively stepped back. Just half a pace. Enough. In that subtle acknowledgement, the magic pulsed gently in response, resonating with his resolve. The mirror didn't lie, its reflections were stark and unyielding. But sometimes, it was as if the glass itself agreed with him. Taking a step back, Alessandro breathed a little easier now, the air filling his lungs more steadily. The figure staring back at him still held his likeness, but for the first time, the space between him and the weight of the legacy felt negotiable, a shifting landscape where he could carve his own identity. And for a 17-year-old boy struggling to define himself beneath the immense expectations of generations before him, that was nothing short of a win. Zabini Estate, Midnight Terrace. The night was still, yet it was far from quiet. The wind danced over the hills, a soft whisper that carried the lingering scent of singed grass and ancient magic from the training fields below. In the distance, the estate lights flickered like ethereal stars, dim torches scattered across the Colosseum yard, resembling celestial bodies fading in and out of existence. On the stone terrace overlooking it all, 3 figures sat with their backs against the cool stone wall. Their futures hung heavy around their shoulders, enveloping them like invisible cloaks woven from uncertainty and hope. The air was thick with unspoken thoughts, and they remained silent for what felt like an eternity. It wasn't discomfort that held them in this quietude, rather, it was a profound sense of compression. This was the kind of silence that descends when too much is felt at once, where words would spill forth too quickly, threatening to shatter the fragile moment. Finally, it was Alessandro who broke the stillness. His voice emerged not with dramatic flair or booming resonance, but with a quiet sigh that seemed to hold the weight of the world. Do we say it out loud? Or just pretend we're not all thinking about the same damn thing? Evie didn't look at him, her focus directed instead toward the flickering torchlight casting soft shadows against the ornate marble railing. I want it, she declared, her voice steady and unwavering. It held a fierce intensity, the kind that soft things acquire when forged under the weight of pressure. Not for glory. Or legacy. Not even for the medal. I want to stand before that crowd, in front of that vast world, and know that I chose this path for myself. That I wasn't merely the girl who followed someone else's orders. Severus leaned back against the cold stone, stretching his legs out before him, arms folded behind his head as if he had nothing left to lose. Yet the subtle twitch of his jaw betrayed a deeper turmoil within him. I want it, he murmured, his voice low and heavy with emotion. Because I'm weary of merely surviving. I'm exhausted by people treating that as if it's enough. He tilted his head upward toward the vast, star-studded sky, the brilliance of the stars contrasting sharply with the darkness around them. I want to win. Not because I have something to prove to anyone else, but because I've reached the end of my tether in letting others dictate what I'm allowed to desire. They lingered in the silence that followed, no immediate response was necessary. The weight of their unspoken thoughts filled the air between them, a shared understanding that bound their aspirations together. The silence that enveloped them was not devoid of meaning, it was steeped in acknowledgement. Alessandro adjusted his posture, sitting up straighter as the firelight flickered and danced in his eyes, illuminating their depths. Then let's make a pact, he declared, his voice resolute and steady. Evie shot him a sideways glance, a hint of curiosity, and perhaps mischief, lighting up her expression. A blood pact. A dramatic vow. Or something simpler. Simple, Alessandro affirmed with conviction. His gaze swept between his two companions, a spark of intensity igniting in his eyes. We fight. We give it everything we've got. And when we step into that ring, if we find ourselves facing off against one another, we don't hold back. Not an inch. Evie nodded slowly, her mind processing his words. You mean, no holding back? Even if it's one of us standing across the line. Especially then, Alessandro replied firmly, underscoring the importance of their commitment. Severus, who had been listening quietly, turned to regard them both now. His voice, usually sharp and guarded, was unexpectedly gentle. And when it's over? What then? No grudges, Alessandro declared, his tone leaving no room for doubt. No bitterness. Win or lose, it all ends in the ring, right there. Evie's lips curled into a small, encouraging smile. And whatever happens, we walk out the same way we walked in. Together, Alessandro echoed, the word hanging in the air between them, heavy with promise. They lingered in shared reflection for a moment, contemplating the weight of their bond. Then, with an air of solemnity, Alessandro extended his hand, palm open and inviting. Deal. Evie placed hers atop his, their palms connecting in a gesture of unity. Deal. Severus gazed down at their joined hands, lingering a breath longer than necessary. He had crafted many deals throughout his life, bargains with mentors who had shaped him, trades with adversaries forged in conflict, and lies spun out of desperation to ensure his survival. But this was different. This was a promise stripped of conditions, pure and unadulterated truth. With a quiet resolve, he placed his hand over theirs, solidifying their pact. Deal. And in the embrace of the night, beneath a timeless sky that had borne witness to centuries of wars and wonders, 3 teenagers. Zabini Coliseum, at dawn. He stood alone once more, the first light of dawn bleeding across the horizon in soft hues of orange and pink. The training dummies loomed before him, motionless yet poised, each one a silent testament to his struggles. He recalled Sophia's probing question echoing in his mind, why do you fight when you've already lost? He didn't vocalize his response, but the answer unfurled within him, a quiet storm, dangerous yet resolute, and undeniably final, because for one fleeting moment, I want to be undeniable. Not feared. Not celebrated. Just, undeniably enough to show that I still stand. With newfound determination coursing through his veins, his wand moved with purpose. In an instant, the dummy shattered into splinters before it could even muster the strength to raise its hand against him. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, The Shifting Lines. Zabini Coliseum. The ancient stone walls of the Colosseum resonated with the deep, rhythmic hum of spellfire, a sound that pulsed through the very air. Dust motes swirled in the vibrant ward light, creating an otherworldly atmosphere as Severus, Alessandro, and Evie moved through their final practice rounds, fluid and precise, like seasoned warriors born to the arena. High above the expanse of the arena, Sophia Mariani observed from the shadowed overlook, her arms crossed tightly. The soles of her boots were muffled against the cool, weathered stone, allowing her to watch intently without disturbance. They were ready. Not perfect. Perfection was an illusion in their world, always out of reach. Yet, their focus was sharpened, honed to a degree that made errors seem unlikely. They were sharp enough to carve through the majority of their competition, standing on the brink of greatness. As the last sequence culminated in a climactic triple spell clash, a dazzling eruption of energy tore apart the illusion dummy, sending fragments of magical energy swirling through the air. Stop. At her command, they turned in unison, eyes fixated on her, the air crackling with anticipation. You're fast, she observed, her tone a mixture of admiration and assessment. Precise. Clever. But tournaments aren't won with cleverness alone. They require composure, she added, her voice steady and authoritative. The group remained silent, each person absorbing her words with rapt attention. This was a good sign, they were ready to learn. Technique earns applause from the audience. Precision can secure victory in individual duels. But composure? That's what truly saves your life. She drew in a deep breath and stepped forward, taking the time to pull each of them aside for a more personal moment. To Evie, she said earnestly, loyalty can be a double-edged sword. It's only a weakness if you neglect to remember that you're a formidable weapon in your own right. Next, she turned to Alessandro, her gaze piercing. Make them forget your name, then ensure they never forget who you are when it matters most. Finally, she approached Severus, her eyes narrowing slightly as she lowered her voice almost to a whisper. Don't pace yourself for a long war. Treat every duel like it's your last, fight with that intensity. Zabini Estate, Strategy Wing. The room was permeated with the rich scents of ink, citrus polish, and the faint trace of ancient magic. Wards shimmered softly across the gracefully arched windows, casting warm rays of sunlight into golden stripes that lay like vigilant sentinels upon the dark, polished floor. One wall commanded attention with the sprawling tapestry of the Italian peninsula, not merely marked with cities but intricately annotated with subtle symbols representing Zabini holdings. It was an empire defined by influence and power rather than mere geography. Severus sat at the elongated obsidian table, his fingers loosely interlaced before him, a still figure amidst the quiet intensity of the room. Opposite him, Salvatore Zabini and his younger brother Lorenzo occupied matching high-backed chairs, their neutral robes draping elegantly over their forms. They sat with precise posture and impassive expressions, exuding an air of controlled authority. There was no ornamentation to their demeanor, no unnecessary movements to distract from the gravity of the moment. In this space, every element served a distinct purpose. Even silence held weight. It was Lorenzo who pierced the stillness, breaking the tension with deliberate ease. A subtle flick of his wand summoned a translucent scroll, which unfurled gracefully above the table, pulsating gently with dynamic motion track graphs and spikes in regional demand, the patterns shifting like the very currents of the marketplace they governed. The first shipments of the rejuvenation elixir have been received, he announced, gesturing toward the swirling data hovering in the air before him. Distribution centers in Munich, Kolkata, and Sao Paulo have already reported significant backlogs. Most of the Tier 1 medical orders have been expedited due to overwhelming demand. Magical trauma wards can't seem to get enough of it. Severus focused intently on the data streams, his eyes tracing the vibrant surges of blue indicating where hospitals had placed second and third orders. The peaks were impressive, reorders coming in swiftly, a testament to the potion's effectiveness, and yet, it was hard to believe that the elixir had only been out of trial for less than a month. And what about the draft? He inquired, maintaining his composure and keeping his tone steady, despite the anticipation tightening in his chest. Lorenzo's mouth quirked at the corners, while not quite a smile, it conveyed an emotion that suggested both amusement and understanding of the gravity of their situation. Following the Continental Accord, global security forces are preparing for potential spillover. 6 national Aura divisions have submitted standing contracts for the production of Vigrum Draft: France, Japan, the US, Germany, Mexico, and Egypt. Some of these divisions, he said, tapping a blinking icon on the display, have requested locked-in production quotas for the next 6 months to ensure they can meet their projected demand. Severus acknowledged this with a slow, deliberate nod. He wasn't surprised by the response. Not after the events in Paris. They want soldiers who don't tire, Lorenzo added, his tone dry and matter-of-fact. Who hit harder? Who don't hesitate too long before they act. The comment wasn't precisely aimed at Severus, but he felt its sting nonetheless, an uninvited reflection on his own values. The ethical burden of such a statement lingered in the air, palpable and uncomfortable, pressing on him like a weighty cloak. Across the table, Salvatore Zabini finally broke the silence. His voice was rich and smooth, like pressed velvet, low, firm, and perfectly measured, commanding attention. It begins, he declared. Those 2 words hung in the air, laden with significance, feeling far heavier than the reports that surrounded them. They carried a finality that was unsettling. It's no longer about invention, Salvatore continued, his gaze sweeping across the room as if gauging the reactions of each listener. Not even about patent rights. This, he gestured toward the swirling data projected before them, shimmering with potential, is about control. You forged something that governments are now frightened to be without. He let the gravity of the moment resonate, allowing the silence to amplify his point. Your potions aren't mere products anymore, Severus. They've transformed into assets, strategic assets that could change the landscape of power. There was no pride in his voice. No warmth. Just the starkness of truth that hung in the air between them. Severus remained silent, he didn't need to respond. The understanding that passed between them was enough. With a flick of his wrist, Lorenzo folded the scroll with a practiced ease, and the atmosphere shifted, infused with a hint of anticipation. There's one more development, he announced, a spark of amusement glinting in his eyes as he spoke, his tone lightening somewhat. The Russian Dueling Association has submitted a formal petition to the International Confederation of Wizards. Severus lifted an eyebrow, intrigued by this unexpected turn of events. Lorenzo carried on, they're requesting that Vigorum draft be authorized for use in officially sanctioned dueling tournaments. Their reasoning? Stamina and endurance, they insist. They argue that if enchanted gear can be permitted, then legally certified enhancements ought to be allowed too. Severus leaned back in his chair, considering the implications. And what was the verdict? The judges rejected the proposal, for this year at least. They cite concerns about unequal enhancement metrics and maintain a stance on ethical sportsmanship. Lorenzo waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconvinced by the official rationale. But mark my words, it's a delaying tactic. This isn't a definitive denial. Salvatore locked eyes with Severus, his gaze sharp and discerning, like a scalpel poised to make an incision. They'll say no. Until enough people are watching. Until the right sponsor emerges, eager for their duelist to grace the front page. And when that moment arrives. He trailed off, allowing the silence to stretch between them, laden with unspoken understanding. The implication loomed heavily in the air between them, next year could mark a turning point. If they played their cards wisely, if the world became sufficiently ravenous for innovation and spectacle, the potion could achieve mainstream acclaim. And that transformation would wield immense financial power, potentially billions at stake. Lorenzo's smirk elongated, a subtle glimmer of excitement dancing in his eyes. We'll begin planting seeds, but quietly. Infiltrating the right factions. If we push just enough from a medical legitimacy angle, by this time next year, you'll be the first potioneer in history to boast a product that is both clinically robust and fiercely competitive. Severus remained impassive, his expression steady and unreadable. The game, as always, had no definitive endpoint. It merely shifted its rules, evolving in complexity. And now, he found himself among those tasked with redefining them. Courtyard overlooking the rose terraces. He hadn't meant to see her. The path meandered gently along the upper gardens, bordered by meticulously trimmed hawthorn hedges and illuminated with the warm glow of torchlight reflecting off twisting rose vines. Severus had taken this route on impulse, his mind consumed with thoughts of tactical positioning and scenarios for potential duels. Then, movement. At the far end of the terrace, where the stone balustrade offered a sweeping view over the beautifully arranged rose terraces and the expansive dueling coliseum, a solitary figure stood poised and still. She wasn't supposed to be there. Or perhaps she was. Tall and graceful. A vision of composure. Her obsidian robes billowed softly, shifting like liquid ink in the gentle breeze. At her side, a floating parchment glided effortlessly, maintained by a simple flick of her wandless magic, leaving Severus astonished by her calm prowess. But it was her eyes, brilliant silver, not merely gray, that captured the fading sunlight and ignited a tumult of emotions deep within his chest. Her. The girl with silver eyes. He'd only glimpsed her once. Or had it been twice? The distinction eluded him, yet the memory was vivid. It lingered in his mind, resurfacing with each fleeting thought, every time. He had once referred to her as a hallucination, a mere glitch in his mind, a product of his stress. But Eva had corrected him with a gentle firmness that left no room for doubt. She was real, she insisted. Yet, despite her undeniable presence, no one had ever spoken of her. No name had been offered, no title given, no role defined, not even a whispered acknowledgement. Just a palpable presence, lingering in the air around them. She seemed oblivious to him, or perhaps she was acutely aware but chose to remain indifferent. Her gaze was fixed intently on the dossier sprawled out before her, her expression unyielding and untouched by the chaos of the outside world. Severus pressed forward, his feet carrying him onward. He didn't pause to linger, didn't allow himself the temptation to stare. And yet, something about her, her serene stillness, her unwavering certainty, imprinted itself upon his memory, like an ancient glyph waiting to be deciphered, holding secrets just beyond reach. He rounded the corner, leaving the enigmatic figure behind, but her image remained etched in his mind, following him like a shadow that refused to dissipate. Though he had never uttered it aloud, not even in the privacy of his notes, he found himself thinking of her by a name that wasn't truly hers. The silver-eyed goddess. He didn't subscribe to the belief in omens, but if he did, he would have surely deemed her one. Potter Estate, Godric's Hollow. The midday sun beat down relentlessly on the warded dueling field behind the Potter Estate, its intense rays alluring yet oppressive, but James Potter hardly noticed. Sweat trickled down his back, saturating his shirt and causing it to cling to him like a second skin as he unleashed one final blasting hex into the last practice dummy. The impact was explosive, sending bits of straw and shimmering spellfire erupting in all directions, leaving only charred remnants and a thick, lingering silence in its wake. Across the dueling ring, Sirius Black leaned casually against the perimeter railing with his arms crossed and an eyebrow arched in bemusement. "That's 5 dummies and 0 breaks," he drawled, his voice laced with mock incredulity. "You trying to impress the judges, or are you hoping to tire yourself out before you even make it to the tournament?" James paused, his breath heavy and labored, chest rising and falling with each inhale as he kept his jaw clenched tight enough that it could creak. He cast a glance toward the far end of the training yard, where a freshly delivered crate of enchanted opponents awaited, untouched and ready for action. "I'm not doing this to impress anyone," he replied at last, his tone resolute. "Then why?" Sirius pressed, curiosity glinting in his eyes. James turned sharply, his voice laced with a roughness that hinted at more than just fatigue. "Because I'm sick of seeing him everywhere. The Prophet. The ICW bulletins. Even Slughorn can't seem to go a week without mentioning him in his newsletters." "You mean Severus?" Sirius asked, a brow raised in disbelief. "No," James retorted, his lip curling with disdain. "I mean Snape. That scrawny, greasy little bastard who used to cower behind his books and hiss like a snake if someone dared to touch his cauldron incorrectly. That's who he is, plain and simple." Sirius frowned, dissatisfaction etched across his features. "He's not that person anymore, James. You know it as well as I do." "Yeah," James snapped, his frustration boiling over. "That's the exact problem." In a fit of anger, he hurled his wand to the ground, the sound of it clattering against the hard surface echoing in the tense silence. "Now he's Shafiq. Partner to Zabini in that lucrative business. A potioneer genius, they call him. The bloody boy who not only bested the British ministry but walked away from an ICW trial to a standing ovation." Sirius remained silent, his expression thoughtful, and for once, his usual smile was absent, replaced with a serious countenance. James wiped the sweat off his brow with the sleeve of his shirt, a sense of urgency creeping into his voice. "I just want to make sure the world remembers. Remind him too. That he's not untouchable." "By entering an international dueling tournament," another voice inquired, breaking the silence. Remus had been standing by the water barrel for a while, silent and inscrutable, his brow furrowed in concentration. Now, he took a step forward, his voice calm yet firm. "James, this isn't Hogwarts. These aren't school duels where referees step in to stop things when someone gets hurt, like a broken nose." "I know what it is," James retorted, his tone laced with irritation. Remus pressed on, with a hint of urgency creeping into his voice. "Do you really understand? Most of these duelists have honed their skills for years. Some of them compete professionally, making a living from their craft. 3 months with a crash course tutor, even if your dad manages to hire the best of the best, might not be sufficient to prepare you for this." "Thanks for the vote of confidence," James shot back coldly, the frustration evident in his eyes. Sirius cast a glance at Remus, a wordless plea urging him to drop the matter for now, but Remus remained steadfast in his position, unwilling to compromise his concerns. "I'm not saying you aren't talented, James." "You are," Remus said firmly, his voice steady despite the tension in the room. "But this isn't a joke. You're putting yourself in the same bracket as people like Snape," James interjected, finishing Remus's thought with a mix of defiance and realization. Remus nodded slowly, his expression serious as he met James's gaze. "Yeah, exactly." Caught in the weight of his friend's concern, James looked between them, his comrades, his brothers, and felt a chill settle deep within his gut, a sensation he rarely experienced. A knot of frustration tightened in his chest. He turned away from their pleading looks, feeling the need to distance himself from their doubts. "He needs to be brought down a peg," he declared, his tone resolute. Sirius sighed, running a hand through his disheveled hair, a gesture of resignation mixed with worry. "This won't go the way you think it will, James. You have to understand that." "It will," James insisted, a spark igniting in his eyes. "Because I'll make it happen." Flashback, 1 week ago, Potter Manor, drawing room. The argument had stretched on for hours, the tension coiling like a spring in the air. Doria Potter's voice cut through the silence, sharp and filled with genuine concern. "Absolutely not. You've had basic training, but you haven't even set foot in a dueling circuit since you were 13. This is nothing short of suicidal." James had been pacing relentlessly in front of the flickering fireplace, his frustration palpable. "I'm not asking for permission. I'm telling you what I've already decided," he declared, his tone steely and unyielding. His father, Charles, sat with an inscrutable expression, stern, distant, and unyielding. "It's not that we doubt your power, James. But skill is different. Precision. Discipline. Those take time. Years of practice. I don't have years." James snapped, his voice rising in agitation. "I have 3 months. And that's all I need." His desperation fueled his determination, the fire in his eyes refusing to die out. He turned sharply, locking eyes with his father, hoping to pierce through the stoic facade. "Isn't Potter pride worth something anymore? I want to represent our name, to prove that I'm not just a prankster or another golden boy with a fast broom." Charles studied him for what felt like an eternity, weighing his son's fervor against the risks. The silence hung heavy in the air, thick with unspoken words and emotions. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, he spoke. "I'll fund the tutor," he said, his voice firm yet reluctant. Without a word or glance back, Doria had left the room, the door clicking shut behind her, leaving behind an atmosphere charged with unresolved conflict. Back in the yard, James grasped his wand once more, feeling the familiar weight in his hand. He turned his gaze westward, where the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the landscape. In that direction lay Italy, the venue of the tournament and the looming presence of Severus Snape, a name that had become synonymous with talent and prestige. "I'll face him," James murmured, his voice steady despite the uncertainties ahead. "And I'll beat him." With determination surging inside him, he didn't bother to glance back to see if Sirius or Remus were still watching. Their presence didn't matter at this moment, what fueled him was the fire of rivalry and the desire to prove himself. The world may have hailed Severus Snape as a prodigy, a gifted wizard whose reputation sparkled like the trophies he undoubtedly held. But James Potter was prepared to step into the spotlight and remind them all that even the brightest crowns could shatter under the weight of true ambition. Crowns break. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 103, Chapter 102, Arrival at the Edge of War. International Portkey Hub, Salzburg Fortress, Austria. The departure chamber for the portkey shimmered with a vibrant mix of excitement and tension. Delegations arrived in a staggered formation, each member's wand meticulously scanned, their luggage effortlessly levitated as it floated beside them, and magical wards checked and rechecked to ensure security. Severus stood shoulder to shoulder with Alessandro and Evie, his dueling robe folded neatly over one arm, the polished wood of his wand securely holstered across his back. Around them, their handlers orchestrated the movements of the group with precision, navigating the bustling Italian side of the portal system and ushering everyone into their designated positions. Their final destination loomed ahead, Salzburg, renowned for its striking landscapes and rich history, specifically, the ancient stronghold that had been repurposed and resurrected as the tournament fortress. Around the chamber, Aurors moved with a watchful vigilance, resembling spectral sentinels, their cloaks adorned with anti-scrying runes, while trained magical hounds prowled the area, noses twitching as they scanned the air for lingering traces of blood curses. Reinforced wards hummed softly around them, a constant reminder of the dangers they faced and the preparations made to thwart potential assassination attempts. Each team methodically passed through 4 layers of stringent screening before finally touching the portkey, a moment that marked the culmination of their rigorous preparations. Alessandro let out a low whistle, eyes wide with a mix of admiration and disbelief. "Paranoid much?" he asked, the teasing lilt unmistakable in his voice. Severus remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the other champions as they began to converge. They arrived in groups, a vibrant assembly of youth and confidence, bursting with the energy of ambition. Some soared through the air, showcasing intricate spells with dramatic flair, their laughter echoing like music. Others were more vocal, boasting about their prowess in various accents that hinted at their diverse backgrounds, each one gleaned from different corners of the globe. But Severus's attention was drawn to the quieter ones, the ones standing apart from the chaos, keen observers rather than attention-seekers. They seemed to be calculating and deliberate, contemplating their next moves with a level of seriousness that intrigued him. Evie leaned closer, breaking his focus for a moment. "You're sizing them up already," she remarked, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. "Always," Severus murmured, the faintest hint of a smile touching his own. Then, suddenly, a flash of gold caught his eye. The portkey pulsed with energy, its vibrant light drawing everyone's attention. One breath. One blink. And in a heartbeat, the world spun sideways, shifting into an unexpected new reality. Evie POV. The first sensation that greeted Evie was the wind, sharp and alpine, slicing through her skin with a precision that banished the remnants of heat and distraction. She stepped out into a stone courtyard dominated by 6 imposing towers, each topped with a point that seemed to touch the sky. A grand archway, intricately carved with dueling runes that hinted at ancient rivalries, beckoned her deeper into this formidable place. She turned slowly, taking in the mesmerizing sight before her. The fortress was a breathtaking spectacle, unlike anything she had ever encountered in her travels. Concentric dueling rings spiraled across multiple tiers, each one meticulously crafted for the thrill of battle. Floating balconies loomed overhead, designed for spectators, resplendent with polished obsidian railings that shimmered in the light. Above them, the ceilings danced with charmlight, casting an ethereal glow that mirrored the brightness of day inside while keeping the outside night cloaked in shadows. It was as if an entire world existed here, locked in a state of controlled chaos, ready for the clash of competitors. Professor Harlan met them with a curt nod, his expression professional and focused, accompanied by two assistant duel masters who completed the scene, a wiry figure, sharp and alert, and a broader companion whose silence spoke volumes. Evie noted that the delegates from Ilvermorny had arrived a day earlier and had already secured their wing, their anticipation palpable in the air. "You'll be in adjacent rooms," Harlan said, his voice steady and authoritative. "Proximity makes coordination easier, especially in a place like this." As they entered the living quarters, Evie trailed her fingers along a nearby stone column, feeling its ancient surface thrumming softly beneath her palm, old, magic-rich, and watchful, almost as if it held memories of the many who had passed before her. Through the expansive windows, she glimpsed the vibrant flags of every magical nation fluttering in neat, orderly lines against the sky. Each banner told a story of its homeland. There was the scarlet banner of Wagada, bright and bold, heralding its reputation. The sea-blue mark of Castelobruxo rippled with an aura of enchantment, while the silver cranes of Mahudakoro soared gracefully, reflecting its rich heritage. The fierce black wolf of Durmstrang stood guard, embodying strength and tenacity, and the elegant golden fleur of Beau's batons shimmered with sophistication and charm. Alessandro, standing close by, nudged her gently with an elbow. "Don't look now, but the Russian is watching you," he whispered, a teasing glint in his eye. Curiosity piqued, she turned casually, careful to appear uninterested, and caught sight of him. He was imposing, tall with striking white blonde hair that caught the light, standing apart from the others, silent and observant. His stare was unyielding, unwavering, intense enough to feel like a physical weight. Evie offered a small smile, just enough to be playful and a touch rude, before composing herself and following her team inside, ready to embrace whatever challenge lay ahead. British Contingent Hall, Salzburg Fortress, James Potter POV. The first thing James Potter noticed when he stepped into the fortress wasn't the grandeur of the intricately carved stone ceilings or the vibrant, multicolored flags that danced and fluttered magically above the atrium. It was the silence. Not the respectful hush of awed crowds or the efficient quiet of professionals at work. No, this was something far more pervasive. A heavy, palpable lull thick with unspoken assumptions. Judgment. Expectation. Doubt. James swallowed hard, feeling the tightness in his jaw as he fell into step behind his parents, his heart pounding in rhythm with the uncertainty surrounding him. Lord Charles Potter, stately in his deep navy cloak adorned with the gleaming Order of Merlin pin, inclined his head slightly, offering nods of polite recognition to the other heads of delegation gathered around them. Each nod was expertly measured, exuding an air of authority he had mastered over the years. Lady Doria Potter Black walked resolutely beside him, her sharp features carved into a mask of stony disapproval. She hadn't uttered a single word to James since they had arrived at the Portkey station that morning, not even a simple "good luck." Instead, her silence loomed like a weight pressing down on his shoulders, amplifying the tension in the air. Sirius Black walked beside them, hands tucked casually into his pockets, feigning interest that barely masked his true boredom. His keen eyes darted over the other delegates, evaluating them as if they were pieces on an intricate chessboard, assessing their strengths and weaknesses. James shot a glance to his left, where his personal dueling tutor, Master Dunbridge, moved with a stoic demeanor, radiating the warmth of a frost-covered gargoyle. The man had been meticulously selected by the Department of Magical Combat and personally chosen by James's father for his ruthless proficiency in combat spells. For the past 3 months, James had endured relentless training sessions characterized by rigorous drills, a cascade of bruises, and spells recited until his throat screamed in protest. 3 long months of battling doubts, forcing himself to believe that he had the capability to succeed in this daunting endeavor. 3 relentless months of convincing not just others, but himself, that he was worthy of this challenge. His gaze shifted to the colossal, floating tournament registry positioned in the heart of the arrival hall. Names written in luminescent, enchanted ink glided past like fleeting shadows, duelists hailing from respected schools, Mahudakoro, Durmstrang, and Castelobruxo, each one a formidable contender in their own right. And then, Ilvermorny Academy, Severus Snape. There it was. His name, laid out before him like a challenge. An icy knot tightened in his stomach, a mix of anxiety and dread. Sirius must have sensed the shift in James's demeanor, because he leaned closer and muttered conspiratorially under his breath, "Still time to turn around and head back to England. We could tell everyone your portkey malfunctioned or something equally ridiculous." James didn't find it funny. "Shut up," he shot back, though the tension in his voice was unmistakable. Sirius arched an eyebrow, a teasing smirk playing on his lips. "You're wound tighter than McGonagall's hair bun," he remarked, clearly enjoying the moment. Before James could muster a clever retort, his mother's voice sliced through the buzzing atmosphere like a sharp blade, commanding and authoritative. "James. Straighten your posture. You're being watched," she called out, her tone leaving no room for argument. He straightened instantly, obeying without thought, acutely aware of the weight of expectation hanging in the air. As they entered the designated British wing, Lord Charles finally broke the silence. "You remember what we discussed, no outbursts, no dramatics. This is not the time or place to settle personal vendettas." "I know," James replied flatly, the tension in his voice evident. Doria's gaze sharpened, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. "Do you?" "Because from where I'm standing, this feels more like a performance than a strategic maneuver." James clenched his jaw, his frustration boiling just beneath the surface. "You didn't want me here at all." "You're right," she said with an icy calm. "I didn't. But you managed to persuade your father, and now we're here. So you must conduct yourself like a proper Potter. There will be no embarrassment for this family on my watch." Before he could retort with words that would surely lead to regret, Sirius intervened, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Easy now," he murmured, his voice low and calming. "Breathe, mate." But James resisted the urge to take a deep breath. All he could think about was finding Severus. He was determined to see for himself that the smug bastard was not untouchable. Beneath the glittering headlines, the wealth, and the aristocratic titles, he needed to believe that Severus remained that same scrawny, greasy-haired kid who flinched in response to every jibe thrown his way. He didn't have to wait long for the evening to unfold. As the sun began to set, casting warm hues across the fortress, he traversed the sprawling layout with his tutor, absorbed in the ancient architecture that surrounded them. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something that stopped him in his tracks. There, framed within the grand arches of the corridor, were Severus and two others. The sight was fleeting but striking. Severus strolled alongside a tall boy clad in the distinctive Zabini green, whose confident gait hinted at a blend of privilege and charm. Beside them was a girl, her features somewhat familiar to James, as if plucked from the pages of Ilvermorny publications that he'd seen over the years. They were laughing together, and there was an authenticity to it that struck James like a physical blow. This wasn't forced laughter or an act put on for anyone's benefit, it was genuine mirth, a sound that echoed through the stone halls as if to say they belonged there, utterly at ease in their camaraderie. Severus stood out in his striking silver-trimmed robes, denoting him as an official champion of Ilvermorny. His posture was relaxed, yet his expression remained inscrutable, a mask that concealed any glimmer of emotion beneath. As they passed by James, Severus didn't spare a glance, not even a flicker of acknowledgement. There was no sneer, no biting insult whispered under his breath, just a heavy silence that settled between them. Yet that silence was louder than anything. It landed upon James with a force more crushing than any hex could muster, leaving a lingering ache in the pit of his stomach. The indifference hung like a heavy fog in the air. The silence was palpable, wrapping around them as tightly as the frustration coiled within James. He clenched his wand so fiercely in the pocket of his robe that his knuckles turned an ashen white, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing inside him. "He didn't even look at me," he muttered, the weight of unacknowledged rivalry settling heavily on his shoulders. Sirius, standing beside him with an air of cautious empathy, sighed deeply. "You sure this is about proving something to the world, or just proving something to yourself?" His voice was low, probing, as if trying to peel back the layers of James's anger. James remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, unwavering. He didn't need to answer, the fire that burned in his chest was too fierce and too consuming to articulate. It was a blaze of determination that begged for expression, a need for acknowledgement that transcended mere words. He would prove himself in the ring, facing off against Severus where it truly mattered. There, in that charged environment, Severus wouldn't be able to hide behind the refuge of headlines, distinguished titles, or the incessant support of the bloody Zabinus. James Potter was determined to remind the world of his place, the one that deserved recognition. And he would ensure his rival knew just who had been overlooked and should have remained in the shadows of obscurity. Training ring hallway. The ring corridor resonated with the sound of light footsteps and the sharp, high-pitched notes of security charms as Severus and Alessandro turned the corner, only to be nearly tackled by a rapid blur of movement. "Ben!" Alessandro shouted, the breath knocked out of him as he stumbled back. Ben Hale beamed widely, arms outstretched in a welcoming gesture. "Surprise." Severus blinked in momentary disbelief. "You made it." "My dad's here too," Ben said, a gleam of pride lighting up his expression. He used to coach minor league teams, so when the International Confederation of Wizards opened up support slots, he pulled a few strings. Now he's part of the logistics team for medical triage. "I'm really glad you're here," Evie said, coming up just behind them, her eyes full of warmth. "We could use a friend who isn't actively trying to hex us in the kidneys." Ben wiggled his eyebrows playfully. "No promises, though. I've been training too, you know." Severus tilted his head thoughtfully. "Medical logistics. Not the duelist registry, then." Ben let out a dramatic sigh, throwing up his hands in mock defeat. Fine. But I'm still allowed to yell obscenities from the stands. Their laughter rang out, momentarily dissolving the tension in the air and making the hallway feel more like Ilvermorny again, a time filled with camaraderie and hope. Yet, as they stood there, the rings just beyond the corridor doors pulsated ominously, glowing with intricate combat runes that hinted at the challenges to come. Tomorrow, it would all begin. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 104, Chapter 103, The First Strike. Opening Ceremony. Central Arena, Dueling Fortress, Salzburg. They stood beneath a roiling sky, thick with stormlight and vibrant banners that whipped in the gusty wind. 212 duelists were arrayed in the central dueling arena, each flanked by their respective sponsors, proudly displaying country flags or the familiar insignia of their schools. The courtyard's sandstone floor had been magically enchanted to amplify the ripple of every flag and magnify the flutter of every robe, creating a dynamic display of color and movement. The formidable fortress loomed around them, a stone coliseum designed to evoke both reverence and the thrill of risk, its walls steeped in history and echoes of past confrontations. Severus stood resolute, the silver emblem of Ilvermorny etched clearly against the deep blue of his cloak, a testament to his heritage. Beside him, Alessandro maintained a rigid posture, his chin held high in a display of confidence, while Evie absent-mindedly flexed her fingers at her side, as if she were tuning a delicate piano only she could hear, her mind focused on something far beyond the immediate surroundings. Across the field, Ben Hale offered a quick nod from the American Independence line. His smile, though warm, did not quite reach his eyes, hinting at the tension beneath the surface. Then, the voice of the announcer swept over the crowd, clear and commanding. Welcome to the 47th Under-19 International Dueling Championship, sanctioned by the International Confederation of Wizards and hosted by the esteemed Salzburg Arcane Authority. A wave of excitement pulsed through the audience, their applause and cheers transforming into a thunderous roar that resonated within the Colosseum. Beneath the thunderous applause, Alessandro leaned closer and whispered urgently, "They don't want children. They want champions." Severus remained silent, his attention fixed on the judges as they gracefully ascended their elevated platform. At the center of the panel stood Professor Filius Flitwick, adorned in rich navy and shimmering gold robes, his small stature somehow commanding attention from all corners of the arena. Even from a distance, his presence was magnetic, drawing the eyes of eager spectators. "Seven-time champion," someone murmured from behind Severus, the reverence in their tone palpable. "He duels like poetry in motion, every strike a stanza and every parry a perfectly crafted line." Flanking Flitwick was a Mahutakoro dueling master dressed in vibrant coral silks, known throughout the realms for her lightning-fast counters that left even the most skilled opponents bewildered. Next to her stood a silent Wagadu spelldancer, his broad shoulders exuding strength and readiness, his poised stance reminiscent of a bow drawn tight, prepared to unleash incredible power. Completing the esteemed panel was an International Confederation of Wizards adjudicator, draped in sleek gray robes that flowed elegantly, holding a ceremonial tome in hand, its pages filled with the weighty traditions and histories of magical dueling. The air was thick with anticipation as the audience awaited the unfolding events. Above them, a magical screen flickered to life, its ethereal glow illuminating the surroundings. Duel format, best of 3 exchanges. Criteria, tactical execution. Spell precision. Defensive composure. Warning, permanent damage spells are banned. Pain is permitted. Disarmament or surrender constitutes victory. Evie let out a measured breath, feeling the weight of the moment. This wasn't merely a competition, it was a battle for survival, clothed in the guise of ritual and grandeur. The stakes were high, and the atmosphere crackled with tension as she steeled herself for what lay ahead. Strategy Hall, Salzburg Dueling Fortress. The strategy hall thrummed with a subtle, almost palpable magic. It was a circular chamber hewn from rugged alpine stone, its walls adorned with aged banners that told tales of past champions and victories. Glowing lanterns floated serenely midair, casting a warm, flickering light that danced across the space. Soft murmurs filled the air, echoing off the enchanted walls that cleverly distorted sound, effectively preventing any eavesdropping on the sacred proceedings. The polished obsidian floor shimmered like stars under Severus's boots as he moved forward with the others, organized into groups of 8 for the formal opponent draw. At the heart of the room, a luminous orb hovered, spinning gracefully and displaying names in a multitude of languages, each rotation revealing vibrant trails of colored light that snaked outward like threads of destiny, waiting to be expertly woven into the tapestry of the competition. Severus positioned himself at the edge of his group, the anticipation palpable in the air. Names of illustrious schools filled the space around him. Ilvermorny. Mahutakoro. Durmstrang. Castelobruxo. Wagadu. Bosbatons. Completing the octet were 6 independents, each clad in sleek, sponsor-branded robes devoid of any school crests, reflecting their unique status and the personal stakes they held in this prestigious gathering. Each student displayed the same subtle tell, a stiffness in the jaw, an unnatural stillness in the shoulders, and the overly cautious way their fingers hovered just above their holstered wands. It was a tension that stemmed not from fear but from intense calculation and preparation. Severus recognized it instantly, he felt it resonate within himself as well. The orb, at the center of the room, came to an abrupt halt, its spinning ceasing with an almost palpable finality. A low hum radiated through the air, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. The magical voice of the draw filled the space, crisp and impartial, announcing the competitors. Ilvermorny, Severus Snape. Opponent, Mahudakoro, Kaito Rin. The name was unfamiliar, a mere echo among the many that surrounded him, and Severus felt a flicker of curiosity. Across the expanse of the room, a slender figure stepped into view. Kaito Rin bowed once, a silent gesture that held a weight of tradition and respect. His movements were fluid and precise, evoking the image of the still surface of deep water disturbed by no wind. The expression on his face was unreadable, neither a challenge nor an invitation, just an absence of warmth. Severus regarded him with careful interest, intrigued by the calm demeanor that seemed almost unnatural amidst the palpable electricity in the room. Shorter than average, he wore robes of soft ivory, intricately woven with an enchantment designed to deflect hexes. No wand was visibly holstered at his side, suggesting a different kind of readiness. His sleeves were long, almost impractically so, hinting at expertise in sleeve draw casting, a technique that relied on subtlety and precision. He stood as a still duelist, embodying a kind of poise that spoke of disciplined training. This was not a man who wasted movement, he was one who measured each gesture with care, preferring to wait patiently for the perfect moment to strike, delivering a blow that would be swift and decisive. Severus offered a single, respectful nod, acknowledging the unspoken challenge that hung between them. Kaito mirrored the gesture, both simple and profound. No words were exchanged in that charged moment. Yet the message was unmistakable, I see you. I will not underestimate you. You should not underestimate me. Evie stepped forward next, her heart racing with excitement. The orb spun again, casting shifting shadows around her. Ilvermorny, Evie Sterling. Opponent, Wagada, Tembisa Alyamide. A tall South African girl emerged from the crowd with a confident stride that spoke of both power and poise. Her skin was a rich brown, adorned with glimmering obsidian warpaint that traced intricate symbols Severus couldn't decipher. Her eyes were sharp and focused, locking onto Evie with a spark of something that resembled amusement, an almost predatory gleam that made Severus wary. Evie tilted her head slightly, a small smirk creeping across her lips as she took in Tembisa's presence. I like her, she muttered under her breath, stepping back into line, a glimmer of admiration in her voice. Next was Alessandro's turn. Ilvermorny, Alessandro De Luca. Opponent, Beauxbatons, Gaspard Delacour. As Alessandro stepped forward, all eyes were drawn to him. The boy who emerged was handsome in the polished, gilded way that was quintessentially Beauxbatons. His pale hair framed a face that was almost too perfect, his eyes, like cold steel, carried an imposing clarity. A smirk danced on his lips, effortlessly charming, as if he were aware of the adoration surrounding him. His robes shimmered faintly under the lights, the glamour magic woven into delicate folds that added an otherworldly quality to his appearance. He held his wand with the relaxed poise of someone who had mastered the art of victory, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of the duel ahead. Charmed duelist, Alessandro remarked quietly, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. I hate charmed duelists. They're unpredictable, Severus responded, keeping his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before them. They're smug, Alessandro corrected, a smirk tugging at his lips, the corners twitching as he fought against the inevitable irritation that came with such opponents. The orb spun once more, casting a flickering light across the arena. Independent, Benedict Hale. Opponent, Castelo Bruxo, Vittoria Figueira. A shorter girl from Brazil stepped forward, her bare feet grazing the surface of the ground. Her hair was intricately braided in rows that cascaded down her back, and her deep-set eyes were half-lidded, as if she were perpetually attuned to a melody that only she could hear. Tiny, glimmering sparks danced at her fingertips, flickering like fireflies in the twilight. Ben lifted his chin, taking a moment to evaluate her presence. There was no hint of fear in her posture, instead, she radiated an air of readiness and determination. She manipulates pressure fronts, Alessandro murmured, his gaze fixed on her with a blend of curiosity and caution. Weather witch. Lovely, Ben muttered under his breath. Hope she doesn't bring a thunderstorm indoors. The draw concluded, leaving a palpable tension in the air as both competitors prepared for what lay ahead. Names sealed in gold ink. Opponents set. No more guessing. No more mystery. Only the coming storm. As the contestants filed out one by one, Severus lingered for a moment longer, his gaze fixed on the list suspended in shimmering, magical ink. Each name seemed to pulse with energy, echoing the tension in the air. Severus Snape vs. Kaito Rin. Kaito was known as a silence-based duelist, a master from one of the most prestigious magical academies in the world. The mere mention of his name sent a thrill of anticipation through Severus, he was keenly aware of the challenge that awaited him. Perfect. With determination setting his features, he pivoted on his heel and stepped out, merging into the throng of competitors, each one caught up in their own thoughts of strategy and fate. Temporary dueling stages, dueling arena, Salzburg Fortress. The dueling arena buzzed with excitement and anticipation. Above the vast tournament grounds, numerous platforms floated gracefully in midair or emerged from magically conjured stone circles. Each platform was encompassed by a shimmering dome of translucent magic, a testament to the enchantments woven into the fabric of the duel. Protective wards flickered to life with each blow exchanged, illuminating the arena in vibrant bursts, brilliant red for offensive strikes, deep blue for deft deflections, and vivid green for disarming maneuvers. Spectators thronged the balconies and tiered stands, their voices mingling into a cacophony of cheers and gasps. Enchanted perch brooms hovered lazily overhead, capturing every moment for those unable to get closer. Magical recorders whirred and buzzed, diligently documenting each move for the judges, the press, and future spectators. Standing just behind the ward line, Severus surveyed the arena with arms crossed, flanked by his companions Evie, Alessandro, and Ben. They all donned the signature Ilvermorny robes, accented in silver against the sleek black fabric. However, Alessandro, true to his rebellious spirit, had discarded his cloak, opting instead for rolled sleeves and styling his hair in a way that exuded an air of casual menace. Ben cracked his knuckles in a rhythmic, almost meditative manner, tilting his head as his name gleamed in shining letters above one of the nearby platforms. Benedict Hale vs. Vittoria Figuera, Castelobruxo, the announcement echoed. "I'll make it quick," Ben murmured, a steely resolve in his voice. "Don't be flashy," Severus advised, his tone measured and serious. "Just keep it clean." Ben smirked, then vaulted effortlessly onto the platform. It ascended 3 feet into the air before stabilizing, a soft hum emanating from its core. His opponent, a small and wiry girl, joined him, her bare feet barely making a sound on the surface. She hummed under her breath, and brilliant sparks danced from her fingertips, illuminating the area around her. As the starting chime echoed through the arena, an electric tension filled the air. Within moments, tendrils of green vines explosively erupted from her wand, writhing across the floor like living whips hungry for a target. Ben didn't hesitate. He unleashed a burst of flame that spiraled from his wand in a precise arc, nothing wild or showy, but a display of brutal efficiency. The moment the flames met the vines, they hissed and curled into ashes, disintegrating into a fine, floating dust. He quickly followed up with a flare twist spell that forced her to shift left, giving him the advantage. His third spell, a crackling disarm, sent her wand soaring high into the air, twirling uncontrollably. In just 3 minutes, it was done. Ben straightened up and gave a curt bow, acknowledging the cheers and gasps from the spectators. The judge's score appeared on the board, 92. Professor Flitwick leaned toward the panel, his small figure animated with delight as he jotted something down, clearly pleased by the performance he had just witnessed. Ben jogged back to his friends, a wide grin splitting his face. "Not bad for round 1, he said, pride evident in his voice. "You're a lunatic," Evie replied fondly, shaking her head at his antics. "And I'm glad you're on our side." "Next," Alessandro said, gesturing toward the distant arena, the Russian. All 4 friends turned in unison as the name illuminated in bright red letters overhead. Mikhail Korolev, Russia. He stood tall and imposing, his skin pale as if he had never felt the warmth of the sun. His movements were fluid, almost ethereal, like a figure carved from ice who glided rather than walked. His opponent barely had time to conjure a protective shield before Mikhail brought his wand crashing down onto the stone platform with a resounding thud. The ground beneath them shifted dramatically. Jagged spires of obsidian erupted from the earth mid-duel, sharp and menacing. Mikhail's opponent stumbled backward, trying to regain balance, but the duel could have pressed on, yet Mikhail simply stood there, wand lowered, exuding an air of cool indifference, waiting patiently. Not a hint of emotion crossed his face, no smile danced across his lips, he didn't need to display anything further. Evie let out a slow, shuddering breath, the sound filled with unease. "He's terrifying." "He's efficient," Severus observed, his sharp gaze missing nothing. "Transfiguration mid-duel is a risky tactic. That wasn't merely brute force, that was calculated disruption, a strategic maneuver." "Definitely on the threat list," Alessandro muttered under his breath, a tinge of apprehension in his voice. "I'd rather face a firestorm." Next was Evie herself. Her name shimmered into view in elegant silver blue script. Evie Sterling, Ilvermorny vs. Tembiza Alumide, Wagado. With determination in her eyes, Evie sprinted up to her platform, her dark hair intricately braided and her wand poised confidently in her grip. Tembiza acknowledged her with a subtle nod, the war paint on her skin catching the light beneath the protective wards surrounding the arena. The duel began, and it was nothing short of spectacular. Evie moved with the fluidity of the wind, gracefully weaving through the chaos of spells that flew through the air. She ducked expertly beneath a heavy gravity hex, her body rolling into an agile flip before unleashing a stinger curse mid-air, a shot aimed with precision. Tembiza countered decisively, her own spells swift and sharp, but Evie quickly caught onto her rhythm. After an intense series of 4 exchanges, she feinted to one side, calling forth a blinding flash of light that momentarily engulfed the arena. Seizing the opportunity presented by Tembisa's brief blindness, Evie executed a flawless disarm with a deft flick of her wrist. The opponent's wand clattered to the ground, signifying defeat. With poise, Evie bowed gracefully, acknowledging her challenger. Judge score, 88. Flitwick awarded her a commendable 9.5, reflecting her skillfulness. From where Severus stood, Alessandro clapped twice, a grin on his face. Told you she was scary, he remarked, clearly impressed. Elegant, Severus murmured, his keen eyes still trained on Evie. She wielded light magic like a master of misdirection. That's a rarity in a duel. Ben leaned in closer, his voice low and earnest. That's more than technique. That's pure instinct. She has the potential to go all the way. Then a new name appeared in bold gold across the hovering announcement dome, magnified for all corners of the fortress to see. James Potter, independent entry, Great Britain. A noticeable shift rippled through the crowd, an electric mix of awe and anticipation. Murmurs broke out across the balconies, echoing whispers of disbelief and excitement. Even the judges, seated high above, turned their gazes toward the platform, their expressions revealing flickers of recognition. He's one of only 2 from the UK, Ben remarked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the bustling crowd. The other's a Caro kid, I believe. Not here yet, though, must be in the evening bracket. A Caro. Evie snorted, rolling her eyes in disdain. Of course. Not Hogwarts-backed? Alessandro inquired, tilting his head in curiosity, his brow furrowing slightly. Ben shook his head with a grave expression. No. Britain only sent 2 independents this year. There's no official Hogwarts team. Not since the scandal 4 years ago involving their internal dueling league, an incident that ended with a Muggle-born duelist's tragic death in the ring. I think even the International Confederation of Wizards had serious concerns about their oversight. Severus gave a quiet hum of acknowledgement but remained silent, his demeanor contemplative. Down below, James stepped onto the dueling platform, his presence radiating a mix of confidence and bravado. Every motion he made seemed meticulously crafted to impress the audience, his wand held slightly higher than necessary, exuding an air of superiority, the exaggerated roll of his shoulders, designed to convey strength and readiness, and the deep breath he took, ostensibly meant to project calmness, though it revealed a subtle tremor at the edges, betraying his nerves. He's performing, Severus murmured, observing closely. Of course he is, Alessandro replied dryly, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. He thinks this is his stage. James's opponent had already established his position, a Durmstrang duelist with striking dark, cropped hair and vivid runic scars decorating both forearms. His robes were unadorned, exuding a sense of practicality, and his low stance conveyed readiness. His grip on his wand was functional, suggesting a no-nonsense approach to combat. A fighter, indeed. The sound of the chime broke the tension in the air. With no hesitation, the opening act commenced. James flicked his wand in a wide, sweeping arc, releasing a stunning charm that burst into vibrant sparks, but it was too broad, too flamboyant to be effective. The Durmstrang boy, agile and swift, ducked into a side roll, evading the attack effortlessly. In a fluid motion, he retaliated with a pinpoint Os Frangir hex. The spell clipped James's left shoulder, and he staggered, his vision momentarily blurred as pain radiated down his arm. He's not reading the tempo, Evie whispered, her voice laced with concern. He's trying to overwhelm, not adapt to the flow of the duel. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, James gathered his resolve and struck back, hard. A powerful blasting hex erupted from his wand, slamming into the magical ward with such intensity that the dome flared bright red and quivered ominously. A judge raised an eyebrow, assessing the chaotic energy. Overcharged, Severus noted coolly, his tone leveled despite the turmoil unfolding. His tutor didn't teach him the value of restraint. Or the necessity of control. Or how to breathe, Alessandro muttered quietly, underscoring the urgency of the moment. Below, James circled to the left, his wand slicing confidently through the air. The Durmstrang boy reacted immediately with a jolt hex, swift and precise. It grazed James's robes, leaving behind a sizzling burn mark that stung against his skin. In their third exchange, James finally found his rhythm. He executed a quick pivot, dodging low to avoid another incoming spell, and then unleashed a Depulso spell that struck squarely in the Durmstrang duelist's chest. The impact sent the boy stumbling backward, his wand flying from his fingers and landing on the ground with a soft thud. Disarmed. A win. Yet, despite the victory, it felt like luck played a larger role than skill. The crowd clapped, but the applause was scattered and lacked enthusiasm, muted, almost polite in its recognition of the outcome. He flailed, Evie remarked, her arms folded tightly across her chest, disbelief flickering in her eyes. And got lucky. And now he thinks he's proved something, Ben added, shaking his head with a slight smirk that suggested he shared her skepticism. On the judging panel, Professor Flitwick tapped his quill against the parchment, a disappointed expression creasing his features. Next to him, the Mahudakoro master raised an inquisitive brow, clearly questioning the display he had just witnessed. Score, 74. A full 20 points below the leaders. In the sponsor box, Lord Charles Potter sat rigidly, his expression a mask of composure, as if chiseled from stone. Beside him, Lady Doria resembled a somber portrait, her demeanor betraying the turmoil within. Her hands were tightly clenched in her lap, and her lips barely parted, revealing the tension that gripped her. Sirius, ever the embodiment of exuberance, stood and applauded with fervent pride, as if James had just achieved the impossible feat of slaying a dragon. But Remus was a stark contrast to this buoyant display. He remained seated, seemingly frozen in place. His expression was taut, mouth pressed into a firm line, and the worry evident in his eyes spoke volumes of his anxiety. Down below, James faced the crowd, panting heavily, his complexion pale and glistening with sweat that clung to his fringe. He scanned the contestants' gallery, searching for a particular face that held so much weight in this moment. Then, his gaze landed on Severus. The other boy met his eyes with an expression devoid of emotion, a blank slate. There was no smile to acknowledge the achievement, no sneer to convey disdain, and certainly no look of contempt to mar the moment. Instead, there was a calm and unreadable stillness that seemed to blanket the air around them. No hatred flickered in Severus's gaze. No sign of victory danced in his features. Just a profound sense of indifference. And somehow, that indifference struck deeper than any cutting curse could. James's throat constricted painfully as he fought to mask his emotions. Without offering a bow or any sign of deference, he turned away and descended from the platform, his jaw clenched tightly in frustration and defiance. Ben, watching the scene unfold, let out a low whistle that cut through the murmurs of the crowd. "That's gonna fester," he remarked, a hint of concern in his voice. Severus, his eyes steady and observant, replied quietly, "He came here for a duel, but he's already lost the war." His words carried an understanding that transcended mere competition. It was about pride and the weight of expectations. The focus of their attention shifted back to the ongoing matches, where the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. On the platform, a Beauxbatons duelist had just conjured a stunning wall of crystal that gleamed in the light, effectively deflecting a menacing burning hex that had been hurled towards her. The crowd erupted into cheers, the sound swelling in volume, enthusiasm palpable in the air. And yet, amid the spectacle of skilled fighters, the real matches, the ones of true significance, still lay ahead. An electric anticipation filled the arena, and the name on everyone's lips resonated with challenge and intrigue. Severus Snape had yet to step onto the stage. Hi everyone. Please visit